Seeing Fan Huan in such a cowardly state while still thinking about indulgence, a cold glint flashed in Qingqing's eyes as she mocked him. Young Master Fan, if you don't want to meet your ancestors too soon, I advise you to watch your behavior. You might live a few more years, otherwise, no one can save you. Fan Huan shook his head repeatedly. Miss Chen, you misunderstood me. Even if I wanted to indulge again, I wouldn't dare. But I have several wives and concubines at home. If I don't fulfill my duties for too long, I'm afraid they won't be able to wait, and if they stray, I would truly be in trouble. Hearing his ridiculous talk, Qingqing's expression darkened. Young Master Fan, I'm just a doctor, responsible for treating illnesses. I can't manage your personal affairs. If you want to live or die, that's up to you. Madame Fan shot a disapproving glance at Fan Huan. Son, those are external matters. Just listen to Miss Chen. Focus on improving yourself, and getting your health back is the priority. Fan Tong added earnestly. Yes, Huana, your mother is right. It's not worth losing your life for a moment of pleasure. Fine. To stay alive, I'll try to hold back for half a year, Fan Huan said with a sad face, looking pitiful. Miss Chen, why is my illness making my hair fall out? Look at my head, it's like a boiled egg. When will I grow my hair back? I can't even go out looking like this. Qingqing looked at his small eyes and big mouth, resembling a hairless pig. She almost laughed out loud but cleared her throat and pretended to be serious, shaking her head. Your hair loss is quite unusual. Fan Han was taken aback. Miss Chen, what do you mean by that? Normally, lack of energy can cause hair loss, but not to the point where you have no hair at all, not even your eyebrows. Fan Han shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget the eyebrows. I have no hair anywhere. I'm like a dragon. Hearing this, Mrs. Fan's heart sank again. Miss Chen, why does my son have no hair at all? What is going on? Qingqing looked serious, thinking to herself, the Fan family has done many bad things, not only underpaying workers but also being cruel. If I don't deal with them today, when will I? Determined to scare them a bit more, she frowned slightly and sighed. You probably won't believe me if I tell you, so it's better if I don't. Just live normally, and if any strange things happen, you'll have to take care of yourselves. Upon hearing her vague words, Fan Tong felt a chill run up his spine. He trembled as he asked, Miss Chen, what do you mean? Why would strange things happen? Yes, my son lost all his hair in one night, which is already strange enough. Why would there be more odd occurrences? Mrs. Fan felt a shiver of fear. Fan Hun spoke with a trembling voice. Miss Chen, please tell us what you know. Don't keep it to yourself. What is really happening? All right, since you all want to know, I will tell you. Qingqing paused and slowly said, From what I can tell, your hair loss is not due to illness, but because of a curse. What? A curse? Does that mean we've encountered something supernatural? Fan Hun turned pale with fear. Miss Chen, please don't scare me. I'm easily frightened. Yes, Miss Chen, that kind of thing can be terrifying. Please don't say such things. Mrs. Fan trembled uncontrollably, filled with fear. Fan Tong was also scared and looked around the room anxiously. That thing isn't in the house, is it? Qingqing hid her amusement and maintained a serious expression. Why would I scare you? If you don't believe me, you can ask a local expert and they'll explain everything. Shirtai's show listened in fear and quickly said, Madam, sir, at first I suspected something was wrong with our young master. What Miss Chen said is true. The young master has indeed encountered something strange. What happened? Hurry up and tell us, Madame Fan asked anxiously. I have a distant relative who experienced something similar. After one night of sleep, he lost all his hair and nearly died of fright when he woke up. He took a lot of medicine, but nothing helped. Later, I heard from the elders that this is called ghost shaving. What? Ghost shaving? Madame Fan shivered in fear. How did he recover? Shirtai's show shook his head sadly and sighed. Don't mention it. My relative was very timid. After hearing he was haunted, he passed away within 3 days. Hearing this, Madame Fan trembled and moved her lips but couldn't speak. Fan Tong widened his eyes in shock and looked at Shirtai Shou. Are you serious? Be careful with your words, or I might break your legs. Sir, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, I can bring my distant relative's wife here for you to ask. Besides, Miss Chen also confirmed it. It can't be false. What should we do? Fan Tong felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart raced. Miss Chen, is there a way to break this curse? Yes, since you know this is a haunting, there must be a way to resolve it. Please help me. I'm scared, Fan Huan said, trembling. Qingqing, initially worried they wouldn't believe her, was relieved that Shirtai Shou had helped. It seemed people in this era were quite superstitious. Since they were convinced, she decided to speak freely. Clearing her throat, she said, Don't panic. From what I know, in situations like yours, it usually means you've done something wrong that the spirits cannot tolerate. So, at midnight, they quietly come to your bedside and either wave their hand over you or lick you with their long tongues, causing your hair to be completely shaved. Miss Chen, please stop. That's too scary, Fan Tong stammered. Seeing this, Madame Fan quickly said to Qingqing, Miss Chen, Juan has been timid since childhood and is afraid of ghosts. Please don't explain further, just tell us how to break it. Breaking the curse shouldn't be too difficult, but we must first understand what wrong you have done to deserve this punishment. Our family has always been honest in our dealings, treating people and matters fairly, never cheating or deceiving anyone. It seems we have never done anything wrong. Yes, Miss Chen, my wife is right. We do not steal or rob. The money we earn is clean and honest. We have never committed any wrongdoing. Manager Fan spoke confidently. Fan Tong lied without a hint of shame. What wrongs had he ever committed? Withholding wages was because the workers had not done their jobs well. Tempting good women was simply because they sought benefits from him. Lending money was his way of helping those in need. The angry outbursts from those who couldn't repay their debts were because they wanted something for nothing. Collecting rent from farmers was completely justified. As for whether the tenants could afford to eat, that was not his concern. Miss Chen, my family is made up of good people. I, Fan, have spent my life thinking of others. I feed the workers, lend money to the poor, and rent land to farmers. I have done countless good deeds, and if we were to discuss them, it would take 3 days and nights. Mrs. Fan chimed in, Yes, Miss Chen, what my husband says is true. You can ask around in Qingqing town. Everyone knows our family is kind and often helps the villagers nearby. Shirtai Shou was stunned. The tenants had been complaining about the high rents for a long time. Those poor people who had suffered from loan sharks were in dire straits. How could their wrongdoings be twisted into good deeds? No wonder his son was in trouble. As the steward of the Fan household, if evil spirits were truly involved, he would be affected too. He cleared his throat and said quietly, Sir, perhaps we should listen to Miss Chen first. Seeing them distort the truth, Qingqing looked at them with disdain. How shameless they were, claiming to be good while committing terrible acts. Those who do wrong cannot be so calm on the outside. They must be fearful inside. Since they showed no fear, she decided to continue teasing them. Qingqing said coldly, Mr. Fan, since your family is known for doing good deeds, I must have been mistaken. Please disregard what I just said. I have done my best for young Master Fan's illness, but as for his hair, I am unable to help. You should seek someone more skilled. Madame Fan hurriedly stopped her. Miss Chen, you can't just leave like this. If my son never grows hair, how will he face others? Fan Tong was momentarily taken aback. He was indeed very scared. He had done many bad things and had to find excuses to cover them up. After all, no one dared to reveal all the wrongdoings they had committed. Miss Chen, please stay. If my son's hair can grow back, feel free to ask for anything, and I will definitely fulfill your request. Qingqing glanced at Fan Tong. Mr. Fan, I am just an ordinary doctor. Healing is my duty, and I don't have any special requests. Just pay me for my services. As for whether your son's hair is a result of bad luck, you might want to consult a fortune teller. No, I trust you, Miss Chen. Since you can say this, it means you understand. If you have any methods to drive away evil spirits, our Fan family will certainly follow your advice, Fan Tong said earnestly. Yes, Miss Chen, please feel free to speak, Madam Fan chimed in. Qingqing sighed dramatically. As the saying goes, if you do not do bad things, you won't fear ghosts knocking at your door. There is always a reason for everything. If you want to drive away evil spirits, you must do good deeds to break the curse. Fan Tong let out a sigh of relief. I thought we had to find some bad deeds to fix this. It turns out doing good is enough. Fan Han relaxed upon hearing this. Isn't it just about doing good? That's too easy. Tomorrow, I will have someone give our leftover buns to the beggars. Madam Fan put on a generous expression. Hunter is right. From tomorrow on, we won't feed the leftover food to the pigs anymore. We will save it for the poor beggars. It was truly stingy to think that a little leftover food would solve everything. That idea was too simplistic. Qingqing looked serious. Doing good can indeed accumulate virtue, but if you think you can just use leftovers to get by, that won't work. If it backfires, the Fan family might face disaster. Fan Tong felt a wave of panic. Is it really that serious? What should we do according to Miss Chen's advice? Qingqing smirked slightly and continued to speak mysteriously. If you truly haven't done anything wrong, just prepare some special offerings, then find a spot 10 miles away, burn incense, and pray. The spirits will surely understand the truth and leave your home. What if we have done too many bad things? Fan Tong trembled and quickly asked. Master Fan, please don't ask. Didn't you all just say that your family always conducts business openly? As long as you burn some yellow paper, everything will be fine. It's getting late, and I need to go prepare medicine for you. There's no rush, Miss Chen, please stay. Fan Tong quickly called back Qingqing, who was about to leave. Miss Chen, can you tell me how to resolve things if too many bad deeds have been done? All right, since you want to know, I don't mind sharing. There's a saying, people act, and heaven watches. One can be short on money, but never short on virtue. Money can be earned again, but lacking virtue leads to disaster. As the saying goes, good deeds bring good rewards, and bad deeds bring bad rewards. It's not that there's no retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. If you do many bad things, you will naturally face consequences. At best, you will encounter misfortunes and illnesses. At worst, you will lose all your wealth and end up with nothing. To resolve this, you must do great good to dispel disasters and overcome difficulties. After listening, Fan Tong showed a hint of doubt. This girl was only in her teens. How could she know so much? She kept urging him to do good. Was she trying to scare him into spending money? With this thought, Fan Tong raised an eyebrow and asked Miss Chen, You seem knowledgeable. Who taught you all this? Are you suspecting that I have ulterior motives, Master Fan? You are young, yet not only skilled in medicine but also quite knowledgeable in metaphysics. I'm just curious. Qingqing smiled brightly. To be honest, Master Fan, when I was a child playing in the wild, I encountered a wise person. Out of kindness, I brought him food every day, and he taught me some medical skills and principles. I understand these things now, but unfortunately, I was too young to learn more back then. She then feigned a look of regret. Shi Taisho clapped his hands in surprise. Miss Chen, you are truly fortunate. You must have met an extraordinary person. Just by seeing the silver needles and other tools you use, it's clear they are not ordinary. Of course, she was using tools from the modern era like silver needles and magnifying glasses. However, with Shi Taisho being so supportive, Qingqing felt like praising him. She nodded and smiled. What Steward Shi said is correct. These are all gifts from my esteemed teacher. Fan Tong broke out in a cold sweat, completely taken in by Qingqing. With a respectful expression, he asked, Miss Chen, what should I do according to your advice? Qingqing smiled lightly. Just do good deeds and don't worry about the future. Though blessings may not have arrived yet, misfortunes are already far away. What does that mean? Fan Tong asked, looking confused. Shi Taisho quickly explained, Sir, Miss Chen means that if you do more good deeds, bad luck will stay away from the Fan family. Stop talking nonsense and go away, Fan Tong said anxiously, rubbing his hands. Miss Chen, just tell me directly what I should do. Madam Fan also asked, yes, if giving leftover food to beggars isn't considered a good deed, what should we do? Qingqing replied, Sir Fan, Madam Fan, since you haven't done anything wrong, there's no need to worry. Good people won't be punished by heaven. They will be blessed with peace. Fan Han was already so scared he felt like he might faint. After a while, he regained his composure and said, Miss Chen, you can't leave.
Please help me.
Young Master Fan, I have already treated your condition. As long as you avoid temptation for 6 months and behave well, I guarantee you won't have any more problems. As for your hair, just leave it to fate.
No.
You can't just ignore me. Fan Han shook his head vigorously. Miss Chen, listen to me. Our family has never done a good deed. We have only committed terrible acts. If you don't help me, I will surely die. Qingqing noticed his fear and asked, Young Master Fan, what terrible things has your family done? My father forced farmers to pay high taxes. If they didn't pay, they would be beaten and have their belongings taken. If they had nothing valuable, he would take their daughters and sell them to brothels after using them. During market days, my father made me collect high fees from vendors. If they didn't pay, I would make them beg for mercy and confiscate their goods. He also lent money at high interest, and those who couldn't repay faced terrible consequences. Once, my father saw a beautiful woman in Lu Shu village and framed her husband for theft, leading to his imprisonment and death from torture. Then he took the woman for himself, and when she resisted, she tragically died by hitting her head against a wall. Fan Tong's face turned red with shame. He felt embarrassed that his son would speak so recklessly, revealing their family's wrongdoings. If he weren't his son, he would want to punish him. He couldn't think much longer and shouted, Hunter, be quiet. What nonsense are you saying? Dad, what did I say wrong? Think about it. Has our family ever done a good deed? Even catching a frog would probably squeeze out some bad luck. You. Be quiet. Fan Tong was trembling with anger. Fan Han, feeling defiant, wanted to argue back, but was stopped by Madam Fan. Hunter, say less. Look how angry your father is. Mother, look at my father. He's not being reasonable. He always tells me to speak the truth, but now that I do, he just glares at me. If this continues, I won't speak at all. Son, you can't blame your father. Some things should be said, but some should just stay inside. Do you understand? Seeing that Fan Han wanted to say more, Madam Fan quickly waved her hand. Good son, just listen and don't speak. Fan Tong took a deep breath, trying to calm his anger, and awkwardly smiled at Qingqing. Miss Chen, Hunter was just anxious and scared, saying nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. Madam Fan nodded repeatedly. Yes, Miss Chen, you just want us to do good deeds, right? We can do many good things. Our Fan family is not short on money. They had done many bad things, truly. At that moment, Qingqing wished she could avenge the innocent people, but she had no power and couldn't act rashly. Since the authorities ignored Fan Tong's wrongdoings, it meant he had connections and someone was backing him. If she acted impulsively, she wouldn't help anyone and might even get into trouble herself. No, even if such a villain couldn't be dealt with now, he needed to learn a lesson. One day, she would make sure he faced the consequences. Qingqing clenched her fists tightly and looked coldly at Fan Tong. Since you are so kind-hearted and wish to do good, I will tell you how to truly help. You must set up a porridge kitchen in a busy area and provide free porridge or food for 10 days.
What?
Free porridge for 10 days? Fan Tong shook his head in disbelief. No way. It costs at least 30 to 50 taels a day. That's hundreds of taels over 10 days. That's impossible. Madam Fan also grimaced at the thought. Yes, this kind of charity costs too much. Our family's money doesn't come easily. Why should we give it to those poor people? Those poor people deserve to starve. I wouldn't even feed them if I were feeding pigs, Fan Tong said without a hint of sympathy. Qingqing coldly smiled. Since you value money so much, I'll pretend I didn't say anything.
You can decide for yourselves.
Fan Tong sensed something was off and quickly put on a smile. Miss Chen, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't want to spend money, but my family is not wealthy right now. Can you think of another way? Exactly. As long as it doesn't cost money, we're willing to do anything, Mrs. Fan interjected. Seeing their obsession with money, Qingqing felt disgusted. She frowned and thought of a plan. If you don't want to do great good, there's another way that doesn't cost money, but it depends on your courage. Yes. As long as it doesn't cost money, I'm willing to do anything, Fan Tong quickly agreed, without thinking. Mrs. Fan showed no hesitation either. Yes, Miss Chen, let's choose this no-cost option. Please tell us. All right, I will only say this once, so pay attention, Qingqing said seriously after clearing her throat. This no-cost method requires your family to prepare some offerings and sit quietly at your ancestral grave at midnight to pray. Remember, no matter what strange sounds you hear, you must not open your eyes. You must keep this vigil for 7 days without any slack. If you are careless, you may attract evil spirits, and misfortune will follow. Everyone present was shocked, their eyes wide. Fan Huan looked terrified, his brows furrowed and mouth almost trembling as if he might cry. Fan Tong stood frozen in place, feeling chills just thinking about visiting the grave during the day. Going at night would be terrifying. He shook his head repeatedly. No. This method is too frightening. Mrs. Fan also looked incredulous. Miss Chen, you can't be serious. Even during the day, that place is scary. Going at night would surely frighten us to death. Qingqing thought to herself, how could it not be scary enough to make you go? If I don't scare you, how can I make you understand the suffering of those you have oppressed? How can I make you willingly help others? Mr. Fan, this is the only effective method that doesn't cost money. You have done so many bad things, and only by sincerely repenting at your ancestors' grave and seeking their forgiveness will they protect you and help you in the afterlife, driving away the evil spirits. Can you really seek justice in the afterlife? Fan Tong asked, half believing. Qingqing nodded confidently. Yes, the afterlife has a complete system just like the living world, and various spirits have their own roles. Seeking justice and reporting grievances happens all the time. For example, the black and white impermanence capture souls, the oxhead and horseface are responsible for escorting ghosts, and King Yama judges the good and evil of the deceased, deciding their fate in reincarnation. The judge handles affairs in the underworld, evaluating the deeds of the deceased during their lifetime. Good people are reborn into noble families, while those who have committed terrible sins are sent to the deepest hell, never to be reborn. There are various tortures, such as climbing a mountain of knives or being thrown into boiling oil, cutting out tongues, and gouging out eyes. Please, Miss Chen, stop talking, Fan Tong interrupted, his face pale with fear. That place is too scary. I really can't go there. What if one of my ancestors wants to come out at night? I'd be terrified. I absolutely won't take that risk. Indeed, that place is very eerie, Mrs. Fan nodded in agreement. A few years ago, I heard a story about someone who went to visit relatives in the countryside. He hurried home after dark and, when he reached a wild area, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He had walked this path countless times, but tonight, he couldn't find his way back. Feeling uneasy, he stopped to look around. He noticed another path not far away and bravely decided to follow it. However, after walking for a long time, he still hadn't left the wild area. Suddenly, he realized he might be experiencing the legendary ghost wall, and he became extremely frightened, his heart racing and cold sweat pouring down his back. He shouted for help, hoping someone would hear him. Just when he was about to lose hope, he heard a chilling voice behind him say, "Young man, don't shout. I'll take you home." Before he could see who it was, he was pulled forward. He didn't know how far they walked before the old man finally stopped. Looking around, the young man saw overgrown weeds and began to doubt, asking the old man, "Sir, where are we? We should be heading back to town." "You silly child, you've forgotten your own home. Look around and see where you are. The old man replied coldly, without any warmth in his voice. The young man widened his eyes and looked closely, terrified to realize that this place was his family's ancestral grave. Just as he was about to lose his mind, the old man slowly turned around and said, "Child, do you see who I am?" The young man was so frightened that he couldn't respond and just shook his head. "You ungrateful descendant, you don't even recognize me. I am your ancestor." Hearing this, the young man fainted. When he finally woke up at dawn, he found that half of his body was dragged into the grave. When he returned home and shared his experiences with his family, he was so frightened that he nearly fainted. "Do you think that place is haunted?" Fan Huan, hearing this rumor, was terrified.
Mother, stop talking about it.
"I wouldn't go there even if it meant death." "Don't be afraid, my son." "I won't go either. Your father can go alone." "No way. What if I encounter something scary and get dragged into it?" "That would be a disaster." Fan Tong's face turned pale as he waved his hands in panic. Seeing their fear, Taisho felt quite pleased.
Good.
"Let them worry. If I scare them all to death, the Fan family's wealth will belong to me. Then I can decide how to use the money." As he noticed their hesitation, he grew anxious. If they didn't go, how could he scare them? If they weren't scared, he wouldn't get the fortune. He needed to persuade them. "Sir, as the saying goes, when a person dies, it's like a light going out. It's just a grave. Nothing as scary as you think. You should go without worry. If you survive 7 days, the Fan family will have good fortune in the future." "That's nonsense. That place is not meant for living people." Fan Tong glared at him. "What are you really planning? Are you hoping to scare me to death?" Taisho, realizing he was exposed, quickly defended himself. "That's not true.
I'm just worried about you."
"Worried about me? Fine, then you can guard it for 7 nights. If you do it well, I will reward you handsomely." Hearing this, Taisho became frightened and shook his head. "Sir, I can't do that. Miss Chen said you and your wife must go. I wouldn't be of any help." "Stop making excuses. You're going to guard the grave tonight." "Sir, I really can't go. That would just be fooling the spirits." Taisho wished he could slap himself for speaking out. He looked desperately at Qingqing. "Miss Chen, please say something fair." "I wouldn't be of any use if I went." Qingqing nodded. "What manager sure said is true. You can't expect peace without paying a price. The wrongs done by the Fan family must be atoned for by the family themselves at their ancestors' graves. Having anyone else go wouldn't help, no matter how long they stay." Madame Fan was anxiously pacing. "What are we going to do? What can we do?" Fan Tong frowned, feeling scared, but he was reluctant to spend money on porridge. He steeled himself and said, "Madam, why don't we try it for 1 night? If we can get through, we could save a lot of money." "Go if you want, but I won't," Mrs. Fan replied without hesitation. Fan Han also shook his head repeatedly. "Father, I wouldn't go to that kind of place even if it killed me." "All right, you both said you wouldn't go." Fan Tong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled at Qingqing. "Miss Chen, let's forget it. This method, while good, is risky. I think I will stick with the first method." Qingqing scoffed inwardly. She believed that if one does not do bad things, they have nothing to fear. She was determined to stand firm against this wealthy and wicked man. She said calmly, "Mr. Fan, as the saying goes, it's better to believe than to doubt. Since you have decided to distribute porridge, you must not change your mind. Otherwise, it will seem like you are not sincere. What Miss Chen says is nonsense. I dislike such strange superstitions. As long as it keeps my Fan family safe, I would distribute porridge for 10 days or even a year without hesitation," Fan Tong said grandly, though he felt a pang in his heart. Qingqing raised an eyebrow and began to make up stories. "Actually, this is the best way to accumulate virtue. As the saying goes, helping others is helping oneself. Giving to others brings blessings. What you lack, you must make up for. Distributing porridge may cost money, but it quickly builds your good deeds." Yes, Miss Chen is absolutely right. I will arrange for the porridge distribution right away, Fan Tong called to Taisho beside him. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and prepare. We start distributing porridge early tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. I'll go prepare right away, Taisho said with a disappointed expression as he turned to leave. Qingqing pretended to flatter him, Mr. Fan truly understands the greater good. The disaster victims will be grateful to you. This blessing is well-deserved, and I hope you continue to do good deeds to accumulate more blessings. Your ancestors will surely protect your family. Fan Tong smiled widely at the praise. Of course. I will definitely listen to Miss Chen and do more good deeds. Young Master Fan is no longer in danger, so I will take my leave now to prepare some medicine for you. Thank you, Miss Chen, Fan Tong said, pulling out a few pieces of silver from his pocket. This is for your consultation. Please accept it. Qingqing felt a deep disdain. It's true that a dog can't change its nature. They said money was no object, but in the end, they only gave her a handful of small coins. However, the purpose of distributing porridge was achieved, so she didn't dwell on it and casually put the coins in her pocket. As she was about to leave, Fan Han asked in a trembling voice, Miss Chen, when will I grow my hair back? Don't worry, if you are sincere, it will work. If all goes well, your eyebrows and hair should grow back within a month. And if it takes longer? If it takes longer, it just means you are not sincere. You might never grow it back. Oh no, that would be too embarrassing. How can I face people? Fan Han pouted and looked at Fan Tong. Dad, you need to be sincere, or I won't be able to show my face. Enough, I won't joke about your life. I know what to do, Fan Tong said, then instructed someone to arrange a carriage. Once they left the Fan residence, there were many beggars along the road, young and old, huddled together. This year, Anyang County had a rough start, but they had received some rain, so they didn't suffer total crop failure. However, neighboring Huaiyuan County was not so fortunate. By August, it hadn't rained since spring planting, leaving the crops barren and causing many disaster victims to beg along the road to Qingqing town. Qingqing felt a deep sympathy. With her limited resources, being able to help the Fan family distribute porridge was a small good deed. She hoped these disaster victims would soon overcome their hardships and return home. The carriage quickly arrived home. Lin Shi was sewing clothes, and Chen Han was riding beside her. Qing girl, you're back. How is young Master Fan's condition? Lin Shi asked, accustomed to the Fan family's frequent requests for her daughter's help, believing her medical skills were excellent. I gave him a few acupuncture treatments, and he is mostly better now. He just needs to recover slowly, Qingqing replied as she entered the inner room. The man on the bed had his eyes closed, showing no signs of waking up. Qingqing was worried and decided to check him over again. All his indicators were normal, but the blood clot in his brain hadn't fully absorbed, which was likely the main reason for his unconsciousness. She took out her silver needles and applied acupuncture to important points like Baihui, Qianding, Shangxing, and Shinting, hoping he would wake up soon so he could leave. After all, their home was just 2 cow sheds converted into a room. Although separated by a curtain, it felt awkward to share a space with a stranger. What if he wakes up unexpectedly one day? That would be awkward. Remembering the medicine she brewed in the morning, Qingqing went back to the yard, lit the fire under the medicine pot, and planned to prepare the blood-activating medicine to help the man inside wake up sooner. She had already exchanged the silver notes given by the Fan family for 100 taels of silver, and after selling ginseng, she had 36 taels left. With the 100 taels and the additional amount given by Fan Tong today, she now had a total of 139 taels of silver and a few hundred copper coins. Finally, she had overcome the hardship of not having enough to eat. Next, she needed to prepare to build a house. Otherwise, this drafty cow shed would not be livable in winter. Entering her space, Qingqing looked at the precious herbs that had appeared in her medical space and felt very happy. From now on, she would store the treasures she found here and sell some cultivated ginseng to make a fortune through buying and selling. Ding host, do not be too happy. Buying and selling is not advisable. There is no free lunch in the world, and nothing comes without effort. The first 3 uses were free trials, and now that you have used them up, any further use of items here will incur a fee. Seriously? Is this what you meant by shocking me? You really surprised me. Qingqing decided to test how the system charged. Looking at the ready-made medicine in the pharmacy, she thought it would be good to give Fan Tong some ginseng pills. She picked 3 boxes from a shelf. Ding! 3 boxes of ginseng pills cost 450 copper coins. Does the host want to purchase? A panel appeared, showing options. Yes or no. Qingqing clicked yes, and the 3 boxes of medicine appeared in her hand. Ding, the host has spent 450 copper coins, leaving 139 taels and 528 copper coins. Would you like to continue storing? Qingqing chose the yes button. You remember everything quite well for a little ring. Of course. As the saying goes, family is family and finances are finances. Even brothers should keep clear accounts. Since I exist alongside the host, I will naturally keep track of every expense. That is my responsibility. All right, I'll give you that. In the old house next door, Enrollment sat idly in the yard, watching Grandma Chen feed the chickens, her eyes filled with disdain. She didn't expect that old lady Chen would be so useless. Not only did she fail to earn any money in the big house, but she was also mocked by Chen Han. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have come back to suffer this humiliation, even if it meant being laughed at in town. After returning for 2 days, all she had to eat was coarse porridge made from mixed grains, which was not only unappetizing but also rough on her throat. She longed for fine rice, stewed meat, and fluffy white buns. While she was thinking about this, she suddenly caught a sweet aroma in the air. Enrollment's spirit lifted, and she quickly looked around, her gaze landing on Chen Erbao's hands. A snack? It was actually the signature cake from the honey fragrance shop in town. Where did he get it? Did someone give it to him? That seemed impossible. Such a cake was expensive and not sold individually. A box of 10 cost 500 coins. Who would give him something so pricey? Could it be that the second house bought it? Yes, it must be that way. How clever. The second house secretly saved money. This was something the elders needed to know. If everyone in the family was scheming, how could the third house continue to enjoy good food and drink in town? Thinking this, she quickly walked over to Erbao and snatched the snack from his hands. Erbao, what are you eating? Give it back. You don't need to steal my food. Chen Erbao stomped his feet in frustration. Chen Rulin pointed at him. Be quiet. If you keep making noise, I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing that Erbao was scared, she called out to old lady Chen, Grandma, come here.
Look at what Erbao is eating.
Hearing the shout, old lady Chen put down her work and came over. What's wrong, Rulin? Who bothered you? Grandma, look at this. Chen Rulin held up the cake. Old lady Chen had never seen such a delicate snack and looked puzzled. Rulin, what is this? It looks so nice. This is called a Ru-E cake, and it costs 50 coins each. It's the signature snack from the honey fragrance shop in town. What? Such a small cake costs 50 coins? Old lady Chen's eyes widened in surprise, and she licked her lips. It looks delicious. Where did it come from? Chen Rulin shot a sideways glance at Chen Erbao and huffed. I don't know where he got it.
I just saw him eating it.
Hearing this, old lady Chen was furious. How could such a delicious treat not be shared with the elders? Instead, it was given to this ungrateful child. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Chen Erbao. You little rascal, tell me where you got this. If you dare to lie, I'll make you regret it. The sweet cake in Erbao's hand was taken away, and he was at a loss. Seeing Grandma Chen glaring at him, he cried out, Mom, come quickly. They took my cake and want to hit me. Hearing her son's cries, Son rushed out with a broom, asking, Erbao, what happened? Who is bullying you? Seeing his mother, Erbao cried even harder. Sister Rulin took my cake, and Grandma wants to hit me. Son had long disapproved of Chen Rulin's behavior. She thought it was ridiculous for a young girl to do nothing all day but eat and sleep while being lazy. It was frustrating to see her always greedy for food, acting like a pig or a dog when there was something tasty, only thinking of herself. Her face darkened. Roland, you're not a child anymore. Bao is your little brother. How can you bully him? Chen Roland turned pale at the scolding and pretended to be weak. Aunt, I didn't bully Bao. I just asked where the cake came from. If there's something good to eat, why not share it? Son, unimpressed by her feigned innocence, scoffed. Why do you care where it came from? Do you think of us when your family has good food? Chen Roland's eyes turned red, pretending to be very wronged. Aunt, you misunderstood me. I didn't say I wanted to eat it. I just thought that good things should first be shared with Grandma and Grandpa. Chen Roland, how can you be so good with words? Son laughed coldly. You talk about being filial, but every day your grandma cooks you 2 eggs. When did you ever share with her? Now that Bao has a snack, you suddenly remember your grandma. You really know how to play the good person. Roland's face turned red from being scolded, and she explained to Grandma Chen, Grandma, I didn't mean to not give you any. I remember you said you don't like fried eggs, so I didn't offer them. I just thought you hadn't tried such a good snack, and I got a bit anxious and took it from Bao. Seeing her with tearful eyes, Grandma Chen felt pity and nodded. Good granddaughter, I know you are the most filial. I understand your intentions.
Thank you, Grandma.
I knew you would understand me, Chen Roland said, even squeezing out a few tears of feigned sorrow. Sun looked at her acting and felt disgusted, saying coldly, Your grandma may not like eggs, but did you ever think to ask us when you were eating? Madame Chen was unhappy and said with a frown, Second branch, Ruolan is also fighting for my share of food. Why are you being so unreasonable? Did you buy this cake?
It wasn't me.
Did you buy it? Looking at the bitten cake, Madame Chen's face turned dark, and she pointed at Sun, saying, You ungrateful person. I'm still alive, and you dare to hide money to buy treats behind my back? This is truly outrageous. Is this how your family taught you to be a daughter-in-law? Chen Ruolan felt pleased, realizing she was right. The second branch was indeed hiding money. If Madame Chen found out, they would be in trouble today. She quickly added, Second aunt, you're going too far. Why hide good food? Don't you know to show respect to your elders? Madame Chen's eyes blazed with anger. This foolish person, with hardly any rice left in the house, still had secret money to buy treats. It was outrageous. Second branch, I won't argue with you today. Just give me the hidden money, and we'll forget this. Otherwise, I'll have Zhang Liang divorce you. Disrespectful woman. At that moment, Zhang Liang came out from the room and said loudly, Mother, you are making false accusations. Our second branch is innocent. Where would we get hidden money? This cake was not bought by us. It was given by someone else. Chen Ruolan sneered, Uncle, don't lie. This cake costs 500 coins. If you didn't buy it, who would give such an expensive treat to Bao? Sun gritted her teeth in anger. Chen Ruolan, not everyone is as heartless as your third branch, spending the family's hard-earned money on fun in town. To tell you the truth, this cake was given to our second branch by Qingqing girl. She is a kind-hearted child, 1,000 times better than you, Chen Ruolan. I will make it clear today. I won't let you have this cake, because you don't deserve it. Old Lady Chen did not believe that Qingqing would give them any snacks. That girl hated her deeply. How could she possibly send such precious pastries to the second branch? It must be that Sun was just trying to fool her, aiming to distract her from investigating the hidden money. Thinking this, Old Lady Chen placed her hands on her hips, her face filled with anger. Second branch, don't try to trick me. That stingy girl would never send you food. Chen Roland was even less convinced. Spending 500 coins on a box of pastries for the second branch? Did they really think so highly of themselves? She sarcastically chimed in, Aunt, your reasoning is too far-fetched. The eldest branch was kicked out by Grandma. They wouldn't hold a grudge against us, but why would they be kind enough to send food to Bao? What you can't do doesn't mean others can't. I'll tell you the truth. Qing is a grateful and kind girl. She bought pastries to thank me for taking care of her since she was little. Now do you understand? Sun shot a cold glance at Chen Roland. Today's events changed her view of Chen Roland. She had thought she was greedy, lazy, and selfish, But it turned out she was even worse, a heartless ingrate with a mind as small as a sesame seed. With such a narrow mindset, old lady Chen expected her to help the family. If one day the Chen family truly fell into despair, Enrollment would never show them any mercy. Thinking this, she ignored Enrollment and looked at old lady Chen with a bit more sympathy. Mother, this pastry really is from Qing. If you want some, I would be happy to share. I was just thinking of bringing some to you and father to try. If you still don't believe me, I can call Qing over, and you can ask her yourself. Old man Chen, who had been silent, cleared his throat and said, Wife, the second branch is always filial and wouldn't lie. Besides, didn't we see Qing buying pastries a couple of days ago? I remember she even gave a box to the village chief's wife. Old lady Chen's expression stiffened, but she still felt unwilling. That girl bought delicious treats but didn't show her any filial piety, sending such valuable pastries to others instead of her own grandmother. How ungrateful! The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Qingqing was an ingrate. Thankfully, she had never doted on her, otherwise it would have been a waste of genuine affection. She spat in dissatisfaction. That ungrateful girl really doesn't know the difference between close and distant relatives. Under the eaves, a thin young boy stood up. He was Daba, the eldest son of Chen Han. He stepped forward with a mocking expression on his face. Grandma, be honest with yourself. Since childhood, you have only cared about my uncle's family, me, Erbao, and my cousin Feng, along with my sister Qingqing and brother Chen Han. Have you ever shown us even a little love? When my uncle's family was driven away, and when you wanted to sell my sister Qing, did you feel any pity? You say my sister is ungrateful, but has Enrollment, who grew up in town, ever brought you a piece of cake? Every time she eats the eggs you cook for her, has she ever thought of sharing even a bite with her bao? Grandma Chen was left speechless by these words, her face turning various shades of pale. She never expected her usually quiet grandson to speak like this. After a moment, she angrily shouted, How dare you speak to me like that? Daba, you ungrateful child. I'll teach you a lesson. After saying this, Grandma Chen grabbed a stick and swung it at Daba. He quickly dodged. Growing up, he and his siblings were treated like weeds, while Grandma and Grandpa only cared for their uncle's family, often scolding and hitting them. His eyes filled with anger. Grandma, today I will be unfilial. Even if you hit me, I will say what's in my heart. Enrollment frowned and scolded Daba, second brother. What are you doing?
You can't talk to Grandma like that.
Enrollment, be quiet. Don't pretend to be the good person here. Your words might fool Grandma, but don't think we're all fools, Daba shouted angrily. Tears filled Enrollment's eyes. Second brother, why are you saying this? What did I do to upset you? You haven't upset me. I'm just speaking the truth. You're bullying me, Enrollment said, biting her lip, feeling a deep resentment toward Daba. Enough. Stop making a scene over a box of pastries. It's embarrassing, Grandpa Chen said sternly. Chen Zhanliang was also taken aback by his eldest son. This child had always been serious and quiet, but today he spoke so clearly. Disrespecting elders was wrong, yet he felt that his son's words made sense. Although he disapproved of Grandma Chen's actions, his inherent kindness prevented him from allowing his son to disrespect her. Chen Zhanliang firmly said, Daba, don't make Grandma angry. She's older, and we, as the younger generation, should be more understanding. Dad, my grandma doesn't treat us like people. She only cares about my uncle's family. Why don't we just separate and live on our own? Don't talk nonsense. Your grandparents are still alive. How can we separate? Chen Zhanliang shook his head repeatedly. He had thought about separating, but with his parents still around, it wouldn't be right to leave them behind.
People would talk badly about him. But
Chen Debeos wanted to say more, but Chen Zhanliang interrupted. Enough, hurry back inside. Don't say such things again. He then smiled at Grandma Chen. Mom, calm down. Go rest in the house. I'll bring you some pastries to try later. At least you have some conscience, Grandma Chen said, finally showing a satisfied expression. Qingqing had already heard everything that happened here. She never expected that a box of pastries would cause such a big fuss. Although she didn't intend for Grandma Chen to eat the pastries, since she had already given them to the second branch, she had no right to interfere anymore. In the neighboring yard, the commotion over a box of pastries was clear to Chen Zanshan and his wife. Thinking back to the day when Chen Zansai encouraged Grandma Chen to ask him for money, Chen Zanshan felt a pang of frustration. Over the years, the third brother seemed to have learned only to enjoy life and forgotten his original intentions. He had become increasingly irresponsible, acting like a lord when he returned home. When they lived together, he had grown numb to it, but after moving out, he realized how wrong the third brother was. He frowned and sighed. "Xiaomei, we're lucky we moved out. Otherwise, we would still be exploited at the old house." Lin Shi smiled faintly. Who can argue with that? Now it's just the second and third brothers left. Our parents can't treat everyone equally. It's normal for the Zhanliang family to have complaints. My grandparents are biased. Bao is so thin he can't even get an egg to eat, and my grandma still wants to take the box of pastries for Sister Rulin. Chunjai and Sister Rulin have eaten all kinds of good things. They used to show off in front of me and Bao about how much better their food was in town. Sigh. Bao is so pitiful. Chen Han and Chen Bao were both 8 years old, and he was only a month older. He felt a strong desire to protect Bao, especially since they had grown up together and were very close. He put down his pen, raised his head, and vented his frustrations on behalf of Chen Bao. Listening to him mumble, Lin chuckled softly. "I know you have a good relationship with Bao. In the future, when there's something tasty, just call him over to share it together." Chen Han shook his head like a little adult. "Mom, Bao has his pride. He knows we have separated from Grandpa and Grandma, and now we are two different families. He feels embarrassed to come to our house for a meal." Seeing Chen Han worry about Bao, Chen Qingqing smiled helplessly. "Xiao Han, you should focus on studying well now. Once you have the ability, you can take care of Bao. If you can't even take care of yourself, how can you help him?" Chen Han nodded seriously. "Sister, I understand." All along, Chen Qingqing felt sorry for Chen Zhanliang's family. No matter how much they gave, they would eventually be drained by the third family. It would be better to live separately. Not wanting to leave likely meant holding on to some hope for Qingzhan. After all, they had supported him for so many years. If he could pass the scholar exam, it would be quite an achievement in this small village, making it easier for Daba and Bao to find partners. Moreover, if the old couple didn't mention separating, the second family moving out would be seen as unfilial, making it hard for them to hold their heads high in the village. At first, Grandma Chen thought she could control Qingzhanshan when she kicked the first family out and severed ties. But she didn't expect things to change, leading to her losing everything. Grandma Chen must regret it deeply now. Qingzhanshan said with a smile, "All right, we can't control what happens at the old house. If your uncle's family really can't get by, they will naturally come to us for help. When that time comes, we won't turn them away." Lin nodded in agreement. "You're right, dear. Zhanliang and his wife are good people. They helped us during our hardest times, no matter what they gave us. We should repay that kindness when we have the chance." Chen Qingqing smiled and added, "Mom is right. I agree with this approach." "I agree too." Chen Han raised his hand. Chen Zhanshan stood up with a smile and took out a handful of coins. "Ever since Qing girl found ginseng, our luck seems to have turned around. I've been earning 10 coins a day in town lately. Although it's not as much as what Qing girl makes, 10 coins a day adds up to 300 coins a month, which can save over 3 taels of silver in a year. Qing girl, you shouldn't take risks in the Wolf Valley to dig for ginseng anymore. I don't want your parents to worry."
"Dad, don't worry.
"I won't joke with my life." To avoid worrying them, Chen Qingqing nodded obediently, but she didn't really think that way. How could her father's small earnings support Chen Han's education and help her brother Chen Feng open a restaurant? Besides, she had been thinking about the 9-leaf ginseng king on the mountain. She had to dig it up. Although the current money was enough for her family to live well, she didn't want her skills to go to waste. She still hoped to open a clinic to help more people escape the pain caused by illness. Of course, people like Fan Tong and Fan Hun were exceptions. She didn't want to deceive anyone, but since the magical ring given by the ghost brother supported punishing wrongdoers, she couldn't be blamed for lacking medical ethics. At that moment, Lin Shi held a set of finished clothes and smiled at Qingqing, saying, "Qing girl, come try on the clothes."
Mom, you work so fast.
My clothes are ready in just a few days. Lin Shi felt a bit shy from the compliment. I see you often go to town wearing patched clothes, and I worry you might be looked down upon, so I put in some effort to make these for you. Lin Shi heard from the village leader's wife about her daughter's bet with Enrollment. Her daughter was considerate and didn't want her to worry, so she hadn't mentioned it. Fortunately, the village leader's wife told her, or she would have been kept in the dark. That's why she had been working day and night to finish the clothes. Seeing Lin Shi's tired eyes, Qingqing took the clothes and set them aside. She held her mother's hands and noticed many needle pricks and bruises on them. She felt a bit heartbroken. Mom, it doesn't matter what I wear. I don't care about others' opinions. That's true, but there are too many people who judge by appearances. They tend to flatter those who dress well. I don't want you to suffer because of that, Lin Shi said lovingly. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Quickly try on the clothes to see if they fit. Okay. Qingqing nodded and went inside to change quickly. She put on a pair of pants and a short jacket. The fabric wasn't expensive, but it felt very comfortable. The waist was tailored perfectly, highlighting her slender figure, and the neckline was adorned with a delicate blue lace. The apricot-colored outfit made her look even more vibrant. Qingqing stepped out and twirled in front of Lin Shi. Mom, your skills are amazing. It fits perfectly. Thank you. Lin Shi playfully glared at her. You silly girl. Why are you being so polite with me? Qingqing felt touched. She was no longer alone in this life. She had a caring father, a loving mother, a protective brother, and an admiring younger brother. This feeling was truly wonderful. The next day, after breakfast, Qingqing took the land deed for the 4 acres from Lin Shi and planned to visit the village chief. She had been so busy lately, and today she finally had some time. She needed to give the land deed to Wu Baoan to help with the transfer process at the county office. It had been almost a month since the division of the family, and she hadn't opened an account yet, so she would also ask him to handle both matters together. Qingqing took out the key from her cloth bag, unlocked the cabinet, and took out 10 eggs to put in a basket. She also bought 3 bags of compressed biscuits for 30 won from the outdoor rescue space, opened the packaging, and divided them into 2 portions wrapped in brown paper, one placed on top of the eggs and the other locked in the cabinet. After finishing all this, she finally left her house. Arriving at Wu Baoan's home, she found him feeding chickens in the yard. Seeing Qingqing, he quickly put down the chicken feed and greeted her with a smile. "Qing girl, you're here. Uncle, is my aunt not home?" Before she finished speaking, the village chief's wife walked in from outside. "Qing girl, I'm here. I just went to the garden to pick some vegetables. Come in and sit down." Qingqing took out the items from her basket, and I bought some eggs and a pack of snacks in town yesterday. I brought them for you to try. The village chief's wife smiled and waved her hand. "Oh, you child, you don't need to bring anything when you visit. Aunt, these snacks look quite special, so I thought I'd share them with you." "All right, you're such a good child. I don't understand why old lady Chen would want to sell such a wonderful child." The village chief's wife began to complain. Wu Baoan couldn't take it anymore and interrupted. "All right, let's not dwell on that. Qing girl's family isn't starving. Life is getting better day by day." "You're right. I'm just speaking up for the Zhang family," the village chief's wife said, falling silent. Wu Baoan asked, "Qing girl, do you need something?" "Uncle, I do have a favor to ask," Qingqing said, pulling out the land deed and the division document. "I need your help to go to the county office to register our household and get the official seal on this land deed." Wu Baoan glanced at the documents and nodded. "In a couple of days, I'll be going to Anyang County for some business. I can take care of these 2 matters for you. Don't worry." Qingqing took out a few silver coins from her bag and handed them to Wu Baoan. "Uncle, take this money. You will meet it at the government office." Wu Baoan smiled with satisfaction. This girl knows how to handle things and understands that spending money can solve problems. Qing girl, I will accept this money. I will buy 2 boxes of snacks for the county clerk and give him a red envelope. That way, we can get the land deed and household registration done quickly, and we won't have to make multiple trips. After all, the road to Anyang County is not short, and waiting 3 to 5 days would waste time. Uncle, that's exactly what I mean. I will leave these 2 matters to you. After leaving Wu Baoan's house, Qingqing thought she should check on the porridge distribution in town, deliver Fan Tong's medicine, and help remove the remaining lice from him. She made up her mind, told Lin Shi, and took Lu Leiahan's ox cart to the town. From a distance, she saw the porridge stand set up by the Fan family, surrounded by people. She felt pleased. It seemed Fan Tong was truly intimidated. However, a greedy landlord like him needed to be made to pay. As she approached, she heard a group of people shaking their heads and sighing. Look at this watery soup. How can it be called porridge? It's just plain water. Fan, the landlord, is so stingy. Can't he put in a bit more rice? Exactly. I think Fan is just putting on a show to gain a good reputation. Right. Drinking this won't fill your stomach. It would be better if they didn't distribute porridge at all. All right, everyone. In these times, it's good that someone is giving out porridge. At least we can eat something and not starve. We should be grateful. Hearing this, Qingqing frowned. Fan Tong truly couldn't change his greedy ways. He was being extremely stingy. For him to distribute porridge as a good deed and treat people like this was unacceptable. Just then, Shi Taisho, who was serving the porridge, shouted, "What are you all complaining about? You have food and still want to complain. My master is kindly giving out porridge, and instead of being grateful, you slander his character. If you want to eat, then eat. If not, go away and stop causing trouble." Although the group was unhappy, they didn't dare to argue back and lowered their heads, remaining silent. Qingqing saw Shi Taisho's arrogant and disdainful attitude, treating the refugees as if they were not human. Anger surged within her as she stepped forward. "Sure, butler, what is this attitude? If your master wants to do good and provide porridge, then show some sincerity. Look at this pot. There are no rice grains, just plain water. Is this what you call doing good?" Shi Taisho was taken aback. Just as he was about to get angry, he saw it was Qingqing and quickly put on a smile. "Oh, it's Miss Chen. What brings you here? I just stopped by to see, but I didn't expect you to do charity like this. This is a matter of life and death. How can you be so careless?" Yes, Miss Chen is right. I'm just following orders. My master instructed that we can only use 50 pounds of grain to make porridge each day. Look at these refugees. How can 50 pounds be enough? To ensure everyone gets a bite, I have to add more water and less grain, Shi Taisho said, frowning and looking helpless. Hearing this made Qingqing grit her teeth in anger. This Fan Tong was truly hopeless. To think he would handle charity this way showed his heart was not in the right place. If your master is so stingy, there's no need to pretend here. This is just deceiving people. Yes, Miss Chen, I have advised my master, but he won't listen. He believes as long as these refugees don't starve to death, he has done a great good deed. What can I, as servant, do but obey? Shi Taisho sighed. My master values money over lives. Even with the situation of his son, he remains stubborn. If he were to face consequences, maybe he would change his ways. Qingqing sensed that Shi Taisho was speaking the truth. It seemed that unless Fan Tong faced some hardship, he would not genuinely do good. Fine, if you don't believe in change, then I will let you be. With that resolve, she ignored Shi Taisho and walked toward the Fan family. At the Fan family home, Fan Tong lay in bed with his eyes closed, resting. He was secretly calculating that his rash was almost healed. Once he took the pills made by Qingqing, he would be completely cured. At that time, he could do as he pleased and show off in front of his concubines. But thinking of those concubines, he suddenly lost interest. The concubines in the backyard were plain-looking, with wide hips and thick waists, always wearing heavy makeup that made them look like monsters. He couldn't stand to look at them. Suddenly, he remembered Qingqing's pure and lovely face, which didn't need any makeup and captivated him at a glance. She was truly more beautiful than flowers and more charming than jade. Most importantly, her medical skills were exceptional. She could really save lives in critical moments. If he could have such a wonderful person by his side, he would live a long and happy life like a fairy. No, he decided that once his illness was completely cured, he had to find a way to bring her into his home. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just then, Mrs. Fan walked in and saw him. "Sir, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing, nothing," Fan Tong replied, flustered, trying to act calm. Following closely behind, Fan Han had a mischievous smile. "Dad, are you thinking about some girl again?" "Nonsense. I'm just recovering from a serious illness. How could I think about that?" "Don't deny it, Dad." "Look, you're drooling and still say you're not thinking about a girl?" Reminded by Fan Han, Fan Tong quickly wiped the corner of his mouth, realizing his mistake. "You little rascal. Always being so disrespectful. Who said drooling means thinking about girls?" Fan Han laughed heartily, shaking his round head. "Dad, don't be embarrassed. Whenever you daydream, it's natural to drool." "That's nonsense. I'm just hungry, which is why I'm drooling." "Stop lying." "Hungry for what? Who believes that?" Fan Han rolled his eyes. Hearing this, Fan Tong was so angry he could barely breathe. This mischievous son never learned, despite being told many times to think before speaking. One day, he would drive him to the edge. He glared at Fan Han. "Be a bit serious. Look at your behavior. Take care of your health and stop thinking about nonsense."
Fan Han grinned. "Don't worry, Dad.
"I'm not afraid of anything except death. So, to stay alive, I promise not to think about girls for 6 months." Fan Tong snorted. "That's more like it." Fan Han made a funny face. "Dad, tell me the truth. Who are you thinking about just now?" Fan Tong, caught off guard, raised his hand as if to hit Fan Han. "Who could I be thinking about?" "Just shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I might really hit you." Fan Han quickly dodged to the side. "Mom, look at Dad. He's going to hit me again." Mrs. Fan protected Fan Han behind her, saying, "Enough, stop trying to hit my dear son. I know what kind of person you are, and my son is right." Although Fan Tong felt unhappy, he didn't dare to show it. After all, Mrs. Fan was his legitimate wife, and his brother-in-law was the county magistrate of Anyang. Even if he had 100 times more courage, he wouldn't argue with her, as the Fan family still needed her support. Otherwise, given Mrs. Fan's current condition, he wouldn't always discuss things with her so politely. He had to reluctantly give in, saying, "Madam, please indulge him. I only have one son. How can I not spoil him?" Mrs. Fan replied, giving him a playful glare. She continued, "Sir, is it a bit too little to have the steward cook only 50 pounds of grain a day?" When it came to food, Fan Tong felt a pang of pain. 50 pounds of grain is already a lot. That's our supply for a month. If we really want to distribute porridge freely, we would need at least 1,000 or 1,800 pounds a day. Considering labor and other costs, it would take about 180 taels of silver a day. With that money, we could do so much more. Just enough porridge to keep the poor alive is all we can manage. Mrs. Fan nodded in agreement. "That's true, but I can't shake the feeling of unease. What if the spirits think we are not sincere and punish us?" "You worry too much," Fan Tong said confidently. "As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a pagoda. Even if our porridge is a bit thin, it can still save many lives. Just think, the Buddha says saving one person is like building a pagoda. If we save so many, how high would that pagoda be?" Mrs. Fan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, dear, you are right. This is also a way of doing good." Fan Han started counting on his fingers. "Dad, if there are over 100 people, that's several hundred levels. Does that mean we are going to heaven?" "You silly boy. We can't go to heaven. We can only say we have great virtue and blessings, and our family's future will surely get better." Fan Han rubbed his smooth head. "Then will my hair grow back?" Of course. Our family has accumulated great virtue. If the spirits don't bless us, even our ancestors would come back to settle scores with those who do wrong. Sir, please don't say such things. Mrs. Fan shivered in fear, looking around in panic. That thing could be anywhere. If it hears you speaking so disrespectfully, it might take away your hair, and that would be trouble. Fan Tong shook his head and smiled.
Don't worry, madam.
We have done great good, so those evil spirits won't bother us. Just then, a servant came in to report, Sir, Miss Chen is here to see you. Fan Tong felt a surge of joy. It seemed Miss Chen really did have a connection with him. Quickly, please show her in. When Qingqing walked in, Fan Tong's eyes widened. She was wearing a new outfit, and her figure looked even more enchanting, truly a rare beauty. Fan Han noticed his father's eyes nearly popping out and rolled his eyes in frustration. It was embarrassing to see his father so captivated by a pretty woman. Those spirits should punish a father who is more lecherous than his son instead of just taking away his hair, leaving him too ashamed to go out. Unable to watch any longer, he called out loudly, Dad, what are you doing? You're going to start drooling. Fan Tong snapped back to reality, shaking his head and rubbing his hands with a big smile. Miss Chen, please have a seat. Seeing his awkwardness, Qingqing looked away, her expression calm. Sir Fan, have you prepared everything for the porridge distribution? Don't worry, Miss Chen. I've already instructed Steward Sher to start distributing porridge to help the people, and it will continue for 10 days without fail. That's good, but remember, the standard for the porridge is that the chopsticks should stand upright and the cloth should not leak. If you cut corners and deceive the spirits, I believe they will not let it go. Recalling what she had seen at the porridge distribution site, Qingqing's eyes darkened as she issued a warning. Hearing the underlying tone in Qingqing's words, Fan Tong felt displeased. Who in Qingxue town had ever received a free meal from the Fan family? Now that he was willing to distribute porridge to prevent those poor refugees from starving, it was already a great act of kindness. Expecting thick, rich porridge was simply unrealistic. Even this thin porridge was a significant act of charity for the refugees, and if his ancestors knew, they would surely give him a thumbs up. He felt proud. Miss Chen, rest assured, I am sincerely helping the people with porridge. How could I dare to deceive the spirits? Qingqing saw him talking nonsense and thought to herself that he would never change. This person is deeply flawed, and if she didn't let him face some hardship, it would be unfair to his ancestors. She hid her anger and said sarcastically, Since Master Fan is so sincere, I believe the gods will surely bless your Fan family with smooth affairs and good fortune. Fan Tong thought she was flattering him and smiled widely. Thanks to Miss Chen's kind words, the Fan family will surely grow richer and become a prominent, wealthy family. Mrs. Fan also looked pleased. Miss Chen, did you come today to check on my husband again? Although Qingqing was frustrated, she knew that punishing wrongdoers wasn't something that could be rushed. She had to act discreetly. Yes, today marks the 3rd day of our agreement. I was worried about Master Fan's condition worsening, so I came to check. Great. Thank you for your concern, Miss Chen. Fan Tong said with a grin, With your miraculous skills, I feel much better, but this morning my stomach felt a bit itchy again. The evil energy in your body hasn't fully cleared, so the itchiness is normal. I will give you another acupuncture treatment shortly, Qingqing said, as she took out a paper bag from her backpack. Here are the pills I prepared for you. Take 1 3 times a day. Wow, I didn't expect you to prepare the medicines so quickly. Thank you for your hard work, Fan Tong said with a smile, carefully opening the bag to see the life-saving pills, nearly moved to tears. This is wonderful. I won't have to suffer from that terrible itch anymore. Mrs. Fan looked at Qingqing with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Chen, for helping my husband with his stubborn illness. You are truly a lifesaver for our Fan family. Mrs. Fan, Master Fan, please don't celebrate too soon. You know this medicine is made from poison, and whether it will fully cure the problem depends on Master Fan's fortune. Fan Tong's excitement was doused like cold water, and his face turned pale. Miss Chen, what do you mean by that? Master Fan, when I proposed 2 options, you chose the second one. I made it clear that the second option is to use poison to counteract poison. It can only suppress the evil energy in your body, and whether it will relapse is beyond my control. Mrs. Fan felt anxious, but still tried to comfort him. My husband, Miss Chen, has done her best. You are a wealthy man, and today you have done good deeds. You will surely live a long life. Fan Tong nodded. What my wife says is very true. Madame Fan smiled gratefully at Qingqing. Miss Chen, you have cured my husband's itchy condition. Our Fan family truly doesn't know how to thank you. You're too kind. It's the duty of a doctor. It's nothing special, Qingqing replied. Madame Fan was just being polite, but Fan Huan took it seriously and quickly added, Mother, if you want to thank Miss Chen, it's simple. Just give her a couple of your jewelry pieces. Qingqing almost laughed at the foolish son of the landlord. She raised an eyebrow. Young Master Fan is joking. I am just a doctor. I wouldn't ask for Madame Fan's jewelry. Just paying me the agreed 20 taels of consultation fee is enough. Madame Fan was anxious and stared wide-eyed. This foolish son took her politeness seriously. Her jewelry was worth many taels each. Why should she give it away? Thankfully, this Miss Chen was sensible. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. She smiled awkwardly. Miss Chen, don't worry. After your treatment, we will definitely pay you the agreed fee. Qingqing smiled lightly. All right, then I will proceed with the treatment for your husband. Fan Huan quickly lay down on the bed. Thank you, Miss Chen. Qingqing took out her silver needles and tools, carefully removing several large lice from his belly button. Then, with a thought, she conjured a dose of medicine in her hand. Fan Huan, I didn't want to trouble you further, but since you are so focused on money and not on doing the right thing, I'll have to make you lose a bit of hair to help you understand. Thinking this, she raised her hand towards his face. Fan Huan lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to daydream. Miss Chen's technique was truly remarkable. He felt no pain at all, but rather a sense of comfort. Knowing this was the last treatment made him feel a bit regretful. As he was lost in thought, a refreshing fragrance wafted over, causing Fan Huan to sniff the air. What is that smell? It's so nice. It's like the scent of makeup or flowers, simply delightful. Hearing this, Fan Huan couldn't help but rush closer. Father, what smells so good? I love nice scents. Let me smell it too. He leaned in and took a deep breath. Yes, it's a lovely fragrance, a bit like the scent from the golden lotus at Zui Xianglu. No, wait. It's more like the scent from the Moon Lady, but hers is a bit overpowering. Seeing him shake his head, Fan Tong glared at him angrily and said, What nonsense are you talking about? The scent of Yunyang is unique and different from other fragrances. It has a bit of a strong smell. You really don't know how to enjoy it. Dad, please stop. Fan Han laughed and shook his head. To put it simply, Yunyang has body odor mixed with makeup, so of course it smells different. I think there's something wrong with your nose. The more Fan Tong listened, the more he felt something was off. Realizing he had been led astray by his son, he quickly pointed and said, You little rascal, who is discussing such nonsense with you? Hurry up and go away. You two should be more serious. Don't just talk and get worked up, Mrs. Fan shouted in annoyance. Okay, I won't say anything. Fan Han angrily stepped aside. Qingqing glanced at Mrs. Fan, thinking she wasn't easy to deal with either. Since that was the case, why not have the whole family go bald? That would have a better effect. Determined, she raised her hand, and Mrs. Fan suddenly caught a whiff of a pleasant scent. She quickly sniffed. Wow, there really is a nice fragrance. It smells quite nice. Fan Tong quickly sat up. Madam, let me smell it. I didn't get enough earlier because Hunter interrupted. Hurry and lie down. Miss Chen hasn't told you to get up yet. Right, I forgot about that. Fan Tong quickly lay back down. Qingqing scoffed inwardly. If he liked to smell it, he could smell more. The more he smelled, the better the hair loss effect would be. This bottle of powder was something she had specially bought for 100 coins yesterday. While it wouldn't cause the same issues as Fan Han, it would definitely make him bald. Aren't they the ones who don't believe in karma? Let's see how they feel tomorrow when he has no hair. The next morning,
Ah!
A sharp scream echoed through the Fan household. On the bedding and pillow was a dark mess. Even the hair in private areas was gone, and Mrs. Fan completely broke down. The serving maid heard the scream and rushed in, instantly stunned by the sight before her. Mrs. Fan's shiny bald head glistened in the sunlight, and without eyebrows or eyelashes, she looked like a monster. The little maid trembled as she approached. "And madam, what happened to you?" "My hair, my eyebrows, my
Hair.
Mrs. Fan touched her head in panic, looking around fearfully. "It's over. Karma has come. That thing is still at home. Hurry, go find the master for me." The young maid was already frightened and confused by her appearance. When she heard she was to find the master, she quickly nodded and left. At that moment, Fan Tong was still tangled up in bed with Yunyang at the Zue Xiang building. After taking the pills from Qingqing and receiving some acupuncture yesterday, he felt refreshed, as if he had been reborn. His itchiness was gone, and he felt more energetic. After dinner, he quietly went to the Zue Xiang building with Fan Han. After a long night, he was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep with Yunyang. Yunyang was sleeping soundly when she suddenly felt an itch on her face. Rubbing her hand across it, she felt something fuzzy and was startled. She quickly opened her eyes and was shocked by what she saw. In her hand was a handful of hair, and next to her was a large, bald monk she hadn't noticed before. The monk was very pale and chubby, without any hair, looking quite fierce. Yunyang screamed in fright and kicked at the person beside her, shouting, "You bald donkey! How dare you take advantage of me? You must be tired of living." Seeing the bald head in front of her, she was furious and kicked again, yelling, "Get off my bed." Meanwhile, Fan Tong was having a pleasant dream. He dreamt he was drinking tea in a room when a beautiful woman appeared, hugging and kissing him, making him feel weak all over. Just as he was lost in bliss, he suddenly felt the woman transform into a large, hairless pig, kicking and biting him, causing him pain. Startled, Fan Tong opened his eyes to find himself naked on the cold floor, shivering from the chill. He looked up to see Yunyang glaring at him. Furious, he shouted, "You filthy woman! How dare you kick me out of bed? You must be tired of living." Yunyang, still shaken, stammered, "Who are you? How did you get in my room? What happened to Master Fan?" Hearing this, Fan Tong was even angrier. "Are you blind? Look closely and see who I am." Yunyang had calmed down from her earlier panic and, upon hearing his voice, felt it was somewhat familiar. Taking a closer look, she realized that the bald monk did resemble Fan Tong, but the change was too drastic. Unable to hold back, she burst into laughter. "Master Fan, it really is you." After speaking, she quickly got off the bed to help Fan Tong up. "It's not me, it's your ancestors," Fan Tong replied coldly, his face showing anger. "You need to explain why you kicked and hit me and even threw me off the bed. If you can't give me a good reason, be careful, or I might hurt you." Yunyang felt a shiver. Fan Han was the local tyrant of Qingqing town, ruthless and feared by everyone. Not only had she hit him today, but she had also kicked him off the bed. If she didn't explain herself, the consequences could be serious. Thinking this, she quickly put on a big smile and said playfully, "Master Fan, you've really wronged me. In my sleep, I suddenly touched something furry and thought it was a monster, which is why I lost my composure. Please forgive me." Fan Tong's anger eased a bit as he squinted at her.
Don't give me that nonsense.
"Explain why you took advantage of me while I was asleep. Were you trying to rob me?" Yunyang looked at him, completely bald, and tried hard not to laugh as she explained, "How could I dare to have thoughts about you? I truly didn't realize it was you, so there was a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? Are you trying to fool me? Last night, you were calling me brother sweetly, and now you don't recognize me after one night?" Fan Tong huffed, his face dark. "So, what? You weren't satisfied with how I treated you? Want to do it again?" Looking at his bald head was unappealing. If she had to do it again, she would probably be traumatized. Yunyang quickly shook her head. No, let's forget it." "You're rejecting me," Fan Tong said, his expression darkening. Yunyang sighed, forcing a smile. Master Fan, you look really scary right now, and I'm a bit afraid. Last night, you were so fond of me, and now you say you're scared. Is it because I'm too impressive for you to handle? Fan Tong misunderstood, grinning lewdly and leaning closer to her. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. Seeing his ugly face coming closer, Yunyang raised her hand and slapped him.
Stop it.
Fan Tong was stunned for a moment, then grinned mischievously. Oh, so you like to play like this? Come on, get a rope and tie me up. I promise to cooperate. Yunyang was at a loss for words. With his large, round body and no hair at all, tying him up would just make him look like a big, fat pig ready for slaughter. Seeing that he misunderstood her again, Yunyang shook her head and sighed. She went to the dressing mirror, picked up a bronze mirror, and handed it to Fan Tong. Mr. Fan, look in the mirror and you'll understand. Fan Tong's eyes showed a hint of confusion as he instinctively scratched his head. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he quickly took the mirror to look at himself, his hair, his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered how his son looked the other day and hurriedly reached down to check. He looked down and saw everything was still there. Thankfully, nothing had changed. He let out a long sigh, then froze again. His hair was gone too. With a dark expression, he said, Yunyang, did you shave my hair while I was asleep? Yunyang shook her head in denial. Mr. Fan, don't blame me. I opened my eyes and saw you like this. It nearly scared me to death. It's over, I've been cursed. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a servant outside saying, Mr. Fan, the lady needs to discuss something with you. Please come back quickly. Got it, I'll be right there. Fan Tong hurried to get dressed, quickly wrapped a piece of cloth around his head, and rushed out the door. Fan Tong left the Zue Xiang building with his head down and quickly climbed into the carriage waiting at the door. While sitting inside, he heard complaints from outside. This Fan family has hundreds of acres of good land and many shops. They are one of the richest families in Qingqing town. Why do they still trick people when they have so much money? Exactly. The rice porridge is just thin water. It's purely deceiving. Mr. Fan is wealthy but unkind. Heaven will surely punish him. Yes, the Fan family is lacking in virtue. They will face retribution sooner or later. Fan Tong's face turned dark as he quietly peeked out from the carriage curtain. He saw that the speakers were a few people sitting by the roadside eating breakfast, not disaster victims. Anger surged within him, and he almost got out to scold them. But then he remembered his current embarrassing appearance. If the people of Qingqing town saw him like this, it would be incredibly humiliating. He had to swallow his anger. At the Fan residence, Fan Tong got out of the carriage. To avoid letting Madame Fan and the household servants see his awkward state, he tightened the cloth on his head. Then, with his head down, he hurriedly walked into the house. As soon as he entered, he saw Madame Fan, her head wrapped tightly, sitting by the bed and softly crying. Fan Tong asked with concern, Madam, why are you covering your head on such a hot day? Aren't you afraid of getting heat rash? Madame Fan stopped crying and looked at Fan Tong with a resentful expression. You criticize me, but you are wrapped up tightly too.
I'm Fine.
Look at you. You're sweating from the heat, yet you're still bundled up. Hurry and take off your headscarf, Fan Tong said, reaching out to help her remove it. Madame Fan felt she looked too ugly and worried she might scare Fan Tong, so she quickly lowered her head to avoid him. Sir, I caught a chill while sleeping last night. If I don't cover my head, it hurts badly. But you should take off your headscarf quickly. If you catch a fever, it won't be a joke. I'm fine, really. I'm not hot, Fan Tong replied, wiping the sweat off his face. He then asked, Madam, why did you call me back? Is your headache really bad? Should I call a doctor? No, it's just that I was a bit worried since you weren't home, Madame Fan said. Suddenly, Madame Fan noticed something missing from Fan Tong's face and rubbed her eyes in shock. Sir, where are your eyebrows? Realizing he couldn't hide it anymore, Fan Tong pulled off the cloth covering his head, revealing his bald head, and said with a quivering voice, Madam, I think I've been punished. I've been shaved by a ghost. Madame Fan was taken aback. What do you mean? You were shaved by a ghost? Fan Tong nodded. Madam, This is too strange. Our family is really facing a punishment. Seeing Fan Tong's bald head, Madame Fan pounded her chest in distress. This is terrible. Why couldn't you just do some good deeds sincerely? Now look at this. How will we face people in the future? Madam, please don't blame me. If I go out, I can just wear a hat, Fan Tong replied. And what about me? Madame Fan said, pulling off her own head covering to reveal her bald head. Fan Tong was stunned. Madam, you too? Yes, I look like a bald egg now, Madame Fan said, stamping her foot and starting to cry. This is too funny. Just then, Fan Huan walked in laughing. Dad, Mom, I didn't expect you both to be bald too. What nonsense are you talking about? Madame Fan quickly wrapped her head again. Fan Tong glared at Fan Huan in anger. You little rascal, look at how we are, and you're still laughing. Dad, Mom, who can you blame? You didn't listen to advice. Yesterday, Miss Chen said to make the rice porridge for the disaster victims thicker, but you didn't listen. Now, look, the punishment has come. Fan Tong felt a tightness in his heart. Did he really offend the spirits, leading to this misfortune? He looked pale and said, Madam, it seems our family is truly haunted. Sir, I've felt something was wrong for a while, but now I've lost all my hair. What should we do? Mrs. Fan said with red eyes, feeling lost. Fan Huan shook his head and smiled. What can we do now? We should quickly ask Miss Chen for help. Right? How did I not think of that? Fan Tong shouted towards the door, Shoot! Why are you just standing outside? Hurry and invite Miss Chen. Shi Taisho had already heard that the master and mistress had both gone bald. He couldn't focus on his work and peeked inside. He felt amused, thinking, oh my, they are shinier than a boiled egg. They must have done something wrong to deserve this. It serves them right. Now the whole family is bald. They won't even need lights at night. He stretched his neck to look inside when Fan Tong called him, and he quickly ran closer. Yes, sir, I'll go right away. Wait, come back. Fan Tong stopped him. You need to tell someone to go to town and invite the famous Master Meng. Understood, sir. I'll send someone right away. Shi Taisho hurriedly left with his men. Fan Huan was confused about why his father wanted to invite Master Meng. Father, what does Master Meng do? Why do we need her? Fan Tong was anxious and sweating. She is a well-known medium in our town. I want her to see which spirit we offended, so she can help us perform a ritual to send them away. If we're inviting Miss Chen, why invite her too? Isn't that unnecessary? You don't understand. This is a two-pronged approach. If Master Meng is powerful enough to subdue the spirits, we won't need to do anything else. Just giving her a few silver coins is cheaper than other methods. If she can't handle it, we'll listen to what Miss Chen suggests. Either way, we need to find a solution that saves money and is effective. At this point, Fan Tong was still thinking about how to save money. Mrs. Fan nodded repeatedly. You're absolutely right, sir. We should have invited Master Meng earlier. Maybe if she had performed a ritual, we wouldn't be in this situation. Exactly. I'm just trying to save some money. After all, Master Meng charges a lot. I heard her rituals start at least at 5 taels of silver. Oh, dear, that's so expensive. Isn't that just highway robbery? Of course, if it were just 100 or 80 coins, I would have already sent someone to invite her. Fan Tong sighed and shook his head. Fan Hun clicked his tongue. You two are really something. Even after all this, you can't bear to spend 5 taels of silver. If you weren't bald, I bet you wouldn't be so worried. But now it's fine. We've all become like boiled eggs, so no one can laugh at anyone else. Qingqing sat in the carriage, feeling a bit hopeful about what would happen next with the Fan family. Without the hair of the Fan family members, they must believe they have offended the spirits, and they will surely be more cautious in their wrongdoings from now on. As the carriage entered Qingqing town, Qingqing lifted the curtain to look outside. The porridge stand was crowded, and many disaster victims had happy expressions on their faces. Today's rice porridge is really thick. I haven't eaten so well in a long time. Yes, Master Fan has really changed his ways today. I can hardly believe it. Master Fan must have had a change of heart. which is why the porridge is so thick. Listening to the discussions among the disaster victims, Qingqing smiled slightly. It seemed her hair removal powder was effective. Fan Tong was already starting to feel scared, believing that in the coming days, he would not dare to cut corners or deceive the disaster victims. The carriage soon arrived at the Fan residence. Qingqing was invited into the hall and saw Fan Tong and Madame Fan with their heads tightly wrapped, looking quite comical. She slightly bowed and asked knowingly, "Master Fan, may I ask why you were in such a hurry to invite me? Has your old ailment returned?" Before Fan Tong could speak, Chen Han burst out laughing. "Miss Chen, you guessed wrong this time. My father didn't have a recurrence of his old ailment. He was shaved by a ghost." "What? Master Fan was also completely shaved by an evil spirit?" Qingqing pretended to be shocked. "Yes," Fan Han said with a mischievous grin. "Not just my father. My mother has lost every single hair too." Qingqing slightly furrowed her brows, the smile in her eyes fading quickly. She looked up, her expression calm, and shook her head in confusion. "That can't be. The Fan family has already started distributing porridge. Logically, the evil spirit should have left. Why is it still causing trouble at the Fan residence? Could it be that there was a mistake in the process?" She looked at Fan Tong. "Master Fan, did you follow my instructions in treating the disaster victims, rather than just pretending to care?" Fan Tong's gaze faltered as he forced himself to lie. "Miss Chen, I absolutely did not deceive you. I genuinely wanted to do good deeds. Who knew it would turn out like this?"
Dad, how long is this going to go on?
"Why are you still talking nonsense?" Fan Huan said anxiously, jumping up and down. "Miss Chen, to be honest, my father gave porridge to the disaster victims yesterday, but there were hardly any rice grains in it. It was just a trick, no wonder we faced consequences." Qingqing nodded knowingly, shaking her head in regret. "I see, no wonder you and your wife lost all your hair overnight. This is the result of deceiving the divine." Fan Tong scratched his head, looking sorrowful. "Miss Chen, I realized my mistake. Early this morning, I sent someone to cook porridge, and I promise it will be made exactly as you requested, without any deceit or laziness. Yes, Miss Chen, please think of a way to help us drive away the evil from the Fan household." Mrs. Fan quickly chimed in. Qingqing frowned slightly. "Getting rid of this evil spirit is not easy. You have completely angered it. To ensure peace for the Fan family, you must spend money to avert disaster." Fan Tong felt a tightness in his chest, as if someone was stabbing his heart, and quickly asked, "What do you mean by spending money to avert disaster?" Qingqing thought for a moment. Fan Tong was wealthy but unkind, and his wrongdoings could not be changed with just a few words. If they could change, they wouldn't have deceived others while pretending to do good. No matter what, her role was to encourage goodness, helping those who were hungry. Achieving that was already her greatest effort. Qingqing said slowly, "Everything in this world has consequences. Doing good will bring rewards, while a house filled with evil will face misfortune. I believe Mr. Fan should focus on kindness. Providing porridge can extend your time a bit, and by accumulating good deeds, I believe the Fan family's misfortunes will eventually be resolved." As soon as she finished speaking, a servant rushed in. "Mr. Fan, Granny Meng has arrived." Qingqing looked up to see a woman in her 40s, wearing blue trousers and a top, with a large red flower in her hair, walk in. She sneered inwardly, realizing Fan Tong didn't trust her and had invited a fortune teller. The fortune teller was known for her tricks and illusions, but she could fool others, not her. She was curious to see how this fortune teller would deceive them. With that thought, Qingqing remained calm and observed quietly. Fan Tong quickly greeted her with a smile. "Granny Meng, welcome. Please come in." Granny Meng suddenly stopped, staring intently at Fan Tong. He felt uneasy under her gaze, and his smile froze. He couldn't help but think, is this fortune teller crazy? She hasn't said a word, and is just staring at me. Fortunately, it was daytime. If it were night, her pale face and bulging eyes could have scared him to death. Madame Fan was also quite frightened by Meng Shipo's actions, feeling a chill run down her spine. Meng Shipo, what's wrong with you? Meng Shipo seemed not to hear and continued to stare blankly at Fan Tong. Fan Han saw his father embarrassed by the ugly woman's gaze and couldn't help but laugh.
Dad, don't be shy.
Maybe Meng Shipo is attracted to your charming demeanor, which is why she's looking at you. Fan Tong shot him a glare. You rascal, don't be rude. This is Meng Shipo. Be quiet. All of you. Stop talking, Meng Shipo suddenly shouted, then fixed her intense gaze on Fan Han, stepping closer with a very eerie expression. Fan Han felt a chill and stepped back. W, what do you want? I am trying to avoid temptation, so please don't do anything strange. Oh, this is truly terrifying, Meng Shipo said dramatically. Just now, I used my special sight and saw that your family has dark energy surrounding them, haunted by evil spirits for a long time. You must perform a ritual to save your lives. Hearing this, the others were nearly scared out of their wits. Fan Tong broke into a sweat. Meng Shipo, where's the spirit? Do you have a way to drive it away? Meng Shipo looked terrified. The evil spirit is attached to you. Right now it's lurking on your back, staring at you, ready to snap your neck at any moment. Fan Tong was so scared he stammered. W, where is the ghost? Get it away from me. Meng Shipo squinted her eyes. She had already learned about the situation on her way there. She knew that those who sought her help believed in spirits, and the more frightening she made it sound, the more she could charge. After all, the Fan family was the wealthiest in Qingqing town, and she couldn't resist taking a big bite of that opportunity. Qingqing almost laughed at Meng Shipo's act. To trick people for money, she was indeed ruthless. But that was fine. Sometimes, it took a tough person to handle a tough situation. She wanted to see how Meng Shipo would deal with this wealthy master fan. Madame Fan was so scared, she felt like her soul was about to leave her body. Meng Shipo, please perform the ritual quickly and get rid of the evil spirit. Meng Shipo shook her head. It's a bit difficult to break the curse. Fan Tong was terrified, feeling as if a pair of sinister eyes were watching him from the dark, blowing a cold breeze on his neck. No wonder he felt like he had fallen into an ice pit, shivering all over. Meng Shipo, what if we can't break the curse? I said it's difficult, but I didn't say it's impossible. However, the spirit in your home is very strong, and capturing it will take a lot of energy. It depends on your sincerity. I am sincere, absolutely sincere. Fan Tong trembled as he took out 5 taels of silver from his pocket. Meng Shipo, this is a token of respect for you. To buy some drinks, just a small gesture. Meng Shipo casually accepted the money and put it in her pocket, thinking to herself that 5 taels was quite stingy. But every little bit counts, so she would keep it for now. There would be plenty of chances to get more later. Mr. Fan, I will subdue the spirit on your back, but you must cooperate and not move at all. Don't worry, I won't move. Meng Shipo took out a few yellow talismans from her bag and chanted as she walked around Fan Tong a few times, then stuck a talisman on his back. She finally smiled confidently, but suddenly, the talisman floated down. Meng Shipo was shocked and said sternly, "What a powerful spirit. Show yourself quickly." The surroundings remained silent. Oh no, the spirit has possessed young Master Fan and is sticking its tongue out at him. Fan Han nearly fainted from fear, his teeth chattering. Shipo, hurry and drive the spirit away. Meng Shipo frowned, looking serious. This spirit is very strong. Ordinary methods may not work. Fan Han almost collapsed, pleading with a shaky voice. Shipo, you must save me. Don't be afraid, young Master Fan. I will perform a ritual to bring the spirit out and see what kind of creature it is. Meng Shipo looked disdainful. The Fan family was known for their bad reputation, and she planned to scare them today. When Fan Tong heard her say she would bring the spirit out, he shook his head in fear. No, Meng Shipo, let's not do that. Seeing that thing will give me nightmares. Fan Han felt a chill run down his spine, trembling. Father, don't waste time. If that spirit licks my head away, you'll have no son left. Please let Shipo get it off my neck, quickly. Seeing his son's pale face, Fan Tong no longer hesitated. Then please, Meng Shipo, perform the ritual and bring the spirit out. Don't rush, Meng Shipo said, glancing at the crowd. When I perform the ritual, I cannot be disturbed. Anyone unrelated must step back. All right, you all go wait outside. Fan Tong ordered his servants to leave. Madame Meng frowned when she saw Qingqing not moving. Who is this young lady? Please ask her to leave. This is not an outsider. She is the doctor I invited, Fan Tong quickly explained. Qingqing was curious and wanted to see how the mysterious Madame Meng would summon the spirits. She smiled lightly. Madame Meng, I won't disturb you. You can proceed with your ritual. Madame Meng glanced at Qingqing disdainfully. Since you won't leave, don't make any noise. If a spirit possesses you, I can't save you. After saying this, she closed her eyes and began to chant. Suddenly, her body shook violently, and she shivered greatly before lowering her head, remaining still for a long time. Fan Han grew impatient, thinking she had fallen asleep. Just as he was about to check, Madame Meng suddenly opened her eyes wide, her body trembling violently as if she were having a seizure, and her voice turned strange. I have come. Fan Tong, you have taken over good land, causing us to be homeless. You lend money at high interest, taking advantage of good families and driving us to ruin. You collude with officials, oppressing the common people for your own gain. You have committed many evils, and justice cannot allow this. We are wronged. The King of Hell has permitted us to come here to take your life. First, we will take your hair, peel your skin. We will slowly torment you, ensuring your family cannot rest in peace. Fan Han was terrified by this strange scene and shouted, quickly hiding behind Madame Fan. Mother, the evil spirit has truly possessed her. Madame Fan was already scared stiff, standing there in shock. At this moment, Fan Tong understood the situation but was also terrified, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing, Great Spirit, spare my life. I promise I won't do it again. Please leave my home. I will burn more gold for you.
Please spare me. Spare you?
Dream on. I want your life. After saying this, Madame Meng shivered again, shook her head, and pretended to be confused. What did those evil spirits just say to you?
Quickly tell me.
Fan Tong was so scared he trembled, his words stumbling. Madam, help me. Just now, that spirit said it wants my life. Don't be afraid, Master Fan. With me here, they won't dare to act recklessly. All right, please quickly perform the ritual and send them away. Don't rush. I will start the ritual now. You all step back. Fan Tong quickly got up, pulling the dazed Madame Fan and Fan Han back. Qingqing found it a bit funny to see them so scared. However, the old woman's acting skills were quite impressive. Without some common sense, one could easily be fooled. Fan Tong, it seems today you will lose some money. Meng Shipo took a robe from her bag and put it on. She drew a peachwood sword from her waist and pointed it at Fan Tong. Master Fan, you must remember when I cast my spell, you must agree to all the conditions I mention. If you hesitate, everything will be ruined. Not only will my power be weakened, but your lives will also be in danger. Do you understand? Hearing this, Fan Tong shivered and nodded repeatedly. I understand. I understand. Please hurry and perform the spell. Good. That's what I like to hear. Meng Shipo began to shake her head and hair, wildly waving the peachwood sword while shouting, You, wandering spirit, see me and surrender at once. If you resist, I will ensure you never find peace again. Look at my sword. She jumped around the room, making all sorts of eerie sounds, causing everyone to step back in fear. After a while, Meng Shipo suddenly froze in place and shouted, Master Fan, I'm losing too much power. Quickly, help me restore my energy. Fan Tong looked confused. Old woman, you're making it difficult for me. I can only restore life energy, not magical power. Meng Shipo glared at him and said bluntly, The energy I need is real money. Only gold and silver can restore my power. All right, I'll get it for you. Fan Tong hurriedly fumbled in his pocket, reluctantly took out 10 taels of silver, put half of it back, and placed the remaining 5 taels at Meng Shipo's feet. Will this work? Meng Shipo squinted at Fan Tong as he carefully placed the 5 taels of silver at her feet, feeling so angry that she wanted to kick him. After all, he was a wealthy man from Qingqing town, yet he was so stingy. But she wasn't worried. She had plenty of ways to make him spend more. She closed her eyes again, muttering to herself. For a while, she jumped up and down, then spoke nonsense. Sometimes she shook her head, sometimes she stomped her feet. After a lot of effort, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and spoke seriously, trying to intimidate him. Mr. Fan, there is a strong ghost in your house with a lot of resentment. Its power is much greater than mine, and I cannot handle it alone. It is now completely angered, and to subdue it, we must invite the Great Lord to help. Mr. Fan was completely shocked, sweating profusely. If the evil ghost truly caused his family to fall apart, who would inherit this large estate? Thinking of this, he quickly bowed and said, Ms. Meng, whatever you need to do to subdue this evil ghost, just tell me. Mrs. Fan, looking pale, quickly agreed. Yes, we have the money. Ms. Meng felt happy inside but pretended to be calm. Inviting the Great Lord is not an easy task. The cost of offerings, incense, and the energy I will expend will require at least 50 taels of silver. Qingqing raised an eyebrow at Ms. Meng's demand for 50 taels. She was really good at asking for money, even more so than her. However, everyone has their own way of living, and she did not plan to expose her. Fan Tong looked troubled. Although this was serious, he still felt a sharp pain at the thought of spending money. But thinking of the unrest caused by the ghost at home, he reluctantly nodded. All right, 50 taels it is. As long as you can subdue the ghost, I will follow your instructions. Ms. Meng then showed a satisfied expression, picked up the peachwood sword, and began to act mysteriously, loudly chanting, Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Great Lord, please show your power. After a while, she stopped, took a deep breath, and said, Mr. Fan, the Great Lord has agreed to help, but I need to go to the eastern graveyard tonight at midnight to assist him in guiding the lost souls there. So I will need an additional 20 taels of silver. For the peace of his home, Fan Tong gritted his teeth. Fine. 20 more taels it is. Ms. Meng felt delighted and picked up the peachwood sword, waving it around. After a while, she stood still, calmed her breath, and said, Mr. Fan, the evil ghost has been subdued and will no longer disturb you. Great. Thank you, Ms. Meng. Fan Tong let out a long breath, feeling secretly pleased. Although he spent over 100 taels of silver, he thought it was worth it. After all, the cost of providing porridge for a day was more than that. Since the evil spirit had been captured, he believed they wouldn't need to do good deeds anymore. However, to be safe, he asked Meng Shipo, since the evil spirit has been captured, there won't be any more strange occurrences in our home, right? Lord Fan, there's no need to worry. That evil spirit has been sent to the 18th level of hell, and it will never return to harm anyone again. So, according to you, I don't need to continue making porridge for good deeds? Hearing Fan Tong's words, Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Fan Tong, you really don't realize the seriousness of the situation until it's too late, and now you want to save money. She looked coldly at Meng Shipo. As long as she had a bit of kindness, she wouldn't stop the porridge distribution. That way, she wouldn't hold it against her, and the money wouldn't be lessened. But if she dared to mislead Fan Tong and stop the porridge, then she wouldn't be polite. At that moment, Meng Shipo thought to herself that while doing good deeds was nice, the Fan family's 1 month of porridge wouldn't fill her pockets. It was better to take this opportunity to get a good sum from the Fan family. Determined, she pressed her lips together and smiled slyly. Lord Fan, you can rest assured. The evil spirit has been eliminated, and there's no need to continue the porridge. Not only is it a waste of effort and money, but it also brings trouble. Instead, you could use the saved money to buy a talisman to place on your front door, ensuring peace and safety for the Fan family. Fan Tong's eyes lit up with joy. What you say makes sense.
I will get a talisman then.
How much does it cost? My talismans ward off evil and protect homes. I don't discuss prices. You can offer what you think is appropriate, Meng Shipo replied with a look that suggested she wasn't greedy. Fan Tong scratched his head. The money at home was saved little by little. It didn't come easily. How much should he give her? If he gave too much, he would regret it, and if he gave too little, it might not work. He felt stuck. Meng Shipo squinted at Fan Tong, noticing his calculating expression. She knew he wouldn't be generous. Before he could respond, she quickly reminded him, in everything, sincerity matters. The more silver you give, the more sincere your heart is, and the talisman will better protect your home. If you're unsure about how much to give, then just give a little. 50 taels will be a good gesture. Madame Fan was already shocked, but she understood the principle of spending money for safety. She firmly declared, "Sir, as long as our family no longer invites those evil spirits, 50 taels of silver is worth it." "All right, I will listen to you, my lady," Fan Tong replied, taking out a 50 taels silver note from his pocket and handing it to Meng Shipo. "This is my small token of appreciation. Please grant us a talisman." Meng Shipo stared at the silver note, her eyes wide with excitement, her heart racing. What a fool. There are always fools, but this year there seemed to be even more. She has struck it lucky and caught a big, wealthy man. Today, she has made a fortune. With this money, there will be no worries about food and drink. All right, I will draw the talisman for you right away. Seeing their disregard for the lives of the disaster victims, Qingqing's eyes darkened. How greedy they are. She wouldn't let Meng Shipo take a single coin of this money. Determined, Qingqing said solemnly, "Sir Fan, do you really believe this woman's nonsense? Do you think the evil spirit in the Fan family has been captured?"
Miss Chen, what do you mean by that?
Is the evil spirit still causing trouble in my house? Fan Tong looked around in fear, feeling the terror he had just suppressed wash over him again. Meng Shipo's face darkened. "Miss Chen, are you questioning me?" "I'm not questioning. The evil spirit is still here. Can't you see it?" Qingqing stared at her intently, resolved to create a ghost of her own to break the deadlock since Meng Shipo was deceiving people for money. Meng Shipo certainly did not believe Qingqing's words. She had been deceiving people for years. There were no ghosts in the world, just excuses made up to swindle money from others. This girl was talking nonsense, clearly jealous of her earnings, which is why she was slandering her. Meng Shipo scoffed. "Miss Chen, the evil spirit has been captured by me. How could there still be a ghost?" "Meng Shipo, I am not lying to you. The evil spirit is real." Qingqing lowered her voice deliberately, speaking coldly. "It has a fierce look, glaring at you with blood-red eyes, floating behind you with its mouth wide open." "Stop your nonsense. The evil spirit has been sent to the 18th level of hell. How could it be behind me? Really, if you don't believe me, just look back. The evil spirit is about to choke you." Seeing Qingqing's nonsense, Meng Shipo's anger flared. "Enough, Miss Chen. I don't know what your intentions are or why you insist that the evil spirit is still in the Fan family. Are you trying to slander me because my capturing the evil spirit interferes with your schemes?" Qingqing remained calm and smiled darkly. "Your skills are lacking. You couldn't capture the vengeful spirit. Are you trying to harm the Fan family?" Fan Tong felt troubled. He couldn't tell what was true or false, and hearing Qingqing say this made his head spin with fear. "Master Meng, this concerns the lives of my family. You must tell the truth. Did you really capture the vengeful spirit?" "Yes, this is a matter of life and death." "You can't deceive us," Mrs. Fan quickly added. Master Meng was sweating nervously and replied, "Mr. Fan, my reputation is at stake. I would never lie. The vengeful spirit has indeed been captured. Keep this talisman safe, and I promise everything will go well for the Fan family from now on." "All right, if that's the case, I will accept the talisman," Fan Tong said as he reached to hand her the banknote. "Mr. Fan, do you want your family to suffer?" Qingqing threatened.
This.
Fan Tong felt even more conflicted. Master Meng gritted her teeth and glared at Qingqing. "You are just a wandering quack selling fake medicine and scamming people. If you keep talking nonsense, I will make you regret it." "Master Meng, I'm not lying. The spirit is right behind you." Although Master Meng didn't believe in ghosts, Qingqing's cold tone and piercing gaze sent chills down her spine, making her tremble slightly. Seeing this, Qingqing continued, "The vengeful spirit said you ruined its plans and is now targeting you. Since you like spirits so much, it will soon attach itself to you." Master Meng suddenly felt a shiver run through her. It was strange to be frightened by a young girl. The idea of a spirit possessing her was something she had orchestrated herself, and she laughed dismissively. "All right, if you say the spirit wants to possess me, let it come. But if it can't, it means you are deceiving Mr. Fan." Fan Tong frowned and lowered his gaze. "Miss Chen, what Master Meng says is true. Although your medical skills are impressive, you can't compare to her when it comes to dealing with spirits. She is the best at capturing them in Qingqing town." Mrs. Fan also looked angry. "Yes, Miss Chen, we can't see the vengeful spirit. How can you say it wants to possess someone?" Without waiting for Qingqing to speak, Meng Shipo sarcastically said, "Master Fan, I told you this girl has other motives. That fierce ghost has already been subdued by me. I can't even see it with my heavenly eye. How could a young girl see it? This is clearly nonsense." Qingqing didn't want to waste time arguing with her. With a thought, she produced some truth powder. Anyone affected by this powder would become temporarily confused and unable to control their words or actions, revealing their true thoughts. Qingqing scoffed inwardly. She had thought to let Meng earn some easy money, but now she was taking advantage of the situation, harming others for her own gain. She looked sharply at Master Fan. "You all step back quickly. That fierce ghost has gone mad." After saying this, she tossed the colorless, odorless powder around Meng Shipo. As she slowly inhaled it, Meng Shipo's eyes, once blank, began to glaze over, followed by a silly laugh. "Today, I've finally caught that bald, wealthy Master Fan. I thought it would be difficult, but it was so easy to trick him. Over 100 taels of silver will be mine, without effort. He's such a foolish man, but someone like him, who is rich but unkind, deserves to be tricked." Hearing this, Fan Tong's face turned pale with anger, and he pointed at Meng Shipo, shouting, "You wicked woman! How dare you deceive me like this? We trusted you so much, and you turned out to be a big liar," Mrs. Fan added, furious. Seeing her continue to insult him, Fan Tong's anger boiled over. He raised his hand and slapped Meng Shipo twice. "I'll teach you a lesson for talking back. I'll make sure you regret deceiving me." Meng Shipo, in pain, suddenly came to her senses, looking bewildered.
What?
"What is happening?" "I'll make you pay," Fan Tong shouted, kicking her again. "How dare you deceive me? I'll make you pay dearly for this." Meng Shipo fell to the ground, her mind racing. What just happened? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why did she suddenly lose control and spill her thoughts? Could this girl, Chen, really summon spirits? Terrified, she quickly knelt and bowed her head. "Master Fan, please spare me. I didn't mean to insult you. I was possessed by a ghost." Fan Tong glared at her, gritting his teeth. "Enough of your excuses. You tricked me out of money, and now you dare to lie? I'll make sure you regret this." Mrs. Fan chimed in, "Master, don't get angry. Let's take this wicked woman to the authorities so she can receive the punishment she deserves. I knew from the start that she wasn't a good person. When she came in, she acted all mysterious and almost scared me to death," Fan Huan said, patting his chest, looking shaken. Fan Tong was furious. "Someone, take her away. Give her a good beating to teach her a lesson, then send her to the authorities. Please, Master Fan, spare me. I won't do it again," begged Meng Shipo as she was dragged out. Qingqing didn't even lift her eyelids. Such a wicked person had no good in her heart. This was her deserved fate. What a terrible liar. "I almost believed her nonsense," Fan Tong said, then respectfully added, "Miss Chen, don't worry. This time, I will follow your instructions, distribute the porridge properly, and extend the time by 5 days." Qingqing smiled brightly. As the saying goes, a family that does good will have good fortune. A family that does bad will face misfortune. I still say, Master Fan, if you do more good deeds, you can surely avoid all misfortune. But my family is haunted by evil spirits. Just thinking about it scares me. What should we do? Yes, Miss Chen. What if those spirits come back to harm us? Madam Fan also looked worried. Qingqing pretended to think deeply. How about this? I will draw a talisman to ward off evil spirits. You can place it around your home to keep you safe for now. I believe that once the porridge has accumulated enough good fortune, the evil spirit will be taken away by the divine. However, I do need to charge for the talismans. Don't worry, I won't ask for much. Just 50 taels for 5 talismans. Fan Tong believed her words completely and nodded repeatedly. All right, thank you, Miss Chen. Qingqing received the silver and pretended to draw the so-called talismans on red paper. Before long, 5 crooked symbols appeared before everyone. With a serious expression, Qingqing warned Fan Tong, these talismans can only keep your family safe temporarily. You must place them in key areas, like the front door, main hall, and bedrooms. I will repeat, good and evil will be rewarded, like shadows that follow. If you want to avoid being targeted by evil spirits, you must do more good deeds and refrain from doing bad things. Miss Chen, don't worry. I will focus on doing good from now on and won't act recklessly again, Fan Tong said sincerely, quickly instructing his servants to put up the talismans. Fan Huan had been so frightened these past few days that he was almost at his wit's end. Hearing Qingqing say that doing good could change their fate, he secretly vowed to avoid any wrongdoing in order to live a few more years. He confidently assured Miss Chen, don't worry. I will keep an eye on my father. If he dares to mistreat the villagers again, I will be the first to oppose him. Qingqing smiled and said, I believe Mr. Fan is a good person, and he will keep his promise. Of course, of course. Once everything was arranged, Qingqing stood up to leave. She secretly laughed to herself, thinking that Meng Shipo had really helped her, or else she wouldn't have received 50 taels of silver. At that moment, Chen Jiansai was holding a book, seemingly reading, but his eyes were fixed on Lu Fengjiao. Lu Fengjiao put down her needlework and smiled charmingly. Why are you staring at me? Do I have dirt on my face? There's no dirt. Your face is fair and delicate. I can never get enough of looking at you, Chen Jiansai said as he walked over to embrace Lu Fengjiao, wanting to express their affection. It's broad daylight. Let go of me. Ji is still outside. Lu Fengjiao said playfully. Desire was evident in Chen Jiansai's eyes. No, I'm feeling overwhelmed. I can't hold back much longer. Lu Fengjiao's eyes were deep, and she felt anxious. Ever since that day when Wang Qichong took advantage of her, he had been like a beast, always finding ways to make her accompany him. Whenever she said it would be the last time, Wang Qichong would threaten her. A few days ago, she managed to handle the situation between the two men, but now she was struggling and had to lie. Jiansai, my good days are coming. Just bear with me for a couple of days. All right, then I'll go for a walk. Jiansai, don't leave just yet. Lu Fengjiao called out softly, trying to hide her anxiety. You said Roland has been back for 2 days. I wonder if she can adjust without us. Mother loves Roland the most. She will be fine, so don't worry. I wonder if Mother managed to get the silver from the main house. I want to go back and check. Although Lu Fengjiao didn't want to return to Nanshan village to live poorly, she couldn't stand Wang Qichong's harassment and just wanted to escape. Chen Jiansai frowned. It's unlikely. Qing girl has changed too much. I doubt Mother will get anything from her. Even if you go back, it won't help. It's better to stay here in town. Lu Fengjiao nodded and sighed quietly. Chen Jiansai stepped out of the room. He needed to go to Chunfeng Tower to find Ruhu and release some tension. Days passed quickly. Since Chen Laotai had a setback with Qin Zhanshan, she no longer dared to act rashly. She initially planned to wait until the eldest brother's family went out to work, then sneak in and take some good things. As long as she wasn't caught on the spot, she would never admit it. Her thoughts were very optimistic, but these past few days, she checked constantly and observed everywhere, yet she couldn't find an opportunity to act. Today, as usual, She was feeding the chickens in the yard while secretly watching the situation in the neighboring yard. Suddenly, she caught sight of Lu Laohan driving his old ox cart to her front door. Seeing this, Grandma Chen was taken aback. Why did Lu Laohan stop his cart at her door? Was his ox just stopping to relieve itself? Thinking this, she hurried to the front door, calling out, "Lu Laohan, you silly man, tell your animal to go somewhere else to relieve itself, not in front of my house." Lu Laohan, hearing this, shot her an annoyed glance. "Old sister, did you eat something sour this morning? You're complaining about my ox's manure? Let me tell you, my ox's manure is actually good stuff. I can't give you any." Grandma Chen was momentarily speechless and awkwardly laughed. "Oh, brother, I was just joking. By the way, why are you at my door instead of waiting at the village entrance? What can a cart driver do?" "Of course, I'm waiting for someone to take to town. My granddaughter Roland didn't say she was going back to town. You must be mistaken." "Who said I was waiting for your Roland? I'm waiting for Qing girl."
What?
"Waiting for her?" Grandma Chen scoffed. "Laohan, I'm not saying this to be mean, but you're too honest. People take advantage of you. What can a young girl do that's so important? Does she need you to pick her up at the door? Can't she go to the village entrance to find you?" Hearing Grandma Chen's harsh words, Lu Laohan was really angry and felt like giving her a couple of whacks with his whip. He shot her a displeased look. "Old sister, you're getting on in years. Can you please be a bit more considerate with your words? What do you mean by being used like a grandson? That girl Qing specifically asked me yesterday to take her family to town early this morning. What's wrong with me picking them up? Does it bother you? I'm not saying you should be so harsh. After all, Qing girl is your granddaughter, and you shouldn't just insult her." Grandma Chen felt a surge of joy. If they were all going to town, wouldn't that give her an opportunity? She suppressed her smile. "All right, enough of your nonsense. Tell me, is the eldest brother's family really going to town? What are they going there for? You don't know? Han's son is going to the academy in town to study."
What?
"That little rascal is going to study?" Old lady Chen widened her eyes in disbelief. "That's right. Han is clever and won't disappoint us," Lu laughed, teasing the biased old lady Chen. "Our village will have another educated person. Soon, Han will surely pass the scholars exam, and then our village will be something special."
Bah.
Old lady Chen spat, her face full of disdain. With his foolishness, just like his father when he was young, he won't amount to anything. Even if he studies hard, he won't become a scholar. "Sister, your words are harsh. Why speak like that? Go back inside and stop insulting people. If Qing hears you, she will surely scold you. Let her. At my age, I've seen it all. I'm not afraid of a little girl. I'll say what I want." Just then, Qingqing walked out of the yard. Old lady Chen felt a pang of anxiety and quickly waved her hand. "I have things to do, so I won't chat with you anymore." Seeing her rush into the house, Lu chuckled, realizing she only picks on the weak. Only Qing can handle that old woman. In the renovated shed, Qingqing looked at the unconscious man, her brow furrowed. So many days have passed. He can't stay like this forever, can he? If I had known, I should have listened to Wu Baohan and taken him to the town temple. Qingqing checked him again. Everything seemed fine, but she couldn't understand why he wouldn't wake up. She sighed silently, deciding that if he didn't wake up in 3 days, she would ask Wu Baohan to take him to the town's shelter. Outside, Lin looked at Chen Han's excited eyes, feeling a mix of emotions. She knew that going to town to study was a dream come true for many, but she couldn't shake her feelings of reluctance. She quietly wiped away her tears, turned, and took out a carefully made new outfit from the cupboard, handing it to Chen Han. "Xiao Han, you're going to study in town. Change into this new outfit." "Okay." Chen Han looked at the new clothes, filled with joy. This was the first time in his life he wore new clothes. It felt like a dream. He couldn't wait to put on his new clothes, touching them from side to side, smiling so much that he could hardly close his mouth. "Mom, do I look good?" "Yes, you look great, my little Han," Lin said, helping him tidy up his clothes while repeatedly reminding him, "Han, studying at the academy is not easy. You must listen to your teacher and study hard. You can't be mischievous. Your mother is right. Study well, and you will become a successful person in the future. At that moment, Chen Han was filled with joy. He thought that as long as his family had enough food to eat every day, he would be satisfied. He never dared to dream that his son would have the chance to study at the academy. This was all thanks to his daughter. Chen Han nodded obediently and said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I won't let you down. I will make sure you have a good life in the future." Qingqing smiled from the side, saying, "Han looks like a little scholar in his new clothes. If you study hard, you will surely come back as a top student. Sister, don't worry. I will study hard and live up to your expectations." "Good. I believe in you," Qingqing replied, then turned to Chen Han with a puzzled look. "Dad, didn't Mom take out new clothes for you? Why haven't you changed?" Chen Han smiled and explained, "Recently, many merchant ships have come to the dock, and I can earn a few coins. Such opportunities are rare, so I won't go." "All right, then let's all take the cart to the town. You go to the dock, and Mom and I will send Han off." The family laughed as they walked out of the yard. They greeted Lu Laohan, who was waiting at the door, and climbed onto the ox cart. Lu Laohan cracked the whip and headed toward the town. Chen Laotai stood at the door, stretching her neck and peering outside. Seeing that Qingqing and the others had gotten onto the cart, she felt so happy that she could almost jump. Her opportunity had finally come. Seeing her standing there motionless, Chen Laohan cleared his throat intentionally and asked, "What are you looking at, old woman?" Chen Laotai snapped back to reality and waved at him. "Come here, old man." "What is it?" Chen Laohan approached, looking puzzled. Chen Laotai pointed at the cart as it drove away. "Look, those ungrateful people are going to town." "You're right. Those who don't know how to manage their money are taking the cart to town. They probably don't know how to spend it wisely. They are likely going to buy meat or eat out." Old Chen looked on with a mix of anger and jealousy. He snorted and thought to himself, "Let them be arrogant. They'll end up in trouble before they reach town. It would serve those ungrateful kids right. If they really fell into trouble, I would feel better." Old Chen's wife gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with jealousy. "You guessed wrong. They are sending that little brat Chen Han to school." "What? Going to school?" Old Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. "How is that possible? They are overestimating themselves. Thinking Chen Han can study? With his cluelessness, it's just a waste of money. They should send the third family's heir instead." "You're right. I think the same," Old Chen's wife said with a cold smile. "Old man, don't you find their arrogance infuriating? Of course, if it were the old days, I would have taken a rake to them already." "Good. Since you feel that way, let me help you get back at them." "What do you think?" "Wife, what do you mean by that?" Old Chen's wife was plotting how to gain something from the Chen family. She coldly snorted. "Aren't they being arrogant? Let's go and catch them off guard." "Catch them off guard? What do you mean?" "You thick-headed fool. What do you think I mean?" Seeing Old Chen didn't understand, she shot him an annoyed look. "They aren't home right now. This is a rare opportunity. Are you saying I should go to their house and take something?" Old Chen was frightened and shook his head repeatedly, panic on his face. No, that's illegal. If we get caught, we'll end up in jail." "What nonsense. Chen Han is my responsibility. If parents go to their child's house to take something, how can that be called stealing?" "But what if they report us?" "Let them report us. We can ask the county magistrate to settle it. According to the laws of daming, shouldn't they provide us with support? Besides, who saw us take anything? No one can testify, so they would be making false accusations. I might even sue them." Right, you make a good point, wife." Old Chen nodded in agreement. Old Chen's wife smiled with satisfaction. "So, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take action." "I can't, wife. I've never done anything like this before. I'm a bit scared." "What are you afraid of? I'll keep watch for you. Just go ahead and do it." Old Mrs. Chen pushed Old Man Chen outside, saying, "Remember, find the money first before moving the grain." No, don't push me." Old Man Chen was very unhappy. This old woman always came up with bad ideas. He picked up a pole from the wall and said, "If you want to go, go ahead. I'll just go chop wood on the mountain. Stop right there. Old Mrs. Chen was angry, hands on her hips. Are you going or not? Old man Chen shrank back, too scared to speak, but he was in a fierce internal struggle. Although he didn't like that his eldest son was doing better, he really didn't dare to steal. After all, it was about his character. If he got caught, he would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Chen Rulin sat gloomily in the house, listening to the laughter from the cowshed next door every day, feeling jealous to the point of madness. She was unwilling to accept it. That Qingqing girl, who used to be thin and pale like a stick, had suddenly become more vibrant since they separated. Her skin glowed, and her eyes were bright and lively, almost unrecognizable. Not only had this plain duckling turned into a beautiful swan, but she also seemed to have suddenly learned how to treat illnesses. Chen Rulin felt uneasy. Finding ginseng showed good luck, but not everyone could just treat illnesses. There had to be something wrong. She was sure Qingqing didn't know any medicine. While she was lost in thought, she heard old Mrs. Chen plodding in the yard. She admired old Mrs. Chen for coming up with such clever but harsh ideas. Stealing was nothing. As long as it made Qingqing poor and unable to eat or wear decent clothes, she would be happy. Thinking this, Chen Rulin quickly walked out, saying, "Grandma, don't get angry. My grandfather is really timid. How about the three of us go together? It'll be safer." Old Mrs. Chen squinted her eyes, pleased that her granddaughter was thoughtful. At least she wouldn't sabotage her plans. "Okay, Rulin. When we go in, you pick up the lighter things. First, bring back those pieces of cotton cloth, and I'll make you some new clothes later." Chen Rulin nodded. "Okay, I understand." Old man Chen looked troubled. Although he was timid, the thought of the shiny silver made him braver. He nodded. "All right, let's go in." He glanced toward Chen Zhanliang's room and whispered, "Old woman, don't let Zhanliang see us. That kid is always fair and never helps family. If he finds out, this won't stay a secret." Old Lady Chen looked pleased and said, "Don't worry, I've already sent their family of four out to work. Now it's just the three of us at home, and today is definitely a rare opportunity." They glanced outside the main door and, seeing no one around, sneaked toward the cowshed. When they got closer, they saw the door was tied with a rope. Old Lady Chen sneered, "What a pointless effort. This won't keep thieves out." With that, she pulled the rope down. The Chen family's cowshed was originally 2 straw houses, which were easy to see into during summer. In winter, they blocked the front with hay and corn stalks, leaving only a door for entry. After Chen Zhanshan's renovations, the 2 cow sheds were turned into 3. In the outer room, against the wall, there was a large bed for Chen Zhanshan and his wife, and beside it was a small bed for Chen Han, with some clutter near the window. The inner room was divided into 2 small spaces with a cloth curtain in the middle. The outer side was Qingqing's room, and the innermost was where the rescued man stayed. Upon entering, the 3 were stunned by what they saw. After the family split, it was Old Lady Chen's first time inside. Looking at the neatly arranged belongings, she suddenly found it hard to breathe. The eldest son's family had been kicked out, leaving their old home looking like a pigsty. The second daughter-in-law only took care of her own room. The room where she and Old Man Chen used to live was always clean, thanks to Lin's efforts. But now it was messy and dirty, with no one to wash the clothes. At that moment, she felt a bit nostalgic for Lin. Chen Rulin had thought the eldest son's family would be living in a dirty and poor cowshed, but she was surprised to find it so clean. On a table near the wall, there was even a bouquet of wildflowers. Her jealousy flared up. Why did Qingqing get to live so comfortably? Shouldn't she be living like a dog? As soon as Old Man Chen entered the room, he looked around and couldn't help but praise. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect this cowshed to be renovated so nicely, with a door and windows." Hearing this, Old Lady Chen shot him an annoyed glance and said, "All right, stop commenting. Hurry up and see where they hid the money and food." Old Man Chen shook his head and smiled. "No need to rush. It takes them a while to go to town and back." Chen Rulin suppressed her frustration and urged, "Grandpa, let's listen to Grandma and find it quickly. It wouldn't be good if someone else sees us." Old Lady Chen's face was serious. Old man, did I bring you here for a tour? Stop wasting time. Hurry up and find the money and food. The outer room was small, and the three of them quickly searched it but found nothing valuable. Old woman, the outer room is so small, I even looked in the mouse holes and didn't find a single coin. Chun Rulin pointed to the other room with a curtain. Sir, Grandma, that room must be where Qingqing sleeps. The money and food must be hidden in there. Hearing this, Grandma Chen's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, the money must be hidden in that girl's room. Let's go in and look. She lifted the curtain and entered the inner room, searching carefully under and around the bed, but found nothing. Old man Chen crawled out from under the bed. Old woman, we've checked everywhere in this room, and there's nothing. Do you think that girl might have taken the money with her? Grandma Chen shook her head. Impossible. Who would carry dozens of taels of silver when going out? It must be hidden in some secret place. You're right. That girl must have at least 40 taels of silver. She wouldn't carry it with her. We must not be looking in the right spot. Yes, where could it be hidden? Grandma Chen frowned, feeling anxious. At that moment, Chen Rulin was still looking around the outer room when she suddenly noticed a pile of firewood against the wall that seemed suspicious. She walked over and started removing the firewood layer by layer, revealing a large wooden chest. Her heart raced with excitement. She was sure that valuable things were hidden inside. She called out, Grandpa, Grandma, come here, there's a big wooden chest. Grandma Chen hurried into the outer room. Rulin, does it have silver inside? Chen Rulin shook her head. I don't know what's inside, but since it's hidden so well, I bet it must be something good. Old man Chen nodded. Rulin is right. Look, this chest is locked. If I'm not mistaken, the money and food should be inside. After his reminder, Grandma Chen looked down and noticed the chest was indeed locked, and she couldn't help but curse. These dishonest people even locked it up like a thief. Do they think a lock can stop me? Seeing her confident demeanor, Old man Chen was taken aback. Old woman, do you have the key? Grandma Chen shot him a glare. What nonsense. If I had the key, why would I need you? I'm not sure how to get in. I know there are good things inside, but we're just left staring. Old Chen said, feeling down. You fool, who said you needed a key? Old Chen got stubborn and replied impatiently. Then what should I use? I can't just poke my fingers in. You blockhead, you usually seem smart, but why do you act so foolishly at a critical moment? Old Chen's wife glared at him angrily. Stop being dumb. Hurry outside and find an axe to break this lock. Old Chen felt a tightness in his chest, panic on his face. If they quietly took some good things from their son's house, even if they were discovered, as long as they didn't admit it, no one could do anything to them. But if they broke the lock and someone reported it, that would be theft, and if the authorities found the stolen goods, they could end up in jail. Thinking of this, he shook his head anxiously. Wife, we can't break it. That's against the law. Look at you. What are you afraid of? Didn't I just say that taking things from our son's house isn't stealing? It's honoring your parents? Can we really do that? Of course. Just break it. With me here, what do you have to worry about? Even if the authorities come, as long as we hide the things well, they won't have any evidence against us. Old Chen's wife spoke confidently. You listen to me, quickly go find an axe, and be quick about it. Old Chen couldn't argue with her, so he reluctantly said, All right, I'll go find an axe and break open this cabinet. At that moment, Chen Rulin hadn't found anything valuable outside and turned to enter the inner room. She looked around and confirmed that this was the room where Qingqing lived, her eyes filled with malice. That girl looked so charming in her new clothes. She must be trying to attract someone. Remembering how much cotton fabric she had bought that day, she must have made several new outfits. Since she had the chance, she was determined to ruin everything. Chen Rulin searched for a long time but found nothing, frowning in frustration. Could it be inside? With that thought, she stepped toward the innermost room. As she opened the curtain, Chen Rulin was stunned, her expression changing in shock. Just as she was about to call out, she caught sight of a stranger lying on the bed. Even with his eyes closed, his extraordinary handsomeness was undeniable. His eyelashes were thick and long, his nose straight, his thin lips gently pressed, his skin fair, and his black hair casually spread out on the pillow. Enrollment was momentarily stunned. She had never seen such a handsome man. But why was he lying there, completely still? Even with all the noise they made outside, he didn't wake up. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck her mind. Dead. As soon as this thought appeared, Enrollment was so frightened that she trembled all over, her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed. She shouted, "Grandpa, Grandma, there's a dead person." At that moment, Grandma Chen was lost in thought, her mind filled with images of shiny silver coins, fine rice, and cotton cloth. If only she had money, she could save some for her third grandson to use for school. The cotton cloth couldn't stay at home. She needed to find a place to hide it, and once the commotion died down, she could sell it in town. Then, with the money, she could buy a few more yards of fabric to make herself a new cotton outfit, and with the leftover money, she could buy 2 pounds of pork to enjoy a good meal. Hearing Enrollment scream, Grandma Chen snapped back to reality and hurriedly lifted the curtain to enter the inner room. "My dear granddaughter, what's wrong?" Grandpa Chen also heard the shout and quickly ran in with an axe. "Enrollment, what happened?" Enrollment was so scared that her mind went blank, and she struggled to speak. "Grandma, there's a dead person inside." Grandma Chen was startled and quickly looked through the window toward the yard. "Enrollment, are you seeing things?" "There's no one there." "There really is someone. It looks like a dead person," Enrollment said, her face full of fear. Pointing behind the curtain, "That person is in the innermost room." Grandma Chen frowned. She had seen the eldest son's family leave on a cart, so there couldn't be anyone home. "Enrollment, don't panic. There's no one here. You must be imagining things." "It's true. If you don't believe me, go in and see for yourselves." Grandpa Chen, who was already timid, held the axe and lifted the curtain to look inside, and his legs went weak. "It is a person. It really looks like a dead person," Grandpa Chen said, his scalp tingling, trembling. "There really is a dead person behind that curtain." "You old man, I'm scared. Don't frighten me." "Why would I scare you? Just go see for yourself," Grandpa Chen said, anxiously stamping his feet. "Grandma, it's true. We made such a big noise, and that person didn't move at all. They must be dead," Enrollment said, still trembling. Old Lady Chen knew they wouldn't lie. She peeked behind the curtain and was instantly filled with fear. After hesitating, she cautiously took a few steps toward the curtain but quickly turned back, hiding behind Old Man Chen. "Old man, you go first. Let's go together."
No, Jir.
"Let's not look. You almost scared me to death just now. Look at you. Are you a man or not? Hurry and take me to see. If you keep stalling, you won't get to sleep on my bed tonight." All right, I'll go." Old Man Chen had no choice but to bravely approach. "Just hold on. Don't get too scared. Hurry and lift the curtain. I want to see what scared you so much." Old Lady Chen was getting impatient. Old Man Chen took a deep breath and lifted the curtain. The sight before them stunned Old Lady Chen. She opened her mouth in shock and took a moment to regain her composure. "There really is a person here. He looks like he's sleeping, not dead." "Yeah, he looks just like he's asleep."
"Don't talk yet.
Let me take a closer look." Old Lady Chen picked up a stick and, gathering her courage, tiptoed to the bedside. She shouted at the man lying there, "Stop pretending. Get up right now. If you dare to act wild, I'll hit you with this stick." After waiting for a while without any response, Old Man Chen approached and shook the man, his face filled with astonishment. "Dear, this person looks like he's asleep, but he has no reaction at all. Is this what they call a living corpse?" "What do you mean by living corpse?" Old Lady Chen felt a chill run down her spine, and her hair stood on end. Hearing Old Lady Chen's question, Old Man Chen quickly explained, "A living corpse is someone whose body can't move. They look like they're dead, but can still breathe. But you're not a doctor. How do you know this is a living corpse?" "When I was young, there was an old widower in the village. He had no children. One winter, he went to the mountains to gather firewood and fell, injuring his head. After that, he never woke up. They said he was dead but still had a breath left, and he didn't react to anything. The older folks called that a living corpse, and I remembered it. Old man Chen felt less afraid and squeezed the man's cheek firmly. Look, dear, I'm pinching him hard, and he doesn't even feel it. Hearing this, old lady Chen's worries eased. She stepped forward and gave the man's face a firm slap.
Who are you?
What are you doing here? Speak up. No matter how much the old lady Chen fussed, the man showed no reaction. Old man Chen quickly advised, wife, stop it. Even if you beat him to death, he won't respond at all. Old lady Chen sneered, as long as he doesn't bring us trouble, I don't care if he lives or dies. Chen Rulin, recovering from her fear, asked, Grandpa, Grandma, why is there a living corpse at my uncle's house? Old man Chen scratched his head. Maybe he came to see that girl who passed away. Old lady Chen glared, don't make wild guesses. We watched that girl grow up. How could she possibly treat anyone? I think that girl treating the rich man is just a cover. There must be something fishy going on. Chen Rulin nodded in agreement. Grandma, I also think things aren't that simple. Chen Qingqing has never left Nanshan village. How could she treat someone? She must be deceiving people. Why would that girl lie? What is her goal? Old lady Chen pondered. Chen Rulin looked at the man on the bed and recalled that Chen Qingqing had found ginseng. She seemed to understand the truth. Grandma, I think this person is definitely related to Chen Qingqing's recent fortune. Old lady Chen furrowed her brow. Thinking for a moment, Rulin, you are on the same page as me.
What do you mean by that?
Old man Chen was confused. Old lady Chen squinted, a hint of mockery on her lips. We've all been fooled by that girl. The ginseng wasn't dug up by her, it was stolen. Impossible. Qingqing doesn't have the guts. If she doesn't have the guts, then explain who this person is. I don't know. Old man Chen shook his head. Old lady Chen smirked as she analyzed. If I'm not mistaken, the ginseng that Qingqing sold must have been collected by this young man. He found the ginseng and she saw it, so she wanted to keep it for herself. She sweet-talked him into coming home. Then she planned to get rid of him and secretly bury him when no one was around, so it would be undetected.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Before she could finish, Old man Chen interrupted. If what you say is true, this person should have been dragged out and buried by now. How could he still be alive here? Besides, our eldest is too timid to even kill a chicken. Would he dare to harm someone for money? Madame Chen gritted her teeth and pointed at him. You are even dumber than a pig and more foolish than a donkey. The eldest dares not act, but that girl has a hard and ruthless heart. There's nothing she wouldn't do. Since we separated, the eldest treats her words like orders from a ruler. If she makes a sound, the eldest thinks it's sweet. As the saying goes, the poor come up with evil plans, while the rich have a conscience. They are so poor they can't even afford food. What bad deeds wouldn't they commit? Seeing how well the two were analyzing the situation, Chen Rulin believed in her heart that Chen Qingqing would be bold enough to harm others for her own gain. If this were reported to the authorities, it would mean she would have to pay with her life. Thinking of this, a rush of excitement filled her. Grandma, if we didn't know about this, it would be one thing, but since we do, we can't just sit back. Chen Qingqing plotted to harm others for a ginseng. She is utterly heartless and lawless. Madame Chen nodded, her expression turning serious. Bulin, you are right. We cannot pretend we don't know about this. Seeing them hesitate, Old man Chen grew anxious. All right, dear, we won't meddle in this. While they aren't back yet, I'll break that lock and we can quickly move our things home. Wait a moment. Let me think this through again. Dear, what is there to think about? Old man Chen stomped his feet in frustration. Chen Rulin recalled how Chen Qingqing had made her crawl like a dog in public, and she felt a deep resentment. Moving a few things wouldn't erase the humiliation she suffered. That girl needed to face severe consequences. A fierce look flashed in Chen Rulin's eyes. Grandpa, Grandma, we must report this to the authorities. Old man Chen waved his hands. No, Rulin, regardless of anything, your uncle has always treated you well. We cannot report him. If we do, his family will have no way to survive. Grandpa, If we don't report it and someone exposes us, we could be charged with harboring a criminal, and our punishment would be no lighter than your uncle's family. At that point, my father wouldn't be able to take the imperial exam, and the Qin family would lose its chance for glory.
Well,
Old man Chen hesitated. Madam Chen frowned and shot him a look. Enough of this nonsense. Let's listen to Rulin and report it. Not only will it relieve my anger, but we could also gain a fortune. Gain a fortune? What fortune? Your head is as thick as a wooden block. According to the laws of the Daming dynasty, if you report murderers or robbers with solid evidence, you can receive a reward of 100 taels of silver, plus a year's tax exemption, and the local government will also provide 2 loads of grain. Chun was still reluctant, saying no matter what, he is our son. If he gets caught by the authorities, it could lead to a serious punishment. Stop pretending to be a good person. You see him as a son, but does he see you as a father? If he had a conscience, he wouldn't be disrespectful. Has he ever shared anything good with you? They are ungrateful and heartless. It's their lack of kindness that leads us to act this way. You're right, my dear. As the saying goes, a man without a little hatred is not a true gentleman. Tomorrow, we will go to the county office and let them know how ungrateful he is. No, we can't delay. Chen's wife shook her head. We must act quickly. Delays can lead to trouble. Let's go to the county office now. Chun was taken aback. Dear, don't rush. We've come this far. We should at least take something back home. Look at you, focusing on the small things. If the authorities come and take them away, everything in the house will be ours.
right.
Why didn't I think of that? All right, hurry up. Let's pack and go to the county office to file our complaint. In Qingqing town, Chen Jianshan got off the ox cart and headed towards the dock. Qingqing, along with Lin and Xiao Han, continued towards the academy. As they passed by the porridge station set up by the Fan family, she took a closer look. The porridge was thick and hearty, showing no signs of being poorly made. Many disaster victims enjoyed the porridge and praised Fan Tong, calling him a great benefactor. Qingqing was very pleased. She firmly believed that after this incident, Fan Tong would become more humble and would no longer take advantage of the villagers. Soon, they arrived at the Kung Fu Academy. From a distance, they could see a large crowd of students lining up to register. The students were orderly, waiting their turn. In front of the academy, several tables were set up, and a few older students were busy at the desks, registering information and collecting fees for tuition and meals. Qingqing jumped off the cart, gathered her things, and led Lin and Chen Han to wait at the back of the crowd. Chen Han looked at the grand entrance of the academy, filled with anticipation but also nervousness. He silently vowed to study hard, aiming to achieve success and bring honor to his family, allowing them to live a better life. Unknowingly, he felt sweat forming in his palms. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Qingqing noticed Chen Han's unease and gently patted his shoulder, saying softly, "Xiao Han, don't be nervous. It will be our turn soon." Chen Han smiled and shook his head. "Sister, I'm not nervous. I'm just very excited." Lin Shi still felt a bit worried and began to remind him repeatedly, "Xiao Han, studying at the academy is not like being at home. You must listen to your teacher and take care of yourself. It's hot outside. Remember to drink plenty of water and don't get into conflicts with your classmates." "Mother, don't worry. I have already remembered all of this and will take good care of myself." "That's good. The change of clothes is in this bag, and your sister has also prepared some snacks for you. Remember to share with everyone." Seeing Lin Shi's endless reminders, Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. "Mother, I've heard you say this so many times that my ears are getting sore. Don't worry, Xiao Han will take care of himself." Lin Shi smiled slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Xiao Han has never been away from me since he was little. I always feel a bit uneasy." At that moment, Chen Jiansai was chatting with his classmates at the academy gate. Suddenly, he caught sight of a few familiar figures. He looked again, unsure. Was that Lin Shi, Chen Han, and Qingqing? In his memory, Chen Han was dark and thin, like a stick. How could he have grown taller and stronger in just a few days? Lin Shi shouldn't look healthy. Why does she seem rosy and full of energy now? Qingqing's change was even more surprising. In her light yellow dress, she looked like a blooming flower in spring, beautiful and captivating. Her once youthful face now showed more maturity and confidence. Seeing them lining up behind the students, Chen Han's expression immediately darkened. During the family division, that stubborn girl had said she would send Chen Han to town to study. He thought she was just boasting, but it turned out she really did it. The thought that the money that should have supported him was spent on Chen Han made him feel a pang of bitterness. However, considering the dignity of a scholar, he held back his displeasure and smiled as he approached Lin Shi. Sister-in-law, what brings you to the academy? Lin Shi looked at her brother-in-law with no change in her expression and replied calmly, I brought Xiao Han to town to study. Chen Han frowned, sister-in-law, studying is not as easy as farming, and it costs money. You need to think carefully about Xiao Han's education. If you pay the tuition and he can't continue, that money won't be refunded. Hearing his words, Lin showed a hint of disdain. Whether Xiao Han can continue studying is not your concern. Lin had always been gentle, but Chen Han was confident he could persuade her to abandon the idea of Xiao Han studying. He put on a concerned expression. Sister-in-law, the children who come here to register for school come from wealthy families, wearing and using the best things. Your family's situation really shouldn't allow Xiao Han to study here. I know Qing has had some good luck and received unexpected money, but that amount won't go far. While you haven't paid yet, take my advice and go home. Don't end up quitting halfway and making a fool of yourselves. Lin's face showed anger. Our family's situation may not be great, but since we chose to let Xiao Han study, we have the ability to support him. You don't need to worry about us. You should take care of yourself. Chen Han's expression changed, but he remained patient. Sister-in-law, why don't you see the reality? I'm trying to help you. Don't think that just because you study, you'll succeed. It also depends on your fate. Besides, it's clear that Xiao Han isn't cut out for school. You should save your money and go home before you embarrass yourselves. Hearing him belittle him, Xiao Han's eyes filled with determination, and he couldn't help but shout back, You're the one who isn't fit for school. I will definitely be better than you in the future. Chen Han glared at him fiercely. You little brat, do you want me to teach you a lesson? You dare. Lin quickly pulled Xiao Han into her arms. Third brother, don't look down on people. My Xiao Han won't disappoint me. Sister-in-law, why can't you understand my good intentions? I don't look down on you. I just think you're underestimating the situation. Not everyone can succeed in school. It depends on talent. Someone like Xiao Han who is clumsy is not suited for studying. It's better to spend money wisely. Chen Han was determined that Xiao Han should not study. He thought about how to save the money and quickly continued. After all, isn't studying just for bringing honor to the family? We already have me as the scholar, so there's no need to waste money. In the future, when I pass the exams, I won't forget you. I can easily arrange a job for Xiao Han at the government office. And for Qing, with my reputation, I can definitely find her a good match. Seeing Chen Han spitting while he spoke, Qingqing coldly smiled. Stop dreaming. We've heard these words for over 10 years, and we can't expect to benefit from you. As long as you don't sell me to a rough man like the butcherly for 50 taels of silver, I will be very grateful. Chen Han's smile instantly vanished. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever say I would sell you to the butcherly? Lu Laohan parked the ox cart and approached. He felt annoyed after hearing Chen Han's lofty talk. He frowned and said, Jansai, the Qin family supported your education. Have you forgotten that you were going to give Qing girl to the butcherly for 50 taels of bride price? I remember at that time, she was desperate and your parents drove her out of the house. You even added insult to injury and didn't say a single good word for her. Now that her life is getting better, you want to support her? Since you brothers have already split up, you don't need to worry about whether Chen Han studies or not. Don't pretend to care. It's just for your own selfish desires. Chen Han's face darkened. He was the educated one in the village, and people used to treat him with respect. Was Lu Laohan out of his mind today to dare criticize him? People in line began to look at Chen Jiansai with strange expressions. A few in the crowd started pointing at him. So, he's Chen Jiansai from Nanshan village. I heard he wanted to sell his niece to the butcher in town just to continue his education. I can't believe it's true. He even dares to think about his own niece. How shameless. Exactly. I'm from the neighboring village, which is only a couple of miles away. We can hear everything that happens there. This news has spread throughout our village. Chen Jiansai has been trying to pass the exams for over 20 years without success, and he has nearly ruined his family. Yet he still insists on studying. His mother is biased and has high hopes for him, wanting him to bring glory to the family. But they have no money, so they resort to selling his niece. For 50 taels of silver, he would give a beautiful girl to that notorious butcher in town. Is this what people should do? I thought this was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. Are you talking about the butcher Lee from Taiping Bridge? That's right. Who else could it be? Oh, that person is a real brute. No, he's even worse than an animal. I heard he tortured 2 wives to death before. Marrying his niece to such a man is truly heartless. Exactly. Luckily, his niece is strong-willed and refused to agree, which is why her grandparents kicked her out to live on her own. I think she even wrote a letter to cut ties. I never expected Chen Jiansai to look decent, but have such a wicked heart. Yes, all that education went to waste. He has no humanity at all. What kind of humanity can he have? If he had any self-awareness, he wouldn't still be trying after 20 years of failing. If it were me, I would have gone home to farm long ago.
Right.
They say he's not cut out for studying, but I think he's just thick-headed. He'll never pass the exam. This remark made everyone burst into laughter. When Chen Jiansai heard these words, his face turned various shades of red and white, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Qingqing town isn't too big or too small, so any unusual events quickly spread within 100 miles. In the past, when classmates asked about him, he would shamelessly deny knowing them. Now, as Lu Laohan spoke, all his classmates looked at him with disdain. At that moment, 2 classmates who were closer to Chen Jiansai, Zhao Ping and Lin Yuan, stood up, looking at him mockingly. Zhao Ping sneered, "Chen, it turns out you're the one who sold your niece. I never expected you to be that kind of person."
Right.
I remember asking you that day, and you said it wasn't from your village? Lin Yuan chimed in. Chen Jiansai felt utterly humiliated and angrily retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. How could I use money from selling my niece to study? Don't believe her lies." Qingqing glanced at Chen Jiansai. Lies? Everyone knows Zhao Matchmaker from Liuqiao village. You can easily find out if it's true. Lin Yuan chuckled. "Jiansai, stop trying to deny it. I'm from the same village as Zhao Matchmaker, and I already knew it was you. I just didn't say it to spare you some embarrassment." Chen Jiansai's face turned bright red as he hurriedly defended himself. "No, I really didn't sell my niece. My mother did all that, and I only found out later. It's not my fault. Besides, my mother has already canceled the marriage. Is there really a need to keep arguing about it?" Qingqing didn't want to expose Chen Jiansai at the academy, but enough was enough. It was simply too much. She maintained a serious expression and said coldly, "Is it really necessary to argue? You make it sound so easy. Why did you want to marry me off to the butcher? You know the answer in your heart." Lin Shi, with tears in her eyes, took over the conversation. "You and your mother think my daughter is against marrying the butcher, so you want to harm my son and my husband. You even want them to become eunuchs in the palace. If you agreed to take a year off from studying, how could your mother pressure us to sell our children? Is this how you treat people?" Qingqing continued, "You keep saying I'm just a poor farmer's daughter and a burden, while your daughter, who is only 2 months younger than me, is spoiled and raised to believe she will marry someone wealthy. Your daughter is a person, but I am expected to be a sacrifice for your ambitions." Chen Jiansai felt ashamed, wishing he could disappear. "No, it's not like that. It's all my mother's doing." His defense sounded weak amidst the scorn of the crowd. As the saying goes, those who benefit have no innocent parties. If it weren't for supporting your education, None of this would have happened, Qingqing said, changing her tone. Enough of the past. I won't hold it against you. Our family has already severed ties with your Chen family, so you have no say in our matters. Chen Han felt a chill when he heard that Grandma Chen wanted to send Chen Jiansai to the palace to become a eunuch. Thankfully, he had his sister. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a terrible situation. He vowed not to disappoint his sister and to study hard so he could protect her in the future. He glared at Chen Jiansai and said, "Sister, we shouldn't talk to someone like him. He doesn't deserve it." Qingqing nodded. Xiao Han is right. Let's go pay our fees. After being publicly humiliated, Chen Jiansai gritted his teeth in frustration. You stop right there. As long as I'm here, Chen Han will never be able to study at Kung Fu Academy. Who do you think you are? Qingqing looked at him as if he were foolish. Chen Jiansai dropped the pretense and sneered, lowering his voice. Today, I'll show you the consequences of crossing me. He approached Zhao Ping. Brother Zhao, don't bother registering them. They don't have what it takes to study here. Next. Zhao Ping looked shocked and said quietly, Brother Chen, I only handle the registration and payment. I don't have the authority to stop students from entering the academy. These students have been personally selected and tested by the teacher. If the teacher finds out I blocked them, I would be punished. Please don't make it hard for me. Let's just get them registered and pay quickly. Lin Yuan looked down on Chen Jiansai, realizing that despite his usual respectable demeanor, he was actually shameless. Brother Chen, what Zhao said is true. We are just doing the teacher's work and have no right to stop students from leaving the academy. Chen Jiansai shook his head and smiled. Brother Zhao, to be honest, their families are so poor they can barely make ends meet. They have finally saved some money to send their child to the academy, hoping for a better future. But education takes time. It could take years or even decades to succeed. How much money will that cost? Isn't it foolish to waste money like this? I'm not stopping you from registering them. I'm just looking out for them. They could use that money for something better, don't you think? Qingqing's face was serious, and her voice was cold. Chen Jiansai, if you have a problem, go see a doctor instead of talking nonsense here. Chen Jiansai was confident in his popularity. After studying at the Confucius Academy for over 20 years, he was considered an elder there. The latecomers respected him and privately called him Big Brother. While he couldn't control everything, stopping Chen Han from entering the academy was easy for him. He raised his chin with a smug smile. Qing girl, don't waste your effort. As long as I'm here, Chen Han won't get through the gates of the Confucius Academy. Chen Han clenched his fists, filled with anger. Why won't you let me enter the academy? Qingqing smiled, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Chen Jiansai, you're feeling insecure. You're afraid Chen Han might surpass you academically, since you've been studying for over 20 years, which is why you're trying to stop him. Chen Jiansai shook his head dismissively. That's ridiculous. I'm the youngest scholar in Qingqing town. Why would I be afraid of a kid? Not letting Chen Han enter the academy is for your own good. You could save that money for something better. To be honest, with Chen Han's dull mind, he's not even half as smart as Ji. If you really have that spare money, you'd be better off sending Ji to the academy. As Chen Jiansai expressed his selfish views, people around him looked at him with disdain. Zhao Ping spat on the ground and said, Brother Chen, you seem respectable, but I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded, blocking your own nephew's path to education. It's truly embarrassing. Lin Yuan added coldly, exactly. You call yourself a scholar, yet your actions show no sign of a learned person. You're just a selfish little man. The onlookers began to criticize Chen Jianshan as well. Studying is meant to cultivate understanding and righteousness, yet he uses his knowledge to suppress his nephew. It's a disgrace to scholarship. How shameless. He has bad intentions and even belittles his nephew compared to his own son. He lacks great virtue. Right. He shows no humanity. Who knows what other immoral things he might do in the future? Chen Jiansai felt his face flush with anger but tried to stay calm, saying, You don't understand. I'm doing this for their own good. Qingqing was almost sickened by his arrogance. Chen Jiansai, do you think this academy belongs to you? Step aside. She pushed him aside and led Chen Han to the registration desk. Just then, the teacher heard the commotion and came over to ask what is happening. Qingqing quickly explained the situation. The teacher's expression darkened, and he scolded Chen Jansai. The academy is a sacred place for learning. How can you act recklessly? As long as someone has the desire to learn, they should not be turned away. Chen Jansai shrank back under the teacher's reprimand but retorted, "Teacher, this family is extremely poor, barely able to afford meals. How can they pay for tuition? I'm just thinking of the academy. Don't try to argue. This is a disgrace to scholarship. Step aside and go home to copy the great learning from the 4 books 10 times. Bring it to me for review tomorrow." Chen Jansai frowned at this. That old man was really harsh. Demanding he copy it 10 times would surely wear him out. But he didn't dare to speak up again. If he angered the teacher, it wouldn't just be about copying the text 10 times. He perfunctorily bowed to the teacher and quickly walked into the academy. The teacher then smiled at Qingqing, saying, "Miss, I apologize for the earlier disturbance. You can now proceed with the enrollment process." Qingqing nodded in thanks and politely smiled at Lin Yuan, saying, "This is my younger brother, Chen Han. He registered here a few days ago."
Please verify it.
Lin Yuan understood the situation and did not make things difficult for Qingqing. "No need to be formal, Mississippi. I'll verify it right away." As she spoke, she flipped through her notebook and soon looked up with a smile, saying, "Indeed, there is a name registered as Chen Han. Once you pay the fee, it counts as enrollment." Qingqing quickly took out the prepared money from her pocket and handed it to Lin Yuan with a smile. "Thank you, senior. My younger brother is new here, so I hope you can take care of him. You're too polite. We are classmates, and we won't associate with certain people," Zhao Ping said as he handed Qingqing a wooden plaque with Chen Han's name on it. "This is your enrollment certificate. You will need it to enter and exit the academy in the future." Qingqing took the plaque and pulled Chen Han to thank the teacher and Lin Yuan again. The teacher smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Study hard and don't waste this great opportunity for learning." Meanwhile, hiding in a corner and secretly watching, Chen Jansai felt a surge of anger seeing Chen Han enroll smoothly. He vowed to make Chen Han's life difficult at the academy. Qingqing and Chen Han arrived at the dormitory, organized the desk, and after many reminders, finally left the academy. After leaving the Confucius Academy, Qingqing asked Lu Laohan to wait for her at the street in Qingshui town, as she planned to visit her older brother, Chen Feng. Walking down the street, Lin Shi looked unhappy. Qingqing knew she was worried about Chen Han, so she smiled to comfort her. "Mom, Chen Han has grown up. For his future success, you need to let him go. He can't stay in Nanshan village forever, living a life without education." Hearing this, Lin Shi's brows relaxed slightly, and she sighed, "I understand that, but Chen Han is only 8 years old. It's natural for me to worry about him living alone." Qingqing linked arms with Lin Shi and smiled. "Mom, don't worry. Chen Han loves to read. No matter what he achieves in the future, being able to read and write is a good thing. Besides, he is smart and eager to learn. I believe he will succeed." These days, she had taught Chen Han some basic knowledge, and to her surprise, he learned quickly and understood easily. He was truly a little genius. If he focused on his studies and wasn't influenced by bad people, he would have a bright future. Lin Shi patted Qingqing's hand and smiled. "I'm fine. Let's go see your brother and deliver some clothes to him." At the Qingshui restaurant, Chen Feng was busy with kitchen chores day after day, but he had not forgotten his original intentions. Whenever he had free time, he would secretly observe the chef's cooking techniques and remember the ingredients they used. At that moment, Chen Feng was rolling up his sleeves and squatting on the ground, cleaning a large cooking spoon. He first used coarse ash to wipe it down, then fine sand, until the spoon was shining bright. After washing it with clean water, he felt accomplished. Chen Feng was sweating and didn't notice Qingqing and Lin Shi approaching. Seeing the dozen or so large iron spoons still needing cleaning, Qingqing felt a bit sorry. This task was dirty, tiring, and monotonous. It involved the same movements over and over again, and with low pay, no one wanted to do it. With a concerned look, she softly called out, "Big brother." Lin Shi's voice was a bit choked. "Fenger, Mom came to see you." Hearing the familiar voices, Chen Feng looked up in surprise and saw Lin Shi and Qingqing standing in front of him. He couldn't believe it. "Mom, little sister? Why are you here?" Lin Shi hadn't seen her eldest son for over 6 months, and she felt both sad and guilty. Other children his age were already married, while her son was out working hard for others. Her eyes turned slightly red with self-reproach. It was her failure as a mother that her son had to endure such hardship. Lin Shi wiped her tears with her sleeve. "Fenger, you look even thinner than during the New Year. Is this work too exhausting?" Chen Feng, wanting to ease her worries, lied, "Mom, the shopkeeper Wu treats me well. I have food and a place to stay. The work isn't tiring at all. I just don't gain weight. I know you're trying to comfort me. Being out here learning a skill is different from being at home. You must take care of yourself."
Don't worry, Mom.
"I'm not a little kid anymore. I can take care of myself." "Good. That's good," Lin Shi said, her eyes reddening again. Qingqing looked at her brother, covered in dust, and frowned. "Big brother, it's not mealtime. Why are you still working?" Chen Feng smiled. "These spoons will be needed soon, so I'm cleaning the ones I didn't get to last night while I have a moment." "You're not doing all this by yourself, are you?" Chen Feng shrugged. "This isn't much work. I can finish it soon. Besides, I clean at least 100 spoons a day, so I'm used to it."
What?
100 spoons a day? Wu Shiren is treating you like a slave. "No, the shopkeeper Wu is quite good to me." Chen Feng scratched his head and looked around. "By the way, you haven't said why you came to town. Where are Dad and Chen Han?" Lin took the opportunity to speak. "Your father went to the dock to find work, and Chen Han has gone to study at the Confucius Academy." As she spoke, she handed the package in her hand to Chen Feng. "This is cotton cloth that your little sister made. Mother has made you 2 sets of clothes. Keep them for changing." Chen Feng was taken aback and frowned. To be honest, he disliked scholars. If the Qin family weren't supporting Qin Jiansai's education, they wouldn't be so poor. He wouldn't have been forced to leave home either. He became an apprentice to escape the grasping nature of Qin Jiansai's family. He thought that after separating from the old house and cutting ties, life at home would improve, but he never expected his parents to send Chen Han to study. Although Chen Feng felt unhappy, he tried to keep his tone calm. "Mother, maybe we should sell these clothes. After all, studying in town costs a lot, and we should save this money for his tuition." Qingqing noticed he was upset and understood that Chen Feng had a misunderstanding about education, largely due to the greed of Qin Jiansai, which had caused him significant emotional distress. Changing his view on education would take time. Qingqing patiently said, "Elder brother, studying may cost money, but it makes people wise. Not everyone is as greedy as Qin Jiansai. Our Chen Han will know his limits. If he reaches the age for studying and achieves nothing, we can stop him then. Since he has the desire now, we should support him. After all, studying isn't just for fame. Gaining knowledge is beneficial for whatever he chooses to do in the future. You are learning a trade for a better life, and Chen Han studying is the same." Chen Feng hadn't returned to Nanshan village recently, but he had heard from Wu Shiren about what was happening at home. His little sister not only found ginseng but also cured Master Fan's stubborn illness, earning a good amount of money from these 2 things. Since she wanted to support her younger brother's education, he, as the elder brother, must support her. After a moment of silence, although he still felt a bit uncomfortable, he recognized that his sister had a point, and his expression softened a little. "Little sister, I'll listen to you, but let's agree on this. If Chen Han isn't cut out for studying, don't spoil him. We don't want him to end up like our uncle." Qingqing smiled and nodded, taking the clothes from Lin and handing them to him. "Quickly put these away. Mother sewed them with great care. If you don't wear them, it would be a shame to waste her effort." Chen Feng grinned. "Mother, you've worked hard. As long as you siblings are doing well, I won't have to worry," Lin said, her eyes welling up again as she unconsciously wiped the corners of her eyes. Seeing Lin about to cry again, Qingqing quickly changed the subject. Brother, how is your cooking skill coming along? Very well, Chen Feng replied confidently. Whenever I have free time, I flatter the chefs, bring them water when they're thirsty, and give them shoulder massages when they're tired. I often praise their cooking skills. They enjoy hearing it, so they casually share how to prepare each signature dish and what to pay attention to with the heat. When Manager Wu is not around, they sometimes let me watch them cook, and I remember everything deeply. I don't have many talents, but I have a good memory. If I see the method for a dish once, I can remember it well. To be honest, there's a chef here who loves to slack off. When Manager Wu isn't paying attention, he asks me to help him cook. Really? How do the customers respond? Chen Feng shook his head. I don't know. At least the customers haven't complained about the taste. Qingqing initially thought Chen Feng was honest and dull, like Chen Shan, but she didn't expect him to be quite clever. Knowing that people love to hear good things, Chen Feng will surely achieve something in the future. Qingqing smiled and praised him. Brother, you're amazing. Since you've learned to cook so well, why not think about opening your own restaurant and being the manager? Opening a restaurant had always been Chen Feng's dream, and his eyes sparkled with hope. However, opening a restaurant is not easy. It requires renting a place, decorating it, and these all come with significant expenses. He couldn't help at home, so he didn't dare to think about opening a restaurant. Chen Feng's expression quickly dimmed as he said, Little sister, it's not the right time yet. Let's wait a bit longer. Qingqing noticed his discomfort and smiled gently. Brother, you don't need to worry about the money. I will find a way to gather it. You just need to agree. Chen Feng shook his head. It's not about the money. It's that there aren't enough people in the restaurant. Manager Wu still hasn't found help for the kitchen. I can't leave him in a tough spot. Even if I want to go, I have to wait until spring next year. Spring next year? That's still a few months away. There are many idle people around these days. As long as you offer them a meal, many would be willing to work in the restaurant. Wu Shiren is clearly not hiring anyone on purpose. Can't you see that, big brother? Qingqing was almost laughing in disbelief at her silly brother. Brother, Wu Shiren is using you as free labor without paying you. Why should you wait until next spring? Listen to me, go talk to him now. Give him 1 more month at most. If he can't find anyone, that's his problem. You have to leave. That's not right. We need to be trustworthy. No matter how Wu Zhonggui is, at least I've learned a skill here. I should wait until he finds someone before I leave. Qingqing was so anxious, she wanted to stomp her feet. Just a moment ago, she praised him for being smart, but now he was being stubborn like a fool. Big brother, are you really going to work for him for free your whole life just because he can't find anyone? Lin Shi quickly interjected, Feng'er, your sister is right. Since you've learned how to cook, there's no need to suffer here. You should listen to her. Let's find a suitable place and run our own business. Chen Feng frowned in thought. Although he knew his mother and sister meant well, he felt uneasy about leaving so suddenly. No matter how harsh Wu Shiren was, Wu Tsuehua often cared for him. For her sake, he felt he should see things through. With a serious expression, he said, We must keep our promises. Since I've agreed to Wu Shiren, I won't leave early. Please stop trying to persuade me. Qingqing realized further arguments were pointless, so she just shook her head and smiled. All right, since you've made up your mind, I won't push you. Just then, a shout came from the kitchen. Chen Feng, you lazy bum. Where are you sneaking off to? Get back here and help out. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Shiren, with his round belly, pushed aside the door curtain and entered the kitchen. Boss, my mother and sister are here. They just want to say a few words and won't take up much time, Chen Feng said with a smile. Wu Shiren rolled his eyes in annoyance. Hurry up. Don't start talking and never stop. Yes, I'm on it. Chen Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Mother, sister, I still have some work to finish, so I can't stay with you. Feng'er, don't neglect yourself out there, Lin Shi said with concern. Don't worry, mother. You and father should take care of yourselves. Once I can support you, I will take good care of you. Chen Feng reminded Qingqing, little sister, Wild Wolf Valley is too dangerous. You must not take risks again. Stay home and take care of our parents. Don't worry about me. Brother, I understand. You take care of yourself too. Alright, I will go to work now. You and mother should walk slowly, Lin Feng said before squatting down to start using a big spoon. Qingqing sighed silently and led Lin Shi out the back door of the tavern. Lin Shi knew that her eldest son was called an apprentice at the Clear Water Tavern, but in reality, he was doing hard labor without pay and receiving little appreciation. She sighed sadly. Your brother is the most sensible child at home. If it weren't for your grandparents favoring your uncle too much, he wouldn't have been forced to be an apprentice. His life is really hard. Qingqing comforted her. Mother, don't worry. My brother is a determined person. He won't stay in Wu Shiren's kitchen forever. Next spring, we will find a good location and open a big tavern for him. Qing girl, opening a restaurant costs a lot of money. Lin Shi said with concern. What if we lose money? It's not easy for you to earn, so it's better not to take that risk. There's no store that doesn't sell rice and oil. As long as my brother is a good cook, we won't lose money. Lin Shi nodded and smiled. Okay, mother believes you. Although Qingqing spoke lightly, she felt anxious inside. After paying the 25 taels for Chen Han's tuition and living expenses, she only had 164 taels left. This amount was not enough to build a house. If she wanted to earn money quickly, she would need to buy ginseng from her space and then resell it. She had no choice. To help her family live better, she had to do this.
But she was worried.
If she sold ginseng, the Fan family might think she was hiding it for herself, and she wouldn't be able to explain. If only her space had a trading function, then the ginseng, deer antlers, and cordyceps she collected from the Fan family would have a place to sell. As she walked, she called out with her mind, Little Ring, when will you enable the trading function for me? Beep, don't worry, host. Activating trading rights requires 500 taels to upgrade. Once the upgrade is successful, you can buy and sell freely. Please work hard to earn money. This space is so unfair. It's not user-friendly at all. Rules are necessary, host. Don't be anxious. I am an all-purpose space. The more capable you are, the stronger my functions will be. Alright, I won't say anything more. Qingqing felt that a ring was being unkind to her, and she sighed helplessly. Qingqing had visited Qingshui town several times, but had never been to the dock. Today, she finally had the chance to see this important waterway hub for transportation. Although Lin had been to the town before, she was either washing clothes or doing odd jobs. She had never strolled leisurely like today, finding everything new and interesting. As she walked, she couldn't help but ask Qingqing, Where are we going, my girl? Mom, we're going to the dock. If my dad isn't working, we can go home together. Lin nodded. The two quickly arrived at the dock. Qingqing looked around. The dock was bustling with people, and the sides were filled with a variety of small goods. Not far away, many merchant ships were docked. Some were busy unloading goods, while others were engaged in trading. Qingqing searched the crowd for Chen Hanshan's figure. Suddenly, her eyes lit up when she spotted a familiar back. Mom, there's my dad, Qingqing exclaimed, pulling Lin's hand and quickly walking toward Chen Hanshan. Chen Hanshan was carrying a bag of goods, preparing to move it onto a ship, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead.
Dad,
Qingqing called out. Hearing her voice, Chen Hanshan put down the load on his shoulder, turned around in surprise, and then broke into a hearty smile. What brings you here? He asked while wiping his sweat. Dad, we came to see you. If you finish your work, we can go home together. I'll be done soon. You wait with your mom over there for a bit. Okay. Qingqing agreed and took Lin to find a shady spot. Suddenly, she noticed a group of people standing not far away, and she heard a man's voice calling out, Please, everyone, I've been stranded here for 3 days. I don't have much money, and I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. I just ask for your help. I don't need to sell an entire ship's worth of goods. Even if you buy just a pound, it would be enough for me to eat. I would be grateful. The people around shook their heads. It's not that we don't want to help you, but we've never seen this kind of thing before. What if it makes us sick? Exactly. This thing looks like a radish, but isn't one. We don't even know how to eat it. How can we help you? That's right. We've never even seen it before, and besides, it's too expensive at 3 coins a pound. We can't afford that. The middle-aged man eagerly spoke. This is really delicious. When cooked, it tastes very sweet. Not only can you eat it, but it can also be used as a dye. This is very popular where I come from. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The crowd frowned in response. Come on, if it's something you can eat, how can it also be a dye? What if it stains someone? That would be strange. We're not trying to criticize you, but as a seller, you should have checked the market for such a strange vegetable. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this situation. Exactly. Even if you keep it for another month, I doubt anyone would want it. You should just take it back. Hearing their comments, Qingqing became more curious about what he was selling that no one recognized. She thought about pushing her way into the crowd. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed, then said, It's not that I don't want to go back, but I don't have any money for the boat. Even if I give up this whole load of beets, I still can't get home. Upon hearing this, Qingqing was taken aback. Beets? Beets, also known as sugar beets or red beets, are a main ingredient for making sugar. Did people in this era not know their use? To confirm her suspicion, she quickly asked the middle-aged man, Are you selling beets? Yes, because they taste a bit sweet. We call them beets where I'm from, he said, pulling out a purple-red vegetable that looked a bit like a radish. They are easy to store and taste sweeter and crisper than the radishes here. Qingqing took it and examined it closely. She could now confirm that this was indeed the main ingredient for making sugar in modern times. It was surprising that people in this period didn't know its use. What a shame. Suddenly, an idea struck her. There's a saying, teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. Although she could earn money to support her family now, it would be better to find a way for her parents to make a living. Only by earning money through hard work would she feel secure spending it. Moreover, her father had a tough time doing hard labor for others. Instead, she could buy all these beets and make brown sugar at home. Then she could sell it in town for a good profit? Determined, she smiled and asked, Sir, how much are your beets? The middle-aged man replied, 3 coins per pound. 3 won per pound. Qingqing muttered, her mind racing. 1 pound of beets can produce 200 grams of brown sugar. 5 pounds can yield 1 pound of brown sugar, costing 15 won. The market sells brown sugar for 100 won per pound, giving a profit of 85 won. If she processes 100 pounds of beets in a day, that would be 20 pounds of brown sugar, which could sell for 2 taels of silver. After deducting labor and other costs, she could make over 1 tael of silver. This is a very profitable business. If she expands, she could earn a fortune. While she was thinking, she heard a familiar voice say, Qing girl, I'm done. Let's go home. Qingqing snapped back to reality and saw Chen Han had squeezed into the crowd. She quickly smiled and said, Dad, not yet. I have something to do. Just then, Lin Shi caught up from behind and, seeing Chen Han finished with his work, tugged at Qingqing's arm. Qing girl, let's go. Mom, wait a moment. I want to buy these beets. Lin Shi was taken aback, looking up at the middle-aged man, noticing his pitiful expression, and then realized. Her daughter must have a kind heart and wanted to help. She nodded, all right, let's buy a little. Chen Han also agreed, thinking that if someone starts buying, it would encourage others. If everyone bought a few pounds, the man's surplus would be resolved. With that in mind, he cupped his hands and said, Brother, everyone faces difficulties sometimes. Don't be too anxious. Since we've met, it's fate. I can help a bit. Please weigh me 5 pounds. The middle-aged man was so moved he nearly cried. He had been here for several days without selling a single pound of beets and had lost all hope. Although it was only 5 pounds, it was a huge help for him, ensuring he would have dinner tonight. He quickly bowed to Chen Han. Thank you, kind sir. I'll weigh you 5 pounds right away. Hearing they were buying 5 pounds, Lin Shi quickly calculated in her mind. 3 won per pound means 15 won for 5 pounds, which could buy 3 pounds of corn. If the beets aren't good, wouldn't that be a waste? Thinking this, She raised her hand to stop the middle-aged man. "Brother, please wait a moment before weighing." The middle-aged man was taken aback, thinking that Lin didn't want to buy anymore. He quickly explained, "Sister, this beet is very tasty. If you keep it in a cool place, it can be stored for a long time without going bad." Chen Han misunderstood, thinking his wife was unhappy with the small amount he planned to buy. Since he was already helping, he thought he should buy more. He quickly told the middle-aged man, "Brother, don't just give me 5 pounds, give me 10 pounds. Seeing that Chen Han misunderstood her, Lin furrowed her brows in worry, gently tugged at his sleeve, and whispered, "We've never seen this before. How can we eat so much? What if we can't store it properly? That would be a waste." "It's fine. This brother said it doesn't spoil easily, so we can eat it slowly," Chen Han replied. Lin felt it was too much and quickly looked at Qingqing. "Qing girl, 10 pounds is 30 coins. You should persuade your father to buy less." "Mom, this is a good thing. 10 pounds isn't too much," Qingqing replied, then turned to the middle-aged man. "Uncle, I'll take however many pounds of beets you have." The middle-aged man tightened his breath, thinking he misheard. He shook his head and asked again, "Miss, what did you just say?" Qingqing smiled and repeated, "I asked how many pounds of beets you have. I want them all." The middle-aged man was shocked, his eyes wide, and his voice trembled. "Miss, I brought a whole boat of beets, stored on the shore, totaling 5,000 pounds. Are you sure you want them all?" 5,000 pounds of beets could produce 1,000 pounds of brown sugar, worth 100 taels of silver, with a cost of only 15 taels. After deducting labor and other expenses, the profit was significant. Qingqing nodded seriously, "Yes, I want all 5,000 pounds." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Chen Han's smile froze. "Qing girl, you want to buy them all? That can't be right." "Yes, that's several thousand pounds. You can't just rush into buying them all." Lin also waved her hands, looking anxious. Qingqing had anticipated her parents' reaction and smiled. "Dad, Mom, I'm not being impulsive. Don't worry, I have a plan." Chen Han felt anxious and couldn't understand why his usually cautious daughter was making such a hasty decision. He couldn't help but advise, "Qing girl, you must not act on impulse. This is several thousand pounds of beets. Even if we eat them every day, we probably wouldn't finish them in a year. You can't buy them all, and besides, we have no place to store them." Lin also spoke up to persuade, "I know you have a kind heart, but we should only do what we can. There's no need to overdo it. This isn't a joke." The onlookers finally regained their composure and began to advise her. "Miss, don't be foolish. Listen to your parents and buy less. If you can't eat it all, it will go to waste." "Exactly. That's several thousand pounds of sugar beets. What's the point of buying so much? That costs a lot of money."
Right.
5,000 pounds of sugar beets at 3 coins per pound is 15 taels of silver. With that money, you could do so much. Eat meat every day for over a year. Don't regret it later. True, being kind has its limits. You can't just take everything with your words. You need to think about the future. Hearing this, Qingqing just shook her head and smiled, not wanting to explain. Seeing her parents looking anxious, she said seriously, "Dad, Mom, trust me. I have a way to turn these sugar beets into something valuable." Chen Han looked at his daughter's determined eyes and believed her. She had surprised him many times lately, first finding ginseng, then helping the Fan family with their illness. They, as parents, often relied on her. With all that she had done, they shouldn't stop her decision. She must have her reasons. "Okay, I believe you." Although Lin wanted to stop her, her husband had already agreed, so she didn't say anything more. The middle-aged man had tears in his eyes, feeling overwhelmed. "Miss, you have really helped me. Thank you so much." Qingqing smiled gently. "Uncle, there's no need to be polite. These sugar beets are exactly what I need. However, I need your help to deliver them to Nanshan village." "Sure, that's absolutely no problem." The man nodded eagerly. "Miss, you are truly my lifesaver." "Not quite a lifesaver, just mutual needs. I look forward to working together again." "Oh, that's wonderful." The man was surprised to find such a straightforward buyer. It seemed they would collaborate again in the future, turning a misfortune into a blessing. He suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "I got so excited that I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Zheng, and my given name is Zhong." Qingqing smiled and nodded, "Hello, Uncle Zheng. My name is Qingqing." She then took out 15 taels of silver. "Here is the payment for the sugar beets.
Please keep it safe."
Zheng looked at the shiny silver, feeling incredibly excited, and bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, Miss Chen, for your help. I thought I would lose everything on this trip, but I never expected to meet such a kind person like you. To be honest, this is my first time doing business, and I have risked everything. If I can't sell this batch of goods, not only will I suffer, but my wife and children at home will also struggle to survive. You are truly our family savior." Qingqing understood how difficult it was to do business in ancient times when transportation was not well developed. Traveling by water with rowboats was an important means of transport, and with poor communication, goods could easily go unsold. Additionally, some products were hard to preserve. For example, while these beets might not spoil quickly, if not sold in time, they could rot. It took great courage to venture into business, and for that reason alone, she admired Zheng. Qingqing smiled and said, "Uncle Zheng, you are too polite. It was just a small favor. Besides, I have other uses for these beets. Didn't I mention that we'll be working together long-term? I just wonder if the price will change." "Don't worry, Miss Chen. If you want more, the price will definitely stay the same." Zheng calculated in his mind that he sold 5,000 pounds of beets for 15 taels of silver, while locally, he could buy 5,000 pounds for just 2.5 taels. The cost of shipping was about 600 wen for a boat over 600 miles, taking about 10 days, which would cost him 6 taels of silver. After deducting expenses for food and lodging, he would make over 3 taels of profit on this trip. If he delivered goods every 2 months, he could earn about 20 taels a year. This was a great opportunity for wealth. His joy was evident as he asked, "Miss Chen, when will you need more beets next?" Qingqing had already planned it out. She could clear 200 pounds of beets a day and would be able to finish them all in less than a month. To prevent any shortages, she needed to ensure a steady supply of raw materials. With that in mind, she smiled and asked, "Uncle Zheng, when is the soonest you can come again? Round trip takes about 10 days, plus some time for purchasing, so the soonest would be around a month." "Great, let's stick to that schedule. Please deliver 5,000 pounds of beets to me every month." "All right, no problem. I guarantee the delivery will be on time." Zheng didn't expect such good luck. It felt like a chance to get rich. Although Chen Han believed in his daughter, he found it hard to accept that she wanted Zheng to supply them long-term. He couldn't help but ask again, "Qing girl, we still don't know when we will finish the 5,000 pounds of beets. Why do you want a long-term supply? Where will we put so much?" "Yes, think about it. If we eat beets every meal, we probably won't finish them in a year. Why are you having someone deliver more?" Lin Shi frowned, also confused. Qingqing smiled slightly. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll explain everything when we get home." Seeing Lin Shi's worried expression, Chen Han quickly said, "Xiaomei, our daughter wouldn't take on something uncertain. We should trust her." Lin Shi sighed in resignation. "All right." Not wanting to waste any more time, Qingqing quickly instructed Chen Han and then turned to Zheng. "Uncle Zheng, I'll go ahead. Let my dad take you back." "Okay, Miss Chen, don't worry. I'll arrange for a vehicle right away," Zheng replied, turning to organize the loading. Qingqing briefly spoke to Chen Han again, and then left the dock with Lin Shi, finding Lu Laohan and getting onto the ox cart to head home. At the Chen family home, Chen Laotai and others returned from Qingqing's house, changed into clean clothes and packed a few steamed buns before urging Chen Laohan, who was standing nearby, "Hurry up and get ready so we can leave. We're going to report to the authorities." "What's there to prepare? We should just get going." Chen Laohan was already feeling impatient. "If we keep delaying, we won't reach the county office until tomorrow morning. You don't understand. We will be the parents of a scholar, so we need to pay attention to our image. We can't bring shame to the Chen family. Enough, enough. This is still uncertain. Don't boast too much. I can't afford to lose face. Look at you. Chun Laotai glared at him. What do you mean uncertain? Next year, the third one will definitely pass the scholar exam. Just wait and see. All right, I believe you. Chun Laohan didn't want to argue further, knowing he couldn't win. He stepped forward to take the package. Let's go, old woman. Let's go, I need to talk to Rulin for a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Rulin walked in from the outer room, holding 2 eggs. Grandma, the journey to the county town is long. Take these eggs with you to eat on the way. Oh, my dear granddaughter, that's so thoughtful of you. Chen Grandma said, her joy evident. You should keep these eggs for yourself. I'll take some snacks instead. Hearing this, Chen Rulin stopped being polite. Although the eggs weren't the best, they were certainly better than plain bread. To ensure the elderly couple could report the matter smoothly, she reminded them, Grandma, to avoid any complications. Once you reach the county town, no matter how late it is, you must find the county office first. Make sure to explain clearly about Qingqing's wrongdoing so we can get the officials to help us catch them red-handed. If they move that person, Qingqing might turn against us. Chen Grandma nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Roland. With my strength, I can reach the county town before dark. Once I find the county office, I will make sure to raise the alarm and get that girl caught. Chen Rulin hid her satisfaction and urged, All right, you and Grandpa should hurry. Okay, you take care of yourself at home. We'll be back early tomorrow morning, Chen Grandma said, giving a few more reminders before she and Grandpa Chen left the house. Just a few steps out, they ran into the village head, Wu Baoan. Seeing the elderly couple with bags, he quickly asked, Auntie, where are you going? Chen Grandma was startled and felt a pang of anxiety. What a coincidence to run into him. Wu Baoan was the village head, and if he found out what was going on, it could cause trouble. After all, there was a reward of over 100 taels of silver involved. Who wouldn't be tempted? If he took credit for their efforts, the loss would be significant. It would be better if no one knew. Old Chin was already reluctant to go to the county town. Although the reward for reporting murderers was generous, Chen Zhanshan was his son. As the saying goes, even a tiger wouldn't harm its own cub. If the villagers found out he wouldn't spare his own son, how could he hold his head up in the future? Moreover, he didn't believe that Chen Zhanshan would dare to do anything wrong. Although that person was lying in his house, he was still alive, which didn't count as evidence. The authorities needed witnesses and physical evidence. Just having a half-dead person wouldn't hold up in court. If they couldn't prove that the man was beaten by his eldest son's family, even if they reported it to the officials, they wouldn't win the case. Earlier, when his wife Chen Rulin shouted at him, he lost his ability to think in a moment of panic. Now he realized that going to the county office was not something to take lightly. If the complaint failed and they were counter-accused, it would only bring trouble upon themselves. Thinking this, he quickly shook off Chen Old Lady's arm, paused, and said deliberately, It's just the security officer. My wife and I plan to go to the county town for a bit. Hearing Chen Old Man speak the truth, Chen Old Lady was so angry she almost couldn't catch her breath. This old man was more trouble than help. He should think before he speaks instead of revealing everything. She shot him a cold glare filled with warning. As the village security officer, Wu Baohan was already more alert than others. The Qin family had no relatives in the county, and at this hour, by the time they reached the county town, it would be dark. Besides, the two of them were acting suspiciously, their eyes darting around, which suggested they were hiding something. He smiled lightly. Uncle, what a coincidence. I also need to go to Yangcheng for some business. Wait a moment, I'll go home to get the ox cart, and we can go together. Chen Old Lady was stunned, her eyes wide. You're going to the county town too? Wu Baohan nodded. A few days ago, you sold the land next to the cow shed to Zhanshan. I need to go to the county to handle the land deed and household registration for them. Since we're all going, we might as well go together. It's safer with company. Wu Baohan told a little lie. He actually came to the Qin family to deliver the land deed and household registration documents to Qingqing. He said this to confirm his suspicion that the old couple was hiding something from him. Sure enough, after hearing this, Chen old lady's face turned pale. They couldn't go together. If Wu Baohan found out the truth, he might take credit for it, and any rewards would have nothing to do with her. No, she had to get rid of him quickly. Chen old lady shook her head vigorously. I just remembered, I have some matters at home, so I won't go to the county town. You go ahead, there's no need to wait for us. Hearing this, Chen old man worried that Wu Baohan might actually be fooled by her, so he deliberately raised his voice. Wife, how can we not go to the county office? What if they destroy evidence and secretly bury the person? We would end up being accused of false charges, and that could land us in jail. Old Lady Chen's face darkened. This old man really talked too much. Annoyed, she raised her hand and poked him, saying, Shut your mouth. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. I didn't say anything wrong. Old man Chen retorted, puffing out his neck. That's just how it is. Wu Baohan felt a tightness in his chest. The county office, evidence, false accusations. He guessed correctly. This old couple was indeed involved in something. Frowning, he asked seriously, Uncle, Aunt, what's really going on?
Don't hide anything from me.
Our village has always been peaceful. If there are any illegal activities as the village head, I have the right to resolve disputes.
Even if I can't handle it, there's the town chief.
You shouldn't let small matters escalate to the county office. There are rules for everything. You can't just act on impulse. Old Lady Chen panicked and stammered. It's nothing. Really nothing. We just had a little argument and wanted to go to the county to relax.
Aunt, don't try to fool me.
What Uncle Chen said earlier was more than just a little argument. If you don't clarify things and something happens later, don't blame me for not warning you. Seeing he wouldn't let up, Old Lady Chen felt frustrated. He was like a stubborn adhesive that wouldn't come off. It seemed that if she didn't explain today, Wu Baohan wouldn't let it go. Fine, she decided to be clear with him. At worst, she could give him a few silver coins later. After all, he was part of the community, and if he decided to make things difficult for her later, it wouldn't be worth it. Resolving to tell him, she looked around and lowered her voice, saying, Big nephew, I'll tell you the truth, but don't tell anyone else. Something serious happened with the Chen Zhanshan family. Wu Baohan's eyes widened, and he quickly asked, What happened to the Zhanshan family? It might shock you. Old Lady Chen said mysteriously, I'll tell you, that girl from the Chen Zhanshan family, who looks weak, is actually not a good person. Her heart is as dark as can be. To fill her stomach, she would even commit terrible acts. A girl committing terrible acts? Wu Baohan was taken aback at first, then shook his head in denial. Aunt, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say anything. Everything needs evidence. If you make false claims about that girl and the authorities find out, you could be charged with false accusations and face serious consequences.
Don't worry, Baohan.
I never do things without confidence. If I dare to report it to the county office, I definitely have solid evidence. This is a serious matter concerning lives, so don't joke about it. There's no doubt about it. The evidence is right there with the deceased in their home. Once the officials arrive, they will surely catch them red-handed, said Grandma Chen confidently. Old Man Chen cleared his throat and continued, Security, we all know how dangerous Wolf Valley is. That girl claims she found ginseng, but whether you believe it or not, I certainly don't. The situation with the man lying there is suspicious, so my wife and I plan to report it to the county office and have them investigate. While we don't believe that girl would harm anyone, we can't just stand by and let her do something wrong, right? Wu the security guard nearly burst out laughing. You think that the man who hasn't woken up is proof that the girl committed murder for profit? Grandma Chen was taken aback. What? Do you know something about this? Annie, everyone in our village knows that the girl saved someone from Wolf Valley. Didn't you hear?
This
can't be true. Grandma Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that girl have such a good heart? Wu's expression turned serious as he scoffed. The girl already informed me about this. You were lucky to run into me. Otherwise, you would have gotten into serious trouble. Old Man Chen felt relieved that he had been cautious. Otherwise, they would have been in big trouble. Grandma Chen looked worried, realizing that telling Wu the truth might have saved them. If this had gone to the county office, she would have faced serious consequences. She was so frustrated that she wanted to slap herself for not knowing about this sooner. If she had known, she would have taken something small earlier. Now, she had nothing to show for it and almost got into a mess. She needed to hurry home. If Wu started asking questions, she wouldn't have a good explanation. Thinking this, Grandma Chen quickly put on a smile. "Security, you're mistaken. No matter what, that girl is my granddaughter. How could I harm her? I was just worried she might go down the wrong path and acted out of concern. Now that I understand the situation, I feel relieved." She nudged Old Man Chen, who was lost in thought. "Come on, let's go. We shouldn't delay the security guard from his duties." Wu didn't believe her words and looked down on her in his heart. They speak grandly, but in reality, they just want to use something against Qingqing to report to the county office and seek a reward. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. These two are truly inhumane. Even if the Zhang family did something wrong, as parents, they shouldn't take advantage of the situation. He looked sternly at Old Lady Chen and asked, "Auntie, what were you doing at the Zhang family's house? Why were you sneaking around?" "I wasn't doing anything. Why would I go to their house?" Old Lady Chen shook her head vigorously. She had already decided that she would never admit it, as it would lead to unpleasant gossip. She didn't want people behind her back calling her a thief. Wu Baoan's expression darkened as he said firmly, "Don't play tricks in front of me. The Zhang family is now connected to you, so stop causing them trouble. If you went to their house while they were away, that's against the law. If you took something that doesn't belong to you, I advise you to return it quickly. Otherwise, if Qingqing comes back and reports you, I won't just stand by." At that point, the consequences could be embarrassing, or worse, you could face fines and debts. Think carefully about what matters more. Don't come crying to me later. I won't be able to help you. Old Lady Chen scoffed and said with a sneer, "Baoan, do you really think I'm the kind of person who takes advantage of others? As a respected elder in the village, you shouldn't speak like that." "Exactly. What could we take?" "We just saw that no one was home and helped close the door." Old Man Chen chimed in, but then he glanced at the yard and his face turned red. The door was wide open and not closed at all. He awkwardly laughed. It wasn't shut tight. The wind blew it open. Wu Baoan shook his head and sighed. "Uncle, Auntie, please tell the truth. Did you take anything from them?" Old Lady Chen felt her face burn with embarrassment and shook her head like a rattle. "No, absolutely not. We promise we didn't even touch a single blade of grass." Yes. We didn't take anything. We were so scared of that person that we ran away." Old Man Chen nodded vigorously. Wu Baoan was so angry, he stomped his foot and pointed at them. "You two are getting more foolish with age. How could you do something so shameful? Luckily, you didn't take anything, otherwise, you would really be thieves. If this gets out, how embarrassing would that be?" Old Lady Chen felt scared. If this got out, she wouldn't be able to face anyone. "Security, this matter must stay between us. You can't let it spread. If it reaches that young girl, we'll be in big trouble. If I had known, I wouldn't have acted this way. You don't want me to say anything, but you have to promise not to go bothering them again." "Okay, I promise. I won't go to their house anymore." "Good, remember what you said." "Don't worry, I won't forget. We're heading home now." Old Lady Chen pulled her husband, who was still in a daze, and turned to walk home. Seeing them enter their yard, Security Wu shook his head and smiled. Such parents are rare. Instead of handling serious matters, they only think about taking advantage of others. Luckily, he asked a few more questions. If this had reached the county office, this old couple would have been in big trouble. He took a few steps forward, but just then, he heard shouting behind him. Turning around, he saw Lu Laohan parking his ox cart at the Chen family's door. He checked the documents in his pocket and turned back. Qingqing returned home and hurried to find a suitable place to store the beets. After searching for a while, she couldn't find a good spot. The yard was just too small. If only it could be a bit bigger. But that 4 acres of land wouldn't truly belong to her until the fall. With 5,000 pounds of beets on the way, she needed a slightly larger space. Thinking of this, She turned to her worried mother, Lin, and said, "Mom, you go inside and rest. I'll go talk to the village head." "Okay, you hurry back." As soon as Lin finished speaking, security Wu walked in from outside. "Qingqing, what are you all doing?" Seeing him, Qingqing felt happy and greeted him with a smile. "Village head, come in. My mom and I were just heading to town to send Chen Han to school. I was about to look for you when you showed up. No need to be formal. Just sit in the yard for a bit. It's great that our village has another student." Wu sat down and took out a few papers from his pocket, handing them to Qingqing one by one. "Qingqing, I've taken care of what you asked me to do. Here's the household registration document. This is the land deed for the 4 acres you bought, and this is the document for building a house on that land.
Keep them safe."
"Thank you, village head. I didn't expect it to be done so quickly." Wu Baoan smiled and said, "Yes, luckily you gave me a few silver coins. I bought 2 boxes of snacks for the clerk and gave him a red envelope with 2 silver coins. I used the rest of the money to buy a few pounds of wine for the guards, which is why things got done so quickly." Wu Baoan increasingly admired Qingqing. She brought so many surprises. In just a few days, she not only ensured her family had enough to eat but also bought 4 acres of land, and now she was sending Chen Han to school. Her actions were extraordinary, almost like a blessing from the heavens. "By the way, Qing girl, you mentioned you needed something from me. What is it? Just tell me, and I won't refuse if it's within my ability." Seeing his willingness to help, Qingqing explained about buying 5,000 pounds of beets. Upon hearing the news, Wu Baoan looked surprised. "You bought 5,000 pounds of vegetables?" Qingqing nodded and smiled. "Yes, so I want to ask Uncle Li Zheng to help me find a suitable large courtyard. My home courtyard is a bit small, and I can't hold so many vegetables. Your courtyard is indeed too small. How about this? Our old house is still empty, and the courtyard is big enough. There's also a large stone cellar built against the mountain behind the house, perfect for storing vegetables without them rotting." Qingqing knew that the Wu family's old house was not far from hers, and it had a large courtyard close to a well. If she could make sugar there, it would save a lot of labor. She felt very grateful. "Thank you, Uncle Li Zheng. You are really helping me a lot." "No need to thank me, but I'm curious why you bought so many vegetables. In this hot weather, won't they spoil?" Wu Baoan asked, frowning in confusion. "Don't worry, Uncle Li Zheng. These beets don't spoil easily. Even if they don't spoil, with so many, when will you eat them all? I didn't buy these beets to eat. They have a big purpose," Qingqing said with a slight smile. "I plan to use them to make brown sugar." "Make sugar?" Wu Baoan looked puzzled. "Sugar is usually made from cane. How can you use vegetables?" The cane Wu Baoan mentioned is what people today call sugar cane, the main ingredient for making sugar. From what Qingqing knew, beets were only introduced from abroad in recent times and quickly became a major ingredient for sugar production. The Danning dynasty had never existed in history, so she was curious why beets appeared here, especially since they didn't know beets could be used to make sugar. This was a great opportunity for her. Seeing Wu Baoan looking puzzled, Qingqing hurriedly explained, "Uncle Li, this vegetable is also called sugar beet. I came across it in a book which says it can be used to make brown sugar, so I decided to buy a lot of it." Hearing that it could be used to make sugar, Wu Baoan's eyes lit up. If this girl could really make sugar, it would bring him recognition and provide some work for the villagers, giving them a little income. Brown sugar is quite valuable and sells well. He was eager to see what the sugar-making vegetable looked like. While he was thinking, Qingqing said, "Uncle Li, if you lend me that big yard, I won't use it for free. I can pay you 100 coins in rent each month. What do you think?" Wu Baoan nodded in satisfaction. "Sure, why not? The yard is just sitting empty, and 100 coins a month is more than enough for me." After finalizing the rent with Wu Baoan, Qingqing finally sighed in relief. She greeted Lin and headed towards the Wu family's old house. The Wu family's old house has about 2 acres of land, and the yard is spacious. Behind the thatched house is the village's back mountain. The Wu family built their home into the hillside, creating a large stone cave, which is what Wu Baoan referred to as the stone cellar. The space inside is indeed large enough to store a lot of sugar beets. After looking around inside, she found 2 big pots, meaning everything was ready except for the sugar beets. She could start making brown sugar early the next morning. The truck carrying the sugar beets soon arrived at Nanshan village. News of Qingqing buying 5,000 pounds of vegetables spread quickly throughout the village like wildfire. Villagers, young and old, rushed over to see, amazed and curious as they watched the sugar beets being unloaded into the yard. These look a lot like radishes. Are they tasty? I heard they taste sweet, so it should be good. Even if they are tasty, who would buy so many? I heard Qingqing bought an entire shipment, 5,000 pounds. Wow, 5,000 pounds. Even if you eat them every day, you wouldn't finish them in a year. Is she planning to raise pigs? Come on, you can't be serious. Didn't you hear? They cost 3 coins a pound. Who would buy them to feed pigs? That doesn't make sense. Exactly. 5,000 pounds is worth 15 taels of silver. You could buy several pigs with that. So, what do you think the Chen family is going to do with all those vegetables? Who knows what they're thinking? Maybe they just really like them. Hearing the discussions around her, Grandma Chen pulled Grandpa Chen closer to the front. Looking at the yard full of beets, she couldn't help but lick her lips, wanting to sneak a bite of one when no one was watching. Grandpa Chen, feeling frustrated, complained to Grandma Chen, "That girl doesn't know how to manage money. She's wasting it on nonsense. Does she really think these things are worth buying?" Grandma Chen spat on the ground in annoyance. Who says otherwise? That ungrateful girl. If I had known she would turn out this way, I should have left her to the wolves when she was born. Grandpa Chen shot her a disapproving glance. If it weren't for you insisting on separating the family and cutting ties, we wouldn't have to watch them flaunt their wealth. Now it's too late to regret. Grandma Chen was momentarily speechless. If she had known that girl would be so capable, she would never have agreed to the separation. But there's no remedy for regret, so what could she do? Suddenly, Grandma Chen had an idea. "Old man, I heard them say these things taste sweet. Hurry and grab a couple while no one is looking. Let's take them home to try." "I'm not going. There are too many people around." "It's embarrassing," he replied. "What's embarrassing about it? Just sneak a few into your pocket while everyone is distracted. No one will notice." Seeing he wasn't moving, Grandma Chen pushed him. "Hurry up, go." Grandpa Chen shook his head repeatedly. "If you want to go, you go. I won't do anything embarrassing. With that attitude, you'll never have a good life." Grandma Chen glared at him and turned her attention back to the yard, waiting for the right moment to grab a few beets. Finally, the last truckload of beets was unloaded. Qingqing ignored the villagers' doubts. As long as she could produce brown sugar tomorrow, their questions would be answered. It was hard for Xingzhong to believe that she could buy an entire shipload of beets, especially since she only wanted them delivered once a month. This profitable business needed to be secured. Otherwise, if the beets arrived and couldn't be sold, it would be a real struggle. Feeling grateful, he approached her and clasped his hands together. "Miss Chen, the beets have been unloaded. I just want to confirm, can we really work together long-term?" Qingqing nodded seriously. "Uncle Zheng, don't worry. As long as you deliver them, I will take them all." After receiving a positive response, Zheng smiled widely. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he stood up to take his leave. The night grew darker. After dinner, Chen Zhanshan thought about the 5,000 pounds of beets and felt uneasy. Although it was his daughter's hard-earned money, he would still be worried if he lost it all. In the village, many people had gone to the town to sell vegetables and didn't even earn back their bus fare. These beets were expensive and unfamiliar, so no one would buy them. The more he thought about it, the more troubled he became, sitting on the edge of the bed with a long face, sighing. At that moment, Qingqing finished checking the man and turned around to see Lin Shi staring blankly at the cabinet. She quickly asked, "Mom, what are you thinking about?" Lin Shi looked up, her eyes filled with worry. "Qingqing, when we left this morning, I tied the door with a rope, but when we returned, it was open. The cabinet where we store food has also been disturbed, and the firewood on top is scattered on the floor. It seems like someone has been here." Qingqing had already noticed something was off and knew who had visited her home. Seeing that the lock on the cabinet was intact, she decided not to mention it, surprised by Lin Shi's attentiveness. "Mom, is anything missing from the house?" Lin Shi shook her head. "Nothing is missing, but it seems like the room has been rummaged through. I don't know what they were looking for." Qingqing suspected that the elderly couple next door had come to steal money, but they must have been unsuccessful since the cabinet was locked. Although she thought this, she didn't want to worry Lin Shi and casually said, "Since nothing is missing, don't think too much about it. Maybe a wild cat or dog got in." Lin Shi nodded. "That's possible. There are many wild cats in these mountains." Glancing at Chen Han, who sat silently on the bed, Qingqing said, "Dad, you need to go sleep at the Wu family's old house tonight. I can't stop worrying about all those beats." "All right, I'll go now." Just as Chen Han stood up to leave, Qingqing quickly called out to him, "Dad, wait a moment. I want to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "Go ahead." "Dad, starting tomorrow, don't go to the dock to work. Stay home and help me. I can't handle all those beats by myself." "Okay, I'll listen to you. But I don't understand why you bought so many beets in the first place." Although in theory, Qingqing would use traditional methods to make sugar from beets, she had never tried it before. If it failed, it would disappoint her parents. Until the brown sugar was properly made, she thought it was best not to mention it. She shook her head and smiled. "Dad, you'll find out tomorrow. You're keeping secrets from your father," Chen Han said as he stood up. "You and your mother should go to bed early. I'm heading to the Wu family's old house." Qingqing lay in bed, feeling anxious about the unconscious man. She needed to make sugar and also open a clinic in town. If this man didn't wake up soon, she couldn't keep him any longer. As she drifted off, she suddenly heard a crying sound coming from outside. Qingqing woke up with a start, quickly getting dressed. Lin Shi also came out. "Mom, it sounds like my second aunt." Lin Shi nodded and hurried to open the door, finding Sun Shi in the courtyard, crying and distressed. Chen Zhengliang was beside her, trying to comfort her. "Don't worry, dear. If you get too upset, it won't help. Maybe Daba will be back soon." Qingqing rushed over and, in the dim light, noticed Sun Shi's red eyes. "Second aunt, what happened?" "Yeah, Suichin. Why are you crying? What's wrong with Daba?" Lin Shi quickly asked. Sun Shi stopped crying. "Qing girl, Daba went to Wolf Valley and hasn't returned. I'm afraid something bad has happened." Qingqing was shocked. What did Daba go to Wolf Valley for? "I don't know. It was Erbao who said it." "My poor Daba." Erbao was already scared and burst into tears. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't envied Chen Han for going to town to study, Dage wouldn't have gone to Wolf Valley. I caused Dage's trouble." Qingqing was confused. It was probably around 9 o'clock at night. If Daba really went to Wolf Valley, it could be dangerous. "Erbao, stop crying. How do you know Daba went to Wolf Valley?" "Qingqing, it's my fault. Ever since I found out Chen Han was going to study in town, I told my brother I wanted to learn too. He told me to wait and said he would go to Wolf Valley to dig up some ginseng to sell, so he could send me to school." Erbao cried as he spoke. "Qingqing, my brother must have gone to Wolf Valley for me. Please find a way to help him." Sun Shi was anxious, stamping her feet. "Qing girl, you have to help me. If something happens to my Daba, I won't be able to live." "That's silly Daba." Qingqing was very anxious. She didn't expect that her careless action would cause so many misunderstandings. It was important to note that she couldn't say she found ginseng in Wolf Valley at that moment. Wolf Valley was full of dangers, with wolf packs roaming and poisonous creatures everywhere. A small mistake could lead to death, and if anything happened to Debeo, she would feel guilty. "Erbao, when did your brother leave home?" "He left early in the morning." Hearing this, Qingqing felt a rush of panic. She knew she couldn't delay any longer and quickly instructed Lin, "Mother, we need to act fast. Go find my father and tell him to speak to the village chief about Debeo going into Wolf Valley. We need to gather the young people from the village and bring plenty of torches to search for him." Okay, I'll go right away. Lin understood the urgency and hurried to the old Wu family home. Chen Zhanliang felt guilty. Debeo had been restless these past few days, constantly mentioning wanting to separate from the Qin family. He thought Debeo was just joking and didn't take it seriously, but he didn't realize how determined the child was to go to Wolf Valley alone. He was burning with anxiety. Suiqin, stay home and take care of her Bao. I'm going to Wolf Valley to find Debeo. Although Sun was worried about her son, she still had a bit of rationality left and quickly stopped him. Zhanliang, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. We should wait for the village chief. No, I can't wait any longer. The longer I wait, the more danger Debeo is in. After saying this, Chen Zhanliang lifted his leg to leave. Chen Laodai came out of the house, leaning against the doorframe, looking like she was watching a show. When she saw Chen Zhanliang turning to go to Wolf Valley, she became anxious. Stop right there. What are you doing out at this hour? Mother, Debeo went to Wolf Valley and I need to find him. Where will you search in the dark? Wolf Valley is full of poisonous creatures and wild beasts. No one comes out alive once they go in. You should stay home with me. Chen Zhanliang felt a bit touched. He didn't expect his mother to care for him at such a critical moment, but now is not the time for deep family feelings. Saving Debeo was the priority. Mother, even if it means risking my life, I have to go to Wolf Valley to save Debeo. Come back here. Chen Laotai called him back again, giving him an annoyed look. Are you foolish? Debeo isn't back yet. He could have been attacked by wolves or bitten by a snake. Going now would be like throwing your life away. If you die, what will happen to our family? Who will gather firewood? Who will farm our land? Are you trying to make me and your father suffer? Yes, your mother is right. You can't go. If something happens to you, there will be no one left to work at home, said old man Chen, speaking his mind. Chen Zhanliang was so angry, he almost spat blood. He foolishly thought his parents cared about him, but they were only worried about having no one to do the work if he died. He forced a self-deprecating smile and said coldly, How can you be so heartless? Debao is your grandson. Now his life is uncertain, and all you care about is whether there will be someone to do the chores. Is this how parents should act? Sun's heart sank further. This old couple was incredibly selfish. They cared for no one but their favorite third son. To them, their own son was just a tool for labor. They didn't care if Debao lived or died. What use were such in-laws? If she had known this would happen, she would have listened to Debao and moved out, so her son wouldn't have to risk going into the Wolf Valley alone. Tears of regret streamed down Sun's face. Zhanliang, if Debao can come back safely, we will move out, even if we have to beg. I don't want to live with such heartless in-laws. Chen Zhanliang nodded. Suiqin, I will follow your lead. Old Lady Chen frowned and scolded Sun. Son Suiqin, you wicked woman, encouraging my son to split the family. You are ungrateful and deserve a bad end. Sun was furious. Debao is also your grandson. His life is uncertain, and while you don't care, you even stopped Zhanliang from searching for him. Is this how grandparents should behave? If I am being ungrateful today, then if my son returns safely, I will definitely split the family. Seeing her daughter-in-law threaten her, old Lady Chen sneered. The third son will surely pass the scholar exam next year. Then our family won't just be free from taxes and labor. Debao and heir Bao will also have the status of scholar nephews. Do you have the courage to split the family? I used to think that if the third son became a scholar, our branch would benefit too, so I never had the courage to propose splitting the family and let you favor the third branch. But today I finally understand that no matter how much we contribute, we will never compare to your scholarly third son. Even if he becomes a scholar, what good will it do us? Just the status of a poor relative, what use is that? Hearing what Sun said, old Lady Chen gritted her teeth in anger. Fine. You think that separating will let you live as well as the main family? You're dreaming. Without me, you will all starve. Sun curled her lips into a bitter smile. Even if I starve, it's better than staying in this cold, unwelcoming home. Old Lady Chen became furious, hands on her hips, glaring. Shut up. You ungrateful child. Wanting to separate is just a foolish dream. I will never agree to it. Old man Chen was already regretting letting the eldest branch separate, and now the second branch wanted to do the same. No way, absolutely not. Old man Chen forced a smile. Second branch, don't rush to separate. You worry about Daba's safety, but your mother is also afraid that Zhanliang might encounter danger in the Wolf Valley. As mothers, we all care for our children. You need to understand her worries. Old Lady Chen quickly caught on and added, Yes, I was just a bit anxious and spoke too bluntly. I didn't mean anything else. I'm just afraid something might happen to my son. Sun scoffed, Afraid? I think you're just worried about not having anyone to do the hard work for you. Having seen the Chen couple's cold-heartedness, Qingqing felt disgusted by their shamelessness, looking at them with even more disdain. Seeing the argument continue, Qingqing quietly scolded, Have you all argued enough? If there's something, talk to Daba. Zhanliang felt completely disappointed in his parents, sadness filling his eyes. Qingqing, you're right. Finding Daba is the priority. Sun looked sorrowful. Zhanliang, if anything happens to Daba, I won't be able to live either. Suiqin, keep an eye on Erbao at home. I'm going into the mountains to find Daba. Wait a moment. Qingqing said to let the eldest brother find the village chief. It's safer to go together. I can't wait. Every moment I delay, Daba is in more danger. I have to go first. After saying this, Zhanliang grabbed a hatchet and hurriedly walked out. Qingqing knew the dangers of Wolf Valley. After all, she had seen hungry wolves and giant pythons. She wanted to go into the mountains with the villagers, but since Zhanliang had already left, she had to follow him. It would be very dangerous to go alone. Without thinking much, she grabbed a torch and quickly chased after him. Second uncle, wait for me. Zhanliang was filled with anxiety, his steps quickening, hardly hearing her call. As it was getting dark and visibility was poor, it wasn't long before Zhanliang disappeared from Qingqing's sight. Old Lady Chen saw Zhanliang walk away and rolled her eyes in annoyance, pulling Chen Han into the house. At that moment, Erbao was still sniffing. Mom, as long as my brother comes back safely, I won't mention studying again. Erbao, it's not your fault. It's because I am not capable, Sun said, wiping her tears with her sleeve. You go back to sleep. I will wait for your father and brother at the village entrance. Mom, I will keep you company. Sun nodded and led Erbao toward the village entrance. Old Lady Chen noticed the yard was quiet and looked outside. It was pitch black. She couldn't help but smirk. Old man, our chance has come. Chen Han was startled. What chance? Look at you, you silly thing. What chance? Hurry up and steal some beets.
What?
You're still thinking about those beets. Chen Han shook his head. No way, what if we get caught? Are you foolish? Everyone has gone to Wolf Valley. No one is watching. We can take some without being noticed. That still won't work. What if they find out in the morning and complain to the village head? Wu Baoan is sharper than a monkey. He will definitely suspect us. If they find the stolen goods, I will be embarrassed. You really are hopeless. Old Lady Chen rolled her eyes in frustration. Who told you to bring all of them back? Just take a little. It's 5,000 pounds of beets. No one will notice if you take 3 or 5 less. Chen Han chuckled. Right, just take a little. Hurry up, if we miss this chance, there won't be another. Old Lady Chen was only thinking about the beets, eager to have a taste. Okay, I'm going now. Chen Han agreed, but didn't move, glancing at Old Lady Chen. It's dark. Why don't we go together? What are you afraid of? If you keep hesitating, the food will get cold. Hurry up. All right, I'm going now. Chen Han had no choice but to sneak out of the house. Outside, it was very dark as he cautiously made his way to the Wu family old house. Suddenly, he heard a commotion and saw more than 10 people coming toward him with torches. Chen Han, feeling guilty for his actions, was startled and slipped, falling to the ground and grimacing in pain. Wu Baoan had already spotted Chen Han. Seeing him fall, he quickly ran over to help him up. Uncle, why are you out so late? If you fall and hurt yourself, what will you do? Old Chen scolded his wife in his mind for making him sneak out to steal beets, which almost got him hurt. Not knowing how to explain himself, he quickly said something he didn't truly believe. Security, I heard that Debeo went to Wolf Valley and I can't stop worrying about him, so I want to go with you to find him. Before Security Wu could respond, old Chen felt guilty and thought his secret about stealing beets might be discovered. He quickly added, Debeo is my grandson, I should help. Besides, I went to Wolf Valley once when I was younger, so I can guide you. Security Wu nodded. All right, it's rare for you to care like this. Let's go. Old Chen was almost stunned. He only said that hoping Wu would refuse because of his age, but he didn't expect Wu to be so determined. Going to Wolf Valley in the dark was too much for his old body. It felt like a death sentence. But he had already committed, so he had to follow Security Wu toward Wolf Valley. Qingqing chased after them and, upon reaching Wolf Valley, couldn't find Xinjiang. He must have been worried about Debeo's safety and left quickly. It was normal not to catch up. Looking at the dark Wolf Valley, Qingqing felt scared. But thinking of Xinjiang and Debeo, she steeled herself and bravely walked deeper into the valley. It was pitch black, and she could hear eerie wolf howls in the distance. After walking for a while, she noticed a dark shape moving under a big tree ahead. Startled, she instinctively slowed down, gripping her torch tightly and moving cautiously forward. With the faint light from her torch, she finally saw that the shadow was Debeo. He was curled up, holding his head and shivering under the tree. Qingqing rushed over. Debeo, it's really you. I found you. Get up, I'll take you home. She reached out to help him up. Debeo slowly opened his eyes, saw Qingqing, and weakly said, Qingqing, before fainting.
Debeo, wake up.
Qingqing saw his pale face and weak breath. Noticing blood on his calf, she realized he had been bitten by a poisonous insect. She was relieved to have arrived in time. Otherwise, the poison could have spread and harmed his insides, which would have been dangerous. She took out a special medicine for treating insect bites from her bag, cleaned the wound, and after the emergency treatment, she gave Daba a detoxifying medicine to take. Before long, Daba slowly woke up, tears in his eyes. Sister Qingqing, thank you for saving me. I thought I was going to die today. It's all my fault for acting impulsively. Seeing that he had regained consciousness, Qingqing sighed in relief. Daba, now is not the time for that. We need to leave Wolf Valley quickly. How are you feeling?
Can you walk?
I can. I feel much better now. I can walk on my own. That's good. Let me help you up. After saying this, Qingqing pulled Daba up and they started walking towards the mountain exit. They hadn't gone far when they heard distant wolf howls, getting closer. Not good, it's a pack of wolves. Qingqing alerted, listening carefully and looking around with her torch. Daba was so scared that he trembled, his hair standing on end. Although he felt terrified, he quickly found 2 large stones to hold in his hands. Before long, the howling grew louder. With the light of the torch, they saw pairs of glowing green eyes emerging from the grass, surrounding them from all sides. Qingqing gasped. The wolves clearly saw them as prey, and they needed a plan to escape. She kept waving the torch. Wolves fear fire and didn't dare to approach, hiding in the grass and waiting for the right moment. Time passed slowly, and suddenly a low growl echoed, "Awa." As if receiving a command, the wolves lowered their heads and quietly moved forward, their eyes glowing eerily as they fixed their gaze on the two, getting closer. Qingqing's heart tightened, and she felt a chill down her spine. Without thinking, she quickly took out another torch from her bag, lit it, and handed it to Daba. Take this quickly. Wolves are afraid of fire. Daba had never seen anything like this, and was already frightened and confused. Hearing Qingqing, he dropped the stones and took the torch, his voice trembling. Sister Qingqing, are we going to be eaten by the wolves? Qingqing tried to calm herself. She knew the wolves wouldn't give up easily. The only way to escape was to use the fire to scare them off, and then leave quickly. Daba, don't be afraid. As long as we have torches, they won't dare to come close. Let's back up to each other and move forward. Debeo's legs trembled, and he couldn't move at all, tears almost spilling from his eyes. His voice was shaky as he said, "Qingqing, it's all my fault. You should hurry and go. I'll hold these beasts back. Stop saying such negative things. Listen to me. We need to leave quickly, or we'll both end up in trouble," Qingqing said, feeling anxious and angry. Taking advantage of the wolves retreating, she pulled him and ran. The light from the flames temporarily scared the wolves, but they wouldn't give up easily. When they saw Qingqing and Debeo trying to escape, the lead wolf howled loudly, and the pack quickly surrounded them again. In the darkness, it was hard to tell how many wolves there were. Only pairs of glowing green eyes surrounded them. Qingqing shivered. Was she really going to meet her end today? No. She had to stand her ground against these beasts. With that thought, she waved the torch in her hand, trying to scare the wolves away. But the wolves were cunning. They had no intention of attacking, just watching patiently from a distance, waiting for the right moment. They were stuck in a standoff. Qingqing was anxious. They couldn't stay like this any longer. The wolves were clearly looking for an opportunity to attack, and if they made one mistake, it could be fatal. They had to take the initiative, or they would surely die. Determined, she focused her thoughts, and suddenly a vial of tranquilizer appeared in her hand. As long as the wolves could smell it, they would fall unconscious. She aimed carefully and threw it into the wind. The wolves seemed to sense the danger approaching and let out a low growl, quickly scattering in all directions. These creatures are incredibly clever. Qingqing was genuinely surprised. Not thinking much, she shouted to Debeo behind her, "Debeo, run. Once we're out of the wolf valley, we'll be safe." The two of them ran tirelessly, not knowing how long they had been running. Finally, they stopped when they were out of breath. Debeo collapsed on the ground, his heart racing. He gasped for air, shaking his head repeatedly. "Qingqing, I can't run anymore. You need to go quickly. If the wolves catch up, neither of us will survive. Stop talking nonsense. We're not going to die. Even if I have to drag you, I'll get you home," Qingqing said, glancing back and noticing the wolves hadn't followed. She finally let out a sigh of relief. "Debeo, don't be afraid. It seems the wolves didn't chase us. Let's rest for a moment before we go." Hearing Qingqing say she would never abandon him, Debeo's eyes turned red with emotion. "Sister Qingqing, it's all my fault for not being capable. I almost got you into trouble too. Don't say those useless things. Remember, if you face any difficulties, just tell me directly. Don't take risks alone. It worries us." "Thank you, Sister Qingqing. It's all my fault for dragging you down. From now on, I'll listen to you and stop daydreaming about getting rich. That's the right attitude. In a few days, I'll help you find a job that will earn you money." Qingqing had already planned this out. Since she wanted to make sugar, she would need help, so it would be better for Debeos to assist her. After all, he was young and learned quickly. With proper training, he could become her valuable helper. Hearing this, Debeos stood up excitedly. "Sister Qingqing, are you serious?" "Of course, as long as you're willing to work hard. I can do it. As long as I can earn money, I can endure any hardship." Just then, they heard a faint rustling sound nearby. Through the dim light, they saw a pair of glowing green eyes. He trembled. "Sister Qingqing, the wolves are coming." Qingqing quickly got up and saw two wolves quietly approaching. She cautiously looked around and, confirming there were only two, felt a bit relieved. "Don't be afraid. It seems only two have followed us. Just make sure the fire doesn't go out." The two wolves growled softly, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, drool dripping from their mouths as they slowly approached from both sides. Seeing this, Qingqing swung the torch fiercely. But the wolf coming toward her seemed extremely hungry and showed no fear of the fire. Seizing the opportunity, it lunged at her. Qingqing was startled and instinctively blocked with the torch, which ended up burning the wolf's head. The wolf yelped in pain and retreated. Debeos, however, was not so lucky. The other wolf took the chance and charged at him with lightning speed, mouth wide open. Terrified, Debeos dropped the torch as pain shot through his leg, causing him to scream, "Aw!" Chen Qingqing realized something was wrong and turned to see a wolf biting Debeo's calf. Furious, she shouted and swung the torch hard at the wolf's head. The wolf howled in pain and ran away. Chen Qingqing hurriedly picked up the fallen torch from the ground and handed it to Chen Debeo. Debeo, how are you?
Can you hold on?
Chen Debeo took the torch, his eyes rolling back in pain, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Sister Qingqing, my leg hurts a lot. You should go quickly and not worry about me. You must hold on. I won't leave you behind. Chen Qingqing felt cold sweat in her palms. Debeo was injured, and she didn't know how serious it was. It seemed they had to deal with the two stubborn wolves before they could escape the Wolf Valley. While she was thinking, she heard a sound. Ding, the host is in danger. Would you like to buy crossbow bolts for 20 taels of silver each? Without hesitation, Chen Qingqing chose yes and exclaimed, Stupid system. I'm about to die, and you're still talking about money. Well, I have to keep running too. The system replied, sounding a bit aggrieved. Chen Qingqing didn't have time to argue. She raised the crossbow and aimed at the fleeing wolf, shooting an arrow. The wolf yelped and disappeared, and the other wolf ran away as well. Taking this chance, Chen Qingqing quickly crouched down to check Debeo's injury. Fortunately, it wasn't serious, just a surface wound. She took out disinfectant, applied a pain-relieving ointment, and bandaged him up. Debeo, how do you feel now? Chen Debeo moved his calf and was amazed that he felt no pain at the treated wound. Sister Qingqing, it doesn't hurt anymore. Good, let's hurry and go. Chen Qingqing didn't dare to delay. She helped Chen Debeo up and continued on their way. But they hadn't gone far when they heard a low howl, and they were surrounded by wolves again. Chen Qingqing gritted her teeth in frustration. She reassured Debeo not to panic and shot an arrow at the nearest wolf. The wolf howled and fled, causing the others to stop and watch in surprise. A few more wolves seemed ready to charge, but Chen Qingqing wouldn't hold back if they got too close. For a moment, the wolves were hesitant to approach, but they didn't give up. Chen Qingqing was on high alert, not daring to relax. Though her legs felt weak from standing for so long, she gritted her teeth and held on. The two of them stood back to back, wide-eyed, watching the wolves' every move. She knew that if they continued to waste time with the wolf pack, the hungry wolves would take advantage of it. They had to find a way to escape the wolves' encirclement quickly, or they would face a terrible fate. Suddenly, a large wolf let out a howl. It then took a few steps forward, and the surrounding wolves moved closer, as if they received a command. The wolves were preparing to attack. Chen Qingqing tried to stay calm. She understood the principle of capturing the leader first. She raised her crossbow and aimed at the wolf that had given the command. If she could shoot the lead wolf, the others would retreat. Without hesitation, she fired the arrow, but the lead wolf seemed to sense the danger and jumped aside. However, it was still a bit slow, and the arrow struck its leg. A painful howl echoed as the lead wolf, enduring the agony, retreated and bit down on the arrow to pull it out of its leg. The other wolves, seeing this, began to retreat, but soon closed in again, driven by a strong desire for revenge for their leader. Seeing the wolves closing in again, Daba was terrified. Sister Qingqing, it looks like we really won't survive this. It's all my fault. I got you into this.
Don't say that.
If I say it will be fine, it will be fine, Chen Qingqing replied, but as she looked at the approaching wolves, she felt uncertain. If these fierce wolves attacked together, they would surely die. To be safe, she took out the strongest poison powder from her space and handed an antidote to Daba, commanding him, "Quickly take this." "Yes, Sister Qingqing." Daba took it without hesitation and put it in his mouth. Chen Qingqing's gaze turned cold as she focused on the moving wolves. If they got any closer, she would immediately scatter the poison powder. Just as she was about to do so, the injured lead wolf seemed to sense the impending danger and let out a low growl. The wolf pack, hearing the command, hesitated but then spread out to form a new encirclement, their eyes coldly fixed on Chen Qingqing and Daba. Time seemed to freeze as both sides faced each other in a standoff. The lead wolf stood not far away, its fierce gaze fixed on Qingqing. It occasionally sniffed the air, seeming to sense her intentions, appearing a bit restless. Then it let out a sharp howl, signaling the wolf pack to retreat immediately. The wolves quickly vanished, and the lead wolf looked back at Qingqing one last time, reluctantly disappearing into the dark night. Qingqing found it strange that the wolves left so suddenly. Were they playing some trick? Never mind, she thought. Let's take this chance to leave quickly. Debeo. The wolves are scared off, let's hurry. Debeo snapped back to reality, and the two of them quickly ran toward the mountain. At this moment, Wu Baoan and his group were marching toward Wolf Valley, holding torches high. Looking at the dark, dense forest in the distance, Chen Han felt uneasy as eerie sounds echoed around him. He couldn't help but curse Chen Tai in his heart, thinking, this old woman made me steal beets. Now I'm in this mess. If I die in Wolf Valley, I won't let her rest even as a ghost. He wanted to persuade Wu Baoan to turn back, but couldn't find the words. After all, Debeo was his grandson, and if he, as the grandfather, backed down first, it wouldn't sound good. He decided to leave his fate to chance. Exhausted and thirsty, he dragged his stiff old legs to keep up with the group. After a while, they finally reached the entrance of Wolf Valley. Wu Baoan stopped and said, "Zhongho uncle, none of us have been to Wolf Valley. Since you have, please lead the way." Chen Han raised the torch and approached, looking at the dark mountain ahead, his heart racing. Wolf Valley was not a place for people. If bitten by a poisonous creature, one could end up seriously injured. If they encountered a pack of wolves, even with more than 10 people, they wouldn't stand a chance. He wanted to survive. Although he had been to Wolf Valley before, he never dared to enter. He knew that if they went left, it would be a longer route, but they could return to the village before dawn. Any other direction would lead to certain death. He silently thought, Debeo, Zhuangliang, don't blame me for being harsh. If there's a grudge, blame that Qingqing. If she hadn't found ginseng, you wouldn't be tempted to take the risk in Wolf Valley. If you're looking for trouble, go find her. Don't come to me. Wu Baoan noticed Chen Han standing still and quickly asked, "Zhongho uncle, where do we enter the mountain?" Old Chen had already decided in his heart that staying alive was the priority. By now, it was clear that Zhanliang and Debeo had probably met their end, and even if they entered Wolf Valley, they wouldn't be able to save them. Before dawn, when they realized they were on the wrong path, they would likely be exhausted, and it would be difficult for them to re-enter Wolf Valley. Thinking this, he forced himself to stay calm and pointed to the left path, saying, "Let's go this way. It should lead us to Wolf Valley." Wu Baoan frowned upon hearing this. "Uncle Zhongho, are you sure? Right now, saving people is the most important thing. This suggestion of yours sounds a bit unreliable." "There's nothing unreliable about it. Trust me, you won't be wrong," Old Chen insisted. "All right, then let's go," Wu Baoan said, not wanting to delay, and led everyone forward. After walking for over half an hour, Chen Han in the crowd felt something was off. "Li Zheng, this path doesn't seem right." Wu Baoan stopped. "What's wrong, Zhanshan? This path is getting smoother. It doesn't look like the way to Wolf Valley." "Really?" Wu Baoan was taken aback and looked at Old Chen. "Uncle Zhongho, are you sure this is the way to Wolf Valley?" Old Chen was startled. He had forgotten that Chen Han, who was not very obedient, was with them. He often went into the mountains to gather firewood, so he couldn't easily deceive him. But it was dark, and the kid wouldn't notice anything wrong. He pretended to be calm. "That's right, this is the path. Look, there are signs of people having walked here. Trust me, let's keep moving." Wu Baoan held up a torch and indeed saw some scattered footprints ahead of Old Chen. "All right, everyone hurry up. Let's try to find Zhanliang and Debeo as soon as possible." The mountain path was rugged, and the further they went, the thicker the vegetation became, making each step extremely difficult. Everyone carefully followed Old Chen as they moved forward. Although Chen Han had never been to Wolf Valley, he felt uneasy looking at the distant mountains. He quickly called out to Wu Baoan, "Li Zheng, this path seems wrong. It looks like we're getting further away from Wolf Valley." Wu Baoan, using the faint starlight, noticed that they had indeed strayed from their route and frowned. "Uncle Zhongho, are you sure this path is correct?" Old Chen couldn't admit he had led them the wrong way, so he gritted his teeth and insisted, "It's definitely this path." Seeing his confident expression, Wu Baoan believed him. After all, he was Zhanliang's father and Debeo's grandfather. There was no reason for him to deceive everyone. Thinking this, Wu Baoan waved to the others behind him. "Everyone stay alert and keep up." The group continued on their way. As time passed, they had left Wolf Valley far behind. The stones on both sides of the mountain gradually increased. Chen Han shouted, "We can't go any further. Ahead is the rocky hill, which is not the way to Wolf Valley." Wu Baoan's nephew, Wu Qian, echoed, "Yes, uncle, after Rocky Hill, we would have to cross 3 or 4 more mountains to reach the back of Nanshan village. This route is wrong." Hearing this, Wu Baoan was startled and quickly questioned, "Zhongho, how can you lead us the wrong way when Daba and Zhanliang's lives are uncertain? This is a matter of life and death. Your actions could endanger them." Old Chen, realizing he had been found out, quickly defended himself. "Baoan, how could I harm my son? This path, while it goes through Rocky Hill, is also the fastest route to Wolf Valley. If we go further, we will reach the west slope of Wolf Valley, where the path is easier to navigate. If you trust me, hurry and follow. If not, you can go back. Besides, I'm just following the footprints, and they disappear here, clearly heading toward the west slope." Wu Baoan had indeed heard from the village elders that one could bypass Wolf Valley from the back of Nanshan village to reach the west slope. Seeing Old Chen's confidence, he chose to trust him. After all, no elder would want to see a parent lose their child. He called out to the others behind him, "Time is tight. Saving lives is urgent. Everyone, hurry up." Old Chen was frustrated, thinking these kids were trying to wear him out. He had originally planned to bypass Wolf Valley and reach Nanshan village before dawn. Even if they noticed, he could just say they turned around in the dark, but who knew Qingqing would discover he was on the wrong path. Now, he had to take the risk and lead everyone toward the west slope of Wolf Valley. As he walked, he nervously watched his feet, afraid of falling into a ravine. He was terrified. If a poisonous creature bit him, it would be the end. It was all that old woman's fault for being greedy, putting him through this trouble. And these foolish people, the chance of returning alive from Wolf Valley during the day was slim, let alone at night. It was clearly a recipe for disaster. In the light of the torch, Old Chen suddenly spotted a shoe on the ground. He was startled. Wasn't this the old shoe his son often wore? How did it end up here? Could it be that he was attacked by wolves? Though the father loved his youngest son the most, the second son was still his flesh and blood. He didn't dare to think further and suddenly felt a wave of sadness. Bending down, he picked up the shoe from the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Security, something happened to Zhanliang." Wu Baohan looked at the shoe in his hand, frowning. "Are you saying this shoe belongs to Zhanliang?" Chen Han felt a sharp pain in his heart and his eyes turned red. "Yes, this shoe is Zhanliang's. He must have run into danger and lost one of his shoes." As they spoke, a chilling howl echoed in the distance. Chen Han turned pale with fear and said in a shaky voice, "Zhanliang must have encountered a pack of wolves and was torn apart." "No, Zhanliang will be fine." Chen Han shook his head vigorously. Wu Baohan's expression was serious. "You're right. We can't assume Zhanliang was eaten by wolves just because of one shoe. Everyone, spread out and look around for any other clues, but don't go too far." The group raised their torches and began searching. "Uncle, come here. It looks like something rolled through the thorns here," Wu Qian shouted from near the rocks. Wu Baohan and the others hurried over, examining the area closely with their torches. "It does look like something was crushed here." Chen Han stretched his neck to take a look and shook his head repeatedly. Zhanliang must have panicked and rolled down the cliff when he encountered the wolves. He was convinced that his son was doomed, feeling a hint of sadness. Chen Han, anxious, said, "You all wait here. I'm going down to save Zhanliang." Although Wu Baohan was worried, he remained clear-headed. The cliff was deep and dangerous. Rushing down could lead to a terrible accident. He quickly stopped Qingqing. Hold on, let's find a safe way down first. Otherwise, we won't be able to help him. Upon hearing they were going to the bottom of the cliff, Chen Han's earlier sadness vanished. He shook his head anxiously. What's the point of saving him? From such a high cliff, Zhanliang must have fallen to his death. Going down would be pointless. Since we know where Zhanliang is, let's not take any risks. Let's go home, get some rest, and in the morning we can go down to retrieve his body. That will be enough. Uncle, are you serious? Wu Baohan could no longer listen, glaring at him in anger. Zhanliang is your own son. We haven't given up yet. Why would you? While the chances of surviving a fall from here are slim, we cannot give up without seeing a body. Security, why do you have to say such harsh things? It sounds like I'm not worried about Zhanliang's death. Old Chen's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he pretended to be sorrowful, tearing up. I'm saying this for everyone's good. Look at how dark it is now. What if someone else falls and gets hurt? Can you take that responsibility? Zhanliang is already gone, and my heart aches. I just want to hold his body for a final goodbye, but I can't do that. Everyone has parents who raised them. If I have to watch another villager get hurt, I'll be the one to blame. What face will I have to meet my hometown folks again? I'm just forced to do this. Qingqing was not surprised by old Chen's cold words. After all, if he was willing to make sacrifices to become a eunuch, how could he care about Zhanliang's life or death? These heartfelt words could fool others, but not him. Qingqing snorted, Li Zheng, I will not give up. I must find Zhanliang, whether alive or dead. Zhan, you're right. What if Zhanliang is still alive and can't wait for help? He must be feeling hopeless, Wu Baohan said, then called out to everyone, watch your step and see if there's a way down. Hearing that they wanted to go down the cliff to save someone, old Chen was furious. Wu Baohan, you are such a fool. Even after everything, you still want to risk your life. This place is full of dangers, from wild beasts to poisonous insects. My old body can't handle that. If I get bitten, I might not survive. As the saying goes, good words can't persuade a determined ghost. Since you all want to go to your doom, don't drag me along. With that thought, he pounded his chest and pretended to be heartbroken, crying loudly, Zhanliang, I wish I could bring your spirit home right now, but my legs just won't cooperate. Wu Baohan shook his head and sighed. Uncle Zhongho, stop shouting. If you can't walk, just rest for a bit. Fine, but you all be careful. Old Chen pretended to wipe away tears and started wailing again. My son, you died so tragically. How can I live without you? Qingqing found it annoying and said, enough. If you keep shouting, you'll attract wolves and put everyone in danger. What? A wolf? Old Chen was shocked. He had been too careless and forgot about this situation. If everyone went down and left him alone, what would happen if a wolf suddenly appeared? Hearing the distant howls of wolves, he felt a chill run down his spine. Zhanliang rushed out of his house, worried about his son's safety, and ran all the way to Wolf Valley. Seeing the dense forest, he didn't hesitate and headed west, where there were fewer bushes, and began to search up the mountain. In his hurry, he didn't even bring a torch. In the dark night, he was driven forward by his love for his son. He stumbled on the mountain, calling out for his son, but all he could hear was the rustling of the wind. There was no response from his son. Zhanliang grew more anxious, and his pace quickened. After running for a while, a chilling wolf howl echoed from the valley, startling him and sending a wave of cold fear through him. In his shock, he slipped and fell off the side of the cliff. He felt a buzzing in his head, and then lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, he woke up in intense pain. Zhanliang gritted his teeth and tried to stand, but every movement sent sharp pain through his legs. Worried about his son, he tried several times but couldn't succeed. His legs felt weak, as if they were broken. Despair washed over him as he lay at the bottom of the cliff. Just then, he heard a faint sound coming from above, and his heart raced. Could the wolves have followed the scent of blood? Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. If he couldn't find his son, he might end up in the jaws of a wolf. He thought to himself that if he was going to die, at least he would die alongside his son on this mountain. Resigned, he closed his eyes, waiting for the hungry wolf to come and end his life quickly. After a long time with no response, he opened his eyes and, using the faint starlight, looked around but saw no sign of wolves. He sighed in relief. But thinking about the earlier wolf howl made his heart ache. His son was surely in great danger. His eyes reddened as he pounded on his injured leg, feeling guilty and anxious for not being able to continue searching for his son. Suddenly, he thought he heard crying coming from the cliff above. He perked up, listening closely. He recognized the voice. It was old Chen. His father must have come looking for him, worried and bringing others to help. Thinking of this, Chen Zhanliang felt a pang in his heart. It seemed that his father still cared for him. He couldn't help but shout, "Dad, Dad, I'm here." While Chen Laohan was lost in thought, he suddenly thought he heard someone calling for a dad. He quickly shouted to Wu Baoan, who was discussing plans. "Baoan, don't make a sound. It seems someone is calling for a dad." "Uncle Zhongho, there's no sound." "Don't be so jumpy. You'll scare everyone," Wu Baoan replied, continuing to plan how to rescue someone from the bottom of the cliff. Hearing this, Chen Laohan shook his head vigorously, thinking, "That's strange. It sounded just like Zhanliang's voice. How could they not hear it? What was going on? Could it be that Zhanliang's spirit was lingering, feeling wronged in death, calling for him to take him home? That couldn't be. It must be an illusion." Just then, he heard someone calling again, "Dad, I'm down here, I'm down here." Chen Laohan was so startled that he shouted, "Oh no, there's a ghost." Wu Baoan jumped at his shout, "Uncle Zhongho, are you done? Do you want to scare everyone to death?" "No, Baoan, there really is someone calling for a dad." Chen Laohan was so frightened he almost lost control, his voice trembling. "It must be Zhanliang's spirit. It's wandering around, trying to lure me to find him." "You say he's dead, so why is he calling for me? We need to leave quickly, or we'll encounter a ghost for sure." Wu Baoan was getting more frustrated with him. Just as he was about to scold him again, he faintly heard a weak voice calling for help. He quickly signaled for everyone to be quiet and listened carefully, holding his breath. "Did you hear that? It sounds like someone is calling for help." Everyone nodded in agreement. "That's right. It's Zhanliang's voice."
Great.
"Zhanliang is alive. He's still here." "Yes. Let's hurry down to save him." Hearing this, Chen Laohan was anxious and stomped his feet. "You are all so foolish. You don't understand. That voice is mournful and clearly a ghost's call. It's trying to draw our attention so we will fall off the cliff one by one. We can't take that risk. I say the energy here is too heavy. For everyone's safety, we should go back. Otherwise, none of us will survive." The group exchanged worried glances. Wu Baoan was very annoyed. "Uncle Zhongho, stop being superstitious. That was clearly Zhanliang's voice. If you're scared, just stay up here. We are going down to save him." Hearing the distant howl of wolves, Old Man Chen felt a surge of panic and quickly waved his hands. No. Don't leave me behind. I'll go with you. Do as you wish." Wu Baoan ignored him and found a gentler slope, quickly leading everyone down to the bottom of the cliff. They moved carefully and, after much effort, finally reached the base. With the light of the torches, they saw Chen Zhanliang curled up not far away. Everyone hurried over. Wu Baoan looked worried. "Zhanliang, how are you feeling? Are you hurt?" Chen Zhanliang weakly raised his hand and pointed to his calf. "I think my leg is broken." Old Man Chen was already exhausted and wanted to sit down and rest, but seeing everyone so anxious, he had to grit his teeth and push through, crying out as he rushed forward. "My son, I thought you were in serious trouble, and it broke my heart. You ungrateful child, you've caused me so much pain. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't want to live anymore." Chen Zhanliang had already been seriously injured from falling off the cliff, and now Old Man Chen was clinging to him, making the pain worse and nearly causing him to faint. Chen Zanchan saw his brother's face turn pale and winced in pain, quickly pulling Old Man Chen away. "What are you doing? Can't you see Zhanliang is hurt? What do you mean?" "I'm just worried about my son." Old Man Chen glared at Chen Zanchan. Although he hadn't wanted to come to Wolf Valley, seeing his son alive brought him genuine joy. With concern, he asked Zhanliang, "Where are you hurt?" Seeing old man Chen crying, Zhanliang felt deeply moved, and his misunderstandings vanished. "Father, I think my leg is broken." "Oh no, that means you can't work." No, I mean you can't walk." Old man Chen almost spoke the truth. "Don't worry, Zhanliang. I'll carry you back if I have to." "Thank you, Father," Zhanliang said anxiously. "Don't worry about me. Hurry and find Debeo. If you wait too long, he might not survive." Remembering the wolf howl from earlier, old man Chen felt uneasy. "Zhanliang, it's a miracle you survived the fall. Debeo might not be so lucky. He could be in serious danger." "Father, we can't give up on him, no matter what. Zhanliang is right. Saving him is the priority." Wu Baoan had a serious expression. "Uncle Zhongho, you come with me to Wolf Valley to find Debeo. Zhan Shan, take a few people and carry Zhanliang back home first." Hearing this, old man Chen turned pale with fear. "Baoan, listen to the howling of wolves everywhere. We can't go any further." Zhanliang's eyes turned red with anxiety. "Dad, Debeo is still in Wolf Valley. If we don't find him, he might not survive." "I know what you're saying, but there are too many wolves in Wolf Valley. In 2 hours it will be almost dawn, and Debeo might already." Old man Chen's voice choked up as he pretended to be heartbroken and continued, "Zhanliang, I understand you're worried about Debeo, but we must consider the bigger picture. Think about how far it is from here to home. Look at these people. They are all exhausted from searching for you. At this rate, we won't be able to save anyone. If we encounter a pack of wolves, they could be in danger too. Now you're injured, and it's a miracle if everyone can carry you home. It might take 3 days for them to recover. If we split up, not only might we not find Debeo, but if they tire out while carrying you and then face danger, that would be a real problem. For everyone's safety, please listen to my advice and don't let everyone take the risk of going back into Wolf Valley." Once old man Chen finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Wolf Valley was filled with dangers, and entering the mountains at midnight was indeed risky. Zhanliang had tears welling up in his eyes. Yes, his father's words made sense. He couldn't endanger these people to save Debeo. If they really encountered a pack of wolves, it would be disastrous, and he couldn't become the villain of Nanshan village. "Li Zheng, let's listen to my dad and go back to the village." Wu Baoan frowned, remaining silent for a long time. Seeing him quiet, old man Chen felt uneasy. If Wu Baoan insisted on going into Wolf Valley, it wouldn't just tire him out. It could lead to death if they encountered wolves. No, they could choose to go, but he wouldn't risk his life. Resolutely, he half-squatted down. "Baoan, hurry up and help Zhanliang up. I'll carry him down the mountain." Wu Baoan sighed inwardly. Going back to the village would mean giving up on Debeo, but if they insisted on searching in Wolf Valley, they could end up as prey for the wolves. He sighed helplessly. "All right, let's go back to the village for now. We can gather more people tomorrow to search for Debeo." Old man Chen nearly lost his composure upon hearing this. Was Wu Baoan doing this on purpose? If he had said this earlier, he wouldn't have rushed to carry this kid. Wu Baoan looked at the swaying old man Chen and felt a bit sorry for him. "Uncle Zhongho, how old are you? You shouldn't carry him. Let the young ones do it first." Old man Chen, wanting to show his love for his son in front of everyone, stubbornly replied, "Zhanliang is my son. I feel better carrying him myself." Wu Baoan was touched. He didn't expect the usually difficult old man Chen to show such awareness in a tough moment. He stopped being polite. "Uncle Zhongho, take it easy. If you can't hold on, just say so, and we can take turns carrying him." "No need. I can manage alone." Old man Chen gritted his teeth and stood up. At that moment, he regretted it. His son, Zhanliang, looked thin, but carrying him felt heavy. But it was too late to say anything now. He had to endure, even if it was exhausting. The group walked slowly, taking turns carrying Zhanliang, and finally entered the village before dawn. Old man Chen was tired and sleepy. Seeing his home so close, he gathered all his strength and rushed to the door, shouting, "Wife, come here quickly." Old Lady Chen had seen him leave the house last night and, thinking about the sweet beets, couldn't sit still. She kept looking outside, but he didn't return. Frustrated, she began to curse. That old man. He went to steal beets, but where did he go? Why hasn't he come back? Did he go to meet someone? No way. With that donkey face and small triangular eyes, even a dog wouldn't chase him away. Who would want him? Could he have been caught stealing? That seemed unlikely. She hadn't heard anyone shout about a thief. She wanted to go out and look for him, but was afraid of the dark. Forget it, let him be. When he comes back, I'll settle things with him. Old Lady Chen stopped worrying and went to sleep, dreaming of holding a huge beet. Just as she was about to take a bite, she was startled awake by the sound of hurried footsteps outside. Then she heard Old Man Chen shouting. She sat up quickly and saw the sky lightening. Angrily, she put on her shoes and went outside, ready to scold him. You shameless old man. You finally came back. Where have you been wandering? Old Man Chen stumbled into the yard, looking like he had just escaped from danger, feeling wronged. Wife, I'm back. Seeing him in such a state made Old Lady Chen even angrier. How can you still show your face? I told you to steal beets. Why did you come back now? Were you off chasing someone? Wife, can you please stop blaming me? I almost died in Wolf Valley because I stole beets, said Old Man Chen, his mouth twisted in frustration, nearly crying. Old Lady Chen was surprised. Why did you go to Wolf Valley when I told you to steal beets? Don't mention it. Old Man Chen sighed deeply. It's all my bad luck. I ran into that group of reckless young people led by Wu Baoan, who insisted I go save Debeo. But instead of finding Debeo, we discovered that Zhang Liang had fallen off a cliff. I carried him for about 10 miles and nearly exhausted myself. You really are foolish. In the dark, you just went because they told you to? Serves you right for getting so tired. I didn't want to go, but I panicked and blurted it out, so I had to go along. Luckily, I found Zhang Liang halfway. If I had gone to Wolf Valley, I wouldn't have made it back. Did you find Debeo and that girl? We didn't see a single trace of them. They might have already been eaten by wolves. Good. That ungrateful girl is finally gone. Our good days are coming, Old Lady Chen said happily, slapping her thigh. Old Man Chen was confused. What do you mean? What do you mean, you silly man? That girl earned so much money. Once she's gone, won't the boss's family be at our mercy?
Right.
How did I not think of that? The weariness on Old Man Chen's face vanished as he smiled widely. That girl was a stumbling block for us. Once she's gone, I don't believe we can't handle the boss and his wife. Old Lady Chen laughed broadly and peered out the door. By the way, you said Zhang Liang fell into the ravine. How is he? He's not seriously hurt, just a broken leg. He broke his leg? It takes 100 days to heal from such an injury. Who will help with the work at home? Old Lady Chen showed no concern for Zhang Liang. Her first thought was about the chores that would pile up. At that moment, a noisy commotion was heard outside, and soon Wu Baoan hurried into the yard. Old Heir's family, Zhang Liang is injured. Sun Shi, hearing the shout, rushed out of the house, anxious about Debeo's safety. She hadn't slept all night. Seeing Zhang Liang being carried back, her head buzzed, and she nearly collapsed. Gathering her strength, she rushed over to the pale-faced man with closed eyes and asked anxiously, Li Zheng, what happened to Zhang Liang? Let's talk inside. Wu Baoan instructed everyone to carry Zhang Liang into the house and settle him down before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Don't worry, the second family's child has hurt his leg and probably fainted from the pain, but he is not in danger. Hurt his leg? What about Debeo? Wu Baoan frowned and shook his head. You take care of Zhang Liang at home and quickly call a doctor to check his leg. I will take some people to find Debeo. Sun nodded gratefully. Thank you, Li Zheng. I will go get the doctor right away. Wu Baoan stepped outside and shouted to the exhausted villagers, Debeo is still in Wolf Valley, and we don't know if he is alive or dead. I need your help to go into the mountains. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Li Zheng, don't worry. As long as we have strength, we won't give up. Exactly, we won't leave until we find Debeo. Right, let's hurry. Saving him is important. Seeing their passionate responses, old Chen rolled his eyes in frustration. These young folks really thought they were heroes. They were already exhausted, and going back to Wolf Valley would be like seeking trouble. He quickly said, "Everyone calm down. Don't be reckless. Right now, we might not even make it out of the village without someone collapsing. I suggest we all go home, get some rest, eat well, and then plan our next steps." Wu Baoan shook his head anxiously. "Uncle Zhongho, you are right, but saving lives is urgent, and we can't delay." "Baoan, I'm not criticizing you, but you usually seem smart. Why are you confused at such a critical moment? Think about it. Debeo has been missing for a day and a night. Wolf Valley is very dangerous. I believe he might already be gone. Even if we go, we probably won't find anything. As the village leader, you need to consider the bigger picture. We can't risk our lives for someone who may already be dead. If something happens to another villager, you would be blamed. Think carefully before deciding whether to go or not." After hearing old Chen's words, Wu Baoan's expression became serious. He thought it over and realized there was some truth to it. The villagers were tired and hungry, and they needed to ensure their own safety before going back into the mountains to rescue anyone. Just then, Lin hurried over from the next yard. After searching the crowd and not finding Qingqing, a bad feeling rose in her heart. Her voice trembled. "Zhanshan, why hasn't Qingqing come back?" Zhanshan was taken aback, his eyes widening. "What did you say? Qingqing went to Wolf Valley too?" Lin's face turned pale. "Last night, she asked me to find you. When I came back, I heard Suiqin say that Zhanliang left, and Qingqing rushed out right after him." Sun realized that Qingqing was missing from the crowd and trembled. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, it's my fault that Qingqing is in trouble." Zhanshan felt dizzy and nearly fainted. He steadied himself and said, "Why didn't you stop her? Why did you let her go to the Wolf Valley?" Old Man Chen sighed and said slowly, "You know her temper. She's very stubborn. If she wants to do something, who can stop her? She got anxious and rushed out. Now it's likely she's in danger." Old Lady Chen looked pleased. "Exactly. She wanted to show off, and now she's in trouble." Zhanshan's eyes blazed with anger as he glared at Old Man Chen and shouted, "You knew Qingqing went to the Wolf Valley last night, but why didn't you tell us sooner?" Wu Baoan was also anxious and stomped his feet. "Uncle Zhongho, since you knew Qingqing was chasing Zhanliang, why didn't you inform us? If we could find Zhanliang, we might also find Qingqing." Old Man Chen's expression stiffened, and he said defiantly, "What do you want me to say? Even if I told you, what difference would it make? A troublemaker is dead, so what's the big deal? I didn't tell you for your own good. If you had gone into the Wolf Valley, you might have been in danger too." "Exactly. Why are you complaining to us? If she's dead, what does it have to do with us? Why should we say anything? It's ridiculous." Old Lady Chen rolled her eyes dismissively. "Fine. Just great." Zhanshan trembled with anger, and the last bit of family affection faded away. Wu Baoan, feeling extremely anxious, shouted, "Everyone stop arguing. Let's go into the mountains and rescue her." The night was dark. After shaking off the wolves, Qingqing led Daba out with great difficulty. The torches had long burned out, but luckily, Qingqing had a wilderness survival kit and spent 20 coins on a bright flashlight, so she didn't have to walk in complete darkness. Even with the flashlight, she took each step cautiously, needing to be alert for any wolf attacks and also watching out for snakes that might come out from the trees or grass. Daba had been bitten on the leg by a wolf. Although it didn't injure any bones, the wound was deep, and he could only move forward slowly. Several times he wanted to stop and rest, but seeing Qingqing getting messy while trying to help him, he had to grit his teeth and keep going. The two of them moved through the dense forest, and by late night, they finally found a gentle slope. They didn't know where they were, or if they had left the Wolf Valley. With a faint starlight, the distant mountains seemed less imposing. After a long night of struggle, Qingqing was exhausted, but she couldn't rest yet. She quickly gathered some dry branches around her, turned her back to Daba's view, took out a lighter from her bag, and poured a little alcohol on the wood, which ignited instantly. The bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating the surrounding mountains. Not far away, there were plenty of thick logs that could last until dawn. With this bonfire, even fierce wild animals wouldn't dare to come close. Daba sat weakly by the fire, his face pale. Since entering the mountain yesterday morning, he hadn't eaten or drunk anything. At that moment, he was completely exhausted, feeling weak and unable to muster any strength. He had heard that Qingqing found ginseng before and had scoffed at it, but now he understood the difference. Facing the vicious wolf pack, she remained fearless and calm, bravely rescuing him from the jaws of the wolves. If it weren't for Qingqing, he would have already met a tragic end. Watching her busy figure, Daba felt a growing admiration for her. At that moment, Qingqing came over dragging a large log. She didn't realize how much she had impressed Daba tonight. Her image in his eyes was becoming more and more admirable. She brought the log to the bonfire, believing it would last until dawn, and then walked over to Daba. Although wolf bites are not poisonous, their strong bite can cause deep wounds, and there are many bacteria in their mouths. If not treated promptly, it can easily lead to inflammation and infection. With a concerned expression, she asked, Daba, how does your wound feel? Does it still hurt? Big sister, I didn't feel the pain while we were escaping, but now it's starting to hurt a lot, Daba replied honestly. Qingqing was taken aback. Although Daba had a decent relationship with the original owner, he had always called her by name. Just now in the Wolf Valley, he called her sister so naturally and affectionately, without any awkwardness. This was how family should be. Qingqing smiled. You didn't feel pain earlier because I gave you painkillers. Now I need to treat your wound again. It might hurt a little. I'll try to be gentle, but if it hurts, just shout out. Sister, I'm not afraid of pain. Go ahead. Qingqing looked at the bloodstains on his pants and carefully rolled them up to check the wound by the light of the campfire. She noticed that the area around the wound was swollen and red, and if not treated promptly, it could get infected. If she used a scalpel to clean the wound directly, he would definitely be in a lot of pain. With a thought, she summoned an anesthetic to her hand and chatted casually with Debeo to distract him. Quickly, she injected the syringe into his body while counting down in her mind, 10, 9, 8, 7. As she finished counting, Debeo closed his eyes and fainted. She hurriedly took out a tetanus immunoglobulin injection from her supplies and gave it to him. Then, she put on sterile gloves and used a scalpel to carefully clean the dead tissue around the wound, applying a hemostatic powder afterward. She then stitched the wound with sutures and wrapped it with a bandage. To prevent infection, she also gave him 2 antibiotic tablets. After finishing everything, Qingqing stood up, stretched her numb legs, and added some larger logs to the fire before sitting down to rest. Although she was very tired, she didn't dare to close her eyes. She kept an eye on Debeo while adding more wood to the fire. After a long night, her once fair and rosy face now looked pale and exhausted, but her eyes remained bright. After sitting all night, the sky began to lighten. Debeo slowly woke up. After a night of rest, he felt much better. Seeing him awake, Qingqing took out some prepared compressed biscuits and a can of beef from her bag and handed them to him. Are you hungry? Eat something to regain your strength. We'll head down the mountain soon. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of Qingqing, Debeo felt guilty. Sister, I used to be so full of myself, thinking I was great. If it weren't for you today, I might have been in real trouble. All right, Debeo, it's all in the past. No need to dwell on it. Your mother helped us when she was chased out by my grandparents, so I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Sister, when we get back, I promise to listen to you and not be stubborn anymore. Debeo's eyes were red, and his voice was a bit choked. Qingqing smiled softly. Okay, eat up. You need energy to walk back. Debeo nodded vigorously. He was so hungry that he felt weak. He started eating heartily. After resting for a moment, Qingqing covered the remaining fire with dirt to ensure it was completely out. Then she checked the direction and led Debeo down the mountain. Wu Baoan did not want to waste any time and took everyone back into the mountains. The mood was heavy as they walked. Chen Jianshan felt a deep sense of guilt and regret. If he'd been home last night, maybe he could have stopped Qingqing. When they reached the entrance of Wolf Valley, Wu Baoan stopped and said seriously, "Everyone, be careful and stay close. Don't get separated." Everyone nodded and cautiously entered the valley. Chen Jianshan called out Qingqing's name loudly, his voice echoing in the valley, but there was no response. As time passed, hope faded for everyone. They all believed the two children might never return. Chen Jianshan found it hard to accept and continued to shout, "Qing girl, Qing girl." He didn't give up, believing his daughter couldn't just leave him like this. At that moment, Qingqing, with Debeo, found the right direction and, after much effort, finally returned to the correct path. Faintly, she heard Chen Jianshan's voice calling, but she wasn't sure. She stopped and listened carefully. The echo of Qing girl in the valley was indeed her father. Qingqing felt a surge of energy and shouted, "Dad, we're here, we're here." Hearing the response, Chen Jianshan was so moved that he almost cried. "Li Zheng, did you hear that? It's Qing girl's voice. She's alive. I heard it. It sounds like it's down the mountain. Let's hurry." Wu Baoan was also overjoyed, tears in his eyes. Everyone quickened their pace and rushed down the mountain. Qingqing helped Debeo and hurried toward the sound. Soon, the two groups finally met. When Chen Jianshan saw Qingqing, tears streamed down his face as he rushed to embrace her tightly, his voice trembling, "Qing girl, I thought I would never see you again." Qingqing smiled and comforted him. "Dad, I'm fine. I'm sorry to worry you." Wu Baoan looked at the two of them, confirming they were safe, and let out a long sigh of relief, a smile of relief appearing on his face. "That's good. Let's hurry outside. Our families are worried sick." On the way back to the village, everyone took turns supporting Debeo, and they moved noticeably faster. Qingqing briefly explained what happened with the wolves. Everyone listened, feeling shocked and scared. Nanshan village. Some were happy, while others were worried. Chen Han and his wife thought Qingqing was surely dead and stayed inside, dreaming of how to get money from the eldest son's family. Enrollment was even more excited, dancing with joy, her smile stretching from ear to ear. That troublesome girl was finally gone, and she felt a sense of relief. Lin Shi had red, swollen eyes and stood at the door, looking out toward the village. Suddenly, she saw Qingqing and Debeo returning with the others, and tears flowed uncontrollably. She ran forward. "Qing girl, you scared your mother to death." Lin Shi tightly hugged Qingqing, crying. Qingqing's eyes were moist. She gently patted Lin Shi's back. "Mom, don't worry. I'm fine." Chen Jianshan wiped his tears. All right, no more crying. The important thing is everyone is back safely." Seeing Qingqing walk into the yard unharmed, Enrollment's smile instantly vanished, her teeth clenched. That ungrateful girl is really lucky. She didn't even get bitten by the wolf. Chen Han and his wife were so angry their eyes seemed to sparkle with rage. If looks could kill, they would have shot daggers at Qingqing. "Debeo, my son." Sun Shi rushed out from the house, crying and throwing herself at Debeo. "You ungrateful child. Where have you been? You nearly gave your mother a heart attack." "Mom, I know I was wrong. I won't make you worry anymore," Debeo said, tears streaming down his face. "Good son. It's just good to have you back." Chen Bao couldn't hold back his tears either. "Big brother, I promise I won't mention studying again. Please don't take any more risks." Debeo smiled sadly and patted his little brother's head. "Bao, I promise I won't act impulsively again." Wu Baoan quickly reminded Heir's family Debeo's leg was bitten by a wolf. "Hurry and help him inside." "No need. My sister has already treated my wound. It doesn't hurt anymore. I want to see my dad." On the way, Debeo heard that Zhongliang broke his leg while searching for him, and he felt overwhelmed with guilt, wanting to bow and apologize to his father. Sun shook her head sadly. I have already taken your father's leg injury to the doctor. The doctor said he might not be able to walk again. Hearing this, Debeo couldn't hide his sorrow. He broke free from the other's support and stumbled into the house. Chen Zhanliang lay pale on the bed. When he saw Debeo, he was momentarily stunned, then a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Father, I am unfilial and have made you suffer, Debeo said, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face. Chen Zhanliang reached out to touch his son's head, but his weak arm could only weakly say, Son, it's good that you are back. At my age, it doesn't matter if my leg doesn't heal. As long as you are safe, I will be content. Qingqing and Chen Zhanshan also came in, moved by the scene before them, their eyes glistening with tears. Qingqing stepped forward and used a CT machine to carefully scan Chen Zhanliang's leg injury. She found that his lower leg was severely fractured and needed external fixation to help it heal quickly. She had an idea and said to everyone, Don't worry too much, I have a way to heal my uncle's leg. Everyone looked surprised. Old Lady Chen scoffed, Enough, don't show off here. I know what you're capable of. If you can't heal him, it could make things worse. Exactly, the doctor is at a loss. What can you do? Don't boast, Old Man Chen added dismissively. Debeo shot them a disdainful glance and said, Seriously, I believe in my sister. She healed my injury, and it doesn't hurt anymore. Her medical skills are better than the doctor's. Chen Zhanliang nodded. Qing girl, your uncle believes in you. Please treat me. Even if it doesn't work, I won't blame you. Okay, since you trust me, I won't let you down, Qingqing replied. She then told everyone, You all have worked hard. Please go home and rest. Once everyone left, Qingqing gathered some cloth strips and took out a plaster model from the medical space. She first disinfected the abrasions on Chen Zhanliang's leg with iodine, then gently lifted his leg and skillfully reset the fracture. Chen Zhanliang winced in pain but remained silent, gritting his teeth. She then used the plaster to stabilize the broken area and tightly wrapped it with cloth strips. After everything was done, Qingqing reminded, Second uncle, you must take care of yourself during this time. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal from an injury. If you want to recover well, you need to rest properly for the next few months and not work at all. After the treatment, Chen Zhanliang felt much better. He nodded gratefully. Qing girl, I will listen to you. Qingqing then gave a few more reminders to Sunshi before returning home and falling asleep immediately. Sunshi felt like a new person, but no one knew the torment she endured that night. Seeing Debao return safely, her worried heart finally relaxed. Debao, your mother will take care of your father. You should go get some sleep. I'm not tired. Debao looked at Sunshi's red and swollen eyes, feeling guilty. Mother, I'm sorry for worrying you. It's all my fault. I won't let you and father worry again. Sunshi shook her head. I don't blame you. It's my fault for only thinking about your third uncle passing the exam. I wanted our family to benefit from it, but I didn't consider your feelings. That was my mistake. After saying this, she looked at Chen Zhanliang, who was lying on the bed, hesitating for a moment. She bit her lip, as if making a huge decision. Zhanliang, let's separate our family. I don't want to go through this again. Hearing his mother say this, Chen Debao's eyes lit up with hope. Father, I agree with mother. I don't want to be involved with the third branch anymore. Let's separate from grandfather and grandmother.
But
Chen Zhanliang hesitated. Head of the family, please don't hesitate. Can't you see that they don't care about us at all? Sunshi's eyes were red, her voice choked with emotion. Last night, Debao was in danger, yet they were calm as if nothing happened. You got hurt, and she didn't even come to check on you. What is there to hold on to in this family? Chen Debao quickly added, Yes, father, we can't keep doing their work. Even if my third uncle passes the exam one day, our family won't benefit at all. It's clear that grandfather and grandmother favor the third branch. If we don't separate now, who knows what they will do to us? Chen Zhanliang frowned and shook his head. After a long silence, he sighed. Debeo, you misunderstand your grandfather. He may speak harshly, but he has a kind heart. You don't know how heartbroken he was when he saw me fall off the cliff. He cried out in pain. When he heard I hurt my leg, he was so upset that he cried tears of sorrow and insisted on carrying me. No one could stop him, saying I was his son, and he didn't trust anyone else to carry him. Hearing that warmed my heart. In that moment, I truly felt what a father's love is, and I couldn't stop the tears from flowing. He is quite old, and I was worried he might hurt himself, but he stubbornly carried me for over 10 miles. If he didn't care about me, how could he do something so touching? So, I can't bring myself to talk about splitting the family. I'm afraid it would hurt his feelings. Sun Shi frowned and said, "Head of the family, you are being foolish. Just because someone treats you a little better, you open your heart. How have we lived all these years? Have you forgotten? Others can't stand it, yet you remain oblivious. If we don't split the family soon, who knows how our lives will turn out? We might end up begging for food." Debeo also tried to persuade him, "Dad, haven't you given enough to my uncle over the years?" But he doesn't appreciate it and continues to take advantage of us. My grandparents are so biased towards him that they let him do whatever he wants. Our family is getting poorer, and if we ever run out of food, we won't even have a way out. Chen Han, after last night's experience, felt an unprecedented sense of fatherly love that satisfied him and made him feel dependent. From the moment he was on his father's back, he forgave all past grievances. He shook his head firmly. "Debeo, don't try to convince me anymore. While your uncle may be a bit excessive, your grandparents are my parents. Even if they favor your uncle, it's for the sake of our family's future. They hope he will succeed. If he becomes a scholar, our family's life will surely improve, so we absolutely cannot split the family." Debeo looked helpless. "Dad, since you won't listen, I'll say no more. But I want to make it clear that Qingqing has already agreed to let me work with her. She said she would pay me, and I won't give my earnings to you. I want to save it myself." "You say Qingqing wants to pay you?" Chen Han showed a dismissive expression, saying she only dug up a ginseng root, sent Chen Han to school, and bought a few acres of land. She probably doesn't have much money left. These words are just to comfort you. Qingqing didn't lie to me. She said that once my leg is healed, I can go find her, and she will arrange work for me. The pay is 30 won a day, and if I do well, I might even get a bonus. 30 won a day means I could earn 900 won in a month, which adds up to 10 taels of silver in a year. At this rate, in 3 years, I could have enough for Debao's bride price. Sun Shi was surprised. "Debao, is what you said true? Did Qing agree to give you that much money?" "Of course it's true." Sun Shi smiled. "Debao, you can't keep this money for yourself. You need to give it to me, and I'll save it for you. In a few years, I'll help you find a good match. How does that sound?" "No way, I don't want to marry. I want to save this money for my younger brother's education." Sun Shi sounded a bit anxious. "What's the use of studying? It won't put food on the table. You can't lift or carry anything. It's useless. Our second son isn't studying, so I must save this money for you to marry." "Yes, Mom is right."
Chen Erbao nodded vigorously.
"Big brother, I won't study anymore. I don't need you to save money for me. Studying isn't good for me. I don't want to be like third uncle. I'm not envious of Chen Han because I like studying. It's just that no one plays with me when he goes to the academy, and I find it boring." Debao glared at him. "That's not right. Qingqing said that studying isn't just about passing exams, it mainly helps people become wise." Chen Erbao looked at Debao with confusion. His big brother used to dislike Qingqing, saying she always cried like a little kitten. "Brother, are you sick? Why are you listening to Qingqing so much?" "Erbao, you don't know how brave Qingqing is. She dares to fight hungry wolves and move through the night, and she understands many things." Debao's eyes sparkled with admiration. "All right, you won't understand what I'm saying anyway. From now on, I'll work with Qingqing, and the money I earn will be for Xiao Han's education. I won't give any to you or spend a single coin on Grandma and Grandpa." Seeing his determination, Sun Shi didn't push further. Even if she kept the money, It would be hard to refuse if her in-laws asked for it, so it was better to let her son save it himself. Fine, I won't take it. But since you've decided to work with Qingqing, you must put in your best effort and not let her down. Although Chen Zhanliang was a bit skeptical about Qingqing paying Debeo, that girl really had some skills. He mentioned that his leg injury had indeed hurt less after her treatment. Your mother is right. Work hard, and no matter what, learning from your sister Qingqing is good. Chen Debeo nodded with a smile. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I will listen to her. He couldn't wait to help Qingqing. Qingqing stretched and woke up slowly from her dream. She glanced out the window and saw that the sun was already high in the sky. First, she checked on the unconscious man as usual. The bruising in his brain had completely absorbed, but she was puzzled that he still hadn't woken up. Could it be that she had really saved a person in a coma? That shouldn't be the case. She had done a full checkup and he was fine. Could it be that he didn't want to wake up? Not wanting to dwell on it, she planned to make brown sugar first and then personally take the man to the Fudian clinic in town. Last night, she spent over 10 taels of silver to treat Debeo and Chen Zhanliang. This system was really expensive. The priority now was to make money. At the Wu family's old house, Chen Zhanshan moved the piled-up beets to a cool, dry place. Lin was sitting on a stool, washing the beets. Since Debeo had hurt his leg, Qingqing initially wanted him to go home and rest until his leg healed completely before coming back. However, Debeo insisted on staying to help. With no choice, Qingqing assigned him a task to cut the cleaned beets into small cubes so he could sit while working and keep his injury dry. As for making sugar, she had only visited a sugar factory once in modern times and learned about the process. While it seemed easy with machines and computer controls, now she had to use the oldest method, which looked simple but was actually quite difficult. If she wasn't careful, it could fail. However, she wasn't worried. After all, she was very clever. The first step in making sugar from beets was to cut the washed beets into small pieces, grind them with a stone mill, and then filter them repeatedly through a cloth before boiling the sugar. As Qingqing recalled the sugar-making process in her mind, her hands didn't slow down while cutting the vegetables. An hour later, she had cut bowl after bowl of beet pieces. Lin looked at the small cubes of beets and, feeling puzzled, couldn't help but ask Qingqing, "Qing girl, are we washing and cutting this stuff to make pickles? This thing tastes sweet, but if it's pickled salty, will it still be good?" Qingqing laughed at her mother's words. "Mom, I'm not pickling vegetables. I'm planning to make brown sugar." "Make sugar?" Lin was incredulous. "You mean this can be made into sugar?" "That's impossible." "Yes, although I've never had sugar, I know that sugar isn't made from this." "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Chen Zhanshan was also surprised, his eyes wide in disbelief. After all, brown sugar is quite expensive. If they could really make it, their family's future would be secure. Chen Debeo was even more shocked. He never expected this odd-looking thing could be used to make sugar. He wondered how his sister Qing had become so clever and capable. Seeing the confused looks on their faces, Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't worry, you'll find out soon." The three nodded eagerly, their eyes filled with anticipation. Lin glanced at the chopped beets. "Qing, what do we do next?" "Next, we need to grind them with a stone mill."
"Ah?
"We have to grind them?" Sun was completely puzzled. Her daughter had her reasons for doing this, so Chen Zhanshan and his wife stopped asking questions and carried the chopped beets toward the village entrance. At the village entrance, Qingqing poured the chopped beets onto the stone mill. Chen Zhanshan pushed the stone mill, and the beet pieces were gradually ground down. The juice from the beets flowed through the gaps of the mill and into a wooden bucket. Nearby, a crowd of villagers gathered, curious and discussing among themselves. "Look, what's Qing doing? It looks like she's going to grind those beets." "Really? What will she do with them once they're ground?" "Can't you tell? I said yesterday that she must be raising pigs. Once ground, they can feed the pigs. This stuff will make the meat taste great."
Get out of here with that.
"Who would spend a lot of silver to raise pigs? That's just silly." "Exactly. That makes no sense. She's definitely not raising pigs." "Then what do you think she's doing?" I think since they're grinding the beets, they must want to mix them with grain to avoid hunger. That's even less likely. I think they're definitely making something delicious. Qingqing listened to their discussions. She hadn't wanted to reveal too much too soon, but buying so many beets wasn't a secret. The villagers would find out sooner or later. Moreover, she had already planned in her heart that if she wanted to run this for a long time, her parents and Debeo alone wouldn't be enough. She would need to hire more people from the village later. So, revealing the news now wasn't a big deal. She smiled and said loudly, "Uncles and aunts, stop guessing. I'm going to make sugar." The villagers were instantly surprised. Make sugar? Qing girl, don't tease us. How can vegetables make sugar? Yeah, I've never heard of vegetables making sugar. Qingqing shook her head and smiled. This is a new method I learned. Just wait and see. Although the villagers were skeptical, they didn't say more and watched curiously as she continued her work. All the beets were ground into juice, and Chen Han carried it back to the Wu family home. Qingqing took out the cloth bag and filter she had prepared earlier, put the crushed beets into the bag, and squeezed out the juice. To ensure all the sugar was extracted, she rinsed it with clean water. Finally, she used the filter to remove any small impurities until the sugar water was clear. Looking at the pot full of clear liquid, Qingqing felt excited. The crucial moment had finally arrived. She quickly reminded Chen Han, "Dad, you can start the fire now. Remember, once it boils, keep the heat low. It shouldn't be too strong." "Qing girl, I understand. This is similar to making tofu. If the heat is too high, it can burn. Once it burns, nothing will taste good. Don't worry, I can control the heat." "Yes, that's the point. The heat for making sugar is very important. All right, I promise not to let it burn." Chen Han quickly gathered firewood and started the fire. Before long, the liquid in the pot began to boil. The liquid in the pot started to bubble, and a sweet aroma gradually filled the air. Qingqing stirred continuously with a spoon, occasionally reminding Lin and Debeo beside her, "Remember, while cooking, you must keep stirring. This is to ensure the sugar syrup heats evenly and to prevent it from sticking or burning. Especially pay attention. If the syrup thickens, you need to stir more frequently. Don't be careless. If you don't stir in time and it burns, the sugar will taste bitter." Lin watched very carefully and nodded repeatedly. "Qing girl, don't worry. This method isn't hard. I can learn it." "Sister, I remember too," Debeo said seriously. Qingqing kept repeating her actions, and time slowly passed as the syrup in the pot thickened. She spoke again. "During the process of making syrup, you must pay close attention to the color and thickness of the syrup. When the color darkens and it feels stickier while stirring, you can stop heating it." As she said this, she scooped a spoonful of syrup and poured it slowly. "Look, if it can stretch into thin strands, it means the syrup is almost ready to be taken out to cool." Chen Han inhaled the rich aroma of the syrup, completely enchanted. He never expected that these ingredients could be turned into candy. "Qing girl, you are truly talented to make such a delicate treat." "Yes, if I hadn't seen you do it step by step, I wouldn't have believed it could be made into candy." Lin also expressed her amazement. Qingqing felt very satisfied. After all, she only knew the theory and had never done it before. She didn't expect her first attempt at making rock candy to be so successful. She quickly poured the finished syrup into a prepared container and smiled. "You all try it and see how it tastes." Chen Han immediately reached out his finger, carefully dipped it in the syrup, and tasted it. Lin quickly asked, "What does it taste like, dear?" "Sweet, very sweet." Chen Han felt a wave of sweetness spread in his mouth, and he smiled broadly. "So sweet. This taste is amazing. I want to try." Lin gently dipped her finger in the syrup and tasted it, her eyes lighting up as she felt a refreshing sweetness fill her mouth. She nodded repeatedly. "Delicious. This sweetness is so good." Debeo swallowed and hurried over to taste it too, clenching his fist in excitement. "So this is candy. It's simply delicious." Seeing this, Qingqing also tasted it. It was rich and sweet with a hint of caramel flavor. "This is great. We succeeded. In the future, We can open a candy shop and sell candy. This is a rare treat. I heard it sells for a good price, Lin said excitedly. Chen Han smiled widely. That's right. It sells for 100 coins a pound in town. If we can sell it, it will be a profitable business. Lin was surprised. 100 coins a pound? That's so expensive. Will anyone buy it? True, 100 coins can buy 5 liters of fine rice, and if you buy corn, that's 20 liters, Chen Han said with a frown. Qing girl, do you think this will sell well? Qingqing knew that sugar was a luxury in ancient times, something only nobles and the wealthy could afford. Even in modern times, while white and brown sugar have become common household items, in times of war, sugar becomes as essential as food and medicine. In that era, sugar was scarce, so she wasn't worried about sales. Qingqing smiled. Don't worry, Dad. Sugar is a great product and will definitely sell well. That's good, Chen Han hesitated. I can work, but selling sugar in town might be difficult for me. Lin laughed. Dear, what kind of business can we run with our limited knowledge? I think we should just help Qingqing make sugar, and we don't need to worry about selling it. Chen Han nodded in agreement. Yes, we will help Qingqing, but let's leave the selling to her. Hearing their words, Qingqing felt both amused and helpless. She had explained every step of sugar making in detail, hoping her parents could earn some money so she could continue her medical practice. Now it seemed she had overthought it.
Fine, she would take charge.
As long as there were buyers, she could have Debeo deliver the goods without it interfering with her other work. Even if the sugar didn't sell, she wasn't worried. She had her space, and once she earned enough money, she could use the system to recycle it. Thinking this, she felt relieved. Since you don't want to run a business, I won't pressure you. Just focus on the work, and I'll pay you. How about 1 tael of silver each per month? Lin's hand trembled, and her eyes widened. Qingqing, I'll work for you without pay. Just being able to eat is enough. Your mother is right. You still need to support Xiao Han's education. If we take your money, what kind of people would we be? Chen Han shook his head. We can't accept it. We absolutely cannot. Dad, Mom, it's only fair that you earn wages for your hard work. As for Chen Han's education, you don't need to worry. I promise to support him, and I will keep my word. Just help me make the sugar. Besides, making sugar is not easy work. If you insist on not taking payment, I might have to find others to help. Chen Han wasn't greedy. He knew better than anyone that if it weren't for his daughter finding ginseng, their family might have starved long ago. His daughter was generous and didn't waste money, treating her family with genuine kindness, so he felt content. Although he is the head of the family, he is not foolish. His daughter's abilities far surpass everyone in the Chen family, and having her in charge will surely lead to better days ahead. This month, I earned only a couple of silver coins, which is about 30 some won a day. That's too little. Carrying heavy bags at the dock is more tiring, and I only make 10 won a day. Now, working at home, I don't even have to go hungry at noon, and the work is light. 8 won a day is already quite good. All right, Dad, don't refuse anymore. This money is my way of showing respect to you, Qingqing said with a mischievous smile. Besides, I haven't sold the sugar yet. I just gave you a promissory note. I don't have any silver to give you, so why are you refusing? Chen Han's eyes sparkled with joy. Okay, Dad will listen to you. Lin sure smiled and sighed with relief. Don't worry, Qing girl. We'll take care of making the sugar. The news of Qingqing making sugar quickly spread through Nanshan village. The villagers found it fascinating and gathered outside the yard, peeking in. The sweet aroma of sugar in the air was intoxicating. Soon, voices of jealousy, admiration, and surprise filled the air. I didn't expect sugar to smell this good. Yes, I never realized Qing girl had this talent. I've lived most of my life without hearing that sugar can be made from vegetables. It's unbelievable. What kind of good fortune did the couple, Shan and his wife, have in their past lives to have such a capable daughter? They're on the path to wealth. Of course, sugar is a rare item, and it's expensive. If they sell it in town, they'll become wealthy in no time. Oh, then Shan will become a wealthy gentleman. Exactly. This is all thanks to Qing girl. Without such a capable daughter, they would be begging. That's right. Doesn't it seem like Qing girl has changed? She used to be shy and would look down when meeting people, often crying. Ever since the family split, their lives have been getting better.
What's so surprising about that?
When someone starts to prosper, even walking can trip them over gold ingots. I think Qing girl is truly blessed. In the crowd, Mrs. Chen's eyes turned red with envy, and she felt so angry that she could have bitten her teeth in frustration. That girl, she never expected she had such skills. If she had known that beets were used to make sugar, she would have stolen a few bags last night to satisfy her cravings. Opportunities like this don't come often, and it would probably be hard to steal again in the future. It's all that foolish old man's fault for sending her to steal beets. Instead, he acted like a fool and went into the mountains to save someone. What did saving someone have to do with him? He really can't tell what's important and what's not. He's just an old fool. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Seeing Mr. Chen stretching his neck to peek inside only made her more upset. She raised her hand and hit him, gritting her teeth as she scolded, "You old man, what are you peeking in there for? It's all your fault." Mr. Chen was taken aback, confused.
Why are you hitting me? I didn't do anything to you. How can you say that?
If you hadn't gone off last night, we might have had some sugar by now. Oh, my dear wife, is that what this is about? Mr. Chen frowned, feeling displeased. After living for so many years, his wife's craving for sweets had never changed, and now she was blaming him. If he hadn't gone to steal beets for her, he wouldn't have been forced to go to Wolf Valley in the middle of the night and suffer. His back still hurt. Though he felt wronged, he didn't dare to say much and could only swallow his anger, trying to explain carefully, "Wife, you can't blame me. Who knew we would run into the security guard last night? If I hadn't gone to find John Liang, what would the villagers say about me? I was thinking about our family's reputation." Even though she knew he had a point, Mrs. Chen still felt unhappy. She shot him a fierce look and insisted, "I'm not saying you, but you used to do petty theft all the time. Why are you getting more foolish as you get older? Can't you just avoid them? Even if you run into them, can't you just lie a little? You just follow them up the mountain like a fool. It's no wonder you're exhausted. No one feels sorry for you." Mr. Chen was overwhelmed by her nagging. "You're being a bit too much. It's just that we didn't get to eat beets. Why call me a fool and an idiot? I'm your husband. Is this how you treat me?" Hearing this, Mrs. Chen's anger flared up. "How can you even say you're my husband? A dog is better than you. Well, then go find a dog. Old man, have you grown some skills? Do you believe I will hit you? I don't want to deal with you." The old man felt a shiver, realizing he had said the wrong thing. He feared that if the old lady got angry and hit him, it would be embarrassing, so he quickly moved closer to Chenrulin. At that moment, Chenrulin was feeling jealous and frustrated. Why did this girl have such abilities? It was like she had become a different person. First, she could heal people, then she found ginseng, and now she had brought back a bunch of ugly lumps to make candy. Was she just born lucky? Could she learn anything without help?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
She was just an ordinary person. Why was she better than Chenrulin in everything? She gritted her teeth in anger and looked up to see the old lady glaring at her. Chenrulin rolled her eyes at her. "Grandma, calm down. My grandfather is already so old, and you still want to hit him. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? He deserves it." The old lady held back her anger, but couldn't stop complaining. "Marrying this useless man has been the worst luck of my life. Nothing he does is satisfactory." Hearing this, the old man felt particularly hurt and retorted, "If you can find someone better, go ahead. With that ugly face of yours, who else would want you? You old fool, you really don't know your place." Seeing the couple about to argue again, Chenrulin stomped her foot in frustration. "Enough. Are you two done? If you want to fight, go argue with my uncle. What's the point of showing off here?" The old lady sulked and stopped talking to the old man, stretching her neck to look into the yard. "Rulin, do you really think that girl made candy?" Chenrulin's eyes were filled with jealousy. "It must be true. The smell coming from there is definitely candy." "Oh, that smells really good.
I wonder what it tastes like.
The old lady sniffed eagerly. The old man couldn't help but speak up. It should taste similar to sweet straw, sweet and delicious. I already know it's sweet. You don't need to tell me. The old lady shot him a glance. If you care about me, go into the yard and steal me a couple of sweet beets. The old man shook his head vigorously. No way. Everyone in the village is watching. Then he turned to Chen Rulin and said, Rulin, you should persuade your grandma not to think about stealing sweet beets. It's really not a good time. Grandpa, my grandma is right. You should go into the yard and take a look.
Ah,
are you asking me to steal beets? Steal beets? Why are you all getting more confused as you get older? Chen Rulin had an idea. Since Qingqing could do it, she could do it too, and maybe even better. Chen Laotai's eyes lit up, and suddenly everything made sense. Although she had heard of brown sugar, she had never tasted it. If she could learn to make such a precious thing, wouldn't that be a way to get rich? Then they wouldn't have to worry about the third son's school fees, and they could have meat at every meal. She smiled slyly. Rulin, do you mean we should sneak in and learn how to make sugar? Chen Rulin nodded. Grandma, you don't know how to make sugar either. Even if Grandpa could steal a few beets, it wouldn't help much. If we can learn how to make it, that would be different. Chen Laotai's heart raced with excitement. You're right, Rulin. Brown sugar is rare. If we can learn to make it, that would be amazing. In less than a year, our family could be very wealthy. Hearing their conversation, Chen Laohan swallowed hard. Old woman, sneaking to learn a skill isn't a good idea. If that girl finds out, she won't let us off easily. Besides, brown sugar sells for 100 coins a pound. Who would be foolish enough to buy that? Even if we make it, it might not sell. You think too much. There are plenty of rich people out there. Just because you can't afford it doesn't mean others can't. Chen Laotai shot him a glare. Chen Rulin chimed in with a smile. Grandpa, Grandma is right. Although brown sugar is expensive, it sells very quickly in town. We won't have to worry about selling it. Chen Laohan shook his head, looking resistant. I still won't go. That girl is clever. If she discovers my plan, I might get in trouble. You old man, you're so timid. Wealth comes with risk. If we don't take a chance, how can our family live well? Chen Laotai frowned impatiently. Hurry up. If we can learn, our family's fortunes will rise. Chen Laohan scratched his head, looking reluctant. Old woman, I think we should forget it. I'm not smart enough to learn. Look at you, so useless. You eat well, but can't do anything. If you think I'm so useless, why don't you go instead? Why are you bossing me around? Chen Laohan muttered softly. Old Lady Chen was aggressive and scolded. You useless thing. Why can't you learn it in one go? Why not try a few more times? Look at you, scared stiff by that girl. You're afraid she'll eat you or something. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Chen Rulin frowned and impatiently interrupted them. All right, stop arguing. If you don't want to go in, then don't. We can just ask Chen Debeo about it when we get back tonight. Old man Chen and his wife nodded in agreement. Yes, Rulin is smart. At that moment, Lin noticed many villagers gathered outside the yard, all stretching their necks to peek inside. She felt uneasy. Although making sugar from beets was a bit complicated, it wasn't hard to learn. She remembered all the steps after just one look. There were many eager people around, and if someone learned it, it could cause them trouble. Thinking of this, she quickly warned, Qing girl, look at all the people outside. We shouldn't have mentioned making sugar earlier. If someone learns it, it might affect our business. Yes, we need to be careful from now on and not let anyone take advantage, Chen Zhanshan said cautiously. Chen Qingqing was confident. She had already thought of what they were considering. It was impossible to hide the sugar-making process unless they left Nanshan village. Her eyes lit up with an idea. Why not have her parents move away and buy a piece of land far from others in Qingshui town to build a big house? That would save a lot of trouble. This way, they could avoid entanglements with old man Chen and wouldn't have to worry about jealousy from others. Once they built the sugar factory, they could ask Zhengzhong for some beet seeds and encourage the villagers around Qingshui town to grow beets, which would also bring them some income. Thinking this over, she tentatively asked, Dad, Mom, since you have these concerns, I have a good idea. Chen Han quickly asked, What idea?
Tell us.
We should leave Nanshan village and find a place where no one knows us, so we won't have to worry anymore. Chen Han frowned and waved his hand. No. There's a saying, a golden nest or silver nest is not as good as your own grass nest. A home is the best place. No matter how good it is outside, I still feel more secure at home. We are locals, and no one wants to leave their hometown unless absolutely necessary. It's a tough experience. Lin also nodded in agreement. Qing girl, it's better to stay at home than to go out. No matter how nice it is outside, I still feel more at ease at home. Qingqing looked helpless. If her parents agreed, they could distance themselves from the peculiar couple, but since her parents were reluctant, it was best to let it go. She shook her head and smiled. I was just joking. Don't worry, even if someone learns to make candy, it's not a big deal since they don't have the ingredients for now. Lin sure felt a jolt in her heart. Not having ingredients for now means there will be plenty of sweet beets later? Yes, Mom. Growing sweet beets isn't hard. Once we taste the sweetness, sooner or later, someone will find the seeds. So large-scale planting is just a matter of time. But you don't need to worry too much. Even if the ingredients are plentiful, we can focus on improving the process and quality to make unique brown sugar. Chen Han nodded thoughtfully. Qing girl, you make a good point, but how do we improve the process and quality? Qingqing smiled mysteriously. Dad, don't worry about that. I have my ways. As long as our family works together, we won't have trouble making money. Lin sure sighed softly. I hope so. But it's not good to have so many people watching us. We need to think of a way to send them away. It's fine, let them watch if they want. Qing girl, you really made brown sugar. Wu Baoan's surprised voice came from outside the yard, and then he pushed through the crowd to enter. Qingqing straightened up and handed him a small stool. Uncle Li Zheng, you're here? Please, have a seat. Wu Baoan waved his hand. No need to be busy, Qing girl. I heard your aunt say you made sugar, so I came to join the fun. He sniffed the air eagerly. It really smells like sugar. It's so fragrant. Qingqing smiled and cut a small piece from the cooling sugar block, handing it to Wu Baoan. Uncle Li Zheng, try this sugar and see how it is. Wu Baoan eagerly took it and put it in his mouth. This is the taste. But it seems to be missing the flavor of the jujube. It's very tasty, but the sweetness is a bit light. Am I right? As the village head of Nanshan, Wu Baoan's family was well off. His two sons lived in town. The elder ran a cosmetic shop, and the younger managed an inn, so they could afford brown sugar. Qingqing smiled and said, Uncle Li, you are right. The taste of beet sugar and cane sugar is indeed different, and the color is a bit lighter. However, beet sugar has many advantages. First, beets are relatively easy to grow and can be planted in many of the uncultivated lands in our village. Unlike cane, which needs specific locations and is less abundant. Moreover, beets have a very high yield, so the same effort and time can produce more sugar. If sales go well, I plan to open a sugar workshop in the village in the future. Qingqing was not selfish. Since buying the beets, she had a plan. If she could really make sugar, she would ask Zhengzhong for some beet seeds and encourage the villagers to grow beets next year, turning Nanshan village into a sugar production area. Then her beet sugar could spread throughout the entire Danning dynasty. Wu Baoan's eyes lit up, and he felt energized. Are you saying you want the villagers to grow beets, and then you will buy them and open a workshop? Yes, that's exactly it. Hearing this, Wu Baoan happily slapped his thigh. If that's the case, beet sugar is truly a treasure. Qing girl, you are doing great. Not only will you make money, but you are also thinking of the villagers. I thank you on their behalf. Uncle Li, it's still too early to say. Once the workshop is built and I can really help the villagers, then it will be time for thanks. All right, no matter what, we have to give it a try. I support you. At that moment, Old Lady Chen stretched her neck to look into the yard. Seeing Wu Baoan putting a sugar block in his mouth and closing his eyes in delight made her mouth water. She really wanted to go in and taste the sugar herself, but she knew that even if she begged, they wouldn't give her any. Not wanting to miss out, She gently nudged Old Man Chen and whispered, "Old man, hurry and go get me some sugar. I want to taste it too. You go if you want. I'm not going to get scolded. You're useless." Old Lady Chen had no choice but to sniff the sweet aroma in the air, occasionally mumbling, "So fragrant, so sweet. It smells so good." As it got darker, Wu Baoan noticed the villagers gathered outside the wall were not leaving. He shouted, "Stop crowding around. There's nothing to see. Hurry home and make dinner." The villagers had already been standing for a long time and, hearing the village chief, they turned and left. Old Lady Chen and her husband, along with Enrollment, rolled their eyes in disdain and also turned to leave. Wu Baoan explained to Qingqing about preventing theft and robbery, then quickly changed the subject. "Qing girl, the man you rescued from the mountains last time, still hasn't woken up. You're very busy right now and don't have time to take care of him. How about I write you a document? You can take him to the Futian clinic in town tomorrow." Qingqing frowned slightly. She felt a bit guilty for not being able to wait for him to wake up after saving him. But she really didn't have time to care for him, so she nodded. "Uncle Lijing, I was just thinking about this. Let's do as you suggested." "Okay, I'll bring you the document shortly." After sending Wu Baoan off, Qingqing checked the syrup she had cooked and thought to herself. Today was the first time making syrup, and the family hadn't had a chance to rest at noon. They had managed to collect 200 pounds of sugar beets. Although her parents said they weren't tired, they looked exhausted. If they continued working like this for a long time, they wouldn't be able to handle it. It would be better to buy a donkey to help with the grinding. This would speed things up and save a lot of manpower, greatly improving efficiency. The next morning, Qingqing got up early, reminded her parents, and then took the ox cart to Qingshui town. She planned to drop off the man at the Futian clinic first, then find a place to sell the brown sugar. After some inquiries, she finally arrived at the main entrance of the Futian clinic. After explaining the situation to the guard, it wasn't long before a middle-aged man in charge came out. Qingqing handed over the document from the village. "Sir, this is the document from the village. Please take a look." The man took it and read it carefully, then glanced at the cart. "Miss, this person is completely still. Are you sure he is alive?" "Yes, sir. Although he looks like he's asleep, his pulse and heartbeat are normal." "All right, since the document is clear, we'll take him in." The man instructed a few people behind him, quickly carry the man from the cart into the west wing and have someone take care of him. The group hurried to the ox cart, ready to lift the man down. Suddenly, the unconscious man on the cart opened his eyes wide and sat up straight. The unprepared group was startled by this sudden change and stumbled back a few steps. "Wow, this person is sick. He startled me." The man in charge was shocked and looked bewildered. "Miss, didn't you say this person was in a state of death? How can he sit up like that?" Qingqing was also very shocked and quickly approached the man. As a doctor, she always had to uphold her professional duty. Bringing him to Futian Hospital was not to leave him to fend for himself, but to ensure he would receive better care. Now that he was awake, Qingqing was genuinely happy and calmly asked, "You're awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts?" The man paused for a moment, looking at Qingqing with concern in his eyes. He asked, "Where am I?" "This is Futian Hospital," she replied. "Futian Hospital?" The man looked confused, as if he was trying to think of something. Qingqing's joy was evident. She was extremely excited. She had thought he would not wake up for a while, but unexpectedly, he had suddenly regained consciousness. It seemed her careful care over the past few days had paid off. She quickly said to the hospital administrator, "Sir, this person has suddenly woken up, which means he is fully recovered. Since that's the case, could you please help him find his family so he can reunite with them soon?" "All right, that's best. It saves us from needing to watch over him. If he tells us where he lives, I will send someone to verify. If he has no home, we will handle it differently," the administrator replied, signaling to his staff, "Quickly take him to the East Wing, find out his hometown, and send him back as soon as possible." Hearing this, the man quickly shook his head. "Don't move me. I'm not going anywhere." Seeing this, Qingqing found it somewhat amusing and quickly reassured him, "Don't be afraid. This is Futian Hospital, a place that helps those in need. They will help you find your family and take you home." "No, I won't go to that place. I have a home." Qingqing looked puzzled. "Where's your home?" The man stared blankly and suddenly grabbed Qingqing's hand, saying something surprising. "My lady, why did you cruelly send me to this place? Do you not want me anymore, my lady?" Qingqing was taken aback, and the smile on her face instantly froze. She glanced at the man, seeing his innocent expression, and realized he must have just woken up and mistaken her for someone else. So she patiently explained, "Young man, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not your lady." The man looked determined. "That's impossible. You are my lady. There's no mistake. My lady, when my consciousness was fading, you cared for me so much. Your presence, your appearance, every time you gave me water or medicine, helped me check my health. I remember it all. How could I possibly be wrong?" Qingqing was speechless. It turned out that the man, who seemed unconscious, was actually aware of everything happening around him. This situation was clearly a sign of confusion caused by brain injury. She sighed helplessly. "I am not your wife. I am treating you and taking care of you because I am a doctor. Now that you are awake, please let this gentleman help you get home, okay?" The man's gaze became blank, and he lowered his head to think deeply. Seeing that he remained silent for a long time, Qingqing knew that recovering from a brain injury would take a long time. It was fortunate that he had awakened, but she could not control how much he would recover. After taking care of him for so many days, she felt she had done her best, and she could no longer manage what would happen next. Thinking this, she smiled slightly at the manager of the Futian courtyard. "Sir, I leave this person in your care. Please take good care of him. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now." "All right, miss, don't worry," the manager replied, waving to two helpers. "Take him inside and find someone to care for him properly." The man was carried into the Futian courtyard, tilting his head and staring intently at Qingqing as he was taken away. Once everything was settled, Qingqing did not hesitate any longer and got onto the ox cart. She planned to head to the town's grocery store. If she could sell all 40 pounds of red sugar at once, it would save her a lot of trouble. "Uncle Lao Han, let's go to the grocery store," she said. "Okay." Uncle Lao Han cracked the whip, and the ox cart began to move slowly. Just as they had not gone far, they suddenly heard hurried footsteps and shouting from behind. "Stop! Come back!" Qingqing turned around abruptly and was dismayed by the scene. The man was running ahead, being chased by two helpers. He shouted as he ran, "Wife, wait for me. Don't leave me behind. I'm scared." The sides of the road were crowded with onlookers. The man quickly caught up and jumped lightly onto the ox cart. With a look of grievance, he said to Qingqing, "Wife, don't leave me. I don't want to go there. I'm scared." Qingqing was almost at her breaking point. How could someone who just recovered from a serious illness be so agile? He looked more like a trained fighter. But at that moment, he gazed at her with innocent eyes, as if he were a little puppy seeking comfort. Her tone softened a bit. "I'm really not your wife, so stop calling me that. You are my wife. Why don't you want me anymore?" At that moment, two workers, out of breath, caught up and said angrily, "Miss, this person has a violent tendency. We just brought him to the shelter, and he punched us into the wall and ran away. When we chased him, he turned around and kicked each of us, almost sending us flying." "Who told you to be rough with me? You deserve to get hit," the man said, then looked at Qingqing with big eyes, suddenly acting like a sad puppy. "Wife, I won't go with them. They're being mean to me." Seeing the man call Qingqing wife repeatedly, the workers lost their earlier respect and looked at her with disdain. In their minds, Qingqing was a heartless woman who abandoned her husband, likely tired of him being injured and wanting to get rid of him, so she made a fake document to send him to the shelter to fend for himself. They didn't expect the man to wake up and insist he didn't know her. The workers sneered, "Miss, this is a shelter for the lonely and needy. Since your man is awake, you should take him home and stop trying to escape responsibility." Chen Qingqing quickly explained, Sir, you misunderstand. I really have no connection with him. If you have no connection, why does he call you wife? Who are you trying to fool? Really, sir, I don't know him at all. I rescued him from the wild. Enough with the nonsense. We've seen many women like you. When a man gets sick, they want to throw him into a shelter and wash their hands of him. Don't you think that's wrong? The worker scolded Chen Qingqing before turning to leave. At this point, the onlookers began to gossip about Chen Qingqing. This girl looks honest. How could she abandon her husband like this? Yeah, this man looks so pitiful now, and she wants to distance herself. That's really heartless. Sigh. The world is changing, and people have no shame anymore. Maybe this man is too poor, and she doesn't want to live a hard life with him. Regardless, couples should share both good and bad times. What she's doing is really unfair. Look at how flustered she is. She must feel guilty. Women like her deserve to face consequences. She'll regret it one day. Listening to the misunderstandings about Chen Qingqing, Lu Laohan felt very angry and couldn't help but shout, Everyone, be quiet. If you don't know the truth, stop talking nonsense. We really don't know this person. He is someone we rescued from the mountain. If you don't believe us, go ask in Nanshan village. After saying this, he looked at the young man with anger and warned him sternly, Young man, how long are you going to keep this up? Qing girl kindly saved you, and when you wake up, instead of thanking her, you keep calling her your wife. Isn't that ruining her reputation? If you have any conscience, you should clarify this to everyone. The young man stubbornly replied, You're talking nonsense. She is my wife, and I will always treat my wife well. Lu Laohan was almost furious enough to spit blood. The kind girl helped him, yet he was clinging to her instead of leaving. This was just like the farmer and the snake, being ungrateful. This shameless and despicable person was truly disgusting. He wanted to give him a good beating but managed to hold back, gritting his teeth and saying, Young man, we should have a sense of morality. Qing girl didn't seek fame or fortune. She put in a lot of effort to save you. Yet, you repay her kindness with ingratitude and cling to her. That's not right. She is my wife, and I want to go home with her, the young man said, looking at her with dependence. Seeing him looking at her like that, Chen Qingqing asked, If you call me your wife, do you know my name? The young man thought for a moment and shook his head in confusion. Wife, I can't remember. Since you can't remember, why do you think I am your wife? Even though I don't remember my wife's name, my mind tells me that you are my wife. From the first moment I saw you after waking up, I felt an incredible closeness, as if we had known each other for many years. Hearing this, Chen Qingqing shook her head helplessly. This person likely had a consciousness disorder due to brain injury, and his brain functions had not fully recovered, which meant he was experiencing temporary amnesia and mistaking people. Although she wanted to help him, if he never remembered, she couldn't take care of him forever. But if she ignored him, she felt a bit guilty. Frowning at the man, she noticed his clear eyes, which didn't seem foolish, and asked, Do you remember what you used to do? I don't know. Do you remember how you got hurt? I don't know. What's your name? I don't know. With so many unknowns, what do you know? Chen Qingqing sighed, looking at the man with a helpless expression. The man smiled widely. I only know you are my wife. I'm really amazed by you. Your mind seems quite troubled. Chen Qingqing thought to herself, This person remembers nothing. He must have amnesia. He needs treatment to help restore his brain function, but this is a long wait. If it takes 3 to 5 years to regain his memory, Chen Qingqing frowned. Well, she could just take care of him. It's just one more person to feed. Thinking this way, she felt relieved and said to Lu Laohan, Let's go. Qing girl, are you really going to take him back? What else can I do? Look at him, he knows nothing, clearly something is wrong with his mind, which is why he talks nonsense. Chen Qingqing pointed to her head as she spoke. Lu Laohan shook his head and sighed, So you mean he's like a fool now? If he insists on staying with you, it could be a problem. Don't worry, Grandpa Laohan. This should be temporary amnesia. He will get better slowly. You really have a kind heart. Chen Qingqing smiled. As the saying goes, help others completely. Save people to the end. No matter what, let's just go with the flow. Lu Han stopped persuading her, sighed quietly, and cracked the whip in the air a few times. The old ox understood, and the cart began to move slowly. Qingqing looked at the man, noticing he was handsome but couldn't remember anything, not even his name. She felt sorry for him and thought of giving him a name to make it easier to call him later. After thinking for a moment, she raised an eyebrow and smiled. How about I give you a name? The man nodded happily. Sure. What will you call me? How about Silly Egg? Qingqing said with a mischievous smile. The man shook his head vigorously. That doesn't sound nice. I'm not silly, so I can't be called that. Okay, if you don't like it, I'll think of another one. Qingqing teased him. Then how about Debeo? That sounds nice, right?
Debeo?
Isn't that still silly? I don't like it. Let's call you silly, clumsy, little confused one, foolish one, and so on. That doesn't sound nice, the man shook his head. Dear, these names aren't good. Can you give me a nicer name? I didn't expect you to be so picky. Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. A name must have some character. Since you don't like silly names, let me think. But you are as dull as a wooden block. What can I call you? Suddenly, she had an idea. I got it. I'll call you Little Fish like the small fish. How does that sound? Little Fish, the man smiled happily. That's nice. I'll be called Little Fish.
Great.
From now on, your name is Chen Little Fish.
Got it? Don't worry, dear.
I remember. Hearing him call her dear made Qingqing feel a bit awkward. You can't call me dear anymore. You can only call me Sister Qing or Qing Girl. Remember? Chen Little Fish shook his head. No, I will call you dear. Qingqing had no choice but to tease him. I tell you, you can't just call anyone dear. It's very impolite. I'm not scaring you, but if you shout that in front of my parents, you'll get in trouble, and I won't be able to help you. Chen Little Fish frowned, as if thinking hard, and after a while said, Dear, I will listen to you. Dear, what are we doing now? Are you taking me home? Not yet. You need to come with me to do something. Okay, dear. The man showed a big grin, and despite being silly, he looked quite charming when he smiled. Qingqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. It was pointless to explain things to a silly person. She decided to let him call her whatever he wanted and would just explain things to her parents, believing they wouldn't mind. Ignoring Chen Little Fish, she looked around. Qingqing had already made up her mind. To sell brown sugar long-term, she needed to find a stable shop like a grocery store or a bakery where there was a high demand. The ox cart slowly moved forward, and she spotted a large grocery store ahead, so she asked Lu Han to stop the cart. Grandpa Han, I might need to wait a bit longer. You can go wait outside the town for us and pick up a few more people on the way. Okay, you go ahead. I'm coming too. Chen Xiuyu quickly jumped down from the carriage and grabbed a bag of sugar. I'll help you carry it. Qingqing looked surprised. That bag contained 40 pounds of raw sugar, and he lifted it so easily, which amazed her. Seeing him grinning at her, she nodded and said, All right, let's go. The two of them walked straight into the grocery store. Li's grocery store. Qingqing entered and looked around. The store was small but had a good variety of items. The shop assistant greeted them warmly. What can I help you with, ladies? Qingqing smiled and said, I would like to see your manager. Please wait a moment. The shop assistant went to the back and soon returned with a thin, middle-aged man. This is the manager they are looking for. The manager looked at Qingqing with curiosity. Hello, miss. What can I do for you? Hello, Manager Li. I want to ask if you need any raw sugar. Manager Li frowned slightly and replied, Sorry, we have a regular supplier, and we don't take just any goods. Qingqing was not upset by the rejection. Please take a look at the product before deciding. What if you like it? Manager Li hesitated for a moment. All right, let me see it. Qingqing took the cloth bag from Chen Xiaoyu and pulled out a small piece of raw sugar, placing it on the counter on a piece of oil paper. She casually said, My raw sugar is of good quality and pure taste. If you like it, I can supply you regularly. Manager Li tasted a bit and his expression softened. The quality is decent, but I wonder about the price. Qingqing smiled slightly and replied calmly, managerly, "You are the expert, so you can set the price. I trust that it will be fair and reasonable." Qingqing said this with a purpose, to get him to quote first, which would help her assess whether the manager was trustworthy for a long-term partnership and also provide market information to estimate the cost of raw sugar. Manager Lee is a businessman with a sharp mind. He thought to himself, although brown sugar is sold at a high price, the purchase cost is also high, nearly 90 coins per pound. The profit margin is only about 10 coins. If he could lower the purchase price, he would make even more money. He glanced at Qingqing, noticing she was young and probably had never done business before. So he decided to quote a lower price first. If she was unhappy, he could gradually raise it. With his years of experience, he was confident he could handle a young girl. Determined, he said seriously, "Miss Chen, even though brown sugar is expensive in the market, our purchase price is quite low. To be honest, we usually buy it at 50 coins per pound." Qingqing shook her head and smiled. From his words, she could tell that Manager Lee was cunning. There was no way he could have such a high profit margin selling brown sugar for 100 coins. Clearly, he didn't want to make this deal. "Manager Lee, you're joking. You think I'm a child? Do you believe I can't sell my sugar?" Manager Lee was taken aback, his face darkening. "Since you want me to quote a price, what do you plan to offer per pound? My brown sugar is of excellent quality. Is it really fair to offer such a low price?" Manager Lee felt exposed, his face turning red with embarrassment. He forced a smile. "Since you're so straightforward, I'll be honest. My usual purchase price is 70 coins per pound. How does that sound? I have set my price at 90 coins per pound." Qingqing didn't want to waste more time and stated her bottom line. Manager Lee was momentarily stunned, then laughed mockingly. "I can't accept that price. After all, I can choose whether or not to buy your goods." Qingqing stood up. "Manager Lee, if we can't make a deal, I won't disturb you any longer.
Goodbye.
Take care, no need to see you off," Manager Lee replied coldly. Seeing Qingqing leave, the assistant was puzzled. "Manager, we buy brown sugar at 90 coins per pound. Why not accept her offer? If she sells elsewhere, it could hurt our business." Manager Lee shrugged and smiled. "It's fine. A young girl is just trying to make a quick profit. She might find a few pounds of brown sugar somewhere to exchange for some change, but people like her won't make a big impact. It's not worth partnering with her." Yes, you're wise, manager." As they left Lee's grocery store, Xiaoyu thought Qingqing was upset and quickly comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, my dear. That person just didn't recognize your worth. He will regret it." "I'm not angry. You're right. He will definitely regret it. I'm relieved to hear that you're not upset," Xiaoyu said with a happy smile. Seeing his clear eyes and sincere smile on his handsome face, Qingqing felt a bit foolish. She sighed and said, "Let's go look at another store." Xiaoyu nodded obediently and followed her as they walked to a smaller grocery store. At Lu's grocery store, as soon as Qingqing entered, she saw the shopkeeper idly dusting with a feather duster. Noticing customers had arrived, he quickly greeted them warmly. "Welcome. What can I help you with?" Qingqing got straight to the point. "Do you sell brown sugar? Do you have brown sugar?" the shopkeeper asked, surprised. "Yes, I do." The shopkeeper's face lit up with excitement. Brown sugar was in high demand, and only Lee's grocery store sold it in Qingqing town. The supplier from the south never gave him a chance to stock it. Hearing her affirmative answer, he invited Qingqing and Xiaoyu to sit down. "My surname is Lu. May I ask for your name?" "My surname is Chen, and I'm from Nanshan Village." "Nanshan Village isn't far. I wonder where you got this brown sugar and if its quality is guaranteed?" "I made the brown sugar myself. You can rest assured. It's top quality." The shopkeeper felt delighted, thinking about how he had just been worried about not having brown sugar, and now it was right in front of him. With brown sugar, his grocery store's business would surely improve. His regular customers would definitely support him. Mr. Lu hurriedly poured tea and then said, "Since it's top-quality sugar, could you show me a sample so I can check the quality?" Qingqing took a backpack from Qin Xiaoyu and pulled out a paper bag, opening it and handing it to Mr. Lu. "Here, take a look." This is the brown sugar I made. Mr. Liu was almost speechless, his eyes wide with surprise. You made this brown sugar? Yes, I did. Qingqing was not surprised by his performance. After all, in this underdeveloped era, not everyone knows how to make brown sugar. Manager Liu looked incredulous. As far as I know, making brown sugar requires the fruit from the southern mulberry tree. Our Anyang County is located in the northern part of Daming, so it's impossible to have mulberry trees here. I wonder what ingredients you use to make this sugar. You don't need to know that, Manager Liu. Since I can make brown sugar, I have my own methods. Right. I was being presumptuous. Manager Liu quickly apologized and then praised. Miss Chen, it's impressive that you have such skills at such a young age. As he spoke, he picked up a small piece of brown sugar to examine it closely, then brought it to his nose to smell. Finally, he put it in his mouth to taste it carefully. What do you think of the quality of this brown sugar? If you're satisfied, we can discuss a partnership. The color is reddish-brown, the texture is even, it tastes soft and sweet with a pleasant aroma, and it has a delicate mouthfeel, like holding a precious gem. Not bad. Manager Liu nodded in satisfaction, put down the piece of sugar, and said with bright eyes, the quality of this brown sugar is excellent. To be honest, I am interested in purchasing it, but I wonder about the price. Qingqing estimated that the average profit margin for brown sugar should be between 10 to 15%. Based on this, the cost price should be between 85 to 90 coins. After the incident at Li's grocery store, Qingqing decided not to waste time beating around the bush. She stated directly, I offer you a price of 85 coins per pound.
Can you accept that?
Manager Liu felt delighted. Southern merchants sell a pound of brown sugar for 90 coins and won't cooperate with him. Now, getting it for 85 coins felt like a huge opportunity falling into his lap. With a smile in his eyes, he said, the price Miss Chen offered is fair and reasonable.
Let's settle on that.
How many pounds do you need, and how often will you require delivery?
Well,
Manager Liu hesitated. To be honest, I have a few restaurants that regularly buy grain from me, and they have asked me several times when I would have brown sugar, but I have never been able to get any stock. I will go ask them one by one, and if they all want to get it from me, I will definitely need a large quantity. How much brown sugar do you have available right now? Qingqing smiled and said, I only brought a small amount today, just 40 pounds. Okay, I will keep these, and we will work together for a long time in the future. Manager Liu had already decided that as long as he could get the brown sugar, he would sell it for 5 coins less per pound than Li's shop across the street. He planned to sell it for 95 coins a pound. Once the news spread, the restaurants, clinics, and snack shops in Qingqing town would surely rush to buy it. Don't worry, since you are my first customer, I will make sure to supply you first when I have stock, said Qingqing. Manager Liu opened his mouth to say something, but hesitated. After a moment, he added, Qingqing town is not too big or too small. I believe Li's grocery store also sells brown sugar, and my supply should be enough. Qingqing immediately understood his meaning. He wanted to monopolize the business. In a small place like this, if every shop sold it, it wouldn't be as effective as concentrating the supply. Rest assured, I will only cooperate with you in Qingqing town, she replied. Manager Liu's face broke into a big smile. That's great. Miss Chen, you are truly straightforward. Qingqing agreed to supply only Liu's grocery store with brown sugar, and Liu's store would not purchase from others. She guaranteed the quality of the brown sugar, and they signed a contract, making it official. Manager Liu went to the counter and took out 3 taels and 4 coins of silver. This is the payment. Please keep it safe, Miss Chen. If you have more stock tomorrow, just bring it over. Qingqing accepted the silver and stood up to leave. All right, I will come to deliver the goods on time tomorrow. Great. Please take care, Miss Chen, Manager Liu said as he saw her off. After Qingqing left, he immediately went out to find some of his old customers and told them about the brown sugar purchase, offering it at 95 coins a pound. The restaurants and clinics quickly agreed to buy from him, and before he knew it, all 40 pounds of brown sugar were sold out. Manager Liu couldn't stop smiling. At this rate, how could Li's grocery store compete with him? Qingqing and Chen Xiaoyu left the shop in high spirits, planning to head home early. Just then, Chen Xiaoyu's stomach let out a loud growl. He patted his belly and looked at Qingqing with a pitiful expression.
I'm hungry.
Qingqing realized she had been careless. Xiaoyu had been saved by her for over half a month, and during this time, he had only been surviving on rice soup, without solid food. After running around and helping her today, it was no wonder he was hungry. Her eyes landed on a wonton stall by the roadside. Let's eat a bowl of wontons here. Okay. Yes, Xiaoyu exclaimed, bouncing over to the wonton stall. Ah, such a childlike nature. Qingqing sighed as she walked over and called out to the vendor, 2 bowls of wontons, please. Sure, coming right up. The vendor cheerfully replied. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of wontons were placed in front of them. Xiaoyu picked up his spoon elegantly, gently blowing on the steam rising from the wontons before taking small bites. Every movement he made exuded an innate elegance that felt out of place at this simple wonton stall. Qingqing watched him and couldn't help but tease, Xiaoyu, you are so particular about eating wontons. If someone didn't know better, they might think you were dining in a palace. Xiaoyu glanced at the people nearby, who were eating hurriedly, and said, Oh, I should eat like that. With that, he lifted the bowl and took a big sip of the soup. Just as Qingqing was about to say hot, Xiaoyu winced from the heat, but still managed to swallow the wonton in his mouth. Slow down, no one is competing with you, Qingqing said, both amused and exasperated. Xiaoyu grinned, his words a bit unclear. Wife, these wontons are so delicious, I can't help it. Thinking back to how he had been poisoned when she rescued him, Qingqing fell into deep thought. Dining etiquette is developed from a young age and cannot be changed overnight. Before Xiaoyu lost his memory, he might have been a noble or a wealthy child who faced persecution and nearly lost his life in the Wolf Valley. As Qingqing pondered, she felt even more intrigued by Xiaoyu's mysterious background. Noticing she hadn't eaten, Xiaoyu looked up and asked, Wife, why aren't you eating? Is it not good? Snapping back to reality, Qingqing's gaze lingered on Xiaoyu's face for a moment, and she sighed softly. No matter what he went through before, as long as he hasn't regained his memory, I will not abandon you. I'm not hungry, you go ahead and eat. I'll share my bowl with you. Xiaoyu might really be very hungry. After finishing 2 bowls of wontons, he still looked eager and gazed at Qingqing, saying, Wife, I want more. Qingqing understood that, from a scientific perspective, for someone who has been hungry for a long time, they shouldn't eat too much at once. It's important to gradually return to a normal diet, starting with small, frequent meals to give the body enough time to adjust to the food intake. This approach not only helps avoid digestive issues and discomfort, but also stabilizes blood sugar levels, allowing the body to absorb nutrients more efficiently. If someone overeats, it can harm their body and even threaten their life. There have been real cases in today's information-rich world. One college student ate continuously for several hours and suffered a ruptured stomach due to extreme expansion, ultimately losing their life. Another homeless person hadn't eaten for days and was very hungry. When a kind person offered him a hearty meal, he devoured it eagerly. However, after eating, he suddenly collapsed and lost consciousness, ultimately not surviving. Seeing Chen Xiaoyu's pitiful little eyes, she felt sorry for him and gently said, like soothing a child, No, you've been hungry for too long. You can't eat too much at once, or you'll hurt yourself. Can you wait a little while before eating more? Xiaoyu reluctantly nodded, saying, I'll listen to you. After leaving the wonton stall, Qingqing took him for a stroll to the livestock market in the east of town, hoping to buy a donkey for grinding grain. There were many animals for sale, like old cows that couldn't plow and mules for pulling carts, but she didn't see any donkeys. Cows were too slow for grinding, and mules were a bit of an overkill. If she couldn't find a donkey, it would be too hard for her father to push the mill every day. Qingqing felt a bit anxious, but had no other options. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she noticed a crowd gathered nearby, with sounds of crying coming from within. She didn't feel very curious. Everyone has their own struggles, and she didn't want to get involved. She just wanted to go home quickly. But when she turned, she found Chen Xiuyu had already squeezed into the crowd. She called out to him, but he didn't hear. With no choice, she pushed her way through the crowd, saying, "Xiuyu, it's time to go home." "Look, dear, that old man looks so sad. Can you help him?" Qingqing followed his gaze and saw an elderly man with gray hair, dressed in patched clothes, squatting on the ground, crying very sadly. She initially wanted to pull Xiuyu away, but seeing the old man's pitiful state softened her heart. She approached and asked, "Why are you crying, sir?" The old man trembled, tears streaming down his face. "The donkey is gone?" Qingqing then noticed a skinny donkey tied to a wooden post nearby, looking like it had lost one eye. She frowned, a bit confused. "Isn't the donkey right there?" The old man cried even harder. "That's not my donkey. My donkey is fat and strong. This one isn't mine. Someone swapped it." After asking more questions, Qingqing learned what happened. The old man had come here to sell his donkey to help his son get married. He hadn't eaten breakfast because he left early and thought about grabbing a bite to eat. Dumplings were too expensive, meat pies were too dry, and the big fruits were too greasy. After thinking for a while, he decided to sell the donkey to buy a meal. When he arrived at the livestock market, he saw a small restaurant inside that served baked buns and meat soup, which was free to drink, while the buns cost 2 coins each. His stomach growled loudly from hunger, and unable to resist, he tied his donkey at the door and went inside. He spent 2 coins on a bun and enjoyed it with the meat soup. After eating and drinking, he came out to find his donkey had changed. It was plump and shiny when he arrived, but now it was thin, and one eye was blind. The old man realized his donkey had been swapped, and he began to cry loudly. Qingqing, hearing the old man's story, frowned with anger. "Grandpa, don't worry. Let's all think of a way to find your donkey." She looked at the crowd watching. "Everyone, this old man is truly pitiful. If anyone sees his swapped donkey and provides information, I will reward you with 100 coins for helping to find it." People are always motivated by their interests, and Qingqing knew that someone must have seen something. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, a strong man said, "I saw a man in his 30s sneaking away with a fat donkey towards the west side of town." Qingqing thanked him. "Thank you, brother. Once we find the old man's donkey, I will keep my promise." Then she turned to the crying old man. "Grandpa, stop crying. Let's go find your donkey. Girl, even if we know the person went west with my donkey, we probably won't find it. Grandpa, as the saying goes, an old horse knows the way. An old donkey knows the way too. If we let it go, it will lead us to your donkey. What if we find it, but he doesn't admit it?" The old man still had some concerns. Qingqing smiled. "Don't worry, Grandpa. Once we find the donkey, he won't dare to deny it. If he does, we will report it to the authorities." "Okay, I'll listen to you." The old man then stood up, untied the old donkey from the post, and followed it. The donkey walked west along the street, and soon everyone followed it to a secluded alley. The donkey entered the alley and stopped in front of a shabby house, where there was some fresh donkey dung at the entrance. Qingqing gently knocked on the door, but no one responded. She cautiously pushed the door open and saw the room was filled with clutter. In the corner stood a sturdy donkey quietly. "This is my donkey," the old man exclaimed excitedly. Just then, a figure stepped out from the shadows. It was Zhang San, who had swapped the donkey. Zhang San lived in poverty, keeping a donkey to help carry goods and earn some money to support his family. A few days ago, while delivering items to the mountains, the old donkey, weak and poorly fed, stumbled and fell into a ravine, injuring one eye on a branch. The old donkey became useless, so he tried to sell it at the market, but no one was interested. He thought about selling it to a restaurant for meat, but they found it too thin. While he was unsure of what to do, he spotted the old man's healthy donkey and felt envious. When the old man was distracted eating, he intended to sneak away with it, but seeing the old man's age, he felt guilty and decided to trade his old donkey for the healthy one instead. He took the healthy donkey and hid it in his backyard, forgetting that the old donkey knew the way back. When the truth came out, he loudly argued, "This donkey is mine." Qingqing, seeing he still wanted to deny it, said sternly, "You didn't take this old man's donkey. You swapped it for your old one. This shows you still have a conscience. Return the donkey to him, and we can forget this matter. If you refuse, we will have to report you to the authorities." Zhang San stubbornly replied, "Who are you trying to scare?"
This donkey is mine.
"Go ahead and report me. I'm not afraid." Qingqing smiled lightly. "Brother, I assume you usually use this donkey for work, right?"
Yes, that's right.
Qingqing then asked the old man, "Grandpa, does your donkey also work?" The old man shook his head. "My donkey only carries some grain during harvest time. I usually don't want to use it. If it weren't for my son needing to marry, I wouldn't sell it." Qingqing raised her eyebrow and smiled. "That's right. Look at this old donkey. Its fur is worn down, and there's still blood from its eye injury. It's clear it was hurt recently. This is the result of long-term work. If you don't return the donkey to the old man, even if you go to the authorities, it won't just be about returning a donkey." Hearing this, Zhang Sen broke into a cold sweat and quickly apologized. "Miss, I was wrong. It's all my fault for being greedy. Please don't report me. I will return the donkey to the old man." That's the right attitude. Recognizing your mistakes can lead to improvement. As the saying goes, even when poor, one should not lose hope and should not take the wrong path in difficult times. "You're right, Mississippi, don't worry. I won't do anything wrong like this again." Qingqing nodded and turned to the old man. "Grandpa, although he tried to swap something bad for something good, he doesn't have bad intentions. He is willing to return your donkey now. Can you forgive him?" The old man nodded repeatedly. "As long as my donkey is back, that's good." "Miss, I will sell the donkey and give you the 100 coins you promised." Hearing he was going to sell the donkey, Qingqing felt happy. It was like finding something valuable without any effort. "Grandpa, how much are you selling this donkey for?" "I need to buy one. I plan to sell it for 15 taels of silver, but if the young lady wants to buy it, you can have it for 14 taels. "All right, I'll take this donkey," Qingqing said as she took out the silver and handed it to the old man. "Here are 15 taels of silver. Please accept it." The old man quickly shook his head. No, that's too much. Just give me 14 taels. "Please don't be modest, Grandpa. Take the money quickly and don't lose it." Qingqing pressed the silver into the old man's hand and then took out 100 coins to give to the middle-aged man who provided the information earlier. Then she turned to Zhang San, the one who stole the donkey, and said, "Brother, you have shown some kindness. I am from Nanshan village. If you ever find yourself in trouble, feel free to come to me, and I will help as much as I can." "Thank you, miss, for not reporting me," Zhang Sen said, visibly moved, nodding in gratitude. The old man wanted to say something more, but he saw Qingqing and Xiaoyu leading the donkey away. At the Chen family's old house, Chen Laodai saw that Qingqing had left early in a bullock cart for the town and felt a pang of jealousy. That girl, who used to be so timid and couldn't speak well, has become quite capable. She can even make candy now. I really underestimated her. It seems that this troublesome girl is aiming high. If she really becomes wealthy, she will forget all her roots. No, I must learn the skill of sugar making to secure a good future. Thinking this, Grandma Chen shouted towards the side room, "Second daughter-in-law, come out here."
"What is it, Mom? Why are you calling me?"
Son replied, hurrying out of the room. Grandma Chen glared. "Where's Debeo? Hurry and send him to my room. I need to ask him something." "Debeo isn't home." "What do you need him for?" "Not home? He left early to do manual labor." Grandma Chen's anger flared up. He's ignoring the work at home to be a laborer for someone else. Go get him back. Son rolled her eyes, not pleased. "Mom, that's a harsh way to say it. What do you mean by doing manual labor? You were just complaining about needing Debeo for something, but what work do we have for him? Besides, Debeo is old enough to make his own choices. I can't keep him tied to my side. If you want him, go find him yourself. I'm not going." With that, Sun turned and went back inside, complaining to Qingqing, who was lying on the bed. Debeo wants to split from the family, but you can't let go of your parents. Do they even treat us like family? I really don't understand your thinking. Qingqing mumbled, but didn't speak up. Grandma Chen, hearing her indirect criticism, was furious and stomped her feet, muttering, "Everyone has turned against me. If you won't go, I will. I must learn to make sugar. Once I have money, let's see if you dare to speak to me like this." As she left the yard, Sun scoffed, rolling her eyes, just like a pig. I bet she's up to no good. Just a few steps out, Grandma Chen saw matchmaker Zhao approaching from a distance. Her heart sank. This gossiping woman had caused trouble before when the butcher's son broke off an engagement. What was she doing here? Was she matchmaking for someone? That couldn't be. There hadn't been any news of a young man looking to marry in the village. Was she trying to introduce someone to a young woman? It shouldn't be like this. Everyone in the village who should get married has already done so. She thought for a long time, and her head was getting hot from thinking, but she couldn't figure it out. When she looked up, she saw matchmaker Zhao had come close and couldn't help but greet her. "Oh, isn't this Sister Zhao? What brings you to our village?" Since the last marriage was ruined by the Qin family, matchmaker Zhao's reputation has taken a hit, becoming a joke in the area. She hadn't received any business for over a month. Yesterday, Fan Tong invited her to matchmake, and at first, she thought he had his eye on some girl to take as a concubine, but she was shocked to find out it was that troublesome girl, Qingqing. She had seen how fierce Qingqing was and wanted to refuse this difficult job, but then she thought again. The butcher, Li, was a violent man, so it was normal for the girl to refuse. Fan Tong was different. He was a well-known wealthy man, and she didn't believe Qingqing wouldn't be tempted. With that in mind, she happily accepted the job. Early this morning, she put on some makeup and headed straight to Nanshan village. Upon arriving at the village entrance, she heard that Qingqing had gone to town, which made her very happy. If she wasn't home, it would be easier to convince her parents, and the marriage could go through. However, when she met Qingqing and explained her purpose, he immediately kicked her out. Now feeling flustered, she hung her head, thinking about how to explain this to the wealthy fan. Suddenly, she heard old lady Chen greet her and had to force a smile, saying, "I was just passing by, nothing much." Hearing matchmaker Zhao say this only piqued old lady Chen's curiosity more. With a gossiping look, she blocked her path, saying, "Come on, sister. Let's sit at my place for a bit and have some water." Matchmaker Zhao frowned and replied, "No, your threshold is too high. I'm afraid I might trip." "Oh, sister, why do you say that?" Old lady Chen said with a big smile. "You can't blame me for the last incident. I suffered a lot because of that troublesome girl too. If there's anyone to blame, it's my useless son, who let a girl like that control him. I have grievances too." "I don't care about your grievances. I'm upset myself and don't have time to chat with you. Who is so blind as to make my sister this upset?" Old lady Chen noticed matchmaker Zhao's expression and became even more curious. She patted her chest and said, "There's no one in Nanshan village who scares me." "Who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll help you get back at them." Zhao matchmaker snorted coldly and said with disdain, "This person is probably someone you can't handle." Old lady Chen curled her lip in contempt, saying her son was a scholar, a future talented man, who wouldn't treat him with respect. There was no one in Nanshan village she couldn't afford to offend. "Listen, I'm not bragging. I can insult anyone in this village, and I've never met anyone I couldn't provoke. Just tell me who upset you, and I promise to make them apologize to you in person." Zhao matchmaker glanced at her with scorn.
Who else could it be?
"It's your eldest son, who doesn't know how to appreciate good fortune. I came to propose a match for his daughter, but before I could say much, he kicked me out. Isn't that infuriating? What's going on with the proposal for that girl?" "Old sister, don't ask. Your son is a complete fool. He has a chance for great wealth, but chooses to live in poverty. He's destined for a hard life because he doesn't have the fortune to enjoy riches." Zhao matchmaker stomped her foot in anger. Old lady Chen looked shocked. her mind filled with thoughts of wealth and fortune. She quickly pressed, "Sister, please explain what happened. Could it be that someone is interested in that girl?" Zhao matchmaker spat in frustration. "If no one was interested in his daughter, I wouldn't even consider going to their home. Who would be so blind as to like that girl?"
Please tell me.
"You'll be shocked to hear this," Zhao matchmaker replied with a huff. "It's none other than the most prominent person in Qingqing town, Master Fan, the wealthy landowner." Old Lady Chen's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. "You mean Master Fan wants to marry that girl?" "Yes, Master Fan. If he agrees to this match, she would become a concubine. If she has a son or a daughter, wouldn't your family benefit from her good fortune?" But I couldn't finish my words. Qingqing pointed at me and chased me away. How can he be so foolish? Zhao matchmaker sighed helplessly and continued. Master Fan even promised to offer 200 taels of silver as a bride price. If she marries him, she could wear gold and silver, have servants, and enjoy a life of luxury. Many young women dream of living in such comfort.
What is the purpose of life?
Isn't it just about eating, drinking, and living? But your eldest son thinks differently, as if he has suffered a great loss. Since he doesn't want to be the father-in-law of a wealthy man, there's nothing I can do. I can only go back and talk to Mr. Fan to change his mind. Old Lady Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Sister, is Mr. Fan really willing to give 200 taels of silver as a bride price? Of course. He said that as long as we agree to the marriage, he will give an extra 50 taels on the wedding day. That totals 250 taels of silver. For ordinary people like us, it would take 3 lifetimes to earn that much money. Zhao the matchmaker shook her head in regret. It's a pity your son doesn't appreciate it. I'm just a widow worrying for nothing. All right, sister, you go ahead and be busy. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. Old Lady Chen was a true money lover. Hearing that Mr. Fan was willing to offer 250 taels, she instinctively swallowed, and her eyes sparkled with greed. She was thrilled. If she had that much silver, she wouldn't need to learn how to make sugar. Not only would she live in luxury, but she could also enjoy delicious meals every day. She could hire a helpful maid to serve her tea when she was thirsty and massage her shoulders when she was tired. What a wonderful life! As she thought about this, a mischievous idea popped into her head. As the saying goes, when it rains from the sky, the ground becomes slippery. You fall where you stumble. Although she didn't marry that girl to the butcher last time because she was too soft-hearted, it seemed that heaven was giving her another chance to turn her luck around. Just then, she saw Zhao the matchmaker getting ready to leave, so Old Lady Chen quickly pulled herself together and smiled, saying, Sister, don't rush off.
Come sit at my house for a while.
Zhao the matchmaker waved her hand weakly. I'm not in the mood today. Let's do it another time. Don't be in a hurry, sister. I have something to discuss with you. What could you possibly want? Zhao the matchmaker was feeling frustrated and sounded a bit impatient. Old Lady Chen was only thinking about money and didn't care about Zhao's mood. She still wore a smile. Sister, do you trust me? What do you mean? Be clear. I mean, if you trust me, go tell Mr. Fan that I agree to this marriage. Old Lady Chen put on a confident expression. Just you? Zhao. The matchmaker frowned and scoffed. You can stop right there. The last incident with the butcher caused me a lot of trouble. Since you have already broken off the engagement, the marriage of Qing girl is not up to you. Don't waste my time with your nonsense. Seeing her flustered expression, Old Lady Chen couldn't help but laugh. Sister, what are you doing? Why are you still holding a grudge? I may have cut ties with their family, but Qingqing is still like my own child. No matter where I go, I am still his mother. Although the last engagement with the butcher didn't work out, there were reasons for that. The butcher was too rough, had a bad temper, and would explode at the slightest provocation. I had a plan, but he was too stubborn to listen. He got angry and started shouting, which made me lose my cool and mess things up. But this time, don't worry. With the bride price of 250 taels, I will make sure it happens. Zhao furrowed her brow, clearly skeptical. Is that true? You're not just joking with me, are you? Why would I joke with you? We have no grudges between us. I have no reason to deceive you, old lady Chen replied, a bit impatient but still calm. How about this? You don't need to rush to give me the bride price. You can pay me after the deal is done. Does that work for you? Oh, my dear sister, you have really helped me out, Zhao exclaimed, beaming with joy, almost wanting to kneel and thank her. Fan Tong had promised her 50 taels of silver as a reward if she could make this happen. She had never earned that much in her years as a matchmaker, even with her side jobs. At first, she thought this was a sure thing, but she didn't expect Qingqing to be so stubborn and resistant. The opportunity for wealth was right in front of him, yet he remained unmoved. Seeing his stubborn attitude made her want to slap some sense into him. Just when she thought her chance at 50 taels was lost, a miracle seemed to happen. It looked like fate was on her side, and with that money, she wouldn't have to worry for the rest of her life. The more she thought about it, the happier she became, almost laughing out loud. To get a more certain answer, Zhao the matchmaker smiled broadly and couldn't help but ask again, Old sister, your eldest son is stubborn, and the girl is even harder to deal with. Do you have any tricks to make this happen? Old lady Chen squinted her eyes and smiled mischievously. Sister, you don't need to worry about the methods. As long as we get things moving, that girl won't refuse. Are you suggesting we should be forceful? You don't need to pry into this. As the saying goes, everyone has their own way of doing things. Since I agree to help you, that girl is already part of the Fan family. Whether she likes it or not, I promise to make this happen beautifully. But don't rush. These things need the right timing and circumstances. Hearing this, Zhao the matchmaker felt reassured and smiled widely. No rush. Take your time, as long as it works out. Of course, just trust me. All right, I'll wait for your good news. Okay, go tell Master Fan to relax and prepare the 250 taels of silver for the betrothal gift. I'll make sure he gets what he wants. Absolutely, the money will be ready. It's settled then. I'm off to share the good news with Master Fan. Zhao the matchmaker was in high spirits, swaying her hips and happily leaving. Old lady Chen thought about the shiny silver and felt extremely happy, excitedly stomping her feet in place.
Great.
It seemed like luck was on her side, and good fortune was falling into her lap. If someone is lucky, even a stumble can lead to treasure. If she could make this happen, it would be amazing. She forgot about finding Debeo and just wanted to rush home to share this incredible news with her husband, hoping to make him happy too. With that thought, Old Lady Chen smiled broadly and headed home. When Old Man Chen saw her rushing back through the door, he was curious about what had her so excited. Why was she in such a hurry? Was she being chased by a dog? She was getting more restless as she aged. At her age, she should know to take it easy. If she twisted her ankle, he would feel sorry for her. Old Lady Chen quickly entered the house, grabbed Old Man Chen's hands tightly, and was so excited that her lips trembled, unable to speak for a moment. Chen was taken aback by her sudden action and felt even more confused. What was wrong with her?
What did she want?
Looking at her eyes filled with affection and her smiling face, he wondered if she was thinking about something inappropriate. It had been 3 years since their last intimate moment, and during those tough times, he had often found himself restless at night, desperate to satisfy his cravings. He had even mustered the courage to wake her up, only to be met with harsh words. Over time, he had stopped thinking about it altogether. But today, she seemed to be in a different mood. Was she feeling unwell, or had something happened to her? Remembering how cold she had been towards him in the past, he felt tempted to refuse her advances, wanting her to experience being ignored. But he hesitated, fearing that if he upset her, she might retaliate. Though he was reluctant, he knew he had to cooperate. With that thought, Chen smiled and said, "Dear, it's still early. How about tonight instead?" Chen's wife was startled by his silly expression and quickly pulled her hand away. "You old man, what are you thinking?" Chen was completely confused. What had gotten into her? One moment she was affectionate, and the next she was cold. He frowned and replied, "You came over, touching and pulling at me, your eyes shining. And now you ask what I'm thinking? I want to know what's bothering you." You're the one being inappropriate. When did my eyes shine? I was just trying to tell you some great news. Great news? What news? At that moment, Qingqing was sitting on the bed in the west room, sulking with anger, her jealousy towards Qingqing growing stronger. She never expected that girl to have some skills, like making sugar. Compared to her, she felt like a fool. Even her looks, which she had once been proud of, now seemed less impressive. Since they had separated, she noticed that Qingqing had become more attractive. Once thin and poorly dressed, she now had fair skin and a graceful figure, almost as if she had transformed into a different person. The thought of wanting to harm her crossed her mind. Qingqing gritted her teeth in anger as she saw Grandma Chen enter the yard with a big smile. She quickly put on her shoes and rushed to the door, eavesdropping on the conversation between the old couple. Rolling her eyes in disdain, she thought it was ridiculous for someone their age to still be thinking about such things. Just as she was about to turn back inside, she heard Grandma Chen mention some great news. Her heart lifted, and she adjusted her expression to smile as she walked in. Grandma, hurry up and tell me what the good news is. Did you learn how to make sugar? Grandma Chen shook her head with a smile. Make sugar? That's hard work for little money. I'm here to tell you that our family is going to get rich. Seeing her excitement, Grandpa Chen frowned and said impatiently, Can you just say it clearly? What's going on? Yes, Grandma. Please tell us how we're going to get rich. Qingqing urged eagerly. Grandma Chen cleared her throat and slowly recounted her encounter with the matchmaker Zhao, then added excitedly, This is 250 taels of silver. If we can get it, our hard days will be over. Grandpa Chen frowned even more. This old woman was really obsessed with money. Why didn't she think before agreeing to this marriage? Didn't she remember the last time it went wrong? He shivered at the thought. No, he wanted to live a few more years and couldn't let her act on a whim. Old woman, you need to wake up and stop dreaming. You know our relationship with the eldest family. How could you agree to this marriage so easily? The Fan family is not someone we can mess with. Don't get us into trouble. Go after Zhao the matchmaker and tell her you were confused and made a mistake. We need to back out of this. Grandma Chen was so angry her side hurt. She couldn't help but shout, You foolish old man. Who's talking nonsense? I think you're the one who's confused. You want to turn down a fortune right in front of us? Are you crazy? How am I crazy? Think about it. You can't even get the girl to listen to you. There's no way she'll let you control her. With that, what gives you the confidence to say she'll marry whoever you want? That's just a dream. You are really foolish. If they don't agree, we can't just sit and do nothing. There's always a way to solve problems. You make it sound easy. What can we do? You agree so readily, but if this marriage doesn't work out, with how Mr. Fan is, our family will have a hard time in the future. Look at your lack of ambition. Don't you know that fortune favors the bold? 250 taels of silver is a lot of money. If we don't push ourselves a little, we won't get anywhere. Old Lady Chen's face darkened, and she pointed at Old Man Chen. With your timid nature, afraid of every little thing, you'll never make money. If it weren't for me, you'd be begging for food. Old Man Chen felt embarrassed and couldn't help but retort, I think you're too focused on money. Just remember, if you push our family into a corner, you'll be the one in trouble. You old man, are you trying to make me angry on purpose? I think you need a reality check. Old Lady Chen shouted, raising her hand to hit him. At that moment, when Qingqing heard that Mr. Fan wanted to take Qingqing as a concubine, she almost laughed out loud, feeling a twisted joy inside. As long as that girl becomes a concubine, she will be a man's plaything and will never rise again. Imagining Qingqing suffering at the Fan household, bullied by the main wife, and looked down upon by Mr. Fan, she couldn't wait for it to happen. She wanted to see Qingqing's despair and pain. Seeing Old Lady Chen about to strike, Qingqing quickly snapped back to reality and said, Grandma, what are you doing? Why are you going to hit Grandpa again? Rulin, you heard that. It's not my fault. Your grandpa deserves it. I'm just stating the facts. Why should you hit me? Old Man Chen stood firm, refusing to back down. Chenrulin sighed and shook her head. Grandpa, maybe you should say less. I think Grandma is right. You're overreacting. Old man Chen was taken aback. Rulin, what do you mean? Do you think this plan will work? Yes, didn't Grandma just say that fortune favors the bold? If we want money, we have to take risks. A glint of determination flashed in Chenrulin's eyes, quickly disappearing. Grandma, I support you. Go for it. Good granddaughter, I knew you were on my side. Old Lady Chen had a smile on her face. All on, this is a great opportunity for us to change our fate. Once we have money, we won't have to worry about your father's school fees, and you'll have your dowry too. From now on, we'll eat fine rice and white flour every meal, enjoy big fish and meat, and feed the leftover bones to the dogs. No more breaking bones to make soup. For breakfast, I can have fried dough sticks and soy milk, and if I'm hungry, I can buy some sweet snacks. Chen Ruolan laughed at her words. Grandma, don't worry. Once we have money, I'll take you out to eat. Old Lady Chen smiled widely. All right. I've lived most of my life and have never been to a restaurant. I must go and have a good meal, maybe some scrambled eggs and cold potato strips, and really enjoy it. Old Man Chen, listening nearby, couldn't help but gulp and interrupted. Oh, I heard eating at restaurants is quite expensive. A plate of scrambled eggs must cost a lot, right? Does it concern you? It won't cost you anything, Old Lady Chen replied, giving him an annoyed look. I won't take you even if you're hungry. Old Man Chen shrank back, not daring to speak again. Chen Ruolan laughed so hard she could hardly stand up. Grandma, you really haven't seen much of the world. Who goes to a restaurant just to eat scrambled eggs? They have roast chicken, duck, stewed pork knuckles, braised fish, and big meatballs. You'll definitely enjoy it. Old Lady Chen swallowed. Ruolan, don't say more. I'm starting to feel hungry. Chen Ruolan thought to herself how naive they were, not knowing how to spend money even when they had it. If it weren't for wanting to keep that girl under control, she wouldn't bother with this old couple. Grandma, it's not the time to be hungry. We should quickly figure out how to get those 250 taels of silver. Right, I got so excited I almost forgot this important matter. Old Lady Chen glanced at Old Man Chen. If you want to eat out, you better come up with a plan. Okay, let me think, Old Man Chen said, no longer opposing. He furrowed his brow and thought hard before speaking again. Wife, I think to make this happen, sweet talk won't work. We need a solid plan. Old Lady Chen's eyes lit up. Quick, what's the plan? If soft methods won't work, we have to be tough. Tough? How tough? Use a club. Old Chen gritted his teeth and said, Didn't you just say that if you want money, you have to be ruthless? Let's catch her off guard and take the opportunity to strike when she's not paying attention, then hand her over to Master Fan. Once that girl loses her reputation, even the Emperor can't save her. She'll have to accept her fate. Old Chen didn't say anything. Chenrulin nodded repeatedly. Grandma, my grandfather's idea is good. That girl is definitely hard to deal with openly, so we have to be sneaky. We can take advantage of her not noticing and knock her out with a stick, then hand her over to Master Fan. We can easily get 250 taels of silver. Old Chen squinted thoughtfully. The idea is good, but it's too dangerous. If we hit her too hard and she dies, we'll end up with nothing for our trouble. Grandma, you worry too much. That girl has been beaten since she was little. She's tougher than she looks. A couple of hits won't kill her. Don't hesitate. You and my grandfather should find a chance soon to send that girl to Master Fan. Chenrulin was eager, wishing she could send Qingqing to Master Fan as a concubine right now. Old Chen said, Wife, if you're worried about killing her, I have another idea. What idea? Tell me. We can wait until the middle of the night when she's asleep and put her in a bag. That way, she won't die. No. That girl isn't afraid of anyone, not even the butcher. We can't hold her down. If things go wrong, we won't get another chance to act. Old Chen's wife said with a sly smile. We can't act carelessly. When we do, we need to be quick and precise, not giving the other side a chance to breathe. We must win in one move. I understand, but how can we be quick and precise? Old Chen was at a loss, hitting his head with his fist. I knew you wouldn't have a good idea. Even if you hit your head, you won't come up with anything better, old Chen's wife said with a smile. All right, old man, stop hitting your head. I've already thought of a good plan. Old Chen's eyes lit up. Why didn't you say so earlier? What's the plan? Chen Rulin eagerly asked. Yes, Grandma, tell us quickly. What's your idea? Once I put this plan into action, it will be foolproof. That girl will have to listen to us and do as we say. Old Lady Chen said, a fierce glint in her eyes, her smile growing more smug. She beckoned the two closer and whispered to them, making Chen Rulin's heart flutter with joy as she clapped her hands. Grandma, your idea is simply brilliant. It's ruthless, decisive, and merciless. To deal with that girl, we need to use such underhanded tactics. Old Man Chen was first taken aback, then his eyes brightened, and finally, he smiled widely, nodding repeatedly. Good, very good. My dear, your plan is 1,000 times better than using brute force. It's subtle, and no one will notice as we get things done. It seems we will easily get that 250 taels of silver as a bride price. Of course. Just wait to dine out with me. Old Lady Chen laughed proudly. Chen Qingqing returned to Nanshan village with Chen Xiaoyu and went straight to the Wu family's old house. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Chen Qingqing called out as she entered the yard. Lin Shi welcomed her with a smile. Qing girl is back. Chen Zhanshan followed closely behind and was surprised to see a strange man leading a donkey. Qing girl, did you buy this donkey? Chen Qingqing nodded. Yes, Dad. With it, we can save labor and greatly increase our sugar production efficiency. You're right. With a donkey, we could probably gather 400 pounds of beets in a day, Chen Zhanshan said excitedly, never having thought they could afford a donkey. Lin Shi looked at the healthy donkey and laughed happily. Your dad worked all day pushing the stone mill and is exhausted. He wouldn't listen when I told him to rest, but with the donkey, it will be easier. Xiaomei, don't tell our daughter nonsense. I'm not tired. How can you not be tired? The three of us worked on 4 big pots of beets today, and we should get about 60 pounds of sugar. You did all the work pushing the stone mill, Lin Shi said with concern in her eyes. Chen Qingqing shook her head and smiled. Dad, Mom is right. I would feel bad if you wore yourself out. Good girl. I have plenty of strength, Chen Zhanshan said, smiling as he took the reins from Chen Xiuyu. Good donkey, you're a fine donkey. He looked around and noticed that Chen Xiuyu was still standing there, so he casually said, the donkey has arrived. You can go now. I'm not going anywhere. Chen Xiuyu shook her head. Chen Zhanshan was taken aback. What are you doing here? Do you want to stay for dinner? Yes, I'm hungry and want to eat. What a nice thought. Chen Zhanshan laughed. Are you sure you're okay, donkey seller? I'm not selling donkeys. I'm Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyu instinctively took a few steps back. Chen Zhanshan misheard and thought fish was donkey, which made him angry. I don't care if you're a young donkey or an old one. As long as you sell us the donkey, it's ours. That donkey has nothing to do with you anymore, understand? Lin Shi, feeling sympathetic, saw how pitiful Xiaoyu looked and quickly said, Dear, don't confuse me with young and old donkeys. This child is leading a donkey on the road. He might really be hungry. Why not give him something to eat? Chen Zhanshan nodded. Lin Shi turned and went inside. After a while, she came out with 2 pieces of dry food. Young man, take this food and eat it on the way. Xiaoyu was really hungry. He had only eaten 2 bowls of wontons in town and was still not full. Without thinking, he took the food and started eating eagerly. Seeing him eat so quickly, Lin Shi said to Chen Zhanshan, this child is really starving. Hurry and get him a bowl of water. Okay. Chen Zhanshan felt a bit of compassion. Times were tough for everyone. If they could fill their stomachs, they wouldn't sell such a good donkey. He poured a bowl of water and handed it to Xiaoyu, looking concerned. Don't choke. Eat slowly. No one is going to take it from you. Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, and soon he finished both pieces of dry food. Lin Shi noticed he was still standing there without any intention of leaving and smiled. Young man, you've eaten and drunk. Hurry home before your parents worry. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere, Xiaoyu replied. Lin Shi's smile immediately disappeared. You donkey seller is quite interesting. Do you think you can just stay with us after selling your donkey? Xiaoyu's handsome face was filled with urgency. My mother said her home is my home. Wherever she is, I am. I'm not leaving. You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking? Do you want to get hit? Chen Han, angry at his nonsense, picked up a stick nearby to hit him. Xiaoyu seemed to sense danger. Seeing the stick coming down, he easily grabbed it and muttered, Bad person. You're a bad person. He said this while trying to fight back with the stick. Xiaoyu, stop it right now. Qingqing, who had been holding it in all the way home, rushed to the bathroom and came out to see the scene before her. Little Fish heard the shouting, lowered his raised hand, and shouted back at Qingqing with a wronged expression, Wife, they are bad people. They want to chase me away and hit me. Debeo tied up the donkey and walked over from the backyard, his eyes wide with surprise. That kid selling donkeys actually called Sister Qingqing wife. This was unacceptable. How dare he block the door and take advantage of them? He was instantly furious and, forgetting about his injured leg, quickly ran forward, raising his fist to hit Little Fish in the face. Suddenly, he lost his footing and fell to the ground. Debeo put all his strength into that punch, intending to subdue the arrogant kid in one move, but instead, he ended up in a messy situation. He felt a warm flow coming from his nose and quickly wiped his hand across his face, realizing it was sticky and smelled of blood. Chen Han was breathing heavily with anger. This rude kid not only shouted insults at his daughter, but also dared to hit his nephew. His anger surged, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Qingqing was completely stunned by the scene. She thought Little Fish would definitely get hit, but unexpectedly, he sidestepped Debeo's attack. At that moment, he reacted quickly, moving with agility and calmness, showing no signs of being the foolish person he once was. She hurried over to grab Chen Han, saying, Dad, don't be angry. Let me explain. Then she helped Debeo up, asking, Debeo, are you okay? Debeo stood up, his face covered in blood, looking like an injured cat. I'm fine, sister. Step aside, and let me deal with this kid. Let's see if he dares to take advantage of you again. Debeo, don't be impulsive. There's a misunderstanding here. Sister, what's going on? Yeah, Qing girl, who is this kid? Chen Han also calmed down, staring at Qingqing, waiting for her explanation. Qingqing felt secretly guilty. It was her fault for holding in her need to speak, leading to this big misunderstanding. She smiled slightly. Dad, Mom, Little Fish is not a donkey seller. Look closely. Doesn't he look a bit familiar? Chen Han was taken aback, carefully examining Little Fish. He did seem somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Furrowing his brow, he asked, if he's not a donkey seller, then who is he? Could he be a relative of ours? Lin Shi exclaimed, Dear, he seems to be the person Qing girl rescued from the Wolf Valley. Mom, it's not just a resemblance. It is him, Qingqing said with a smile. After receiving a positive response, Chen Han took a closer look and was stunned. Is it really that person? How did he wake up? Lin Shi was also quite surprised. Yes, didn't you send him to the Fudian hospital? Why did you bring him back? Qingqing quickly explained what had happened and then smiled. I don't really know how he woke up. Maybe his brain was stimulated somehow, and he suddenly regained consciousness. Dad, Mom, you won't blame me for bringing him back, right? Chen Han sighed seriously. Qing girl, you did the right thing. With him in such a confused state, if we just left him alone, he might end up on the streets. I wouldn't want to see him suffer either. Yes, Qing girl, this child has had a tough life. It's a pity that he woke up and is now like this. Let him stay. We have space in the house, Lin Shi agreed. Seeing her parents so understanding, Qingqing felt very touched. Dad, Mom, thank you. She then turned to Chen Xiaoyu and said, from now on, you will live here, okay? Xiaoyu nodded. I want to stay with you. Chen Han's expression darkened immediately, and he said coldly, Qing girl, it's fine to keep him here, but he can't call you wife. If that ruins your reputation, How will you find a husband later? Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Your father's right. He must not call you wife again. Qingqing sighed helplessly. Dad, Mom, Suyu doesn't understand well. Let him call me whatever he likes. You don't need to worry too much. That won't do. If he can't change what he calls you, we should send him back to Fudian Hospital, both Chen Han and Lin Shi said in unison. All right, I'll talk to him and make sure he changes what he calls me. Qingqing replied, then turned to Chen Suyu and gently said, Suyu, if you want to stay here, you can't call me wife anymore, okay? Suyu looked confused and asked, why, wife? Qingqing found it both amusing and frustrating, so she patiently explained, because my parents will get upset, and it might cause trouble for me. If you want to stay here, you need to listen and change what you call me. Suyu nodded, seeming to understand a bit. Okay, I'll listen to you. Good, very obedient. From now on, call me Sister Qingqing, alright? Okay, wife. Qingqing checked the cooked brown sugar, leaned down to smell it, and couldn't help but praise, great, it's perfect, not a bit burnt. I didn't expect you all to make it this well, after just one look. Impressive. Lin Shi shook her head and smiled. It's not that we did well, it's because you taught us so thoroughly. I followed your steps exactly. Chen Han asked, Qing girl, how did it go in town? Did anyone buy our brown sugar? Dad, I have good news. Not only did we sell all the sugar, but I also found a long-term partner. Tomorrow, I will deliver the cooked brown sugar to them. Chen Han was so happy, he almost jumped up. If that's the case, we will always have buyers for our brown sugar. Yes, I have signed a contract with that merchant for long-term supply. Great, that's wonderful. Chen Han looked excitedly at Lin Shi. Did you hear that? Our sugar has sold. At this rate, we won't have to wait long before we can live a good life. Yes, dear, good times are coming. As the sun set, dinner was prepared at the Wu family's old house. On the table were 2 cold dishes, a plate of spicy and sour cucumber strips, and a bowl of stir-fried shredded potatoes, along with 2 hot dishes, braised pork with cabbage and stir-fried green peppers with tofu and meat. There was also a big bowl of white rice. Debeo's eyes widened. He had never seen such a feast, not even during the New Year. He vowed to work hard so that his parents could enjoy meat at every meal. The next morning, Qingqing cut the brown sugar into pieces, ready to deliver to town. Little Fish quietly watched her work, following her every step, never leaving her side. Just as she was about to leave, the shopkeeper from Lu's grocery store arrived with 2 boxes of pastries. Yesterday's 40 pounds of sugar was not enough to sell, and this morning, the regular customers were already waiting at his shop to buy sugar. With no other choice, he hired a cart and came to Nanshan village to pick up the goods himself. Yesterday, a total of 60 pounds of red sugar was sold. Shopkeeper Lu happily paid and reminded them to deliver the goods early the next day. Qingqing agreed to deliver every other day, and he left in a good mood. With the donkey, the grinding speed improved a lot. Lin and Debeo were busy cutting beets, while Chen Han pushed the cart back and forth to transport them. He took the cut beets to the stone mill and brought back the beet juice, keeping himself very busy. Although Xiaoyu had lost his memory, he was quick to learn. Qingqing asked him to watch the donkey and fill the stone mill with beets, and he did it very well. However, no one was cooking the beet juice in the pot, so it seemed they needed to hire a few workers. Only then could their parents have the time to make sugar. Qingqing also noticed another problem. Although the stone mill was not far from the Wu family's old house, transporting the beets back and forth was troublesome. To save time, they needed to hire a stonecutter to carve a stone mill. There was only a month left until the autumn harvest. Once Chen Han harvested the crops, she could start preparing to build a house. At that time, she would also design the pond and set up a few stone mills in the yard, which would make things much easier. For now, they just had to manage. She then asked, Mom, Debeo, we don't have enough hands. I was thinking of hiring a few people to help. The pay would be 10 coins a day. Do you know anyone suitable? Qingqing initially wanted to ask Sun to come, but she hesitated. After all, the second branch hadn't split from Chen Han yet, and any money earned by the second branch would have to be handed over. So, she couldn't make that decision for Sunday. Lin smiled and said, "Why not ask your second aunt? She has nothing to do and works quickly, but I'm not sure if she would be willing." Debeo's expression darkened. If their mom worked, she could earn 10 coins a day, which would bring more income to the family. Life would be much better. At least they wouldn't have to eat just plain vegetables anymore. But any money their mom earned would have to be handed over, and they wouldn't see a single coin of it. Still, a little extra could help the family. "Aunt, thank you for thinking of my mom first. I'll go back and tell her," Qingqing said as she stood up. "Okay, I'll go to the village entrance to see who is willing to come. Once we find someone, we can start cooking the sugar. Qing girl, it's best to have them start working today, otherwise, we won't be able to keep up." "Okay, I understand." At the village entrance, the villagers had gathered around the stone mill, including the village leader's wife. Everyone looked at the buckets of juice and praised, "Shan is really lucky to have such a good daughter." "That's right. We thought this poor vegetable was just for feeding pigs and we laughed at them, but it turns out these are treasures, golden opportunities." Hearing the villagers' compliments, Qingqing smiled lightly and said loudly, "Dear uncles and aunts, you flatter me. I just happened to discover the sugar beets, and with some luck I made brown sugar. Now I need more help, and I plan to hire a few people at 10 coins a day. Is anyone interested?" Everyone perked up at this. The village leader's wife smiled and said, "Qing girl, I have nothing to do all day, count me in." "Great. Thank you, Andy," Qingqing replied gratefully.
You don't need to be so polite.
"Your uncle said you will build a sugar workshop and encourage the villagers to grow sugar beets. You are helping our whole village prosper, and we should be thanking you." The villagers listened closely to the village leader's wife's words, and some who had looked down on Qingqing changed their attitudes. "Qing girl, is this work difficult? Can I do it?" asked Liang's wife. Qingqing shook her head and smiled. "Aunt Liang, the work is not hard. Just wash the sugar beets and cut them into pieces. It's very simple." "That's good, count me in." A villager named Huzi shouted, "Qing girl, I want to work too. Do you hire men?" "Uncle Huzi, as long as you have strength, we welcome you." "Great, the male worker spot is mine." Soon, Lu and Wang from the village also signed up to work at the sugar workshop. With 5 women, including Sun, it should be enough. If Zhengzhong delivers on time in the future, they can hire more help as needed. Back at the Wu family old house, Qingqing assigned the tasks and finally let out a long breath. "You useless thing, you know how to come back." As soon as Debeo stepped into the yard, he was scolded by Grandma Chen, who pointed her finger at him. "All day long you do nothing. What kind of nonsense has that girl fed you? You even went to do her work, it's getting more and more ridiculous." The joy in Debeo's heart was instantly extinguished. He frowned, didn't even spare her a glance, and turned to go inside the house. Grandma Chen was so angry that her temper flared up, and she followed him inside. Sun saw her eldest son return and smiled, quickly saying, "Debeo, why are you back today?" "Mom, I came to check on Dad," Debeo replied, looking at Zhanliang sitting on the Kong. "Dad, how are you feeling? Does your leg still hurt?" "Much better, don't worry. Just focus on helping your sister Qingqing, and don't let her efforts go to waste." "I know, you can trust me. Why aren't you helping over there? Why come back?" Chen Han asked. Sun also casually asked, "Yes, Debeo, I heard from Bao that your sister Qingqing made brown sugar. I wanted to see it but didn't have the time. Is it true?" Before Debeo could answer, Chen Lao Tai snorted dismissively, saying, "What does it matter to you? If she makes money, will she give you a share or send you some sugar to taste?" Sun rolled her eyes without hesitation. "I don't need a taste or money. As long as it's true, I'm happy for Qing girl." Chen Lao Tai had nothing to say and turned away, silent. Debeo shot a cold glance at Chen Lao Tai and said, "Mom, my sister Qingqing is amazing. Not only did she sell all the sugar she made, but even the future batches are reserved by Lu from the town." Lu smiled and playfully scolded him, "If you're so busy, why did you come back? Here's the thing, it's a bit overwhelming right now. Qingqing wants to hire a few people, and my aunt wants you to help out. It's 10 won a day. I came to ask if you would go. Hearing this, Sun's face lit up. Really? 10 won a day? Yes, 10 won a day, and payment is at the end of the month. I'll go. I can start today. Sun agreed immediately, without hesitation. Earning 10 won a day means she could buy 3 sheng of corn, and there would be food at home. Debeo reminded her with a smile. Mom, don't rush. You need to make sure Dad is settled first. Right. I got so excited I almost forgot about your dad, Sun said with a smile. Chen Han felt happy too. Suiqin, don't worry. Since Qing girl wants you to work, she won't start without you. Yes, Zhanliang, you're right. Sun felt a bit uneasy and couldn't help but remind him, while Debao and I work, don't go out alone. I'll leave the urinal by the Kong for you. Just use it inside, and I'll be back early tonight. Suiqin, don't worry about me. Just go. All right, then I will go. Seeing Sun turn to leave, old lady Chen's expression darkened instantly. She sternly shouted, Stop right there. Who told you to go work? Do you not see me, your old mother-in-law? Sun paused, turning back with a confused look at old lady Chen. Mother, I'm going to work to earn money, not to enjoy myself. With money, I can buy food. I'm doing this for our family, okay? No need for that. Just stay home and take care of my son, Zhanliang. You don't need to worry about anything else. Mother, what are you doing? You know our situation better than I do. You sold our grains secretly to pay for the third son's schooling, and now we have very little left. If I don't go work, our family will really go hungry. That's not your concern. If you go work, who will do the chores at home? Who will cook our meals? You can't expect an old woman like me to do it all. But, Mother, Sun felt a wave of sadness. There's no but. What's so special about that girl? Why should she get to work? Don't embarrass me. Just stay home. Old lady Chen glared at Debeo. And you, stop slacking off and helping that girl. We're running low on firewood. Go up the mountain and bring back some bundles. I won't go. You can go if you want, Debeo replied coldly, without hesitation. Old lady Chen was so angry she stomped her feet. How dare you speak to me like that? Debeo's anger flared up, and he stood his ground. I won't go. Why should I listen to you, for everything? The atmosphere in the room became tense. Chen Zhanliang frowned and finally spoke angrily. Mother, stop talking. Let Debeo do what he wants. It's good for Suiqin to work too. It's all to earn money for the family. Don't stop her. Old lady Chen didn't want Sun to work because she feared there would be no one to help with household chores. If Sun went out, all the daily tasks would fall on her, and it would wear her out. Besides, earning just 10 coins a day meant only 300 coins a month. It would take ages to save up 250 taels of silver. She had been secretly observing Qingqing's routine for days and had a plan ready. She just needed the right moment to act. For now, she would let that girl be a bit reckless. When the time came, she would take action. By that time, the eldest's family would not be controlled by her grandmother. Thinking of this, she smiled coldly. Second brother, don't say anything. I definitely won't agree to this. As the saying goes, it's better to starve than to embarrass family. You all just stay home and do your chores properly, and don't go out and make a fool of yourselves. Hearing this, Sun bit her lip stubbornly to hold back her tears. Mother, you're getting more confused as you age. Our family is about to run out of food. I can't just watch my children go hungry. Don't stop me. I have to go to work. Be quiet. If you dare to disobey me, pack your things and go back to your mother's house. Let your parents judge how they raised you to disrespect your mother-in-law. Sun's tears welled up in her eyes. If I don't go, then let the whole family starve. Chen Zhanliang shook his head helplessly and continued to persuade, Mother, don't be so stubborn. Suiqin is going to work honestly, not stealing or robbing. What's embarrassing about that? If I say no, then it's no. Stop talking back. Grandma Chen took a firm stance. Debeo clenched his fists in frustration. This is unreasonable. I've had enough of this family. You can do whatever you want. I won't care anymore. He turned angrily and walked away. Debeo, stop right there. If you dare to leave this house, don't ever come back. Grandma Chen shouted fiercely. In the old Wu family courtyard, Eruzi took over Chen Zhanshan's job, responsible for transporting the cut beets. The village women, Liang, Wang, and Lu, were in the yard washing and cutting vegetables. Lin and Chen Zhanshan were making sugar, while Qingqing was busy starting a fire when she saw Chen Debeo approach with an unhappy face. Sister, my grandmother won't let my mother work. You should find someone else. It's okay. Whenever your mother wants to come, I'll save a spot for her. Qingqing didn't expect this outcome. She knew that Chen family was struggling and should be running out of food soon. She wondered where Grandma Chen got her confidence to stop Sun from working. Chen Debeo felt a bit emotional. Sister, thank you. We're siblings. There's no need to be polite. Now go help with the sugar. That's something my mother can't do. Once everything was arranged, everyone was busy working smoothly. At the Fan family, the matchmaker, Zhao, smiled widely. Mr. Fan, the matter you asked me to handle has been resolved. Fan Tong had a bald head with a little bit of dark hair growing on it. Recently, he followed Qingqing's advice, did not engage in any bad behavior, and continued to provide porridge. Finally, some hair began to show. He was very happy and admired Qingqing. He thought that if he could marry such a remarkable woman, she would surely bring peace to his home. So, he asked the famous matchmaker, Zhao, from Qingshui town, to propose. Yesterday, Zhao did not bring good news, and he thought the proposal had failed. To his surprise, early this morning, she brought great news. After all, the Fan family was wealthy, and what girl wouldn't dream of marrying into such a family, especially someone like Qingqing? Fan Tong was excited and asked, Madame Zhao, is that true? When can I send the betrothal gifts? Madame Zhao looked troubled and replied, Master Fan, you must not rush. We need to wait a bit longer. Wait for what? He asked. To be honest, Miss Chen is quite a tough nut. Last time, when I tried to introduce her to my nephew as a wife, she refused. This time, I thought I could discuss it directly with her parents, but they turned out to be just as stubborn and wouldn't agree to the match. So, seeing her hesitate, Fan Tong grew impatient. So what? Hurry up and tell me. Madame Zhao shrank back a little and quickly said, At that moment, I didn't know what to do. But then I happened to meet Miss Chen's grandmother. When she heard you were interested in her granddaughter, she was very happy and agreed to let you be her grandson-in-law. So we decided to use some methods. Fan Tong frowned, a hint of determination in his eyes. What methods? Madame Zhao whispered in his ear for a while. After listening, Fan Tong's expression softened, and he smiled slyly. Let's do it your way. Once it's successful, you will be rewarded. Madame Zhao smiled broadly. Master Fan, don't worry. I'll take care of this. Good. Then I appreciate your hard work, Madame Zhao. This wasn't a bad deed. He was doing it to ensure Qingqing could enjoy a life of wealth and comfort. Thinking this way, Fan Tong couldn't help but smile slyly. Chen Zhanshan and his wife did not tell Qingqing about the proposal. It wasn't that they didn't want to share. They just felt it wasn't necessary. They believed their daughter deserved a better man to spend her life with, not to be someone's concubine. With the help of the little donkey and a few hired workers, they were able to produce about 100 pounds of brown sugar each day. Zheng also sent over the beets early, and Qingqing was pleasantly surprised to receive 10,000 pounds this time. Qingqing made a new agreement with him and signed a contract to have 15,000 pounds of beets delivered every 15 days. She specifically asked him to bring some beet seeds, planning to encourage the villagers to plant beets in the spring. The sugar workshop was growing steadily. Chen Zhanshan and Debeo focused solely on making sugar, which made things much easier for them. Debeo's leg injury had completely healed, and to help him become independent quickly, Qingqing took the time to teach him reading and math. Although Debeo was not very talkative, he was exceptionally smart and learned quickly. In just a few days, he was able to handle simple accounting. After taking him on a few deliveries, Qingqing felt confident enough to let him work on his own. To grow the business, she needed to find a market. She planned to visit the county town, Finding a partner would be ideal, but if not, she wasn't too worried. As long as she earned 500 taels of silver, she could open a trading space. At that point, even if she had a lot of brown sugar, she would be able to sell it. However, it would be best to find a merchant, as every era requires a legitimate source of income. If she couldn't explain things clearly, it could lead to trouble. Tomorrow was the start of the month, and Qingqing planned to settle everyone's wages. Once the last batch of beets was finished, she gathered everyone together. Ladies, tomorrow is the start of the month, and I want to settle your wages. The village head's wife smiled and said, "Qing girl, there's no rush." "Exactly, no need to hurry," echoed Erosi and the others. Qingqing knew the village head's family was not short on money, but families like Wang's, Lu's, and Erosi's relied on just a few acres of land to get by. They were already struggling, or they wouldn't have come to work. She smiled slightly and said, "We agreed to settle at the end of the month, and I won't go back on my word. The sugar workshop is where it is today thanks to everyone's help, and I will continue to rely on you all." With that, she took out the prepared coins and placed them on the table. "Auntie Li, here is your 181.
Please take it.
Aunt Wang, this is yours. Thank you for your hard work these days. Sister Lu, thank you for coming to help. This is for you. And Uncle Huzi, thank you for pushing the cart every day." Everyone was happy to receive their wages and praised Qingqing for her fairness. After a few left, only Debeo, Lin, and Chen Han remained in the yard. Qingqing took out her notebook. Those people had only worked for 18 days, while Debeo and his parents had worked for 20 days, earning 30 coins each day. "Debeo, this is yours. Make sure to keep it safe and don't lose it," Qingqing kindly reminded him. Debeo grinned widely, excitedly rubbing his hands together. "Sister, I won't lose it. I want to keep this money for myself." Qingqing smiled and nodded, then gave Lin and Chen Han 600 coins each. Looking at the coins in her hand, Lin was overwhelmed with emotion. She never thought she could earn so much money one day. Night fell. Debeo tightly hugged the 600 coins he earned, his heart racing. After leaving the Wu family's old house, he hurried home. Arriving at the front door, he looked around to make sure Chen Han and his wife were not in sight before quietly entering his room. Once inside, Debeo carefully took out the 600 coins from his arms. He had never seen so much money before and counted it several times, feeling like it was never enough. But he knew the importance of keeping wealth hidden. If someone saw it, they might get jealous. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the one who covets. He had to hide the money well. Debeo didn't want to take too long. He cautiously took out 30 coins to keep in his pocket for emergencies. He wrapped the rest in a piece of cloth and first went to the bed, lifting the bedding to hide the money underneath, but thought it was too obvious. Hiding it in the cabinet's cracks made him worry it might get moved. Stuffing it in old clothes, he feared his mother might wash them and discover it. He scanned every corner of the room, feeling anxious as sweat trickled down his forehead. Where could he hide it? By chance, he spotted a mouse hole under the bed and suddenly had an idea. He found a suitable tool and dug a small hole under the bed, placing the remaining money inside, then covered it with dirt and stepped on it repeatedly to pack it down. Still feeling uneasy, he found a large stone in the corner to place on top. He rubbed his hands together and bent down to inspect it. It looked just like before, and he finally sighed in relief. Sun came in after hearing the noise. "Debeo, when did you come back?" "Mom, I came back to change my clothes. I'll leave right away." Debeo's heart raced as he pretended to be calm and sat down. "All right, let's hurry up and leave. Your uncle can't handle all that beet by himself. It's fine, there's still little fish. That silly person. What can he do? You should go quickly and not waste too much time at home." "Okay, I'm leaving now." Debeo stood up, glanced under the bed one last time, and reluctantly walked out, still worried about the hidden money, afraid someone might find it. At that moment, Chen Han and Lin were sitting on the Kong in the Wu family's old house, looking at the 200 coins in front of them, feeling very pleased. Thank goodness we didn't marry the girl to the butcher. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such good days now. Yes. Do you think our family will regret their actions when they see us living better? Regret won't change anything. They were so heartless back then. Now we just need to focus on our own lives and ignore them. Chen Han pressed his hand to his forehead and sighed. That's true. But she's my mother, so I can't help but feel a bit uneasy. Lin shot him a disapproving look. You are too soft-hearted. They didn't care about family ties back then. If it weren't for the girl's good fortune, we wouldn't be in this situation. All right, let's not dwell on those unpleasant matters. Keep this money safe. It will help with the girl's dowry when she gets married, and Qingqing is also of marrying age, so we will need it. I think we shouldn't keep the money at home. We work here during the day, and if a thief comes, that wooden box won't help us. Chen Han nodded in agreement. You're right. Since I'm not cooking right now, I'll move the wooden box and the grain over here to avoid back and forth. Okay, hurry up. Before long, Chen Han brought the wooden box into the room and then carried over the rice and flour. Lin carefully locked the money in the box, finally feeling at ease. When Qingqing returned home, she took out her small notebook and listed the income and expenses from the past days. She produced 2,000 pounds of sugar, delivered 1,000 pounds to the town's grocery store, and earned 85 taels of silver. After deducting 60 taels for 2 purchases of beets, 15 taels for a donkey, and 2.5 taels for labor costs, along with various other expenses totaling 1 tael of silver. There are still 22 taels and 5 coins left. Adding the money from selling ginseng before, the total is 176 taels of silver. We still need 324 taels to open the trading space. Qingqing plans to take some brown sugar to Anyang County tomorrow to see if she can find a market for it, and also sell a couple of ginseng roots to help open the trading space sooner. The next morning, Qingqing intended to go to Anyang County alone, but Xiaoyu kept following her, so she had no choice but to take him along on the ox cart. After an hour, the cart stopped outside the county gate. Qingqing exchanged a few words with Lu Laohan, and then they entered the city. Inside the county, the streets were bustling with activity. There were many shops, all sorts of delicious snacks, and interesting items everywhere. Xiaoyu kept asking for food and wouldn't let go. To make the journey quicker, Qingqing decided to buy him some snacks. They passed through several streets and arrived at the busiest area of the county. Not far away, there was a large general store. Without hesitation, Qingqing led Xiaoyu inside. The store was crowded with people, and the goods were neatly arranged in various categories. Qingqing felt happy. If she could cooperate with such a business, her sugar shop wouldn't have to worry about sales. She looked around for the shopkeeper and saw a man who looked like the shopkeeper fiddling with an abacus at the counter. She approached him respectfully and asked, "Hello, shopkeeper, do you buy brown sugar?" The man didn't even look up, seemingly ignoring her. Qingqing thought he was too focused on his calculations, so she decided not to disturb him and wandered around the store. In the food section, she found that the cabinet for brown sugar was completely sold out, which made her happy. It seemed like she could indeed partner with this general store. Seeing that the shop assistant was not busy, she couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, is the shopkeeper available? I'd like to discuss." Before she could finish, the shop assistant interrupted her with a frown, saying impatiently, "What do you need the shopkeeper for? If you have something to say, tell me." The shopkeeper is too busy to see you. Although Qingqing felt a bit displeased, she maintained a polite smile and replied, "Can you help me? I'd like to discuss a business deal with your store." The shop assistant looked her up and down, his expression filled with disdain. "Just you? With such a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. Why should a little girl like you, who hasn't even grown up yet, talk business with our shopkeeper?" Seeing his attitude, Qingqing felt displeased. It was truly a case of a big shop bullying its customers, showing a petty demeanor, as if someone owed him money. With such a shop assistant, this store would eventually go downhill. She said coldly, "Sorry to disturb you." Then she waved to the little fish behind her. "Little fish, let's go." "Madam, he's bullying us and won't apologize." Little fish looked stubbornly at the shop assistant. "Oh, what a fool," the shop assistant sneered.
Are you sick? You want me to apologize? Hurry up and leave. I'm busy and don't have time for you. Without saying a word, Little Fish stepped forward, grabbed the shop assistant by the collar, and punched him. Apologize to my madam. If you don't, I'll make you regret it. You're hitting me. Someone's going to get hurt. The shop assistant turned pale with fear. Hearing the commotion, a man who looked like the shopkeeper quickly approached and asked the shop assistant, "What's going on?" "Boss, these two are looking for trouble." The shop assistant feigned innocence, pointing at Qingqing and Little Fish. "I said a few words to them, and this foolish kid attacked me. What are you all doing? If someone causes trouble, politely ask them to leave. If they don't listen, just take them out without any fuss. Don't let this affect our business." The other shop assistants nodded quickly. "Yes, we understand." They turned around and said to Qingqing and Little Fish, "Hurry up and leave, or we'll have to force you out." Seeing this, Qingqing knew that sometimes it's better to avoid conflict. In situations like this, reasoning wouldn't help. Staying would only lead to trouble. She quickly pulled Little Fish out of the grocery store.
"Madam, those people are bullying you. I want to stand up for you."
Little Fish said, feeling indignant and wanting to go back in. "Little Fish, I'm not angry. Our brown sugar is so good. If they don't want it, that's their loss. Let's go. We'll find someone who appreciates it." "Okay, I'll listen to you." After walking a little further, they saw a store not far away, with a sign that read Anyang Grocery Store. Qingqing hurried inside and, looking around, realized the store was even larger than the previous one. As she walked and looked around, she unintentionally found herself at the stall selling brown sugar. She leaned down to observe closely and smelled the aroma, which gave her confidence. The color and taste of her brown sugar were even better than what she saw. Nearby, the shopkeeper noticed Qingqing standing at the brown sugar stall, looking and sniffing for quite a while. Since the shop assistants were busy attending to customers, he approached her personally. "Excuse me, miss. Our brown sugar has a rich flavor and no off-tastes.
We only have this stock left.
If you're unsure, you can taste it." Qingqing snapped back to reality and noticed a young man in his 20s standing beside her. She quickly smiled and explained, "I'm sorry, I'm just browsing and not looking to buy brown sugar." "That's fine. If you need anything, just let me know." Seeing him being polite, Qingqing asked, "Hello, I would like to meet the shopkeeper. Could you help introduce me? I am the shopkeeper of this store. How can I assist you?" He replied. Qingqing was a bit surprised and asked, "Hello, may I know your surname?" "My surname is Jiang," he responded with a slight bow. Qingqing nodded and smiled. Not wanting to beat around the bush, she got straight to the point. "I want to ask if you buy brown sugar in large quantities?" Shopkeeper Jiang looked surprised. "Are you saying you have brown sugar available?"
"Yes." "Great.
Please come this way, and we can discuss it in detail." Shopkeeper Jiang felt happy. The brown sugar in the store was about to run out, and the delivery from suppliers had not yet arrived. If they ran out of stock, it would not only affect business, but also risk losing old customers. Once they reached the meeting room and took their seats, after a brief introduction, Qingqing took out some samples from her backpack. "Shopkeeper Jiang, please take a look at the quality of my brown sugar." He picked up the brown sugar, smelled it, examined it closely, and then tasted it. The quality was excellent, with a rich flavor and no off-tastes, clearly better than previous shipments. He had never tasted such sweet and delicious brown sugar before. Shopkeeper Jiang was a bit excited. "Miss Chen, how much do you have?" From his expression, Qingqing could tell he was very satisfied with the quality of the brown sugar. She signaled Chen Xiaoyu to place the brown sugar they brought on the table. "We brought 10 pounds. What price can you offer for the purchase?" Jiang, the shopkeeper, looked at the cloth bag on the table, quickly took out a little to examine, and nodded repeatedly. "Not bad. Is this all you have?" "No, this is just a small part. There's more at home." "You mean you have more brown sugar?" Jiang's eyes were filled with surprise. Qingqing smiled and nodded. "Yes, my family makes sugar." "Great, that's wonderful." Jiang opened the cloth bag wider to inspect it closely, his face showing clear joy. "Miss Chen, how much do you plan to sell your brown sugar for per pound? We can work together long-term." Qingqing smiled. "Shopkeeper Jiang, You've seen my brown sugar. It should be better than what you sell here. I'm offering it at 85 won per pound. Hearing this, Jiang was very pleased. He thought such good brown sugar would cost much more, but it was only 85 won. Usually, suppliers charge 90 won per pound, and not only is the price higher, but the delivery is also not timely. If he signed an exclusive selling contract and sold it at 91, the profit would be quite considerable. Thinking of this, he immediately agreed, Miss Chen, you are straightforward. It's not about comparing goods, but about knowing their value. Your brown sugar is indeed good, so we'll go with your price. However, I have a condition. May I speak it? Please go ahead, shopkeeper Jiang. My condition is that in Nanyang County, you can only sell your brown sugar to our shop. After all, your price is quite reasonable. If you supply multiple merchants, some may lower their prices to compete for customers, which would reduce your profit. If you agree, we'll have deliveries every 3 days, and you can send as much as you want. Okay, it's a deal. Qingqing didn't expect things to go so smoothly. She agreed, without hesitation. After finalizing the contract, Qingqing stood up to leave. Qingqing felt quite happy, her steps lighter. With Lu's General Store and Anyang Grocery, she wouldn't have to worry about selling her brown sugar anymore. Walking down the street, she saw several traditional medicine shops and decided to step inside. Shopkeeper, do you buy ginseng? You have ginseng? The shopkeeper looked Qingqing over briefly.
Show me what you have. Sure.
Qingqing took out a ginseng she had prepared earlier from her backpack and placed it on the counter. The shopkeeper carefully examined it and showed a satisfied expression. Not bad. I'll take this ginseng and give you 50 taels of silver. Qingqing's eyes dimmed. This ginseng was wild mountain ginseng taken from the Fan residence and was worth at least 150 taels. The shopkeeper was being unfair by offering only 50 taels. She scoffed internally, but maintained a calm demeanor, smiling lightly. The price you offered is not fair. This is genuine wild mountain ginseng and 50 taels is a bit low. The shopkeeper raised his eyes to look at Qingqing and replied slowly, Young lady, the price of ginseng depends on the market. Normally, a third-grade ginseng like yours could be worth 100 taels, but it must be intact, with all its roots. If you look closely, some roots are already broken, so the price is reduced to 50 taels. I'm offering the highest price. If you think it's not suitable, you can check with other shops. Qingqing knew the shopkeeper was nitpicking and trying to lower the price. She gently shook her head and took back the ginseng. Thank you, but I'll look at other shops. Seeing this, the shopkeeper's eyes showed a hint of surprise. All right, since you're a young lady, I'll add 10 more taels, but I can't offer more than that. Thank you, but I don't want to sell it now, Qingqing said with a light laugh as she walked out of the herbal shop. The shopkeeper watched her leave, his expression turning sour. Based on past experience, those selling ginseng were usually in urgent need of money, allowing him to lower the price. However, he was surprised this time. The ginseng was in great condition, and if he had known this would happen, he should have offered more. Even giving 100 taels would have allowed him to make a profit of 30 to 50 taels with a simple resale. The shopkeeper regretted his greed and slapped himself on the face. Qingqing visited several shops, but none offered the price she expected. Then she entered another shop, where an older man was looking through a ledger at the counter. Seeing a customer, he quickly greeted her. Hello, young lady, what do you need? Hello, shopkeeper. I want to ask if you buy ginseng, Qingqing stated directly. Yes, let me take a look at its quality first. Qingqing handed over the wrapped ginseng. The old man took it, opened it, and examined it carefully, nodding repeatedly. This is a good 2-decade ginseng. I can offer you 120 taels of silver. Qingqing was quite satisfied with this price. After all, if she enjoyed meat, she should let others have some soup too. Selling one wouldn't be enough to open the space, so she took out 4 more ginsengs and sold them for a total of 600 taels of silver. After receiving the money, Qingqing stood up to leave. As soon as she stored the silver from selling the ginseng into the space, she heard a ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned enough 500 taels of silver. Would you like to open the trading space? A mechanical voice echoed in her mind,
and she eagerly wanted to learn more. She glanced at the little fish beside her and softly said, "Little fish, I'm tired. Let's rest over there for a bit before we go." "Okay." Little fish nodded in agreement. They went to a big tree across the street where there was a stone table and stone benches. Qingqing sat down, focused her thoughts, and entered the space, immediately choosing the yes button. "Ding, congratulations, host. The space upgrade was successful, and the trading system is now open." On the trading space template, there were some notes. Note 1. During transactions, simply issue a trading command for items in the storage space to conduct a trade. Note 2. All transactions in the space are subject to the system's final interpretation. Any unreasonable aspects will be promptly corrected by the system to ensure fair and reasonable trading. Qingqing selected a ginseng and issued a trading command. The prompt sounded again. Transaction completed. One wild ginseng of grade 3 received 120 taels of silver, now stored in the storage space.
Please check.
120 taels? That's the same as the physical sale price. Looks like your system is quite fair. Of course, value is value. It's worth what it is, and being honest allows for a clear conscience. All right, enough of that. I asked you, how much is brown sugar per pound? 80 per pound. I just praised you a moment ago, and now it's cheaper than what I sell? Sorry, Xiao Jie currently doesn't need brown sugar. The 80 price is a family rate. For others, I wouldn't sell it for less than 50. You just said you're honest, and now you're acting differently. I think you're even more cunning than a merchant. Don't get angry, host. If you want to sell, go ahead. If not, little Jia won't force you. There's no need to be upset. Getting angry won't help your health. I have pure wild 3-leaf ginseng here. If you're interested, I can give you a 20% discount, making it 150 taels of silver. What do you think? Are you kidding? Selling it for 150 taels right after buying? That's highway robbery. I can't help it. It's the market demand. Ginseng is in high demand. All right, you win this round. Qingqing opened the trading system to check the prices of deer antler and cordyceps. She was shocked to find that the price of cordyceps was as high as 10,000 taels of silver per pound. Without hesitation, she sold the 5 pounds of cordyceps from her space. Next, she checked the price of deer antler and was equally surprised to find it at 800 taels per pound. Selling 10 pounds of deer antler easily brought her 8,000 taels. She decided not to sell the ginseng, as it could be crucial in emergencies. Now, with the prices of deer antler and cordyceps combined, she had over 58,000 taels of silver in her space. No matter the era, while money isn't everything, being broke is definitely not an option. At that moment, she felt an immense sense of peace, even thinking she could wake up smiling. "Wife, I'm hungry." Qingqing was pulled back to reality by Xiao Yu's voice. He was tugging at her clothes, his eyes fixed on a noodle stall not far away. "Wife, I want to eat." "Okay, I'll take you to get something to eat," Qingqing said, feeling a bit hungry herself. She led Xiao Yu to the noodle stall, found an empty table, and called out, "Boss, 2 bowls of hot soup noodles, please." "Coming right up." "Please wait a moment." Before long, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were placed in front of them. "Enjoy your meal." Xiao Yu looked at the delicious noodles and, without caring about the heat, started eating eagerly. Seeing him devour the food, Qingqing smiled and reminded him, "Eat slowly, don't burn yourself." "It's not hot," Xiao Yu replied between bites. "Wife, you should try some. It's delicious." Qingqing nodded with a smile, picked up her chopsticks, and shared some with him. "Eat slowly, I'll give you a little." After they finished eating, Xiao Yu was drawn to a nearby vendor selling candied hawthorn. "Wife, I want to eat that." Qingqing chuckled. "Xiao Yu, you just ate. How can you still be hungry?" "I'm full, but I want that. It looks so tasty." Hearing this, Qingqing felt speechless. This person was really interesting. Although he seemed a bit slow, he had a great appetite and didn't know when to stop eating. She suspected he was just a big foodie. "Wait, I'll go buy it for you." Little Fish blinked and nodded. "Wife, come back quickly." This kid kept calling her wife.
If he weren't so foolish, she would want to give him a few light taps. He truly was someone who couldn't be taught no matter what. Qingqing sighed and walked over to the vendor selling candied hawthorn. "Sir, 1 stick of candied hawthorn, please." "Sure, here you go, young lady." The old vendor handed the candied hawthorn to Qingqing. At that moment, the butcher, Li, came out of the nearby meat shop. He had a branch store in the county town and sent people to deliver goods every day. Today, since his shop assistant was on leave, he came to deliver the goods himself. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Qingqing buying candied hawthorn, and his eyes lit up. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked closely. His precious treasure was indeed the little bride who never made it to his door. He thought their engagement was certain, but it was ruined by that woman from the Chen family. Although the betrothal gifts were returned, he had been upset for several days. He couldn't eat or sleep well, and he even scratched the walls at night, regretting that he couldn't marry Qingqing. Now seeing her, he felt restless. After a few days apart, she looked even more charming. Truly, she was someone everyone loved. Looking around, he noticed Qingqing was alone and approached her with a cheeky grin. "Hey, isn't this my beautiful bride-to-be? What brings you to the city? It seems we are truly destined to meet." Upon seeing him, Qingqing frowned, her eyes flashing with disgust. She immediately replied sternly, "Who is your bride? Clean up your mouth." The butcher showed no signs of backing down. Instead, he became even bolder. "My dear, saying that will hurt my feelings. To be honest, ever since I saw you, just that one glance, you've captured my heart. I dream about you smiling at me countless times, and it makes me feel weak all over. Although my reputation wasn't great before, if you agree to marry me, not only will all the money be yours to manage, but I promise to listen to you completely. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. What do you say?" Seeing him with such shamelessness, Qingqing was furious and shouted, "You shameless rogue! If you don't want trouble, get away from me. The lady, just agree to be with me and come home as my wife. I promise to treat you well and never let you suffer," the butcher said, reaching out his greasy hand to grab Qingqing's arm. Qingqing's gaze was icy, her fists clenched. She walked straight ahead, ready to confront the butcher if he dared to pursue her. The butcher, seeing this, grinned and said, "Don't rush off. Come home with me." He had let Qingqing go last time because he was cautious, but now that she was alone, he wouldn't miss this chance. Once he brought her home, she wouldn't be able to escape. Thinking this, the butcher approached Qingqing with a smirk. Although Xiao Yu wasn't very clever, he saw Qingqing being bullied and quickly stepped in, raising his hand to slap the butcher, saying, "You rogue! How dare you bully my lady? I'll teach you a lesson." The butcher was stunned by the slap, covering his face and staring at Xiao Yu. "Who are you to hit me? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Bullying my lady means you deserve a beating. You little brat, I'll make you pay for this." The butcher was furious and charged forward. Xiao Yu remained calm and kicked the butcher down to the ground. The butcher fell hard, wincing in pain and unable to get up for a while. He realized Xiao Yu was skilled and not someone he could easily handle, but he still shouted defiantly, "You little brat, don't mess with me or I'll use my knife on you." Qingqing was surprised to see Xiao Yu move so quickly and easily take down the large butcher. After her shock, she stepped forward and kicked the butcher twice while scolding him. "This is what you get for bullying others and being a rogue. You need to learn your lesson." Xiao Yu pointed at the butcher. "If you don't want to get hurt, apologize to my lady right now." "Apologize to your lady? Who is she to me?" The butcher looked at Qingqing in disbelief. "You can't be serious about marrying this fool. My business is none of your concern. Remember, if you dare to bother me again, I'll make you regret it." Qingqing did not want to get involved with him any longer and pulled Xiao Yu to leave. Li the butcher, feeling unwilling to let them go, gritted his teeth and quickly got up to block their way. "You two, stop. You think you can just walk away after hurting someone? It's not that easy. You were the one who started it, so you can't blame us." "Started it? What did I do to you? Did I touch your face or tease you?"
Li the butcher immediately adopted a shameless attitude. I was just talking to you, and this foolish kid came out of nowhere and hit me. Let me tell you, I've never taken this kind of insult. After hitting me, you must give me an explanation. Qingqing looked down at Li the butcher with a half-smile. Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? As the saying goes, hitting is caring and scolding is love. You kick me twice and I won't hold it against you, but… Li the butcher glared at Xiao Yu fiercely. But this fool hit me, and this matter cannot be settled easily. Either he goes to the authorities or you pay me.
Pay?
How much do you want? 1 kick costs 10 taels of silver. If you don't pay, I'll make him go to jail. You think 1 kick is worth 10 taels of silver? Of course. 1 kick is 10 taels. If you can't pay, you can be my wife. Out of respect for you, I can let this foolish kid go. Li the butcher was arrogant, knowing how poor Qingqing's family was. She probably couldn't even come up with 1 tael, so he saw this as an opportunity to threaten her. If she didn't pay, he could just take her away in public. Qingqing laughed coldly. 10 taels for a kick is quite cheap. I just wonder how many kicks you can handle. What do you mean? What do I mean? Qingqing teased with a smile. Xiao Yu, do you want to stretch your legs? Xiao Yu nodded eagerly, understanding, yes. My feet are sore and my legs are tired. I want to move around. Good. With a thought, Qingqing produced a stack of banknotes. This is 1,000 taels of silver. Go, teach him a lesson, just don't kick him to death. Li the butcher's face turned pale with fear. Debeo, what are you going to do? Don't do anything reckless. Xiao Yu rubbed his fists together, his gaze cold. Ignoring Li the butcher's words, he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to his stomach. Li the butcher cried out, clutching his belly and collapsing heavily to the ground. Little Fish kicked Li the butcher fiercely, 1 kick after another. Li the butcher screamed in pain, rolling on the ground and shouting, Stop! Stop! I was wrong. I don't want the money. Little Fish showed no signs of stopping and continued to kick while saying, This is for bullying my wife. This is for being arrogant. Li the butcher curled up in fear, shouting, Help! Someone is going to kill me. Please help. Hearing his cries, 2 young assistants rushed out of the meat shop. Seeing their boss being attacked, they quickly approached, yelling, Stop! You little brat, how dare you cause trouble here? Are you looking for trouble? As the 2 assistants charged at Little Fish, Qingqing felt a pang of worry. She wanted to help but noticed that the 2 assistants were already on the ground, howling in pain, unable to see how quickly Little Fish had acted. Seeing his assistants down, Li the butcher was terrified. This woman was unpredictable. If he got beaten to death today, it would be so unfair. Thinking this, he bowed his hands in apology, saying, Miss Chen, please spare me. I was wrong. I don't want the money. Qingqing called out to Little Fish, stop. Don't hit him anymore. Little Fish pointed at Li the butcher, looking silly, and said, If you bully my wife again, I will kick you to death. I won't. I promise I won't. Li the butcher replied, terrified. Qingqing approached Li the butcher and tapped his face with a banknote, asking, Will you still act disrespectfully? Li the butcher shook his head repeatedly. No, I won't. I promise. Do you still want the money?
No.
I don't want it. Qingqing scoffed. I'll let you go this time, but if it happens again, I won't be so forgiving. Yes. Don't worry, Miss Chen. I won't dare to bother you again. I will behave. Li the butcher nodded quickly. Qingqing glanced at the 2 assistants on the ground and said, Take your boss and leave. After saying that, she took Little Fish's hand and turned to leave. Li the butcher's eyes were filled with anger, unable to swallow his frustration. He glanced at Qingqing and Little Fish's backs, then pulled a butcher knife from one of the assistants' belts and charged at them. Just as the sharp blade was about to reach Qingqing, Little Fish suddenly sensed a danger. He turned around, shielding Qingqing, and kicked the knife out of Li the butcher's hand. Li the butcher had never suffered such humiliation. In front of everyone, he felt deeply insulted and couldn't bear it. Anger surged within him, and he clenched his teeth, jumping up in fury and quickly lunging at Qingqing.
Seeing Li the Butcher suddenly go wild, Xiao Yu rushed forward and delivered a swift spinning kick right to his chest. Li the Butcher stumbled back several steps, unable to regain his balance, and fell hard to the ground, wincing in pain. "You foolish kid, how dare you sneak attack me? I'll fight you to the end." Filled with shame and rage, he tried to get up, but Xiao Yu stepped closer, placing a foot on his shoulder and warning him sharply, "Remember this lesson. I won't let you off easily." By now, a crowd had gathered to watch. Li the Butcher felt embarrassed. A person's dignity is important. Even though he couldn't defeat Xiao Yu, he couldn't lose in words either. Just as he was about to shout insults, he was intimidated into silence by Xiao Yu's fierce gaze. Inside, he cursed himself, thinking about how foolish this kid seemed, yet his skills were impressive. He had no idea what had just happened before being knocked down. It seemed he had met his match today. As the saying goes, a wise man knows when to back down. It would be better to pretend to be weak and wait for a chance to get revenge later. Resolving to act, Li the Butcher forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Little brother, what are you doing?"
I was just joking around.
"Please, take your foot off, you're going to crush my shoulder." Seeing that Xiao Yu was unmoved, he turned to Qingqing with pleading eyes. "Miss Chen, please forgive me. I promise I won't do it again." Qingqing glanced at him but ignored his plea, turning to Xiao Yu and softly saying, "Xiao Yu, let's go." "Okay." Xiao Yu lifted his leg, took Qingqing's hand, and they walked through the crowd toward the city gate. Li the Butcher watched them leave, furious as he stood up and rubbed his chest, spitting on the ground. "You shameless couple, just wait. I'll get back at you. One day, I'll make you pay for this." Based on the ongoing observations over these days, Mrs. Chen has clearly grasped Qingqing's daily routine. At dusk, she returns home from the candy shop and stays for more than half an hour before heading to the restroom. After that, she turns off the lights and goes to sleep, falling into a deep slumber by night. Recently, seeing Qingqing's business grow has made Mrs. Chen envious. This morning, she heard that Qingqing went to the county town, which only fueled her jealousy. She thought to herself, this girl, all she did was make some candy. What's so special about that? Yet she takes it to the county to sell. It's just candy. What's so great about it? Even if it were given to her for free, she wouldn't care. Mr. Chen noticed her lost in thought and couldn't help but joke. "What are you daydreaming about, old lady?" Mrs. Chen snapped back to reality, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, and replied, "What nice thing could I be thinking about? You wouldn't be interested in anything else. Look at what you're saying. The old men in our village are either tall or short, either limping or leaning. The only one with good legs is the tall guy, but he has a hunchback. Unlike me, standing tall and walking with confidence, I'm a fine young man. What more could you want? Look at you, acting like a fool at your age. You think everyone is like you, full of nonsense. I was just thinking about our plan to get rich. Don't give me that look. I was just joking." Mr. Chen quickly smiled. "So, are you saying it's time for us to take action?" Mrs. Chen nodded slightly, a cold smile appearing on her lips. "Exactly, the time is right. We can't let Mr. Fan wait around like a fool. We need to make this good thing happen quickly. Once that money is in our hands, our hard days will be over."
"Right, dear."
"The first thing we'll do with the money is build 3 tiled houses and buy a few acres of good farmland. We'll be the richest family in Nanshan village." "You really are naive. With our wealth, we need to make a good impression. At the very least, we should build a large courtyard house." Mrs. Chen was so pleased she could hardly contain herself. Mr. Chen was shocked, his eyes nearly popping out. "Wow, how big would that courtyard be?" "There are only a few of us. We can't even fill it. You don't understand anything. Our son will not just be a scholar. He might become an official one day. When he returns home, he'll need to bring dozens of attendants. We have to arrange food and lodging for them." Right. You really think ahead." Chen was feeling quite pleased and a bit impatient. "Dear, when is the right time for us to act?" Chen's wife paused for a moment. "You go and call Ruolan over." "Okay, I'll do that right now," Chen replied and turned to the west room to summon Chen Ruolan. Grandma, what do you need me for? Boalan, haven't you been asking me when we would take action? Tonight, we will catch that girl by surprise. Hearing this, Chen Ruolan was overjoyed. Since the moment they planned their scheme, she had been eagerly waiting, wishing to marry Qingqing off to Fan as a concubine. Grandma, that's great. What should we prepare now? There's nothing to prepare. I have everything ready, Chen's wife said with a smile. Ruolan, you don't need to worry about this tonight. Just go to bed early. Upon hearing this, Ruolan felt a bit unhappy. She wanted to witness Qingqing being punished to satisfy her anger. No way. I can't miss this. I must go with you. Chen's wife felt a bit troubled. After all, such underhanded methods were not very honorable. If her granddaughter happened to see something she shouldn't, it would be awkward. Wanting to refuse, but thinking of Ruolan's spoiled nature, she reluctantly agreed. All right, then we'll act together. Chen was a bit worried and asked, Dear, are you sure this plan is foolproof? There won't be any surprises, right? Just relax. Even if a deity faced this situation, they would be caught without escape, she assured him. That's good to hear. With your word, I feel at ease. Great. Let's hurry and prepare. Chen's wife squinted her eyes, then showed a sly smile. Old man, you need to go to Lu Tiao village and ask matchmaker Zhao to find Master Fan. He should come to our house tonight. All right, I'll go right away, Chen said, getting ready to leave. Wait a moment. I'm not finished talking yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Chen's wife called him back. We must be cautious. Always think of the worst first. With someone like Master Fan, we should be careful. Make sure they bring the 250 taels of silver with them. If he tries to cheat us, we'll be at a loss. Dear, you've thought of everything. I really hadn't considered that. With your brain, all you do is eat and sleep. When it's cold, you cover yourself with a blanket. What else can you think of? This family relies on me to manage our finances, so we can keep food on the table. With me around, the Chen family has benefited greatly, so you should be grateful. Hearing the old lady Chen bragging like this made old man Chen feel nauseous. He couldn't help but think how thick-skinned she had become. She dared to talk about managing finances. If it weren't for her, the Chen family wouldn't have fallen from being well off to struggling to put food on the table. Even in such poverty, she would still trade eggs for pancakes and sneakily eat them at night, thinking no one noticed. Her loud chewing could be heard from 2 miles away, but no one wanted to call her out on it. No matter how unhappy old man Chen felt inside, he couldn't show it on his face and forced a smile. You're right, my dear. They say the older the ginger, the spicier it is. We all depend on you. You're the real hero of our family. You love big pancakes, right? When we have money, I'll buy you a whole basket so you can eat as many as you want. Old lady Chen blushed. You old man, when have you ever seen me eat pancakes to say that I love them? Oh, I see. Old man Chen realized he had slipped up and quickly added, Then we won't buy pancakes. Don't just talk for the sake of talking. Old lady Chen shot him an annoyed glance. Go find Zhao matchmaker and don't forget about the 250 taels of silver. Okay, I'm going right now. I won't forget, Old man Chen said as he lifted his leg and walked away. As Qingqing and Little Fish rode the ox cart nearing the village entrance, they spotted Old man Chen walking briskly out of the village. Surprisingly, he wasn't rolling his eyes like usual. Instead, he had a strange smile on his face. As the ox cart passed by him, Qingqing found that smile odd and it made her feel uneasy. Though confused, she didn't think much of it. At that moment, Old Lady Chen and Chen Ruolin were sitting under a big tree at the village entrance, enjoying the cool breeze. They saw Qingqing returning on the ox cart from a distance. Old Lady Chen scoffed, Ruolin, that girl is back. Chen Ruolin looked up and saw Qingqing and Little Fish chatting and laughing on the cart, instantly feeling a surge of jealousy. The villagers have long spread the word that Tangfong produces at least 100 pounds of sugar a day. At a price of 100 coins per pound, that's 10 taels of silver for 100 pounds. After deducting costs and labor, that girl earns at least 8 taels a day, which totals 240 taels a month. Not only does she have daily income, but she also has a handsome guy by her side. Although he may be a bit foolish, he is quite good-looking. If she could also make a lot of money, she would definitely support a few more handsome men. On the surface, she appears calm, but inside, she is already frantic. She had planned to have her grandparents secretly learn how to make sugar so they could open their own shop. Who knew those two old folks would be so short-sighted, wanting to marry off that girl instead of pursuing a long-term business? But this could work in her favor. After all, the main family and Debeo have already learned how to make sugar. Once they drive that girl out of the Chen family, the main family will lose their backbone, and everything will be under the control of the third branch. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but curse. Shameless girl, running around with a fool all day. Doesn't she feel embarrassed? Old Lady Chen chimed in. Exactly. I heard this fool has quite a stubborn temper. He doesn't listen to anyone except that girl. I really can't tell if he's genuinely foolish or just pretending. He's like a little pest, and if you ask me, he must have some bad intentions. Whether he's truly foolish or just pretending, as long as we get through tonight, that fool will either leave or serve us like a horse, Enrollment said with a cold smile. And those poor laborers in the village are just a bunch of sycophants, lifting that girl up to the sky. Once the sugar shop is in our hands, we'll make sure they all leave. Yes, Rulin, you are absolutely right. Old Lady Chen nodded as she continued the conversation. Take Liang Fugue's wife, for example. She used to be so poor that she could hardly fill her stomach. To put it bluntly, her pants were so worn that they barely covered her, and she couldn't even look people in the eye. But ever since she started working for that girl, she walks down the street with her head held high, as if she's better than everyone else. The most annoying part is that yesterday I saw her wearing a new linen dress. You should have seen her strutting around, looking so proud, as if she was the queen of the world. After just a few steps, she was pulling up her sleeves and dusting herself off, acting like she had never worn new clothes before. And to be fair, she really hadn't. Just because she has a little money now, she thinks she's something special. I can't understand people like her. They're just poor in spirit. Once they get a taste of success, they forget their roots and should not be trusted again. Grandma, I will listen to you. Whatever you say, I will do. Enrollment flattered, choosing words that Old Lady Chen liked to hear. Old Lady Chen's eyes squinted with joy. My Roland is the most filial, unlike that ungrateful girl. As they watched the approaching ox cart, both felt a surge of envy and warmth. At the Wu family's old house, Qingqing was unloading eggs and vegetables from the ox cart that she had bought in the county. She paid Lu Laohan 30 coins for the ride and mentioned that she would be visiting Anyang every other day from now on. Lu Laohan couldn't stop smiling. Going to Qingqing town every day meant he would make 15 trips a month, earning 20 coins each time, totaling 300 coins. Plus, with 10 trips to Anyang, that would be 600 coins a month, more than he used to earn in a year. Though happy, he had some concerns and cautiously asked, Qing girl, your business is growing. Will you need to buy your own ox cart in the future? Qingqing understood his worries and shook her head with a smile. Don't worry, Grandpa Laohan. Even if I buy a cart in the future, I will still use yours. You know the roads to Qingqing town and Anyang better than anyone. Hearing this, Lu Laohan finally felt relieved, his face lighting up with joy again. Now that you say that, I feel much better. You get busy, and I'll head back now. The people in the yard were bustling with activity. Lin was busy adding firewood to the stove, while Chen Han and Daba were stirring syrup in a pot with wooden sticks, the sweet aroma filling the air. When Qingqing walked into the house, Lin quickly stood up. Qing girl, you're back. How was your trip to the county? Was it smooth? Qingqing put down the vegetables and smiled as she announced, I have good news. I found a buyer in Anyang County. We agreed to deliver every 3 days, with 200 pounds each time, and they will order regularly. We have already signed a contract. Really? Lin looked very happy. Chen Han also smiled widely. Then we have a lot of work to do. We need to produce at least 120 pounds a day, or we won't be able to meet the delivery. Debeo happily patted his chest. Sister, after lunch tomorrow, I won't take a break and will try to cut more beets.
Qingqing waved her hand. No rush. The town delivers 100 pounds of brown sugar every 2 days, and the county delivers 200 pounds every 3 days. On average, that's 100 pounds a day, which is enough to sell. No need to work so hard. Qingqing had already planned in her mind. For now, she wouldn't expand production. After the autumn harvest, she would start building a house. Then she could carve more stone mills and buy a few donkeys. With the space, large-scale production could wait. Debeo scratched his head with a silly smile. Sister, I'll listen to you. All right, let's get to work. Qingqing rolled up her sleeves and joined in the busyness. As the sun began to set, Old Lady Chen looked at the darkening sky and asked Old Man Chen beside her, "Did you talk to Zhao the matchmaker?" "Don't worry, it's all settled. I guarantee no one will see anything," Old Man Chen replied. "That's good. Did you mention the money?" "Oh, dear, you've asked me that at least 10 times. Old Man Chen frowned, a bit impatient. "I told you," Zhao the matchmaker agreed. "We won't miss out on the money. Just wait to count it." Hearing about the money made Old Lady Chen smile widely. "All right, then I can relax." Chen Rulin glanced outside and, seeing the night getting darker, felt a bit anxious. "Grandma, should I go check on that girl and see what she's up to?" Old Lady Chen waved her hand. "No, no, no. This is a big deal. We mustn't act rashly. As the saying goes, patience is key. We need to be careful. That girl is clever and tricky. If she senses something unusual, it could complicate things for us." "You're right, Grandma." Chen Rulin nodded in agreement, repeatedly reminding herself not to rush. To ensure everything went smoothly and to prevent any surprises, Grandma Chen instructed Old Man Chen, "Old man, don't just sit there. Hurry to the village entrance and wait for Master Fan. Bring him back quietly and remember, don't let anyone see you." "Okay, I'll go now." Old Man Chen carefully made his way to the village entrance in the dark without a lantern. Before long, he heard the sound of hooves and wheels approaching. He hurriedly ran to meet them, saying, "Stop, stop, don't come any closer." Seeing someone ahead, Steward sure tightened the reins. "Oh, Old Chen, what brings you here?" "Steward sure, I'm here to pick up Master Fan."
"Great.
I was worried about finding my way home in the dark. Since you're here, it saves me a lot of trouble." Steward sure jumped down from the carriage and called to Fan Tong, "Sir, someone is here to take you."
You can get off now."
"All right, help me down." Fan Tong got off the carriage and looked around. It was pitch black, and he felt uneasy. He couldn't help but warn Old Man Chen, "Old Chen, it's the middle of the night. Don't play tricks on me. If this doesn't work out, I'll hold you responsible." Old Man Chen felt a bit nervous and quickly explained, "What are you saying, Master Fan? I'm just a simple farmer. Even if you gave me 100 times more courage, I wouldn't dare to deceive you." "Good, as long as you're not lying." Fan Tong grinned. "To be honest, ever since you agreed to this marriage, I've been taking ginseng and eating turtle soup every meal, hoping to make the young lady smile." "Let's go. I can't wait any longer." Old Man Chen nodded eagerly, smiling broadly. "Don't worry, Master Fan. Come back to my home first, and I promise you'll be satisfied." "All right, let's hurry." Fan Tong, feeling impatient, told Steward Sure, "You don't need to be involved anymore. Just come back to pick me up in the morning." "Yes, sir." "Enjoy your time, I'll take my leave now." Steward Sure turned the horse around and disappeared into the night. Old Man Chen quietly led Fan Tong back home. When Grandma Chen saw the God of Wealth, her face lit up with joy. "Oh, my dear son-in-law, you've come. Now we are truly family. Let's be close and don't forget your poor relatives." Fan Tong felt a bit uncomfortable and frowned as he looked at Grandma Chen. "So you're Old Chen's wife." Hearing her call herself that, Grandma Chen felt a bit unhappy, but still smiled. "Oh, my son-in-law, you shouldn't call me Old Chen, we are family. You should call me Grandma." All right, don't try to get close. "We'll talk about this when the wedding comes," Fan Tong said, looking around. He noticed Chen Rulin standing nearby and squinted his eyes. He thought to himself that the girl wasn't bad. Although she wasn't as pretty as Qingqing, she was much better than the plump concubines at his home. However, from his experience, this girl had a charming smile, but there was a hint of flirtation in her demeanor. She could only be a source of amusement, not true affection. Living with her would surely lead to trouble. He returned to the conversation and asked Grandma Chen, "How are the preparations going? Can I enter the bridal chamber now?" Grandma Chen smiled and waved her hand. "Don't rush, son-in-law. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. You should rest for a bit. Once we get that girl, the young lady, to behave, you can have your way with her." Fan Tong's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. "Great. I like obedient ones, like little kittens that can be played with. As long as it works out, I won't treat you and your husband poorly."
"Don't worry, son-in-law.
"Soon. We'll make sure you're comfortable and a bit dizzy," Grandma Chen said, narrowing her eyes and cautiously asked, "Son-in-law, did Zhao Matchmaker mention that matter to you?" "What matter?" Fan Tong noticed her hesitant demeanor and quickly understood. "I have plenty of money. I brought it for you." As he spoke, he pulled out a banknote and a silver ingot from his pocket. Grandma Chen's eyes widened at the sight of the colorful banknote, and she quickly reached out to take it. She had never seen so much money before and was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Grandpa Chen was also astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief, and his heart raced. Could this be a dream? He had never seen so much silver in his life. His breathing quickened, and he couldn't help but step closer to Grandma Chen, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "Dear, let me see that silver ingot." Grandma Chen regained her composure and saw his eager expression, scolding him lightly. "Stay back. Can't you see our son-in-law is still here?" "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." She didn't dare to delay, fearing that Fan Tong might come and mistake her for a beautiful young lady, which would not only ruin her reputation but also embarrass her third son. Thinking of this, she quickly waved to Old Man Chen and Enrollment. "Let's hurry out and let Master Fan rest for a bit." Once outside, Enrollment whispered, "Grandma, let's not disturb my second uncle and aunt. They are on that girl's side, and if they find out, this plan might fail." "Don't worry, Rulin. I made egg soup tonight, and I added something to it. Your uncle's family won't wake up until dawn." "Oh, I see. I thought you didn't care about me, which is why you didn't let me have the egg soup for dinner." "What nonsense! Who else would I care for if not you?" Old Man Chen peeked outside and put his hand to his mouth. "Shuh. Keep your voices down. It's late, and we need to act quickly before Master Fan urges us again." Old Lady Chen anxiously reminded them, "Don't rush. Just remember, we must be quiet. If that girl wakes up, we won't be able to proceed." "We understand. We'll be careful." They both nodded in agreement. "Good, let's go." Old Lady Chen cautiously stepped out. The darkness surrounding them made her a bit uneasy. She whispered to Old Man Chen, "Old man, it's so dark. I'm a little scared." "Why be scared in your own home? Just keep moving forward. It's easy for you to say. What if we walk into the wrong place and fall into a pit?" Hearing this, Chen Rulin grew anxious. "Grandma, don't scare me. If I fall into a pit, it would be awful." Old Man Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Rulin, don't worry. I just cleaned out the pit yesterday. Even if you fell in, it wouldn't be too deep. You old man, can you say something sensible? If anyone falls, it should be you." Old Lady Chen said, pushing him ahead. With no choice, Old Man Chen felt his way in the dark until he reached the next yard. He lowered his voice. "Wife, we're almost there. Get ready. Keep it down, or you'll wake that girl." Old Lady Chen poked him playfully. Old Man Chen was careful as he approached the window, holding his breath and listening intently. "Wife, listen. That girl is asleep." Old Lady Chen tiptoed closer, listening carefully for a moment, and then smirked with a wicked smile. "You arrogant girl. Let's see where you can run this time." She mumbled to herself, while pulling out a packet of sleeping powder from her pocket. Chen Rulin leaned in to see what was happening, when suddenly her foot was tripped, almost causing her to fall. She couldn't help but let out a small ouch. Old Lady Chen's heart raced, and she lowered her voice, saying, "My dear, be careful." Old Man Chen reacted quickly and pretended to meow like a cat. Realizing she had been too reckless, Chen Rulin slowed down and, after confirming everything was fine, asked, "Grandma, is this stuff really that amazing?" Just a whiff and someone will be out cold? Old Lady Chen beamed with pride. Exactly. No matter who it is, even the strongest man will be like meat on a chopping board, ready to be taken. Grandma, you are incredible. Where did you get this rare item? There's nothing rare about it. Those traveling vendors have plenty. As long as you have money, you can buy anything. Now, stop talking. Let's get to business. Old Lady Chen took out a small bamboo tube she had prepared earlier and inserted it into the window gap. A stream of green smoke wafted out silently. Qingqing, who was a light sleeper, suddenly heard the ouch and then a cat's meow, along with soft footsteps. She woke up abruptly, realizing they had never owned a cat. Why was there a cat meowing at this hour? Remembering Old Man Chen's strange smile earlier, a bad feeling crept over her. Her sixth sense told her that the couple was up to no good. Clenching her fists, she prepared for a fight. With her black belt in Taekwondo, she was ready to make anyone who approached pay the price. Suddenly, she heard a faint noise outside the window, followed by a strange fragrance, the smell of sleeping powder. She quickly covered her mouth and nose, and with a thought, took out an antidote from her medical supplies and swallowed it. Before long, she heard Old Man Chen's voice. How is it? The medicine should be working by now. Yes, Grandma, it's been a while. Let's go invite Master Fan over, Chen Rulin replied eagerly. Keep your voices down, both of you. Let's wait a bit longer. To make sure Mr. Fan is comfortable and satisfied, we need to be very careful. We have to keep this girl completely out of it until tomorrow morning, when we can catch her in the act. By then, even if she had 100 mouths, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. You're right, old woman. That's 250 taels of silver. We can't be careless. Just to be safe, should I hit her on the head with a stick? You're really foolish. This girl is our money tree. What if you accidentally kill her? Look, you're getting angry again. I'm just trying to be cautious. Old Lady Chen scolded. Be quiet. Let me see if this girl is really asleep. Qingqing's eyes flashed with anger. These people were not human. They wanted to use underhanded tricks to harm her. And that bald-headed Fan Tong really never learns. A born troublemaker. Utterly hopeless. After tonight, he would be completely useless. Chen Rulin, you like to harm others, don't you? Today, let's see you hurt yourself. Determined, she pretended to snore. Outside, Old Lady Chen clapped her hands in delight. All right, the girl is sound asleep. Old Man Chen asked uneasily, Old woman, she won't wake up, will she? Don't worry. To prevent any surprises, I've used all my best tricks. Even if we slap her, kick her, or poke her with a stick, she won't wake up until dawn. That's great to hear, Old Man Chen said cautiously, but what about the eldest daughter-in-law next door? She won't wake up, will she?
Don't worry about that.
If that girl wakes up, she won't be able to. Hurry up, let's go get Mr. Fan. Seeing Chen Rulin standing still, Old Lady Chen pulled her. Come on, Rulin. Grandma, you and Grandpa go back first. I'll keep an eye on her. What's there to watch? She's as good as dead. She can't escape. Just in case, I'll keep an eye on her. You two go quickly. All right, wait for us. We'll be back soon. Old Lady Chen knew she couldn't argue with her and had to head home in the dark. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Chen Old Man led his wife back to their yard and noticed the oil lamp in the house was out. He couldn't help but say, Wife, look at how Master Fan has turned off the lamp. Is he asleep? It's so dark, we can't see the road.
Stop it.
The bow is drawn tight. If you don't shoot, what will happen? This shows Master Fan is careful. If he lights the lamp late at night and someone finds out, he will be in trouble. That's true. If we don't put out this fire, no one will be able to sleep. Enough of that. Let's hurry and move a bit faster. Chen Old Lady pushed him from behind. Chen Old Man carefully reached the door. Wife, I'll light the lamp. You go to the East Room and invite Master Fan. Okay, but take your time. Chen Old Lady raised her hands and entered the East Room. Just as she was about to speak, someone suddenly hugged her tightly. It was Fan Tong, breathing heavily. My dear, you finally came. Hurry, help me cool down. Chen Old Lady was startled by this sudden action and almost lost control. She stammered, "No, no, no, I am your—" Before she could finish, Fan Tong's hand covered her mouth. "No mistake, my dear. Hurry, and get under the covers." Saying this, he tried to pull Chen Old Lady onto the bed. Chen Old Lady, panicking, kicked and pushed with all her strength to break free from Fan Tong's grip, shouting, "Let go, let go. Don't do anything strange." Fan Tong, already overwhelmed with emotions, didn't care about her protests. He raised his hand and slapped her twice. "Shameless. How dare you kick me? If you don't behave, I'll teach you a lesson." Chen Old Man sensed something was wrong inside and quickly lit the oil lamp, stepping in to find a shocking scene. He saw Fan Tong, without a stitch of clothing, like a big, bare pig, dragging his wife toward the bed. Trembling, he shouted, "Master Fan, stop. Let go of my wife. If there's an issue, come at me." Fan Tong froze, looking at Chen Old Lady in his arms, and his anger flared. "You shameless old man. What are you trying to do?" "Oh my, this is so embarrassing," Chen Old Lady thought, covering her eyes at the sight before her. "Master Fan, it's not what I want to do. It's what you want to do. If anything happens, I won't be able to face anyone." Old Lady Chen looked at the bare figure in front of her and quickly covered her eyes. "Master Fan, it's not that I want to do anything. It's you who needs to explain. If this goes any further, I won't be able to face anyone." Fan Tong frowned, hurriedly putting on his clothes, his eyes filled with visible disgust. "Just go away. This is disgusting. Look at what you've done. If this gets out, people will think I like older women." Old Lady Chen snapped back to reality, touched her swollen cheek, and pouted sadly. "Son-in-law, why are you blaming me? As soon as I entered the room, you hugged me and wouldn't let go, hitting and biting me. You nearly scared me to death."
Who can I complain to about this?
"After such humiliation, how can I face my husband? If the villagers find out, how will I ever show my face again?" Old Man Chen understood this was a misunderstanding and finally sighed in relief. "All right, dear, just say a little less. You haven't lost anything. Your reputation is still intact, and I won't hold it against you." He then turned to Fan Tong, speaking with a hint of blame. "Master Fan, we agreed you would wait inside. Why did you take off all your clothes?"
How can you even ask?
"You can't do that kind of thing without undressing." "I took them off to get things done faster." The more Fan Tong spoke, the angrier he got, glaring at them. "Didn't you tell me to wait? Where is she? If you two are lying to me tonight, I'll make sure you pay for it." Old Man Chen's legs shook as he nodded and bowed, a smile on his face. "Master Fan, please don't be angry. Everything is settled. We just came back to invite you." "Invite me? Where to?" "To the young lady's room." Fan Tong finally understood, realizing he had been too hasty and made a big joke of himself. He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Look at this mess. I thought you had already brought her here." He then looked at Old Lady Chen with an apologetic expression. "Old Lady Chen, I was too reckless earlier. I didn't mean to offend you. Please don't take it to heart." Old Lady Chen adjusted her clothes, her head hanging low, looking dejected. "It's easy for you to say that.
How can I not take it to heart?
You don't know your own strength. You made my chest feel tight and my face still hurts." "How rude. It's really too much. I'm sorry you had to go through this. Tomorrow, I will have my servant bring you 10 taels of silver to ease your mind." "How does that sound?" Hearing this, Grandma Chen immediately brightened up and felt more energetic. "Oh, my son-in-law, you truly are a well-known wealthy man. You handle things so openly. I made you worry for nothing just now. It's my fault as your grandmother. If you still feel upset, you can give me a few slaps." No, no. I wouldn't dare hit you. I was just joking. It's fine. Family can do that. If something bothers you, you have to let it out, or it will just build up." Grandma Chen smiled broadly and leaned in closer, eagerly thinking, "Go ahead and hit me. 2 slaps for 10 taels of silver? If I get a few more, I could really strike it rich." Grandpa Chen, seeing her greedy expression, felt angry and thought to himself, This old woman is really something. She's asking for trouble, wanting to be hit. People are never satisfied. They want more and more. Mr. Fan only mentioned the 10 taels of silver to ease the situation. With how stingy he is, there's no way he would actually give any money. Yet this foolish woman took him seriously. Grandpa Chen frowned and quickly said, "All right, dear, don't trouble Mr. Fan anymore. Hurry up, Ruolan is waiting over there." This reminder brought Grandma Chen back to reality. She wiped her mouth and said, "Oh, how could I forget? I almost lost track of what's important." She turned to Mr. Fan with a big smile. "Son-in-law, come with me. Let's go find the bride and have some fun." Mr. Fan stood up, eager. "Yes, yes. Lead the way. I can hardly wait." Grandpa Chen held up a lantern and led the way, occasionally reminding Mr. Fan to watch his step, worried he might trip. When they reached the thatched house, Grandpa Chen paused and asked, "Where is Ruolan? Where did she go?" Grandma Chen didn't think much of it, knowing Ruolan was always independent. "Enough, old man. Stop looking. Ruolan has always liked her sleep. She must have been waiting too long and went back to bed." "You're right," Grandpa Chen nodded and then pushed open the door. "Please, Mr. Fan, come inside." Mr. Fan was impatient and hurried into the room. Grandma Chen glanced at Linsher's bed, saw she was sound asleep, and confidently led Mr. Fan to the inner room. "Son-in-law, this is your little bride." "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Mrs. Chen returned home, her smile nearly reaching her ears, unable to hide her pride. "How was it? Did we handle things well tonight?" "Absolutely. It was as smooth as scooping dumplings with a ladle," Mr. Chen replied, beaming with joy. "Dear, if it weren't for your clever planning and brilliant ideas, we wouldn't have had such a successful night. You're truly the hero of our family." "That's right. No matter what, our tough days are finally over, Mrs. Chen said as she took out some silver notes and ingots from her clothes. "I thought we would have to rely on our third son to live well, but it seems fortune is on our side. With this money, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives." Mr. Chen's eyes widened in amazement as he eagerly swallowed. "I've lived so long and never seen such large silver ingots. Let me take a good look." He held the heavy silver ingot with both hands, nearly moved to tears.
"Great.
The Chen family finally has money again." Mrs. Chen shot him a playful glare. "Just look, but don't get too excited. I still want to enjoy it myself." Reluctantly, Mr. Chen placed the ingot on the table and turned his attention to the silver notes. "Dear, these colorful ones must be the famous silver notes, right? All right, don't touch those. If you damage them, we won't be able to exchange them for money," she warned. Okay, I won't touch them. I'll just look." After examining them for a while, he noticed something odd. "Dear, these notes seem a bit damp." Mrs. Chen felt a pang of worry. They really were wet. It was all that careless and hasty Fan Tong's fault. He had startled her in the middle of the night, nearly giving her a scare and causing her to have an accident. If the notes were ruined, how would they exchange them? She quickly opened the notes carefully, relieved to find they were undamaged. She placed them on the table, blowing on them gently as she explained, "I was a bit nervous earlier and broke a sweat. Thankfully, I checked them. Otherwise, they would have been ruined overnight." "Let me help you dry them," Mr. Chen said, puffing his cheeks and leaning closer. Mrs. Chen frowned and pushed him away. "Stay back. What if you accidentally ruin them? You're such a worrywart." All right, you take your time." "I won't interfere," he replied, backing off. Chen looked at the silver note in front of him, feeling very happy. With money, he wouldn't have to suffer anymore. He imagined building a big house and hiring a few servants. He would be the master, and his wife would be the wealthy lady. Their son would pass his exams, and their daughter would be a well-respected scholar's daughter. Who wouldn't envy such a life? Thinking this, he smiled and approached his wife, saying, "Dear, tonight is a special night for us. Shouldn't we celebrate? What do you want to do?" Chen's wife misunderstood his intentions and glared at him. "You old man, what are you talking about? We can't celebrate yet. We still need to save our money." Seeing her disapproving expression, Chen realized she misunderstood him. He quickly explained, "Dear, that's not what I meant. I was thinking, since we've done so well, why not bring out that half bottle of liquor you have saved and have a little toast? If you don't want to, that's fine, but why the angry look?" Hearing this, Chen's wife understood and smiled awkwardly. "Oh, I see. That's fine. Hurry and get that half bottle of liquor from the cupboard." "Okay, I'll go get it now," Chen said happily. He rummaged through the cupboard for a while before finally finding the liquor. "Should I call Roland to join us and celebrate?" he asked. No. Don't create unnecessary trouble," Chen's wife quickly stopped him. "Don't you remember what Roland said? She doesn't want us in her room unless necessary, and she warned us not to disturb her while she sleeps. If we wake her up, she'll be furious." "You're right. I remember last time, she didn't get up until late, and I brought her porridge and eggs, hoping she'd eat in bed. But she got so angry that she threw the porridge bowl on the floor and even tossed an egg at me. It hit me on the head. I shudder to think what would have happened if it had been the porridge bowl. All right, let's not dwell on the past. After all, she's our beloved granddaughter," Chen's wife said as she poured 2 bowls of liquor. "Come on, old man, let's drink this and enjoy ourselves." "Don't be so picky, dear. Just satisfy your craving, and we'll save some for the new year." Old Lady Chen rolled her eyes. "Look at you, always so frugal. We're not the same anymore. We have money now. After we drink this, we can buy more tomorrow. From now on, we'll have wine at every meal." "Oh, that's great. Come on, dear, I'll toast to you. There's no need for formality between us old couple. We're in this together." After saying that, Old Lady Chen drank it all in one go. Old Man Chen tilted his head back and drank too, smacking his lips in satisfaction. "It would be even better if we had some snacks to go with it." "I have snacks." "What snacks? Where are they?" "Well, you can find them inside there. I guarantee you've never had them." Old Man Chen followed Old Lady Chen's gaze and pointed at the blanket. "You mean here?" Old Lady Chen nodded and smiled. "Yes, go ahead and open it." Looking at the 2 blankets on the Kong, Old Man Chen frowned. Could it be that his wife hid some roast chicken, duck, or pork knuckle in there? That shouldn't be the case. It smelled like stinky feet. How could anything tasty be in there? Curious, he suddenly lifted the blanket, only to find a half-eaten pancake inside, which deflated his excitement. "Dear, is this what you meant?" Old Lady Chen nodded and smiled. "Yes, that's it. You must not have had it before." Although Old Man Chen was disappointed, he couldn't help but smack his lips. "This pancake isn't cheap. It costs 2 coins each. I don't have spare money for this." Old Lady Chen sighed. "In the past, when the pancake seller came to the village, I could trade eggs for them. But then the seller found out I was giving him rotten eggs, and he started avoiding me. Even when we met, he wouldn't trade with me. That's quite mean of you. The seller is just trying to earn a little money, and you gave him rotten eggs? Do you think I wanted to?" Old Lady Chen shot him a look. "With the 3rd son away, I saved the eggs from our hen, but it was too hot in summer, and they went bad. I couldn't let them go to waste, so I traded them for pancakes. At least it was a small loss. Where did this half pancake come from? It's not spoiled, is it? How could it be spoiled? The 3rd son secretly gave it to me last time he came home. I didn't want to eat it, so I saved half for you, hoping you'd taste it. As the saying goes, the more you drink, the better the pancakes taste. Hurry up and eat. All right, I'll see what this pancake tastes like." Chen couldn't help but take a bite, but it felt like biting into a piece of iron, making him wince in pain. "Why is this so hard? I can't even bite into it." Chen's wife couldn't help but laugh. "You silly man, I've kept this flatbread in the bedding for over 10 days. Of course, it's hard. Just break off a piece and eat it slowly. If this was saved for me, why didn't you take it out sooner? After being left for so long, can it still be eaten?" Although Chen was a bit disgusted, he still broke off a piece and chewed it slowly, frowning as he swallowed hard. "This flatbread doesn't taste right. It feels like it's choking me. What's wrong with the taste?"
"Just eat it," she replied.
"I can't enjoy this. I think I'll just drink some wine." Chen felt like his mouth was filled with the smell of the bedding, making him feel nauseous. He casually placed half of the flatbread on the table. Chen's wife shook her head and smiled. You really don't know how to appreciate food. If you won't eat it, I will. The two chatted and drank until they finished half a bottle of wine, then lay down to rest. When Chen's wife opened her eyes again, it was already bright outside. She hurried to put on her shoes. Old man, hurry up and get up. Chen rubbed his sleepy head and sat up. Why are you in such a hurry, dear? You really are still half asleep. Do you think that letting the landlord, Fan, get away with this is the end of it? It's not that simple. Don't forget, that girl is very cunning. If we don't catch her in the act, she won't admit anything, even if we threaten her. If it comes to that and she refuses to admit that Fan took advantage of her, we won't have any proof to confront her, Chen agreed. Exactly. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Chen nodded vigorously. So what should we do? Chen's wife's expression turned serious, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. There's a saying, words can drown a person. We need to make a big fuss about this, so everyone knows that girl has been unfaithful. If the whole village knows, she won't be able to hold her head high, and to survive, she'll have to agree to this marriage. How did you come up with such a clever plan? It's ruthless. Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. But if we make a big scene, won't that embarrass Fan too? Would he be okay with that? Chen's wife scoffed. Fan is a wealthy landlord in Qingqing town. He's done plenty of shameless things before. Do you think he cares about this? Old Chen smiled knowingly. You're right. The poorer people are, the more they care about their reputation, while the richer ones are less concerned. Why would Master Fan care about such things? Enough talk, hurry up and get ready. If that girl wakes up, it will be difficult to handle. Then, let's move quickly. Old Chen hurriedly left the room, stretching his neck to look into the neighboring yard, where he heard rhythmic noises. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. This Master Fan is quite something, still going strong in the morning, not afraid of getting into trouble with a woman. Old Lady Chen felt relieved and coldly smiled. That's good. We can catch her in the act and ruin her reputation. Let's see how she can argue her way out of this. What should we do next? You need to shout and curse loudly. The worse the better. In half a stick of incense's time, gather all the villagers here, and then we can catch them red-handed. Is that really okay? If I shout, won't the people inside hear? How can we catch them in the act then? That's easy to fix. Old Lady Chen said, pulling Old Chen outside. Just go outside and shout. Old Chen was stunned. Wife, you know I've never cursed at anyone. I don't think I can do this. You used to be great at it. Why don't you do it? Old Lady Chen frowned at him, a bit annoyed. Just curse. Stop talking so much. All right, I'll give it a try. Old Chen hesitated and quietly said, help. Something's wrong at our house. Come see the commotion. Stop, stop, stop. Be quiet. Old Lady Chen frowned. What kind of shouting is that? Can you be a bit harsher? How can I be harsher? I don't know how. You really are hopeless. Just shout whatever sounds bad. If you can't think of anything, just say the things you usually think about me. Wife, you're joking. When have I ever cursed at you? You should do it. Enough pretending, just go and shout. Okay, I'm going now. Chen, the old man, came to the front gate, took a moment to gather his emotions, and recalled the grievances he had suffered in the past. He shouted angrily, You disrespectful woman. Don't think just because I seem calm that I won't react. If you push me too far, I'll make you regret it. Hearing his words, Mrs. Chen felt increasingly offended, as if he was insulting her directly. Anger surged within her, and she shouted back, You old man, who are you talking to like that? You really think you can say whatever you want? Mr. Chen's long-held anger flared up even more, and he glared at her. Shut your mouth. What's wrong with me yelling at you? I might even want to hit you today. You really think you can do that? Go ahead and try. What will you do? You think you can scare me? Mr. Chen felt his temper rising and slapped Mrs. Chen across the face. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Mrs. Chen felt dizzy from the slap, her cheek burning with pain. Covering her face, she looked at Mr. Chen in disbelief. You really dare to hit me? With that, she charged at him in a frenzy. The old couple began to fight right outside the gate. Villagers heard the shouting and rushed out to see what was happening. Hey, look, the old Chen couple is fighting. It's quite a scene. Let's go see. Before long, a crowd of villagers gathered outside the Chen's house. As they saw the couple getting more intense, some couldn't stand by any longer and rushed in to break it up. Stop it. Why are you two fighting? Did something scare you last night? Seriously, you're both getting old. Why are you still fighting? Old Chen, you're going too far. Let go of your wife's hair. Calm down, Mrs. Chen. Let go of his ear, or you might really hurt him. After much effort, the villagers finally managed to separate the couple. What were you two fighting about anyway? Hearing someone ask, Old Lady Chen angrily pointed at Old Man Chen and said, You don't know. This troublesome old man is acting strange. He started cursing at me and even laid hands on me. I won't tolerate this bad behavior. You all step back. I'm going to teach him a lesson today. After this commotion, Old Man Chen quickly regained his senses. Remembering the chaotic scene from earlier, he was terrified. Seeing his wife looking so disheveled, he felt a knot in his stomach and pretended to be confused. Wife, what's going on? You heartless thing. You're still pretending. Old Lady Chen was furious, feeling frustrated and unable to hold back her anger. She shouted, You old fool, after hitting me, you act like nothing happened. Just wait. This isn't over. This is all a misunderstanding, dear. Please don't be angry, Old Man Chen said, trembling and instinctively shrinking his neck. He slapped himself in regret, realizing how he had acted like he was possessed by something and even dared to hit his wife. He had stirred up trouble and created a big mess, but what could he do? Wait, this shouldn't be blamed on him. Suddenly, Old Man Chen remembered something important, feeling frustrated for almost forgetting it. He quickly said, Wife, stop arguing and think about what we were supposed to do. Hearing this, Old Lady Chen snapped back to reality, her heart racing. Oh no, she had been so focused on being angry with this old man that she forgot about the important matter at hand. Her expression changed instantly. She had been furious just moments ago, but now wore a smile as she explained to the villagers, Everyone, please don't misunderstand. We were just joking around. Yes, we were just putting on a show to entertain you all, Old Man Chen quickly added. The villagers, hearing their words, were confused and exchanged glances. What's going on with these two? They were just pulling each other's hair, and now they say it was all in fun. Are they okay? Who knows what got into these old folks? Yelling and causing a scene early in the morning, what a waste of time. Maybe they've had some sort of shock, acting like silly monkeys. Regardless, these two are definitely not acting normally. Hearing the villagers' comments, Old Man Chen felt anxious and didn't know what to do. He hurried over to Old Lady Chen and whispered, What should we do next? Look at you, acting all tough. Where did that strength go? Now you're asking me what to do. Once this is over, I'll make sure you regret it, Grandma Chen whispered angrily. Old Man Chen felt a pang of worry. Oh no, this old woman is holding a grudge. I need to think of something fast, or I won't have a good outcome. He quickly came up with an idea. Dear, you've misunderstood me. I was just acting earlier, trying to make it look real, which is why we had that little scuffle. Don't talk nonsense. You think I'm a fool? You hit me pretty hard, and my face still hurts. Look at you, still angry. No matter what, we achieved our goal, Old Man Chen said, nodding toward the crowd. See, everyone from our village is here now. It's your turn to take charge. Grandma Chen looked around and smiled with satisfaction. I'll let you off this time, but if you ever lay a hand on me again, I'll make sure you regret it. Don't worry, I won't dare again. Old Man Chen sighed in relief, feeling proud. After all these years of frustration, he finally let it out today. Just then, Wu Baoan hurriedly pushed through the crowd. Uncle, Aunt, what's going on? Why are you fighting? Grandma Chen took a moment to gather her emotions and pretended to be sad. Fighting? I'll be honest with you. We were just upset. What happened?
Who bothered you?
It's embarrassing to say. Grandma Chen shook her head with a sigh.
Wu Baoan sensed something was off and replied sharply, "Aunt, can you just speak plainly? Who embarrassed you?" "Fine, since you asked, I won't hide it. Everyone follow me." Grandma Chen waved her hand, leading the group to the next yard. Wu Baoan was confused. "Aunt, why are you taking us to the Zhang family? To catch someone in the act?" Grandma Chen said through gritted teeth. When the villagers heard about catching someone in the act, they erupted in chatter. What did old Chen say? Catching someone? Who? Who else could it be? Zhang Shan is at the candy shop, and at home, it's just the young girl and Lin. It's obvious. Are you saying Lin has someone on the side? That's what you said, not me. Enough, stop talking nonsense. Even if you think about it, it's impossible. Lin is not that kind of person. The words may be true, but you can know a person's face, not their heart. No one can see into another's heart. Whether Lin is that kind of person, no one can say for sure. That can't be true. I don't believe Lin would cheat with another man. What's impossible about it? If it's not Lin, then who is old Chen's wife catching? Everyone should be quiet and listen. We'll find out. When Wu Baoan heard this news, his face changed dramatically, and he sternly warned, "Auntie, I warn you. You can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly. Each family has their own life. Don't go looking for trouble. If you keep causing a scene, don't blame me for not being lenient as the village head." Old Lady Chen looked at him with a mocking expression. "Baoan, don't be so hasty. There's a saying, without evidence, you can't make accusations. That girl hasn't even gotten up yet. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself." Wu Baoan waved his hand dismissively. "What's there to see? This is impossible. I trust Qing. Trusting her is useless." Old Lady Chen sneered. "I saw it with my own eyes. That girl's behavior is disgusting, making all sorts of noises like a cat calling at night or a dog in heat." "Enough." As Old Lady Chen continued, Wu Baoan shouted, "Auntie, have some decency. How can you speak so poorly of your own granddaughter? What do you mean by decency? Everything I said is true. That girl really did something shameful." Old Lady Chen smiled maliciously. "We've all been through things. Even though we're outside, listen closely to what's happening inside." When he said this, everyone fell silent and listened carefully. The barn was already drafty, and as the crowd quieted down, sounds of slapping and a woman's moans could be heard. Wu Baoan's face turned pale, and he clenched his fists, struggling to believe there was a misunderstanding. To protect Qing's reputation, he had to stop these people from going inside. He shouted to the onlookers, "They're just being affectionate. What business is it of ours? Everyone should disperse." The crowd was momentarily stunned. Then the village gossip, Yang, laughed and said, "Village head, you must be mistaken. I just saw Chen Zanshan at the old Wu house packing things. How could it be him inside?" Old Lady Chen knew that Wu Baoan was always defending Qingqing, so she deliberately stirred the pot. "That's right, Baoan. I know you have a good relationship with Qing girl. The facts are clear, yet you still defend her. Could it be that she has a special connection with you?" Wu Baoan was so angry that he trembled. You stop talking. You shouldn't speak like that." "If I shouldn't, then since you have no relationship with her, you should be fair and let everyone know the truth instead of stopping them," Old Lady Chen said, putting on a righteous front. "Although Qing girl is my granddaughter, our Nanshan village has always been known for its good morals. We cannot let her ruin our reputation. Since she has done something shameful, our Chen family must give everyone an explanation." Such a self-sacrificing act moved the villagers present, and they began to speak up. "Village head, Old Lady Chen is right. If Qing girl has really done something shameful, she must face the consequences. Our village cannot tolerate such behavior." "Exactly. If she has harmed our reputation, she should face severe punishment." "That's right. A woman like her should suffer for her actions. Our village has always had good morals. We can't let her ruin our name. If she has truly done something disgraceful, she must be punished according to our traditions, and no one should dare to repeat such actions. No matter what, we must first bring her out. Whether it's punishment or servitude, she must face the consequences." Although old lady Chen spoke with righteous indignation, she had other thoughts. If they could prove that the girl had seduced a man, she would have to marry Fan Tong, the wealthy man from Qingqing town.
Who would dare punish her then?
She waved her hand, feigning sorrow. Everyone, follow me to see which man this girl has seduced. Seeing old lady Chen move, the villagers rushed into the courtyard. Wu Baoan was anxious and tried to stop the crowd, but he was pushed aside. He was so worried that he stamped his feet. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. What's going on? Why is everyone gathered at my house so early in the morning? Hearing the voice, everyone paused and turned to see Qingqing standing at the back of the crowd, looking at them with a half-smile. You. Old lady Chen's eyes widened in shock. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. Chen Han was so scared that he kept stepping back, his face filled with fear and disbelief. He trembled as he pointed at Qingqing. You. Why are you here? Qingqing pretended to be confused. If I'm not here, where should I be? What are you all doing at my house, so early in the morning? Chen Han shook his head in disbelief, looking at Chen Laotai. Wife, what is going on? At that moment, Chen Laotai, recovering from her shock, realized that this girl must have sneaked out. She shouted to the villagers, everyone, you heard her. This girl has been mistreated. She is nothing but trouble. We must drive her out of Nanshan village. Enough. Have some decency. Qingqing clearly came from the candy shop. How can you say she was mistreated? Is it fair to blame her like that? Wu Baoan said impatiently. Chen Laotai shook her head vigorously, not believing it at all. She had seen Qingqing fainted last night. How could she not be in the house? Who was in that house? Could it be Lin? Lin would be fine, but if she had been with Fan Tong, there would be no chance of getting money back. Chen Laotai glared at Qingqing fiercely. Since you weren't in the house, it must be that Lin is sneaking around with a man. Qingqing smirked. Shut your mouth. I'll tell you the truth. My mother and I were at Wu's old house making candy all night. My mother is still busy, and there was no one at home last night. Don't slander us. A flicker of panic crossed Chen Laotai's eyes. No, that's impossible. You're lying. I clearly saw you come back yesterday, and what? Qingqing stared intently at Chen Laotai. You brought people to my house this early to cause trouble and slander my mother and me. What are you really after? Chen Laotai's face turned pale, and her head buzzed with a bad feeling. If Lin and that girl weren't inside, then who was? Could it be Roland had been with Fan Tong all night? No, that's impossible. She had watched that girl faint last night. There was no way it could be wrong. That's not right. This girl is acting like a ghost. She must have noticed something strange and sneaked away in the middle of the night. Those people inside. Old lady Chen couldn't think any further, trembling all over. It's you wicked girl. You're the one behind this, aren't you? What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand, Qingqing said confidently, hiding her glee as she looked at old lady Chen like she was playing with a cat or dog. What could I possibly do? Why don't you tell me?
You.
Old lady Chen gasped, her words stuck in her throat. At that moment, strange noises came from inside the house, making the villagers speculate wildly. A few strong men couldn't help but stretch their necks to look inside, eager to find out what is happening. That sound is so intense. It makes me feel fired up. Who is fighting in my house? Qingqing pretended to be clueless. Come on, everyone, let's go in and break it up. Wait, don't move. Old lady Chen quickly stopped everyone, trembling as she looked at old man Chen. You need to go home and see if Roland is awake. Old man Chen's lips were shaking. Wife, my legs are cramping. I can't move. Useless. Just stay at the door and don't let anyone in, old lady Chen said before she hurried off. Sun Shi rushed over. Mother, where's Roland? Have you seen her? Roland isn't in the house. Where could she have gone? How would I know? Sun Shi replied irritably. She had woken up early to the sound of shouting outside and found her in-laws arguing. Before she could figure out what was happening, she saw her mother-in-law leading the villagers into the next yard,
throwing accusations at Qingqing. She wanted to argue back, but before she could speak, Qingqing returned from outside, and her worried heart finally settled. She intended to pull her in-laws back home, but knowing better, she decided to find Enrollment instead. As long as Enrollment glared at them, her in-laws wouldn't dare say a word. But when she got to Enrollment's room, there was no one there, so she hurried back. Old Lady Chen was shocked to hear that Enrollment wasn't in the house, as if struck by lightning, her eyes nearly popping out. She hadn't seen Enrollment last night. Could it be that the wicked girl had taken her then?
Impossible.
In such a short time, even if that girl was clever, she couldn't have done it without a sound. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Fan Tong seemed to understand something and sneered coldly. Shameless person, you come here on your own and still want to turn the tables. What a cruel tactic. You're shameless. I'm going to report you to the authorities for forcibly taking a good girl and ruining her reputation. Go ahead and report me. Let's see who is in the right. Beast, get out. Just leave. Enrollment cried out in a frenzy. Fan Tong was furious and quickly got dressed, planning to confront Old Lady Chen about this. The villagers watching were wide-eyed, staring at Wu Baoan. They had wanted to sneak a peek at the scandal inside, but were chased away by him. In a flash, they only saw a mass of white flesh moving, and they couldn't even catch a glimpse of the person making the soft sounds. A few brave ones pushed forward, trying to peek through the window, but Wu Baoan's sharp gaze stopped them. They began to voice their frustrations. Wu Baoan, as the village leader, you should stop the bad behavior in our village. What do you mean by blocking us from going in to catch them in the act? Exactly. I want to see who is in there. How can they be so shameless?
Right.
Drag out the couple, so we can see who they are. Seeing the villagers filled with righteous anger, Wu Baoan raised his hand. Everyone calm down. Before we know the facts, don't just listen to Old Lady Chen's side of the story. What if the people inside are innocent? If we break in without knowing, we could get in trouble ourselves. Let's stay calm and find out who is inside before we decide what to do. The villagers were silenced by Wu Baoan's words and stopped their commotion. Suddenly, shouts came from inside the house, and the restored calm was shattered. It's so embarrassing. If they were innocent, they wouldn't be shouting like that. They must be guilty. That woman's voice sounds familiar. It seems to be Zhang Kai's daughter. You're right, it does sound like Enrollment. Doing this at such a young age is really shameless. She seemed like a decent girl, but who knew she was sneaking around with a man? How will she ever face anyone again? Old Lady Chen should have handled it privately when she found out her granddaughter was misbehaving. Now everyone knows. It's like she's trying to ruin her granddaughter's life. Old Man Chen heard everything clearly from inside the house. He looked at Old Lady Chen in disbelief. Did you hear that? It's our Enrollment in there. Be quiet. Madame Chen's face turned pale, and her heart felt like it was being cut. Why did that dead girl become Enrollment? What should she do now? She forced herself to calm down. As the saying goes, catch the thief with the stolen goods. As long as no one sees that the person inside is Enrollment, there is still a way out. Thinking of this, she forced a smile that looked worse than crying and shouted to the villagers, everyone, please disperse and go about your business. Don't just stand around watching. Yes, everyone hurry up and disperse. Old Man Chen chimed in. Qingqing saw that the two wanted to smooth things over and let the matter go, and couldn't help but sneer. How can that be? There are shameless people having an affair in my house. This is completely unacceptable. This matter cannot just be overlooked. The villagers nodded in agreement and started making sarcastic remarks. You two really have a problem. You just spoke so nobly, but as soon as you hear it's Enrollment, you want us to leave. Do you think we're fools? Exactly. Don't worry about us leaving. Hurry up and bring out that couple having an affair. Beat the man to death and throw the woman into the sewage to drown. Yes, bring them out quickly. Hearing this, Madame Chen nearly lost her mind and gritted her teeth. Are you all done? Get out of my house now. Qingqing laughed scornfully. Madame Chen, you just said you would give everyone an explanation. How can you be so reluctant when it's your beloved granddaughter involved? It's you who harmed my Enrollment. You owe her an explanation. Your granddaughter's behavior has nothing to do with me. Don't wrong the innocent. Madame Chen glared at Qingqing with a venomous look. Remembering her precious granddaughter being mistreated, the last bit of her reason vanished, and she began to shout frantically, Qingqing, you wicked girl. Last night it was you who was inside. How did you suddenly become my Ruolan? What kind of trick did you use? Why didn't the potion work on you? Tell me clearly why you want to harm my Ruolan. Qingqing widened her eyes, pretending to be innocent. Madame Chen, you are too cruel, trying to use a potion against me. It is your own wrong intentions that harmed your beloved granddaughter. This is truly a case of self-inflicted suffering. Everything is your own doing. The villagers listened to the conversation between the two and understood what had happened. They looked at the elderly Chen couple with disdain. Old Lady Chen, you have gone too far. No matter what, Qing girl is your granddaughter. How could you try to tarnish her reputation? Do you have any humanity left? Exactly, harming others only leads to harm for yourself. This is the consequence of being heartless. This is something no decent person would do. It's simply inhumane. Who can deny that? I think Chen Ruolan deserves this. Otherwise, why would she sneak into Qing girl's room when she wasn't home? Right, maybe she went in to steal something and got caught by her grandmother. Everyone chimed in, expressing sympathy for Qingqing. Qingqing wiped her tears, feeling wronged, and said, Thank you all for speaking up for me. I appreciate it. I don't know how I offended the Chen couple. They have disliked me since I was little. They wanted to sell me to the cruel Butcher Li, and now they want to ruin my reputation. Thankfully, I was lucky, or I would be the one in that room now. Now that this scandal has erupted, Old Lady Chen refuses to reflect on her actions and instead blames me. You all must stand up for me. Old Lady Chen, realizing her mistake amidst the crowd's accusations, turned pale and quickly waved her hands in denial, saying, It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I was just joking. Old Man Chen felt utterly embarrassed and wished he could disappear. His wife had spoken without thinking, and now no one would believe her claims of innocence. Lin and Chen Zhanshan stepped forward from the crowd. Lin, struggling to control her emotions, gritted her teeth and glared at the Chen couple. Even now, you dare to deny it? If you hadn't used such despicable methods to harm my daughter, your precious granddaughter wouldn't be in this situation. What goes around comes around. Those who do evil will face consequences. Chen Zhanshan clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. You have done so many terrible things, and we have cut ties with you. Why do you still want to harm our Qing girl? You are worse than animals. Old Lady Chen glared in anger, acting like a bully. Stop lecturing me. It was your daughter who harmed my Ruolan. Lin could no longer contain her fury and shouted, You shameless old woman, shut your filthy mouth. You should stop pretending to be innocent about your wrongdoings. If Ruolan is in this situation, it's your own fault, and you can't blame anyone else. Instead of making a fuss here, you should think about how to explain this to your precious son. Old Lady Chen swayed and almost fainted. Wu Baoan understood the situation and felt disgusted by the actions of Chen and his wife. He believed such behavior deserved severe punishment. Otherwise, the public anger would be hard to contain. Just as he was about to order someone to drag the man out and deal with him, the door suddenly swung open, and Fan Tong came out, swaying his hefty body. The previously noisy courtyard fell silent. Everyone looked at Fan Tong in shock, whispering among themselves. Isn't that Fan the wealthy man from Qingshui town? How did he end up here? Yeah, what's going on? Why is he here? He's probably here for something inappropriate. Is he really that man? Can he be dealt with? Forget it. Fan is rich and powerful. If we upset him, we won't have a good outcome. Right? It's better to stay out of this. Let's just watch and not get involved. Seeing Fan Tong, Wu Baoan was stunned and began to worry. He initially thought he could handle this matter strictly, but now it seemed impossible. The Fan family was wealthy and well-connected, with relatives in the county office. He couldn't afford to offend them. If he let this go unchecked, he would struggle to maintain his authority. After thinking it over, He realized the best solution was to have Chen Ruolan marry into the Fan family, claiming they were in love and made a mistake. Otherwise, this situation would be difficult to resolve. Fan Tong glanced at the crowd with disdain and angrily approached old lady Chen. "Old woman, explain to me what's going on inside." Remembering how her delicate granddaughter was treated by this man, old lady Chen felt heartbroken and couldn't help but pound her chest. "Master Fan, how can you ask me? You have ruined my Ruolan. How will she ever show her face again?" Fan Tong was furious. "You old hag, I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you're blaming me. What happened to our agreement? Why did you change the person? I don't know what happened either. This is infuriating. I wasted a whole night for nothing and ended up with a fake. Hurry up and return my 250 taels of silver." When it comes to money, old lady Chen's heart sank. This shameless rogue really thinks he can take advantage of her and still ask for money back. If she gives it to him, she would lose everything. At this point, she had to be bold and not care about losing face. "I say, Master Fan, you can't do business like this. You've taken advantage of a good young lady, and now you want to back out? There's no way I'm returning the money." Fan Tong valued money above all else and treated every coin as precious. When he heard she wouldn't return the money, he was nearly heartbroken. Shaking with anger, he pointed at old lady Chen and shouted, "You shameless old thing! How dare you trick me out of my money? You must be tired of living. Hand over the money, or you'll regret it." But he underestimated old lady Chen. She was not an easy target. She was someone who loved money and would never give it up easily. "I say, Master Fan, why are you being unreasonable? That money is the bride price you gave my family. Since you've already gone through with the marriage, I won't return it." Fan Tong realized too late why old lady Chen wanted him to come at night. She was trying to take advantage of him, using sweet words to lure him in, hoping to trap him with her granddaughter Chen Ruolan. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He shouted, "How dare you? You think you can cheat me out of my money? I'll ask you again, are you returning the money or not?" Old lady Chen knew Fan Tong was not someone to cross. Anyone who offended him would regret it. Although she was terrified, she couldn't bear to lose that money. After all, the 250 taels of silver had been earned through her granddaughter's hardship. If she returned it, she would truly be foolish. While she was lost in thought, old man Chen cautiously approached and whispered, "Old lady, Fan Tong is known to be a bully. We can't afford to provoke him. I think we should just take this loss and return the money. Return it to your mother." Old lady Chen jumped up in anger, directing her frustration at old man Chen. "You useless thing. Our Ruolan has been bullied by him, and you want to hide? Can't you be a bit more courageous? Why are you scolding me? I'm just trying to protect you from losing more. Can't you see the situation?" Old Chen felt frustrated and didn't dare to speak. Fan Tong grew impatient, gritting his teeth and asking again, "Are you done? Hurry up and return the money." Old lady Chen straightened her neck, putting on a defiant expression. "You took advantage of us and now want a refund? That's impossible. You're a stubborn old fool, willing to risk everything for money. Just wait, I'll make you regret this." Fan Tong could no longer contain his anger and raised his hand to slap old lady Chen, but was stopped by Wu Baohan, who had regained his composure. "If you don't help me get it back, I'll make sure you regret it." The sudden turn of events left Wu Baohan feeling extremely angry but helpless, cursing old lady Chen in his mind. Although Wu Baohan was furious, he couldn't afford to offend Fan Tong. He turned to old lady Chen with a cold expression and asked, "Annie, Master Fan says you cheated him out of money and wants a refund. What do you have to say?" Old lady Chen had already made her plans. Since Ruolan had been with Fan Tong, he must take responsibility. After all, as a woman with a tarnished reputation, she would be unwanted and could face severe consequences. Moreover, the Fan family was wealthy in Qingqing town. If Ruolan could marry into that family, it would be a great opportunity for her, bringing wealth and comfort to their family. Village head, my Ruolan is a proper young lady. Now that Master Fan has dishonored her, asking for a refund is out of the question. What do you want then?
Since Rulin is now with Master Fan, he should marry her. Otherwise, how will she ever show her face again? Fan Tong was instantly furious, glaring with anger. Chen, how can you be so shameless? I want to marry Qingqing, and you tricked me with a fake and kept me entertained all night. You think I will marry her?
Dream on.
If you don't want to return my money, then let your granddaughter Qingqing come with me. Qingqing found it amusing despite her anger. She didn't want to get involved with these troublesome people, preferring to watch the chaos unfold quietly. But now that she was dragged into it, she glanced at Fan Tong with disdain and said coldly, Mr. Fan, let me say this clearly. I have already cut ties with their family. I don't know why Grandma Chen took your money or what promises she made, but my marriage is not her decision. My parents have already rejected the matchmaker, Zhao, regarding you. As for why Grandma Chen deceived you, you should ask her directly and stop trying to involve me. Don't worry, Miss Chen. No one is going to trick me out of my money. Fan Tong replied angrily, turning to Grandma Chen. Hurry up and return my money, or I will report you to the authorities for fraud. If you dare to deceive me about the betrothal gifts, you will regret it. You want to report me? Go ahead. Grandma Chen said, hands on her hips, showing no fear. My daughter Ruolan is a good girl, and you bully her. I haven't questioned you yet, but you threaten me? What kind of reasoning is that? Many people witnessed this. If you try to be dishonest, I will accuse you of harming a respectable girl and see if the officials side with you or with me. Wu Baoan, although reluctant to offend Fan Tong, felt a headache coming on as this situation unfolded in his village. He wanted them to sit down and talk it out, but seeing their stubbornness, he knew he had to step in. As the village head, he was responsible for protecting the villagers' interests. If Chen Ruolan insisted she was forced, Fan Tong would have no defense. With that thought, his smile faded, and he said coldly, Mr. Fan, in broad daylight, you broke into a home and harmed a respectable girl. According to our village rules, you deserve severe punishment. Fan Tong was taken aback for a moment, then smirked coldly. Don't throw village rules at me. I see any girl in your village as lucky. And don't try to intimidate me. If I lose even a hair in your village, I can make sure your village disappears. Wu Baoan listened to Fan Tong's arrogant and unrepentant words, his face turning pale with anger. He shouted, Fan, don't think that just because you have some money, you can do whatever you want. In Nanshan Village, we won't allow you to act like this. Fan Tong raised his chin proudly and looked down on Wu Baoan with disdain. You don't know who you're dealing with. My Fan family is well known in Qingshui town and all of Anyang County. Don't think that sleeping with a girl or even hurting someone is a big deal.
Who can stop me?
At this point, the villagers watching could no longer tolerate Fan Tong's arrogance and began to speak out. Master Fan, do you really think it's okay to bully the girls in our village? Aren't you afraid of consequences? Exactly. Just because you have money, does that mean you don't have to be reasonable? Fan Tong laughed dismissively. Shut up. Your village rules don't apply to me. If you keep talking, you'll regret it for the rest of your lives. Wu Baoan, undeterred, stared fiercely at Fan Tong. You may think you're powerful, but even if the village rules don't bind you, your actions are disgraceful and won't go unpunished under the law of the Great Ning Dynasty. Committing such acts is a serious crime. If you break into a home and harm a good girl, the punishment could be severe. Hearing this, Fan Tong felt smug. He thought that a light punishment like a fine or jail time was nothing to worry about. He glared back at Wu Baoan. What are you looking at? You think a fine or jail time is bad? What could be worse, losing my head? I can't say if you'd lose your head, but I do know that besides fines or jail time, they would also confiscate the tools you used.
What?
Confiscate the tools? Fan Tong felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively covering himself with his hands. This was too cruel. How could they take away those tools? If that happened, he would be left with nothing. But he thought such a thing could never happen to him. After all, his brother-in-law was an official. With just a word, wouldn't everyone in the government give him some respect? Enough. Don't try to scare me with these empty threats. I'm not easily frightened.
Fan Tong impatiently tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "Old Lady Chen took 250 taels of silver from me. She promised to let her granddaughter keep me company for fun. Even if you report me, I'm not afraid." Wu Baoan was suddenly at a loss for words. After all, it was true that old Lady Chen took the money, and if Fan Tong really turned the tables, it would indeed be troublesome. Qingqing saw that Fan Tong was trying to be unreasonable and knew she couldn't just sit back. After all, Enrollment had tried to harm her multiple times. If she let Fan Tong drag her into the mess of the Fan family, it would be a disservice to herself. "Fan Tong, this is a place governed by law. You can't do as you please. Even if you gave old Lady Chen silver as a betrothal gift, your actions before marriage are still wrong and illegal. If we don't find a reasonable solution today, the whole village will go to the county office to seek justice. I refuse to believe there is no fairness in this world." Wu Baoan added, "Yes, we, the villagers of Nanshan, will collectively file a complaint. We believe the officials will give us justice." "Exactly. You have tarnished the reputation of our village's girls and dare to threaten us. We will report you to the authorities." Fan Tong did not expect the villagers of Nanshan to be so united. His face turned pale, and he forced a smile at everyone. "All right, it's not a big deal. Why are we talking about reporting it?" Seeing Fan Tong compromise, Wu Baoan asked, "If we're not reporting it, how do you plan to resolve this matter?" "Well, Fan Tong glanced at old Lady Chen with disgust. "Here's the deal. It's true that I slept with old Lady Chen's granddaughter, and I won't deny it, but old Lady Chen deceived me first. In the brothel, a top girl costs about 10 taels for a night. Considering Chen Ruolin is a novice, I will give the Chen family 50 taels as compensation, and I want the remaining 200 taels back. Then we'll consider this matter settled." Comparing Chen Ruolin to a top girl from the brothel was truly insulting, but Qingqing found it amusing and couldn't help but laugh. Old Lady Chen immediately jumped up, demanding the silver back. It was like a dream to think she could get it back. "Fan, don't go too far. My Ruolin is a pure girl. Her father is currently a student and will surely pass the exam next year. Then she will be the daughter of a scholar. How can you compare her to a girl from the brothel? That's disgraceful." Fan Tong scoffed. "Old Chen, don't push your luck. Let me tell you, offering you 50 taels is already generous. Honestly, your granddaughter is not even worth as much as a top girl from the brothel. Don't say useless things. Anyway, your actions have ruined Ruolin's reputation. Now she belongs to the Fan family in life and in death. You must honorably marry her into your home." The frightened old man Chen came to his senses and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, we must honorably bring her into the Fan family." Fan Tong was angry and clenched his teeth. "What if I don't agree?" Wu Baoan replied coldly, "Master Fan, if you don't agree, we'll have to go to the authorities." Seeing Wu Baoan's determination, old Lady Chen worried that they might lose their chance, so she leaned closer to Fan Tong and whispered, "Master Fan, you are being foolish. This is not the time to argue. You and Ruolin are already in a situation that can't be undone. We are now one family. Think carefully. If you refuse this marriage and the village head keeps pressing the issue, the consequences could be serious. Both our families will be involved. If it leads to a lawsuit, no one will care about your status. In the end, we are all in the same boat. As long as you acknowledge that you and my granddaughter Ruolin are in love and have already agreed to marry, no one can say anything bad about it." "You are really putting me in a tough spot," Fan Tong said, feeling reluctant, but the situation left him no room to bully others. As the saying goes, those without shoes are not afraid of those with shoes. If he angered these common folks, they could unite against him, and he would regret it. Thinking this through, Fan Tong nodded in agreement. "All right, I will listen to you." Old Lady Chen sighed in relief. To ensure her granddaughter could marry Fan Tong, she had to resort to this plan. "Master Fan, don't hesitate. Just say it." "Okay, I will say it now." Fan Tong steadied himself and looked at Wu Baoan. "Village head, this is all a misunderstanding. To be honest,
Rulin and I have feelings for each other and have acted in ways we shouldn't have. Now, I am willing to take her as my 5th concubine. Let's leave it at that." Wu Baoan was satisfied with this outcome and nodded with a smile. "That's great. I hope Master Fan will treat Rulin well in the future." Although Fan Tong wasn't particularly fond of Chen Rulin, he felt unexpectedly energized after their night together, something he had never experienced with any other woman. Perhaps this young lady had a special charm. For the sake of his future happiness, spending money on her seemed worth it. With that thought, he stopped feeling regret and smiled broadly. Of course. The matter was settled. Qingqing stepped forward with a serious expression and said, "Now that your matters are settled, shouldn't we discuss our situation?" Fan Tong smiled slyly. "Miss Chen, what could we possibly have between us? Are you thinking of becoming my concubine because you were captivated by my charm? Fan, are you still dreaming? Do you want me to give you a wake-up call?" No, I was just joking." Fan Tong quickly waved his hands and then said seriously, "Miss Chen, feel free to tell me what you want to discuss. You trespassed in my home and made a mess. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? What explanation do you need? You're making a big deal out of nothing. Trespassing is considered a violation of someone's peace. According to the laws of Dening, those caught can receive 40 lashes. Qingqing had done some research on the laws of her time. She didn't want to let Fan Tong and the others off easily. They needed to learn a lesson. Fan Tong shook his head and laughed. "Come on, Miss Chen, don't exaggerate. I've never heard of such a rule. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Today, I have the right to hold you accountable." "What accountability? Let's talk this through calmly." Fan Tong looked a bit flustered and turned to Wu Baoan. "Is there such a law in Dening?" Wu Baoan nodded. "Yes, Miss Qing is correct. According to the law, if someone enters another's home without permission, the homeowner can administer lashes and then report it to the authorities." "Wait, you really can get whipped?" Fan Tong was stunned, feeling lost. If he really got whipped, not only would he suffer physically, but it would also damage his reputation. He thought about using his influence, but he knew Qingqing was skilled in medicine. If he offended her, he wouldn't be able to ask for her help in the future. After careful consideration, Fan Tong smiled and said, "Miss Chen, calm down. Let's not jump to punishment. We know each other well. We can talk this out. Look at your place. It hardly qualifies as a house. I'll give you 2 taels of silver to fix it up, and we can consider our misunderstanding settled." Qingqing smirked. "Fan, you really are generous. Are you trying to insult me? Is it too little? How much do you want?" "At least 100 taels." Fan Tong frowned at her response. "Are you serious? Your place isn't worth a single coin, and you want 100 taels? That's just plain extortion." Qingqing glanced at him disdainfully and said, "Since you think that way, I won't take the money. Just wait to be punished." Wait, what are you doing? I was just discussing this with you. Why are you getting angry? Less talk, you choose. Punishment or payment?" Fan Tong grinned. "Staying at an inn doesn't even cost 200 coins a night. You're asking for 100 taels. Isn't that robbery?" "Robbery?" Qingqing raised an eyebrow and smiled. "This is neither an inn nor a brothel. It's a respectable home. If you engage in improper conduct here, it tarnishes our family's reputation. 100 taels is not too much. I could even ask for 1,000. If you disagree, we can invite your wife to settle this or ask the county magistrate to intervene." Although Fan Tong was not afraid of his wife, after the last incident where she praised Qingqing for helping them, he knew she would listen to her. If she found out about this, he would be in trouble. Asking for 100 taels felt like a death sentence. But if he didn't pay, she wouldn't let it go easily. His illness was still not cured, and he might need her help again. For now, he couldn't afford to offend her. Once his illness was fully treated, he would definitely make her pay back double. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly said, Fine, 100 taels it is." Old Lady Chen was shocked that Qingqing easily extorted 100 taels from Fan Tong. Jealousy consumed her. She had worked hard to use her granddaughter's reputation to earn 250 taels, while this girl effortlessly got 100. It seemed too easy for her. The more she thought about it, the more resentful she became. Although it was Fan Tong's money, he had agreed to marry Rulin, so he was considered family. For that reason, she couldn't let him spend this money so easily. With that in mind, old lady Chen couldn't help but speak up. Master Fan, how could you let a young girl fool you? What ability does she have to demand 100 taels? I say we shouldn't give her any money. What can she do? I don't believe she would dare to lay a finger on you. After Grandma Chen finished speaking, she glanced at Qingqing with disdain. Qing girl, don't act like you're crazy for money. I'm just reminding you that Master Fan is not someone you can offend. If you don't know your place, you won't even know how you got into trouble. Qingqing looked at Grandma Chen sideways. She didn't want to bother with this old woman, but she was acting tough because of her connections. With a cold snort, she replied, if you hadn't spoken, I would have forgotten. Your precious granddaughter won't escape responsibility either. If she doesn't want to be in trouble, she must pay me 100 taels of silver. You're dreaming. I don't have money to give you, Grandma Chen said angrily, stamping her foot. Fan Tong was speechless. How could someone like Grandma Chen, whom he didn't dare provoke, try to cause trouble? She really deserved it. It was better to leave this place of gossip quickly to avoid getting caught up in it. Fan Tong hurriedly took out a banknote from his pocket. Miss Chen, here's the money. I have to go now. Qingqing took the banknote and smiled slightly. 100 taels each, not a single coin less. If Grandma Chen doesn't pay, I will definitely report you to the authorities.
It won't just be about money then.
This is my 100 taels. You can ask her for the rest, Fan Tong said, looking at Grandma Chen. If you don't want your precious granddaughter to get hurt, hurry up and give the money to Miss Chen. Why should I give her money? Grandma Chen gritted her teeth in anger. I have no money, and if it comes to it, I don't care what happens. Wu Baoan saw Grandma Chen getting more and more agitated and quickly stepped forward to advise her quietly. Auntie, calm down. You need to take responsibility. After all, it was your granddaughter who did something shameful. If Qing girl reports it, Master Fan will be fine, but your family will definitely face trouble. Let her report it. I have no money. I might as well go to jail, Grandma Chen said defiantly. Wu Baoan shook his head and sighed. Auntie, think carefully. If this blows up, your family will have a stain on their record. If your third child wants to pass the exams in the future, it will be very difficult. I've told you everything you need to know. Think about it before making a decision. Hearing this, Grandma Chen's heart sank. If they ended up in court, how would her son ever achieve success? This would only bring trouble. But this girl was demanding 100 taels of silver, which was a lot of money. Why should she just give it to her? With a heavy heart, Chen Laotai glanced at the gloomy-faced Qingqing and wanted to say something nice to soften her up. But then she thought again. This ungrateful girl was heartless and cruel, so it would be a waste of breath. Instead, she looked at Fan Tong, thinking it would be better to approach this easy target since his family had plenty of money. With a sly smile, she leaned closer to him and said in a low voice, Master Fan, if that girl wants money, why are you hesitating?
Just give it to her.
Pay? In your dreams. Fan Tong exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, feeling like he could slap her for such a suggestion. Chen Laodai felt a bit scared but forced herself to explain, Master Fan, please don't get angry. Let's discuss whether you should pay this 100 taels of silver before making a decision. Fine, go ahead. I'm listening. Did you give my family a betrothal gift?
Correct.
1 silver note and 1 ingot of silver, totaling 250 taels. Just answer yes or no for now. Don't say anything else. Chen Laotai continued. Have you and my daughter Roland been intimate?
Yes.
Is Roland now yours?
Yes.
Since she is yours, don't you have to take care of her?
Yes.
After saying this, Fan Tong suddenly realized something and shook his head. No. Why should I take care of her? Chen Laotai shook her head and smiled. You're mistaken. The facts are clear. You can't back out now. Even though Roland hasn't officially married yet, she is already considered part of your family. No matter what trouble she causes, it's your family's responsibility, not ours. Don't you agree? I really want to strangle you, old woman, Fan Tong said, feeling a headache coming on. After thinking it over, he chose to give in. After all, logically speaking, since Chen Rulin had been with him, she was his woman, so he might as well think of it as paying for some fun. Though he thought this way, he still felt a pinch in his heart. Reluctantly, he took out 100 taels in silver notes and handed them to Qingqing, saying, Miss Chen, take this money.
We're square now.
Good to see you're sensible. Qingqing replied coldly, but inside, she felt pleased. This unexpected gain was just right for building a house. Seeing that the matter was settled, Wu Baoan finally sighed in relief and called out to the onlookers, Everyone, please disperse. Go back to what you were doing and stop watching the commotion. Some villagers did not leave and laughed, teasing, Village chief, that woman inside hasn't come out yet. We want to see what she's like now. Yeah, it's been a while. Is she too weak to walk? Wu Baoan got angry and said, What's there to see? Get out of here. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't let you off easily. All right, we're leaving. No need to get so worked up. Exactly. If you have the guts, try arguing with Master Fan instead. Although the crowd was a bit unhappy, they only murmured and quickly dispersed. Once the crowd left, Qingqing did not stay long and went to the old Wu house with Shan and Lin. The old Chen couple harmed themselves and others. They deserve this outcome. As for Chen Rulin, she was ambitious but fragile. She should just enjoy the life of a widow now. She definitely couldn't return to the 2 cow sheds. Just thinking about the bed she slept in made her feel sick. It was time to prioritize building a house. Deciding firmly, Qingqing resolved to buy bricks the next day. Suddenly, Grandma Chen remembered that Chen Rulin was still inside and called out to the dazed old man Chen, Don't just stand there. Hurry and go check on Rulin. Okay, I'm coming. Old man Chen snapped back to reality and quickly followed Grandma Chen into the house, nearly fainting when he saw Chen Rulin sitting there, pale and disheveled, looking blank. Grandma Chen approached and called out, Rulin, but Chen Rulin seemed not to hear, remaining expressionless. Grandma Chen's heart sank, fearing something was wrong with Chen Rulin's mind. She hurriedly reached out to touch her cheek, her voice trembling, My Rulin, my dear granddaughter, are you okay?
Don't scare Grandma. Please say something.
Old man Chen was anxious, pacing and muttering, What should we do? What if the child really loses her mind?
How will we explain this to Jansai?
This is terrible. Grandma Chen, annoyed by old man Chen's fretting, shot him an irritated look. You old fool, can't you be a bit more composed? You get scared over the smallest things. You're such a coward. Oh dear, you are too calm. Rulin has been treated like this, and you think it's nothing? Just wait and see how you explain this to Jansai and his wife. How I explain? You should think about what you'll say. What do you want me to say? I have nothing to say. Old Chen was a bit angry, straightening his neck. You came up with the idea. How I explain? You should think about what you'll say. What do you want me to say? I have nothing to say. Old Chen was a bit angry, straightening his neck. You came up with the idea, you did the work, and you took the money. Now that something has happened, you want me to take the blame? I can't bear that responsibility. Old Chen's wife gradually became more clear-headed and calmed down a bit. She weakly waved her hand. All right, enough of this pointless talk. Yes, you're right, dear. If we trace it back, the responsibility lies with that girl. We can't let her off easily. We'll deal with that later. The most important thing now is to get Rulon back home and not let her sit here in silence. After saying this, old Chen's wife gently brushed Rulon's hair and softly said, Rulon, be good and come home with Grandma. Rulon still sat there, dazed and silent. Old Chen looked a bit anxious. What's going on? Why isn't Rulon speaking? Is she really in shock? Old Chen's wife carefully examined Rulon. She looks dazed and has dark circles under her eyes. She probably hasn't slept enough and is overly tired. Let her go home and get a good rest. She should be fine after that. That's good to hear. All right, dear, last night that man, Fan, must have troubled her a lot. She probably can't walk. Here, let me carry her on my back. Okay, but take it slow.
Old Chen's wife helped Rulon onto Old Chen's back. As they stepped outside, Wu Baohan approached. Auntie, now that Rulon is in this situation, you need to quickly find the couple, Zhan and Kai. If you don't handle this well, it could lead to trouble later. Old Chen's wife knew that this was something they couldn't hide. Whether Rulon would marry or not was not something she could decide. It had to be up to the couple, the third son and his wife. Thinking of this, she quickly instructed Old Chen, "Old man, put Rulon down at home and hurry to the town to find the third son. Tell them to come back quickly. But the third son hasn't told us where he lives. How can I find him?" Old Chen stopped in his tracks, puzzled. Wu Baohan quickly said, "All right, Annie, you stay home and watch over Rulon. I'll send a quick young man to find John." He then called out to a young man standing outside the yard, peering in. "Dan, come here." The man called Dan was confused and scared, his face pale as he approached. "Lili, why did you call me? You're quick on your feet. Hurry to the town and find Qingqing. Tell him there's something at home and he needs to come back with his wife, quickly." "Are you kidding? His father doesn't even know where he lives. How can I find him?" "That's impossible." "Stop complaining. Just ask around. If you find the Kung Fu Academy, you'll find Qingqing. Go now." "All right, I'll go." Dan agreed but didn't seem eager to leave, grinning as he said, "Li Zheng, running errands isn't a great job. Don't you think you should reward me?" Wu Baohan waved his hand impatiently. "Fine. Next time there's relief food, I'll give your family an extra pound. Now hurry." "Okay. I promise to bring back Qingqing." Dan turned and ran off. At that moment, Fan Tong was anxious, stretching his neck to look outside the village. He was worried. It was already late, and Shi Taisho hadn't arrived yet. He was sure that this lazy servant had gone to a brothel and overslept. While he was lost in thought, Shi Taisho quickly drove his cart from a distance. Before he could stop the cart, Fan Tong angrily approached and scolded, "You useless thing. I told you to come get me earlier. Why are you so late? Did you go looking for your usual distractions?" Shi Taisho was taken aback by the scolding, puzzled by Fan Tong's anger. Why was he so upset today? Usually, he wouldn't get up until late if he had been out having fun. Why was he up so early today? Not wanting to dwell on it, he quickly smiled and said, "Sir, how was your night? Were you satisfied?" Fan Tong smiled, and although it wasn't Qingqing, that young lady seemed to have a magical charm. He didn't feel tired at all the whole night. It had been a long time since he felt so good. Every hair on his body felt amazing. But now, as he came back to reality, he felt sore all over, dizzy, and his hands were shaking. The smile faded from his face, and he said angrily, "Satisfied? Not at all. I almost wore myself out, and I'm so frustrated." "What happened, sir?" "Don't ask now. Just take me home quickly. I need to rest." As Fan Tong spoke, he was about to get into the cart. Old Lady Chen settled Rulon and hurried out, wanting to invite Fan Tong inside to discuss the marriage plans when the third son returned. Seeing him about to leave, she hurriedly ran up to him and said, "Master Fan, we haven't finished discussing things yet. You can't go." Fan Tong, a bit impatient, frowned and replied, "What more is there to discuss? We have nothing to talk about." Old Lady Chen was still dreaming. Although she felt a bit regretful for not being able to involve Qingqing, having Rulon marry Fan Tong as a concubine was still good. At least she would have a life of luxury, with maids and servants attending to her. She smiled widely and said, "Oh, my Master Fan, of course. It's about your marriage with Rulon. Since Rulon is now yours, shouldn't we discuss the wedding arrangements?" "There's nothing to discuss. Just pick a lucky day and send her to the Fan residence," Fan Tong replied dismissively. Old Lady Chen was taken aback and reluctant. "That won't do. Although my family isn't a prominent one, my third son will become a scholar next year, and Rulon is a scholar's daughter. With that status, we should at least have a proper wedding." Fan Tong grimaced, filled with disdain. "Old Chen, you're dreaming. If you want to send her, do it. If not, keep her at home. I won't waste money on this nonsense. Please, Master Fan,
Don't be angry. If you think it's too much, then 4 people carrying her will be fine.
Stop talking.
If you want to send her, then do it. If not, then forget it. I don't have time to argue with you. Fan Tong had been thinking for a long time, believing he could marry Qingqing, but instead, this old woman had tricked him into accepting Enrollment. A woman like that was worthless. What frustrated him even more was that this old woman brought villagers to catch him in a compromising situation, forcing him to agree to the marriage. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated and angry he became. He pointed at old lady Chen and said, I mentioned marrying your granddaughter in front of everyone to show you respect. Don't push your luck. If you keep making demands, your family will regret it. After hearing their conversation, Shi Taisho seemed to understand that Fan Tong had been fooled, and he deserved it. He had been advising him not to have bad intentions toward Qingqing, as she was skilled in healing and could bring people back to life or make them very ill. If he angered her, she could easily harm him. But he didn't listen and insisted on finding a matchmaker to propose. Now, he had fallen into someone else's trap and was stuck. Although he felt frustrated, Shi Taisho understood the importance of loyalty. Since his master faced difficulties, he had to support him as a servant. Thinking this, Shi Taisho shot a disapproving glance at old lady Chen. I advise you not to upset my master. Otherwise, you won't have a good outcome. Old lady Chen, feeling defiant, scoffed, Steward Shi, my granddaughter Wan is going to be your master's future concubine, which makes her half your master.
How can you speak to me like that?
You should be careful. My granddaughter's husband might punish you later. Shi Taisho rolled his eyes. This old woman was amusing. She was proud that her granddaughter would be a concubine. Didn't she realize that a concubine is just a plaything? If she was not satisfied, she could be sold off at any time. This woman was acting even more arrogant than he was. Just as he was about to mock her, Fan Tong impatiently shouted, Shi Taisho, stop wasting time and hurry up. Yes, sir. Shi Taisho ignored old lady Chen and respectfully looked at Fan Tong, bowing slightly. Sir, please get in the carriage. Let's go. Old lady Chen stood there in shock, unable to react until Fan Tong had left. Seeing his wife standing like a statue, Old man Chen quickly approached her. Wife, why are you standing here? Where is Master Fan? Old lady Chen snapped back to reality and cursed. He left. That useless glutton has gone back to his own place. Oh, dear. You are so foolish. Master Fan hasn't returned yet. How could you let him leave? He has hands and feet. If he wants to go, how can I stop him? Old lady Chen vented her frustration on old man Chen. You useless man, what were you doing in the house? Why didn't you come out to stop him? Now that Master Fan has left, you blame me. If you have the guts, go bring him back. If you don't, just keep quiet and stop bothering me. I'm already upset. Old man Chen scolded, dared not look up and said softly, I was just asking. I didn't mean to blame you. Why are you so angry? Calm down. How can I not be angry? That Fan Tong is too unreasonable. Our family is at least somewhat respectable, yet he just let us send Ron away. Isn't that clearly humiliating us? All right, dear, lower your voice. Master Fan is wealthy and powerful. We can't afford to offend him. We must do as he says. If we upset him and he cuts ties with us, Ruan's future will be ruined. Hearing this, Grandma Chen's anger eased a bit, but she was still upset and stomped her foot, saying, What kind of situation is this? Old man Chen was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply, Dear, since things have come to this, don't take it too hard.
Just let it be.
That's easy to say, but when Zhang Kai and his wife come back, how do I explain? I'm afraid of being blamed. You're overthinking it. Think about it carefully. We can't take all the blame. If it weren't for Ruolan causing trouble, it wouldn't have come to this. It's just her fate. Right? You're absolutely right. Grandma Chen felt relieved after hearing this. Old man, remember, when Zhang Kai and his wife return, we'll put all the blame on that Qingqing girl. Only then can we avoid being blamed ourselves. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Good, let's go check on Ruolan. Entering the room,
They saw Chen Ruolan wrapped in a blanket, sleeping soundly, which made Grandma Chen feel at ease. Old Man Chen frowned, looking thoughtful, and couldn't help but say, "Dear, I think Ruolan seems a bit carefree." Grandma Chen was surprised. "What do you mean by that?" Normally, when a girl is wronged, she would cry and make a fuss, but Ruolan is different. She neither cries nor complains, acting as if nothing happened. Isn't that a bit unusual?
You really don't get it.
Isn't it good this way? You know Ruolan's temperament. If she really got upset, she would make our lives miserable. True, you're right, but I'm just curious. How can Ruolan be so calm? After everything, she can still sleep.
What's so surprising about that?
Grandma Chen shook her head and smiled. To be honest, as her grandmother, I shouldn't say this, but I think Ruolan is quite satisfied with that Mr. Fan. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so exhausted. Old Man Chen found it hard to believe. Really? If that's the case, Ruolan is too bold. Look at you, pretending. This is just a first experience. Who can stay composed in such a situation? Remember when we got married? We acted serious in front of others, but were quite different behind closed doors. It was like drawing from an endless well, working tirelessly, hardly taking a break. Just think about it. After a whole night like that, how could she not be tired? You speak very well, and you make a good point. I was worried that John Kai and his wife wouldn't agree, but since Ruolan is willing to marry Fan Tong, this matter is easier to handle. That's right. Marrying a man means having food and clothing. If Ruolan can marry Fan Tong, that's her good fortune. Exactly. The Fan family is the most prominent in our Qingqing town. Having such a son-in-law like Fan Tong is a blessing for John Kai. Everyone will have to show him respect. The elderly couple exchanged excited words.
Kung Fu Academy.
Unknowingly, Chen Han had been there for over a month. He was exceptionally smart, hardworking, and had a great memory. He greeted everyone with a gentle smile and was well-liked among his peers and favored by the teacher. Compared to Chen Han, John Kai felt overshadowed. He became extremely jealous and avoided interacting with Chen Han, instead speaking ill of him behind his back in an attempt to tarnish his reputation. As the academy exam approached, the classes became increasingly intense. Today, Teacher Yi posed a question. In today's world, commerce is on the rise, but the traditional importance of agriculture remains unchanged. If you were a local official, how would you balance the development of agriculture and commerce to ensure local prosperity and the well-being of the people? As soon as he finished speaking, all the students began to discuss whether to prioritize agriculture or commerce. Some said, prioritize agriculture. After all, the country is based on farming. Only when the people are well-fed can the nation be stable. Others argued, prioritize commerce. Business is driven by profit. Only by promoting commerce can the region become wealthy and the people live comfortably. John Kai stood up and said, as the saying goes, food is the heaven for the people, and agriculture is the foundation of the nation. Agriculture is essential for a prosperous nation. If food is scarce, the country will be in turmoil. Therefore, we should encourage farming, expand arable land, improve irrigation, and ensure good harvests. Commercial activities should be regulated to prevent excessive development that disrupts agriculture. Establish clear market regulations, closely monitor merchants, and prevent dishonest traders from hoarding goods and raising prices. This way, agriculture can thrive, commerce can stabilize, and the region will be peaceful. Teacher Yi shook his head without speaking and turned his attention to Chen Han, who was eavesdropping by the window. Chen Han, if you want to listen, come in openly instead of hiding outside. Hearing the teacher, Chen Han quickly bowed and replied, Teacher, I happened to pass by and couldn't help but stop to listen to your lesson. Teacher Yi stroked his beard and said, Since you are here, answer the question I just posed. After listening, Chen Han recalled what Qingqing had said to him. He thought for a moment and then said respectfully, Master, I believe that as local officials, we must value both agriculture and commerce equally. Neither should be neglected. As the saying goes, agriculture is the foundation of food, and commerce is driven by profit.
Agriculture is the root, while commerce is the wings. Agriculture is essential for the people's well-being and should not be taken lightly. To support agriculture, we need to promote new farming methods, introduce quality seeds, and improve both the quantity and quality of crops. Supporting commerce is also important. We should build roads to facilitate trade, reduce business taxes to encourage growth, and establish trade associations to ensure fair transactions. Only by balancing agriculture and commerce can we achieve prosperity. We should encourage cooperation between farmers and merchants, allowing agricultural products to be sold widely, and when merchants prosper, they can pay taxes that contribute to agricultural development. Furthermore, we should establish agricultural and commercial schools to nurture professionals. This way, agriculture will thrive, commerce will flourish, the region will prosper, and the people will live well and happily. Master Yi nodded frequently, showing appreciation. Chen Han, I didn't expect you to have such insights at a young age. It's truly remarkable and your future is promising. Chen Han bowed respectfully and said, Thank you for your praise, Master. Very good, very good. This child is teachable, Master Yi said, looking at Chen Han with a smile. This boy is kind and gentle, not an ordinary person. Let's stop here for today. Class is dismissed. After Master Yi finished speaking, he turned and left. Chen Jiansai, seeing Master praise Chen Han so much, felt his jealousy grow stronger. He clenched his teeth, his face dark with anger. Chen Han is just lucky. He happened to say what the master wanted to hear. He usually just shows off. Lin Yuan disagreed with him, saying, Chen Jiansai, don't be so narrow-minded. Chen Han's insights are indeed unique and profound. You shouldn't be resentful. Chen Jiansai became even angrier. Lin, why are you boosting his ego at the expense of your own? Zhao Ping shook his head and smiled. Chen, I also think Chen Han's arguments are better. I feel inferior. Chen Jiansai's face turned red with embarrassment. Unable to argue back, he tried to change the subject when he heard someone shouting at the door. Chen Jiansai, your father wants you to take your wife home quickly. At that moment, a student ran in and shouted, Chen Jiansai, there's a silly person outside looking for you. He doesn't know anything and just laughs and shouts. Chen Jiansai was so angry he rolled his eyes and patiently asked, Which fool is looking for me? I have no foolish relatives. When he reached the door, he saw it was Danzai from the village. He frowned, wondering why this muddy-footed person was bothering him. Chen Jiansai looked puzzled and asked, Dan, did you need something from me? Dan seemed foolish, but he was quite clever. He had already thought it through. Chen Rulin's affair was not something to be taken lightly. He couldn't speak carelessly, as it might cause trouble if his father ever became an official. He chuckled and said, Jiansai, your parents want you and your wife to come home quickly. They have something important to discuss. Chen Jiansai felt a surge of joy, thinking his parents must have finally gotten the money from the big house. He smiled broadly and replied, Great. Thank you, brother Dan. I'll go home, tidy up, and head back. Okay, hurry up. I'll leave first. Got it, I'll be there soon. Chen Jiansai agreed, and quickly asked his teacher for leave. He hurried home to fetch Lu Fengjiao, and the two hired an ox cart heading to Nanshan village. Chen Jiansai left the academy and rushed home to pick up Lu Fengjiao, heading quickly to Nanshan village. Along the way, they were excited, guessing how their parents managed to get money from the big house. As soon as they entered the house, Chen Jiansai called out, Dad, Mom, we're back. Seeing Lu Fengjiao enter, Grandma Chen was taken aback. She used to be plump and healthy, but now she looked pale and thin. Her eyes were dull, and she seemed to lack energy. Grandma Chen expressed her concern. Fengjiao, why have you lost so much weight? Are you sick? Lu Fengjiao felt a pang of sadness while juggling the attention of two men. Wang Qichong had a strong desire and wanted her almost every day. Chen Jiansai was no different. He was not tired during the day at the academy, but would exhaust her at night. After more than a month, she was nearly worn out.
Mom, I'm fine.
It's just that taking care of Jiansai while he studies is a bit tiring. I just need some rest, Lu Fengjiao said.
glancing at Grandpa Chen to change the subject. Dad, Mom, why were you in such a hurry to call us back? Grandpa Chen rubbed his hands together. His son brought back his granddaughter to recover, but she had been disrespected right under their noses. He felt ashamed to speak about it and lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Grandma Chen had already prepared her response and quickly stood up to invite them. It's nothing serious. You two sit down and rest. Chen Jiansai felt disappointed upon hearing this. He frowned and said, Mom, why did you have that silly Erdan call us back if there's nothing important? That fool almost drove me crazy. What happened? What did Erdan do? Chen Jiansai recalled being mocked by his classmates at the academy, and his anger flared up. Chen Han. At such a young age, he was not only exceptionally smart but also understood the ways of the world. Being from the Qin family, he was over 30, but lacked the clarity of a child. His classmates often compared themselves to him, making themselves feel foolish in the process. With a displeased expression, he said, That big fool came to the academy looking for me. The gatekeeper told him the teacher was giving a lesson and asked him to wait outside. But he stood there shouting my name, saying my dad wanted him to hurry and bring my wife home. Everyone in the academy heard him, and my classmates rolled their eyes, looking at me with mockery. Why couldn't they send someone sensible to find me? Instead, they sent that clueless guy who just stood there grinning. It's infuriating. After hearing this, Old Man Chen quickly explained, Third son. Don't listen to him. I didn't send him, it was... Enough with the nonsense, he interrupted. Before he could finish, Old Lady Chen cut in, Third son, calm down. Your mother called you back for an important matter to discuss with you too. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. I still need to get back to my studies. Chen Jiansai said, still a bit angry. Old Lady Chen knew that if she revealed the truth directly, they wouldn't accept it, so she planned to take a roundabout approach. She smiled broadly and said, No rush, no rush. I have some good news and some joyful news. Which would you like to hear first? Chen Jiansai was certain that Old Lady Chen must have gotten some money from the main house. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so happy. He suppressed a smile and pretended to frown, saying, What good news could we possibly have? Did we strike it rich? Yeah, Mom. What good news do we have? From the way you're talking, did we really find a treasure? Lu Fengjiao chimed in with a laugh. Old Lady Chen grinned. Since you want to hear the good news first, I'll tell you. Old Lady Chen recounted how she had arranged for Zhao the matchmaker to propose to Fan Tong, how she accepted the betrothal gifts, and her plans to frame Chen Qingqing. Chen Jiansai's eyes brightened, and he perked up. He was calculating in his mind. The 50 taels of silver he took from home last time were nearly gone. With little money left, he had visited the Spring Breeze Pavilion to see the lovely girl in a while and missed her dearly. Now that the family had come into unexpected wealth, it was a perfect opportunity to set aside some for a bit of enjoyment. He not only wants to visit the flower house for fun, but also plans to invite those classmates who look down on him to the best restaurant in town for a big meal. He wants to show them that he, Chen Jiansai, is someone worth knowing. He also wants to show off a bit, otherwise, he can't stand being in the academy anymore. Recently, he has been excluded everywhere, and even the teacher has been critical of him. Lu Fengjiao's worries disappeared, and she felt joyful inside. 250 taels of silver is a lot of money. Wang Qichong said that to end their inappropriate relationship, he must be given 50 taels of silver as a hush fee. Once she has this money, she won't have to deal with him anymore. That overly demanding person, pretending to be respectable while being dirty behind the scenes, has humiliated her in many ways. Now, every time she goes to the bathroom, it's painful. Now, finally, she can get rid of him. Chen Jiansai smiled and said, Mother, you did great. Once this is settled, we will have money. Lu Fengjiao raised her eyebrows, looking happy. This is truly wonderful. It just goes to show that experience matters. That girl couldn't escape your grasp after all. Chen's grandmother felt a bit proud from the praise and smiled, shaking her head. Now that we have money, Jiansai won't have to worry about studying anymore. Chen Jiansai nodded vigorously, a sly smile on his face.
Mother, you are truly our family's great benefactor. To be honest, I should definitely pass the exam next year. Really? That's great news. Yes, it is indeed good news, but you don't know that to ensure everything goes smoothly, there are still many things to manage. Chen Jiansai paused intentionally, glancing at his grandmother's reaction. He noticed her frown slightly, so he quickly added, Mother, we can't save on this money. Otherwise, all the hardships I've faced while studying will be for nothing. It hasn't been long since he took the 50 taels, and now he seems to want more. Chen's grandmother felt a tightness in her chest. She didn't want to give more, but thinking about the upcoming conversation, she decided it was better to let them agree first. Once everything is settled, she could always find a way to avoid giving it later. With that thought, she nodded. Third son, I understand what you mean. For your future, we must not save on necessary expenses. Thank you, Mother. You are truly wonderful. Chen Jiansai was so happy that she agreed so quickly that he almost fainted. He then asked, Mom, you mentioned there was another good news, so hurry up and tell us what it is. The good news is... Chen Laotai hesitated, seeing Chen Laohan looking at her. She quickly said, Old man, you should tell this good news. Chen Laohan was speechless, unable to understand why they were making such a big deal out of it. If there was something to say, just say it directly without all the fuss. Hearing her ask him to speak, he felt frustrated, thinking, this old woman really knows how to complicate things. He refused to say anything, worried that if the third couple got upset, he wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. If things went wrong, it could turn from good news to bad news, and that would just be pointless chatter. At that moment, Chen Laohan felt a bit of schadenfreude, glad that he hadn't spoken since his son returned, so any blame wouldn't fall on him. He shook his head and said, Wife, you've already mentioned the good news, so you should share the happy news. You're really useless. I can't rely on you for anything, Chen Laotai said, feeling helpless. She then said, Third, Fengjiao, don't get too excited about what I'm about to say. Chen Jiansai shook his head and laughed. Mom, is there anything more exciting than money? Just tell us. Yes, is the good news that girl is going to marry Master Fan? If that's true, as her aunt, I should go and see her off and take Rulin to have a nice meal at the Fan family. Hearing Chen Jiansai mention their daughter, Lu Fengjiao suddenly remembered she hadn't seen her come in and looked around. Where's Rulin? Why haven't I seen her? Chen Laotai pointed outside. She's still sleeping in the west room. What time is it? And she's still sleeping. I'll go wake her up. No, don't go wake her up yet. Chen Laotai quickly pulled Lu Fengjiao back. Let her sleep a little longer. Rulin is too lazy. You all spoil her. Lu Fengjiao chuckled and then asked, Mom, you still haven't told us what the good news is. Let me guess. With a playful smile, she said, Is the good news that girl is marrying Master Fan? Chen Laotai forced a smile. Someone in our family is indeed marrying Master Fan, but it's not that girl. It's our Rulin. Rulin? Lu Fengjiao was stunned, looking at Chen Laotai in disbelief. Mom, please say that again. Who is marrying Master Fan? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Calm down, son. We can't provoke that girl right now. If you go, you won't be able to do anything to her and might get into trouble yourself. Chen Jiansai gripped the sickle tightly, his anger reaching its peak. Seeing her son like this, old lady Chen felt anxious. Listen to your mother. We can't ruin your future because of a moment of anger. That girl knows how to make sugar, and even Wu Baohan speaks up for her. Although I used a sleeping potion, I didn't see her bring Rulin into the room. Even if we confront her, she won't admit it and might accuse us of slander. As the saying goes, a gentleman waits 10 years for revenge. Once you become a scholar, you can settle this score later. Lu Fengjiao sobbed beside them. Are we just going to let that girl go? My poor Rulin. Old lady Chen thought for a moment. Of course, we can't just let it go. We will look for opportunities later to settle both old and new scores. For now, we need to think about what to do with Rulin. Hearing his mother's words, Chen Jiansai gradually relaxed his grip on the sickle. Mother, what do you suggest we do next? Jiansai, Fengjiao,
What's done is done and can't be changed. Don't rush. Being anxious won't help. You need to stay calm. This is not the time to make a scene. The Fan family has a good reputation, and if they refuse to acknowledge us, Rulan's future will be ruined. Lu Fengjiao felt a bit calmer after hearing this. She realized her in-laws were right. Making a big fuss wouldn't help Rulan at all. If her husband had no future, their daughter would be left with nothing. Suppressing her anger, she tried to think clearly, but tears kept flowing down her face. You're right, but I can't swallow this anger. Seeing her tone soften, old lady Chen finally sighed in relief. My dear daughter-in-law, you have to hold back your anger. As the saying goes, patience is key to great plans. We have plenty of time ahead of us. The most important thing now is to handle Rulan's situation well. Mother, you can't really expect me to marry Rulan off to Fan Tong. Lu Fengjiao felt heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. Everyone in Qingqing town knows what kind of person Fan Tong is. He is a notorious womanizer, greedy for beauty, and has played with countless innocent girls and seduced many respectable women. This is not all. There are several concubines at home. If Rulan marries such a man, her life will be ruined. Fengjiao, that's not right. It's natural for men to be attracted to women. Many capable men have multiple wives or concubines, especially someone wealthy like Fan Tong. Old Lady Chen reasoned gently, women marry for security. The Fan family is rich and powerful, and Rulan would live comfortably there. They even offered a generous betrothal gift of 250 taels of silver. Who in Qingqing town can be so generous? Besides, our Rulan is charming. If she can make Fan Tong happy, she will gain status and respect. Think about it. Doesn't that make sense? Lu Fengjiao felt heartbroken, unable to breathe from the pain, and cried softly with her head down. No, this isn't right. There's a saying that it's better to be a poor man's wife than a rich man's concubine. If Rulan marries into the Fan family, she won't have any status and will be bullied by the main wife. Living like that would be suffering. I can't push my daughter into a fire pit. Old Lady Chen patiently replied, Fengjiao, it's not as serious as you think. Didn't I just say that Rulan is not the kind of girl who lacks awareness? If she can make Mr. Fan happy, even the main wife will have to show her some respect. Although Chen Jiansai was angry, he quickly calmed down after hearing Old Lady Chen's words. He thought to himself that since Rulan had already lost her innocence, if she didn't marry soon, she would face public shame. Although Fan Tong had some flaws, he was wealthy. If Rulan married him, it might not be a bad thing. Just a little support from such a wealthy man could sustain their family for a long time. With this thought, he felt much better and cleared his throat, saying to Lu Fengjiao, Fengjiao, Mother is right. There's a saying that gossip can ruin lives. To silence the critics, we must quickly marry Rulan to Fan Tong. Think about it. The Fan family has power and influence in town. Even if Rulan becomes a concubine, it's better than marrying into an ordinary family and suffering. She won't have to worry about food and clothing, and our family will benefit too. If our son inherits and marries well, we will have a solid foundation. If this marriage works out, our future will be much brighter. Exactly. Fengjiao, you must think of the whole family. Although marrying into the Fan family may seem a bit unfair for Rulan, there is no other choice. Once she establishes herself there, she might even be able to support her family, Mrs. Chen added. How can you be so heartless? Rulan is your own flesh and blood. Lu Fengjiao said tearfully, looking at Chen Jiansai, her lips trembling with despair and helplessness. Chen Jiansai was completely blinded by the promise of 250 taels of silver. Seeing Lu Fengjiao so stubborn, his expression darkened. Fengjiao, what are you saying? It sounds like I'm not Rulan's real father. If Rulan loses her reputation, it pains me too. But now it's too late. If Rulan doesn't marry Fan Tong, who else will want her? Lu Fengjiao hesitated, but Fan Tong is not a good man. Chen Jiansai lost his patience and raised his voice. If Fan Tong isn't good, does that mean marrying a poor man is better? Let her marry a poor boy and live in hardship? Why can't you see? The Fan family is wealthy and powerful. Even being a concubine, there is a blessing. Do you think just anyone can become a concubine in the Fan family? Exactly, Feng Jiao. I've heard that even as a concubine in the Fan family, one gets 3 taels of silver a month, Mrs. Chen said with envy. 3 taels a month means 36 taels a year. What girl wouldn't want to marry into that family? If Rulin has this opportunity, it shows she is fortunate. Why are you still unwilling? Lu Fengjiao trembled, feeling a deep sense of reluctance, but also helplessness. If Rulin doesn't marry Fan Tong now, she would lose her reputation, and no one would want her afterward. After a struggle in her thoughts, Lu Fengjiao nodded with tears in her eyes. It seems this is Rulin's fate. Seeing her agree, Chen Jianzai's face lit up with joy. Mother, our Rulin may not be a rich young lady, nor an uneducated village girl, but she can read and write. If the Fan family comes to propose, we may not have a grand wedding, but at least there should be some celebration like a proper procession. Lu Fengjiao, with red eyes, asked, Yes, we must ensure Rulin has a grand send-off. Mrs. Chen frowned and had to reveal the truth. Fengjiao, this might be a bit difficult. Mr. Fan said we should choose an auspicious day and send Rulin directly. Lu Fengjiao was taken aback, her heart aching. Sending her directly? Isn't that just bullying her? Yes, I said the same thing at the time, but Fan Tong disagreed. He said it was too extravagant and that it would be better to save the money for Ruolan's future. I initially wanted to refuse, but then I thought it might be good to have some money on hand. Saving 100 or so taels of silver could help me show my respect to you in the future. Old Lady Chen, to avoid unnecessary trouble, had to make up a story. Old Man Chen, who had been silent, felt anxious. This old woman could really spin tales. The third daughter-in-law was clever and sharp. Would she believe such nonsense? But now that the words were out, to make Lu Fengjiao believe him, he couldn't stay quiet. He forced himself to join in the conversation. Yes, Fengjiao. Master Fan also said that once Ruolan is married, we will be true relatives. If there are any difficulties in the future, we can always ask him for help, and he won't refuse. You see, he means well, so we shouldn't be too picky. Let's just choose a good day to send Ruolan off. Lu Fengjiao believed him completely, her anger fading away, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Her tone softened. I didn't expect Fan Tong to be so considerate. Since he cares for Ruolan, I won't focus on the formalities as her mother. Old Lady Chen was delighted that she agreed. She had thought the third couple would cause a scene if they knew the truth, but it turned out to be so easy. Old Man Chen finally felt relieved, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly grateful that the third daughter-in-law was a bit confused this time. It was truly a blessing. He glanced at Lu Fengjiao and cleared his throat. Since everyone agrees, let's quickly choose a good day to send Ruolan. Yes, you're right, old man. Old Lady Chen worried that if they waited too long, Fan Tong might change his mind, which would be disastrous for her. This matter needed to be settled quickly. Determined, she pretended to calculate on her fingers and feigned surprise as she looked at Chen Jianzai and his wife. Oh, tomorrow is a very auspicious day. The other days are not suitable for weddings or funerals. What do you think about tomorrow? Chen Jianzai didn't want to delay too long either, as such matters could be talked about in a bad way. He nodded in agreement. It's better to act quickly.
Since tomorrow is a good day, then.
Wait a moment. His words were not finished when Lu Fengjiao raised her hand to stop him. There's no need to rush into this. Chen Jianzai was taken aback. Wife, what do you mean? Fengjiao, we can't delay this matter. Chen Laodai thought she was going back on her word, and her heart tightened. As the saying goes, a girl relies on her wedding day, and a boy relies on his birth. Tomorrow is a rare good day. If we miss this opportunity, there won't be another. For Rulin's future, you can't let this be delayed. Everyone, please don't rush. We need to take things slowly. After a brief pause, Lu Fengjiao suddenly changed her tone to a serious one. Mother, how much betrothal money did Master Fan give us? Chen Laotai's heart sank. Fengjiao, didn't I tell you? 250 taels. I have been honest with you. I haven't hidden any money. If you don't believe me, ask your father. Chen Han quickly added, your mother is right. 1 silver note and a silver ingot are tucked away in your mother's pants. Lu Fengjiao smiled lightly. Dad, Mom, why are you so nervous? How could I not trust you? After saying this, she glanced at Chen Jiansai and exchanged a knowing look. Chen Jiansai understood immediately. His wife wanted him to ask for the 250 taels of betrothal money. Although his parents had treated them well, spending almost all their savings on him, there is a saying, family is family, but money is money. If they didn't ask for this money, it would feel a bit unfair. Money is safest in one's own pocket. Moreover, Rulin is his biological daughter, and the betrothal money should rightfully be managed by him. With this in mind, he felt reassured and continued, Mother, you see, with only Rulin as our daughter, we can't guarantee how her future will turn out. So, we must not touch her betrothal money. It must be kept safe by Fengjiao. Chen Laotai smiled and waved her hand. Jiansai, don't worry. I've kept the money safe for you. I promise not to spend a single coin except for your education. Mother, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just that it's more reassuring to keep the money in our own hands. If Rulin needs something urgently in the future, we can take it out right away. Hearing this, Chen Laotai felt a chill. This was money she had worked hard to earn. She had already planned to use it for dining out and to build a 2-courtyard house for the family in the future. If we give it to the 3rd child, it will be like tying braids on a bald head, all for nothing. She was very angry, her face turning dark. Zhang Kai, do you not trust me and worry that I will spend the money recklessly? Lu Fengjiao quickly smiled to ease the tension. Mother, that's not what Zhang Kai means. We really want to manage this bride price ourselves. After all, we only have one precious daughter, Ruolan. If she doesn't have a good life in the Fan family, this money will serve as her backup. Since she is marrying as a concubine, I have to consider everything for her. If she ever needs my help, I want to be able to give her money. So, we should keep this money for now. Once Zhang Kai passes the exams and earns money, we will honor you both with it. At that time, don't save it. Spend it freely on whatever you want. Old Lady Chen was momentarily speechless and had no way to argue back. She wanted to refuse, but was afraid of causing a scene with Qingqing Kai and his wife. After some thought, she awkwardly smiled, turned her back, and fumbled in her pants pocket for a while before pulling out a banknote for 200 taels of silver and handing it over. Here is a banknote for 200 taels. Keep it safe. Qingqing Kai's eyes lit up as he quickly took it, examined it closely, and passed it to Lu Fengjiao. Then he asked, Mother, wait a minute, didn't you say it was 250 taels? Why is it 50 taels short? Zhang Kai, all the money and grain sales have gone to your education, Old Lady Chen said with a sigh, speaking in a negotiating tone. Our family is about to run out of food. If we give you all the money, we will go hungry. So, we need to keep the remaining 50 taels to help with household expenses. Is that okay? Lu Fengjiao smiled slightly, pulling at the corners of her mouth. Mother, it's not as serious as you say. The crops are ready for harvest in just a few days. We won't go hungry. You know that wealthy families have many rules. If Ruolan wants to establish herself in the Fan family, she needs to make connections and spend money. This 250 taels is essential and cannot be less. It must be saved for Ruolan. Old Lady Chen widened her eyes, raising her voice a bit. 3rd daughter-in-law, you should know that we have sold everything we could to support Zhang Kai's education. After paying taxes, the crops will only provide enough food for the family for a year. If we give you all the money, we will surely go hungry one day. Lu Fengjiao coldly snorted. Mother, I don't like what you're saying. What do you mean by saying it's for supporting the 3rd child? The 3rd child works hard in school too. He's putting in all this effort for what? Isn't it to bring honor to you and the Chen family? If you don't want to support him, then we won't continue studying. You're trying to drive me to my grave.
Mother, please don't say that.
We have no choice. Whether Ruolan can secure her position in her new family depends on how generous our dowry is. Besides, isn't the eldest son in the 2nd brother's family earning money now? It shouldn't be too much to ask him to contribute some for food. Chen Jiansai chimed in, Feng Jiao is right. The second family hasn't split off, so whoever earns money should give it to you to manage. Even if I become successful in the future, my salary will go to you as the head of the family. But we must keep Rulan's dowry for ourselves. That's her safety net. If we really run out of rice, I still have 30 coins. You can buy some corn to get by until harvest time. We'll manage somehow. After saying this, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Fengjiao. She understood and quickly took 30 coins from her pocket and handed them to Grandma Chen. Mother, Jean Sai is right. Use this money for now, but we cannot touch Roland's dowry. What is this? Grandma Chen trembled with anger. Chen Jiansai firmly threatened, Mother, if you don't agree, we will have to reconsider Roland's marriage. Grandpa Chen, unable to listen any longer, exclaimed angrily, You're only thinking about money. You don't care about us old folks at all. Chen Jiansai shook his head and smiled. Father, that's not fair. We're thinking about Roland's future. Grandpa Chen sighed helplessly. Wife, you handle this. Grandma Chen frowned, pondering. If she didn't agree to the third child's request, they might ruin their relationship over this money. If he became successful later, she would miss out on the benefits. At this point, she had no choice but to compromise. She reluctantly took out 50 taels of silver. Jiansai, I've given you the money. I'm counting on you to take care of us in the future. Chen Jiansai looked at the shiny silver ingots, nearly jumping for joy. He quickly nodded. Don't worry, Mother. Once I pass the exams, I'll build you a big house. Just wait and enjoy a good life with me. Lu Fengjiao's eyes sparkled as she took the silver, smiling so widely that her mouth nearly reached her ears. She began to dream big, saying, Mother, once Zhang Kai becomes successful, our family will be wealthy. Then we can hire some maids to take care of you, and you will be the admired matriarch of a rich family. Old Lady Chen forced a smile, saying, All right, your father and I are looking forward to enjoying life with you. Just don't let us down. Old Man Chen felt frustrated and upset. The money hadn't even warmed up in his hands before it was taken away. He thought having money would bring some comfort, but it turned out to be a false hope. He frowned, feeling that the couple seemed untrustworthy. Over the years, whenever there was a bit of extra money in the house, they always managed to take it away. Their words were sweeter each time, and their wishes more tempting, but now the family was almost out of food, and they only left him with 30 coins. He couldn't believe they would actually let him enjoy life with such a son. Old Man Chen was filled with doubts, and his faith began to waver. He looked at the couple, who appeared sincere, shook his head, and tried to clear his thoughts. He sighed deeply. All right, I've given you the money. Now, let's discuss when to send Rulin to the Fan family. Chen Jiankai wished he could send Chen Rulin to the Fan family today so he could show off at the academy. From then on, he would be the father-in-law of a wealthy man, and no one would dare look down on him. Chen Jiankai smiled and waved his hand. Father, you really are getting more confused with age. Didn't my mother already say there's nothing to discuss? Old Man Chen felt angry and wanted to slap him for his silly grin. He snapped, I wasn't asking you. I was asking Fengjiao. Lu Fengjiao's earlier motherly demeanor vanished as she focused on the silver in her hands, feeling delighted and not even lifting her eyes. Zhang Kai is right. There's nothing to discuss. We'll do as my mother says and send Rulin over tomorrow. Old Lady Chen lost her earlier excitement and weakly said, Then it's settled. Shouldn't you two go check on Rulin? Reminded, Lu Fengjiao suddenly remembered her daughter and quickly suppressed her smile. Yes. While marriage is decided by parents, it's still important to discuss it with her. She stood up and waved to Chen Jiansai, saying, Let's go see our daughter. At that moment, Chen Rulin was sound asleep, lost in a beautiful dream. In her dream, she found herself in a luxurious courtyard, strolling alone. Suddenly, a handsome man appeared before her, and she was instantly captivated by his striking looks. Her heart raced with excitement, and she felt a blush rise to her cheeks. She imagined rushing over to him, wanting to hold him tightly. Just as she was getting lost in her thoughts, the man stepped closer, gazing at her with deep affection. This nearly made her want to embrace him, but before she could react, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her passionately. Startled by this unexpected move, she felt a jolt of electricity run through her body. She struggled, but her shyness mixed with surprise made her respond. After a long while, the man stopped and led her into a room with softly hanging curtains. They lay together, and a new, thrilling sensation spread through her. After a whirlwind of emotions, she felt a joy she had never experienced before, like a bird soaring freely in the sky. Just as she was fully enjoying the moment, she suddenly heard a dog barking, and the man vanished. Furious, she shouted, "You silly dog. Why did you have to bark now? Just wait until I catch you." With that, she sat up abruptly. Lu Fengjiao was initially worried that her daughter might be upset, but upon entering the room and seeing Chen Rulin's flushed face and faint smile, she finally relaxed. She leaned down and gently called, "Rulin, wake up, Mom is back." As soon as she spoke, Chen Rulin began to shout, startling Lu Fengjiao and making her step back several paces. In the midst of their surprise, Chen Rulin sat up straight, glaring at them. Everyone was taken aback, frozen in place. Chen Zhansai asked nervously, "What's wrong with her? Why is she shouting? Is she okay?" Chen Laotai felt uneasy under their gaze and steadied herself, saying, "Don't worry, Rulin is fine. She just had a bad dream." Yes, you're right, my dear wife. Rulin must be having a sleep disorder." Old Chen said this, but he felt uncertain inside. He cautiously stepped forward and called out, "Rulin, wake up. Your parents are back to see you." At that moment, Chen Rulin was still lost in a beautiful dream when she suddenly saw 4 fierce dogs in front of her. Angered, she pointed and shouted, "You 4 wretched creatures! How dare you ruin my good time? Hurry up and bring back my prince, or I will take your fur." Her loud voice nearly startled old Chen into a faint. He quickly turned and hid behind Grandma Chen, trembling as he clutched her clothes tightly. "She's gone mad. Rulin is really mad." Grandma Chen stiffened, feeling overwhelmed. She pushed old Chen forward and said, "You better ask her a few more questions. If she really has lost her mind, we need to call a doctor quickly." "Don't push me. What if she goes crazy and bites me?" Old Chen protested. "Stop talking and go." Grandma Chen replied, moving to the doorway. Mr. and Mrs. Qingqing were also confused and scared, inching closer. "Mom, you don't think Rulin is really mad, do you?" Lu Fengjiao asked worriedly. If something happened to their daughter, their newfound wealth would be in vain. Mr. Qingqing was anxious, pacing back and forth. "You said Rulin was fine. How did she end up like this? If she really is mad, how will she ever get married?" Grandma Chen felt overwhelmed and signaled for them to be quiet. Old Chen cautiously stepped forward and called out again, "Rulin, wake up. Are you okay?" Seeing that Chen Rulin had her eyes tightly shut and didn't respond, he bravely approached her and waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Rulin, wake up. Please wake up." Chen Rulin was desperately searching for the handsome man in her dream. Just as she was about to cry, she suddenly saw him appear before her, still gazing at her with those captivating eyes. Unable to control herself, she closed her eyes and leaned in. Grandma Chen grew impatient and whispered, "You need to wake her up. It might just be a sleep disorder." Okay, I understand. Stop rushing me," Old Chen replied. He gently grasped Chen Rulin's shoulders and shook her lightly. "Rulin, wake up. I'm your grandpa." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Rulin approached him with her mouth open. Old man Chen was startled, thinking she was going to bite him. Instinctively, he raised his hand and gave her a slap. "I won't let you bite me. I'll teach you a lesson." The slap was like a splash of cold water, instantly waking Chen Rulin from all her fantasies. She widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at old man Chen with shock on her face. She couldn't understand why her grandfather, who always cared for her, would hit her. "Grandpa, are you out of your mind? Why did you hit me?" Old man Chen was taken aback and then frowned tightly. "Rulin, are you crazy or not?" "You are the one who's crazy."
"I'm perfectly fine."
"If you're fine, Then why did you try to bite me? That was because Chen Rulin suddenly remembered her dream and realized she had mistaken old man Chen for a handsome man. She felt disgusted and was relieved he slapped her. Otherwise, she would have been humiliated. Her face turned red. To hide her embarrassment, she decided to act stubborn. I already said that no one is allowed in my room while I'm sleeping. Why did you come in?
Get out.
Hearing this, old man Chen sighed with relief and smiled happily. He called to the people at the door, "Come in, Rulin is fine. She just had a sleep disorder." Lu Fengjiao was overjoyed and rushed to hold Chen Rulin's hand, her eyes filled with concern. "My Rulin, I'm so sorry you had to go through this. Are you okay?" Chen Jiansai also stepped forward. Although he was greedy, he felt heartbroken for his daughter being mistreated. "Rulin, what happened? How did you end up with Fan Tong?" "Yes, Rulin, what happened? You were supposed to keep an eye on that girl outside. How did you end up in here?" Old Lady Chen was confused. She clearly saw Qingqing in the room last night and couldn't understand what went wrong. If everything had gone as planned, the money wouldn't have been taken by the couple. She felt weak and lightheaded, and the more she thought about it, the sadder she became. The money she had hoped for was gone, and she felt very unwilling to accept it. Chen Rulin tried to remember that she originally wanted to confront Qingqing, but unexpectedly found herself overpowered. Then it felt like she was in a dream, going through a ceremony with her future husband. She went along with it, endlessly giving in. A sudden chill woke her up, and she realized it was Fan Tong she was with, leaving her stunned. With her last bit of strength, she pushed him away, feeling completely drained. In a daze, she fell asleep again, unable to recall what happened next. Chen Rulin saw her parents looking at her with pity, and her eyes turned red as she cried, "Mom, you have to help me. It's all Qingqing's fault. I just wanted to check if she was really unconscious, but I found out she was pretending to sleep. I was about to call for help when everything went dark and I lost consciousness. This morning, I woke up to find myself being bullied by Master Fan. Dad, Mom, I can't face anyone anymore. I wish I could just disappear." Chen Rulin cried out and tried to hit her head against the wall. "Rulin, don't be afraid. I'm here for you." Lu Fengjiao tightly hugged Chen Rulin, her face twisted in anger. "Qingqing, you made my daughter lose her innocence. One day, you'll pay for this." "Mom, I'm no longer pure. I can't live with this shame. Just let me go." "Rulin, please don't do anything foolish. If something happened to you, how would I live?" Lu Fengjiao cried out in desperation. Chen Jiansai quickly tried to reason with her. "Rulin, what's done is done. If you were to die, what would that change? Wouldn't you still want revenge?" "Dad, Mom, I can't face anyone anymore. How can I seek revenge? If I ever get the chance, I will make Qingqing pay dearly for this." Chen Rulin's eyes burned with hatred. "Rulin, there will be opportunities. You need to gather your strength." Lu Fengjiao gently stroked her back, trying to comfort her. "Don't dwell on the negative. Think positively. There might be unexpected good news." Chen Rulin's face was filled with sorrow. "Mom, please stop comforting me." At this point, what good news could there be? Before Lu Fengjiao could respond, old Lady Chen hurriedly jumped in. "There is good news. My Rulin is destined for greatness. All bad things will turn into good. You may not know, but Master Fan has agreed to take you as a concubine. You can rest easy. No one will dare to mock you. Yes, since things have come to this, why not go with the flow? Marrying Fan Tong isn't a loss." Chen Jiansai chimed in to support. Chen Rulin reluctantly shook her head and sobbed, "I don't want to marry that old and ugly Fan Tong." Lu Fengjiao frowned and replied, "Rulin, that's not fair. Although Fan Tong is older and not very handsome, he is wealthy. If you marry him, you'll live a good life. As the saying goes, a dog basks in the sun for comfort, and a duck swims for cleanliness. What do we women seek? Isn't it to marry a man who can provide for us?" Old Lady Chen added, "Yes, Rulin, your mother is right. Marrying a man means having clothes and food. As the old saying goes, it's better for a woman to marry well than to be beautiful."
Marriage is like a second chance at life for a woman. The Fan family is well known in our area. Marrying into them is an opportunity, so why feel wronged? Seeing Chen Rulin still shaking her head, Chen Jiansai couldn't help but urge her, Rulin, don't act stubborn. Think carefully. You are already engaged to Fan Tong. If you refuse to marry him, have you thought about the consequences? As the saying goes, you can't hide fire with paper. Good news doesn't stay hidden, but bad news spreads quickly. If you don't marry Fan Tong, who will want to marry you in the future? Hearing this, old man Chen chimed in. What fire can you hide? Everyone already knows. If Rulin doesn't agree, by tomorrow, everyone in Qingqing town will know. Chen Rulin felt overwhelmed. She had hoped to marry a rich, tall, and handsome man, a true gentleman. But life is unpredictable. She never expected that a good girl like her would end up with someone like him. She felt sad and angry, wishing she could take revenge on Fan Tong for ruining her reputation. But then she thought, although Fan Tong is not handsome and far from her ideal man, he is wealthy. He may not be very tall, but he is strong in other ways. Remembering the wild night they spent together, she felt an indescribable joy. No one is perfect. Fan Tong does have his merits. At least he can provide her with a life of luxury, where she can eat and drink as she pleases without worrying about daily necessities. As the saying goes, you can't have both fish and bear's paw. No matter how good-looking you are without money, it won't help you eat. It might even be pretty, but useless. Although Fan Tong may not be handsome, he has endless strength and energy for those matters, making sure people feel comfortable. Seeing Chen Rulin silent for a long time, Lu Fengjiao grew anxious. She knew her daughter's temper. If she threw a tantrum, things would get difficult. If she returned the money to Fan Tong, her daughter would never find a good husband. Even the hush money she gave to Wang Qichong would be wasted. No, she had to get rid of him, or she would be in trouble. Thinking this, Lu Fengjiao quickly urged, Rulin, everything I say and do is for you to find a good home. You can't be willful now, otherwise, your future will be ruined. Chen Rulin lowered her head in thought. Although she was tricked by Chun Qingqing last night, she felt very satisfied reaching new heights repeatedly, even in a daze. At first, old lady Chen designed the plan against Chen Qingqing for the bride price of 250 taels of silver, wanting to see that proud girl lose her purity and become a concubine. She didn't expect to get caught up in it herself. Although being a concubine, the Fan family was indeed wealthy and powerful, and there was no other family like them in Qingqing town. Now, marrying Fan Tong was the best outcome. If she didn't marry, she might not find anyone else later. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, she thought. Chen Qingqing, just wait. As long as I establish myself in the Fan family and win Fan Tong's favor, I can slowly deal with you later. How satisfying that would be. With that thought, Chen Rulin nodded. Mother, I will listen to you. Good, that's right. You are such a good daughter, Lu Fengjiao said with a satisfied smile. I will send you to the Fan family tomorrow. Why the hurry? I'm not ready yet. Remembering the enchanting scene from last night, Chen Rulin felt a rush of emotions and blushed, feeling shy. Old lady Chen clapped her hands happily. What is there to prepare? Just get ready to enjoy your new life. Yes, yes. Rulin, once you settle in the Fan family, remember to help the family as well, Chen Jiansai said, grinning widely. With no more worries, Chen Rulin imagined a future of a comfortable life without concerns. At the Wu family's old residence, Lin was very angry when she thought about what happened last night. If the Chen couple's scheme succeeded, that girl's life would be ruined. They targeted her repeatedly, and if it happened again, Lin didn't dare to think further. They couldn't live their lives always on guard. They needed to stay away from them for their daughter's safety. With this in mind, Lin slightly furrowed her brows. Husband, those people at the old house are like animals in human skin, doing such terrible things. In my opinion, we can't stay there any longer. Chen Jianshan nodded in agreement. You're right. I'll tidy things up shortly. You and the girl can sleep in the west room, while I and Xiaoyu will sleep in the east room.
Let's have Debeo go back home first. Hearing their conversation, Qingqing smiled slightly. Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry. Their little tricks don't scare me. But we definitely can't stay in the cowshed. I plan to gather materials tomorrow, and once the autumn harvest is done, we can start building a house. We'll build a big house and move the candy shop there. Lin quickly shook her head. No, we can't use your money to build a house. It's better to wait until your father and I save enough silver. Mom is right. It's not easy for you to save money. Your father and I have a steady income now, and we can eat well, so we should be content and not ask for too much. Qingqing smiled and shook her head. Dad, we have plenty of time ahead. Let's focus on living well for now. Once the house is built, it will be comfortable for us. Besides, I can earn money, so you and Mom don't need to worry. Chen Han had concerns. After all, he had 2 sons. If his daughter built a house, the 2 sons would have to live together in the future. What if someone acted selfishly? How would he explain that to his daughter? Qingqing, if you insist on building a house, then your name should be on the property deed. When you get married, it can be your dowry. Your mother and I won't take advantage of you.
How can you say that?
I have you both caring for me, and with my brother and Chen Han protecting me, it's great for our family to live together. It's better to clarify some things in advance. As the saying goes, family is family and money is money. It might be complicated if your brother and Chen Han marry and live together. The house is yours, and your mother worries it might cause you trouble later, Lin expressed her concerns. Qingqing chuckled. Getting married seems complicated. Isn't it better to enjoy being single?
Mom, you don't need to worry about that.
I don't plan to get married. I want to stay with you and Dad for my whole life. Lin cast her a glance and pretended to be angry. Nonsense. What girl doesn't get married? If you don't find a husband in 2 years, you'll be an old maid. Mom, I'm serious. Getting married is not the only path for women. I can earn money and take care of you both. If I get married, I won't be able to do what I love. Right now, I am free to do whatever I want. Lin knew she couldn't argue with her and smiled, nodding. Good daughter, I'll listen to you. That's right. Now, you both go back to work. I'll go inside and quickly draw up a house plan. We'll start gathering materials tomorrow. Okay. Lin and Chen Han smiled as they left the house. Qingqing focused on drawing the plans. She began by lightly sketching the outline of the yard in the center of the paper. She planned to build a 3-section courtyard with a small stone path leading directly to the main hall. The main hall should be spacious and bright, suitable for receiving guests and hosting family gatherings. On both sides of the front yard, she designed several elegant guest rooms or studies. In the center of the inner courtyard, she envisioned a small and beautiful garden filled with flowers that bloom all year round, along with a few lush trees. Beneath the trees, she planned to place stone tables and benches for family relaxation. Surrounding the garden would be bedrooms and living rooms, each designed to be warm and comfortable. The backyard would include a kitchen, a storage room, and a cellar. On one side of the yard, she allocated space for a candy workshop. She carefully chose the location of the cellar to ensure it was dry and ventilated for storing beets. The candy workshop would have different functional areas, including raw material storage, processing, and finished product storage. She meticulously marked the size and layout of each area, even considering the position of the stove and the placement of the sink. After finishing the last stroke, she let out a long sigh of relief. She had always dreamed of having a satisfactory courtyard, and now it was finally coming true. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. The next morning, Enrollment put on the bright red wedding dress that Lu Fengjiao had prepared for her. After getting ready, she, along with Chen Sai and his wife, hired a donkey cart to go to the Fan family. Seeing the closed gate of the Fan family, Enrollment frowned and said to Lu Fengjiao, "Mom, look at the Fan family. It seems so quiet and empty. It doesn't feel like a wedding is happening at all. Ruolan, you're overthinking. A wealthy family wouldn't celebrate with lights and decorations for a new wife. As long as the marriage is completed, it means you are already part of the Fan family." Lu Fengjiao felt very sad. In her heart, her daughter's wedding should be grand,
with a handsome son-in-law riding a fine horse and being carried in a lavish sedan chair to marry her daughter. But now, there was no one to welcome them, and the entrance was cold and quiet. She felt heartbroken. Worried that her daughter might throw a tantrum, she had to find an excuse to brush it off and forced a smile as she helped Chen Ruolan get out of the carriage. She turned to the dazed Chen Jiansai and said unhappily, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and knock on the door." Okay, I'm going now." Chen Jiansai looked at the grand house with envy, feeling excited. He never expected to be related to a wealthy family in town. It seemed he would enjoy a better life with his daughter. He straightened his clothes, smiling as he approached and knocked on the door. After a while, the door slowly opened and a young servant appeared, looking coldly at Chen Jiansai.
"Who are you? What do you want?"
"I am Chen Jiansai, a relative of your master, Mr. Fan." "A relative of my master?" The servant frowned and asked, "My master has many relatives, but I have seen them all. I've never seen you before. Where did you come from?" Chen Jiansai cleared his throat. "We're meeting for the first time today, so now we know each other. If you ever face any trouble, just tell my daughter, and she'll help you." "Wait, you're confusing me. Who is your daughter?" "Listen carefully, my daughter is the new fifth wife of your master, Mr. Fan." "You fool, get lost." The servant thought Chen Jiansai, dressed nicely, was some distant relative of Fan, but was shocked to find out he was just a nuisance. The servant immediately shouted angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. My master only has 4 wives. Where would a 5th come from? If you keep talking like that, I'll break your legs." Seeing the servant curse, Chen Jiansai's expression darkened. "You disrespectful servant. How dare you be so rude? If you keep ignoring your master's father-in-law, you'll regret it." The servant looked at him with disdain and mocked, "You look decent, but it turns out you're just a foolish big guy. Hurry up and leave. I don't have time to waste with you. I'll say it again. Go inform your master to come out and greet us right away." Chen Jiansai was furious and couldn't believe that, given his daughter's status as the 5th concubine, he couldn't handle a servant. He clenched his teeth and said, "Today is your master's big day. If you keep my daughter waiting too long and ruin this auspicious occasion, Fan Tong will not let you off easily." The servant was indeed intimidated by Chen Jiansai's imposing presence. Fan Tong often acted unpredictably, and the previous concubine had also been taken in quietly on a whim. Looking at Chen Ruolan in her wedding attire, the servant began to worry. Could it be that the master had taken a new concubine? But no one had informed him about this. He thought to himself that if this were true and the master found out, he would surely face a scolding. He quickly nodded and bowed, apologizing. "I'm truly sorry. Please calm down, I will go in and inform them right away." Chen Jiansai's face was dark, and he spoke with clear displeasure. "Hurry up. If you delay again, I won't spare you." Lu Fengjiao watched the servant leave, bowing and apologizing, and couldn't help but remind him, "Jiansai, be polite to the servants. Ruolan is new here, and if she accidentally offends someone, it will only cause trouble for her." Chen Jiansai scoffed, "Fengjiao, don't worry. You can't be nice to these servants. The more polite you are, the more they take advantage." "That may be true, but since Ruolan is new, she needs to make good connections to establish herself," Lu Fengjiao replied, then turned to Chen Ruolan. "Dear, from now on, you are the 5th concubine of the Fan family. Remember, no matter what it takes, you must win Fan Tong's favor. Only then can you rise above others. Do you understand?" Chen Ruolan tightly clutched her handkerchief, feeling frustrated that even a doorkeeper dared to show her disrespect. Once she found her footing, she would make sure to teach that insolent servant a lesson, her gaze fierce as she stared at his retreating figure. "Mother, I know all this. Don't worry, as long as Fan Tong gives me a chance, I will win his heart." Good. I did the same to make your father unable to forget me back in the day." "All right, Fengjiao, there's no need to say all this with our daughter here." Chen Jiansai felt a bit shy, recalling the past when he had been quite foolish. If it weren't for his wife's guidance, he probably wouldn't have been able to visit for days. Lu Fengjiao laughed dismissively. "What's there to be ashamed of? I'm just worried my daughter might follow you, so I've taught her a lot about people.
As long as Fan Tong is a man, I believe my daughter will hold onto him tightly. Enrollment blushed. Mother, please stop. It's not good for others to hear. All right, I won't say more. While they were talking, the main door opened again, and the servant who had gone in to report came out. He glanced at Chen Han and the others with disdain. Follow me, he said, turning left instead of entering through the main door. Chen Han was confused. Where are you taking us? Of course, I'm taking your daughter to meet my master. But we just went in through that door to see your master. Chen Han pointed to the closed door. The servant scoffed. Do you really not understand, or are you pretending? Whoever marries a concubine through the main door. How can you speak like that? Chen Han tried to assert himself, raising his voice. Do you believe that when I meet your master, he will teach you some manners? How dare you be so rude? You really have some nerve. The servant was nearly furious enough to explode, rolling up his sleeves to confront Chen Han. Stop pretending with me. Do you really think that because your daughter is a concubine, you can rise in status? Let me tell you, here you mean nothing. If you keep talking, I'll knock some sense into you. As a scholar, Chen Han had never faced such humiliation. Being insulted by the gatekeeper made him feel his dignity was trampled, and his face turned red with anger. He wanted to argue back, but was scared the servant might actually strike him, making his legs feel weak. He stammered, pointing at the servant, you, for a long time before finally managing to say, you truly disgrace scholars. Lu Fengjiao was furious inside. The Fan family was truly too much. However, she didn't dare to say more, knowing the Fan family's bad reputation. If the servant acted out, her husband would surely suffer. She decided to endure it, hoping Enrollment could enter smoothly. She stepped forward to persuade. Please calm down, young man. We didn't understand the rules. It's our fault. We will follow you, just lead the way. You're smart to understand. Follow me. The servant led them to a side door and stopped, saying to Chen Han and his wife, you can stop here. You both can leave now. Lu Fengjiao was taken aback. Young man, today is my daughter's wedding day. We should at least go in and take a look. We can't just leave like this. What do you want to go in for? Are you hoping for a reward? No, that's not our intention. We just want to meet Master Fan. Master Fan is not someone you can just meet whenever you want. You should go back where you came from. The servant glanced at Chen Han with disdain, mocking him. Don't think too highly of yourselves. My master's father-in-law is numerous. You have no right to act so proud here. Lu Fengjiao felt upset. The Fan family was really too much. It was bad enough that they showed no joy for her daughter's marriage, but now they were making things difficult for them. At that moment, she didn't want her daughter to enter the Fan family, but she couldn't bear to give up the money. Her daughter's reputation had already been tarnished by Fan Tong, and if she didn't become a concubine, she might have no place to stand in the future. If she entered the Fan family, that path might not be easy either. She was truly in a dilemma. With red eyes, Lu Fengjiao said, Young man, we mean no harm. We just want to personally send our daughter inside. Stop talking. If you can't bear to part with your daughter, take her back quickly. Don't waste my time here. Chen Han's face turned pale. In the past, he felt superior because of his education, but now he was looked down upon by a servant. He felt both angry and frustrated, but dared not speak out. After a while, he stammered, You are too rude. This is truly disgraceful. You poor thing, stop pretending to be important. If you can't even manage your daughter, what's the point of acting refined? How embarrassing, the servant said, rolling his eyes impatiently. Hurry up and decide if you're going in or not. I still need to report back to the lady. Chen Han's expression darkened. He had hoped that his daughter could become Fan Tong's concubine, allowing him to feel proud, but now he realized he wasn't even worthy to enter the Fan family's door. He silently vowed to pass the scholar exam next year, making those who looked down on him regret it. He suppressed his anger. Fengjiao, let's stop here. Let Enrollment go in by herself. Lu Fengjiao felt helpless, gently taking Enrollment's hand and softly advising her, Enrollment, big families have many rules. Your father and I can only take you this far. From now on,
It will be up to you. Chen Rulin's eyes were already red. This was not what she had imagined. What girl doesn't have a lively and festive wedding? Why was hers so quiet and lonely, even worse than the village's silly girl? She trembled as she spoke. Mother, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Didn't your mother teach you? Men fear 3 things, and women fear 3 others. As long as you make Master Fan happy, you could even poke a hole in the sky, and someone will support you. Is that really possible? Of course. As long as you're a man, anything is possible. It always works. The servant, feeling impatient with their endless chatter, said, Are you 2 done? Hurry up. My lady is waiting. Lu Fengjiao smiled. That's good, that's good. She then waved to Chen Rulin. Go on in. Remember what your mother said. Do your best. Chen Rulin felt a bit scared. She glanced back at Lu Fengjiao and quietly followed the servant into the fan residence. Seeing her daughter enter, Lu Fengjiao wiped away a tear. My poor daughter. I can't bear to let you go. Chen Zhansai gently patted her shoulder. It's all right, Fengjiao. Our daughter is smart. She won't suffer. You can trust her. I hope so. Lu Fengjiao sighed softly. As soon as Chen Rulin entered the courtyard, she was captivated by everything around her. The courtyard had winding corridors and stone-paved paths, with a small pond where beautiful goldfish swam. Everything dazzled her. This would be her new home, almost like a fairyland. If she could win Master Fan's favor, she would truly be in a place of happiness. The servant led her to a side room. Go in. This will be your room from now on. Chen Rulin bowed in thanks and gently pushed the door open. The room was simply furnished, with just a bed and a few cabinets. She slowly walked to the bed and sat down, thinking about her mother's words, feeling a mix of emotions, alone in this unfamiliar room, restless. After a while, the door suddenly opened, and a maid entered. 5th Madam, the lady wants to see you. Chen Rulin's heart sank. She knew that in wealthy families, concubines had to serve tea to the main wife, and being called now likely meant trouble. But she had no choice but to follow the maid out. In the main hall, Madame Fan sat in a chair with a gloomy expression. The maid whispered to Chen Rulin, This is Madame Fan. Quickly greet her. Chen Rulin hurried forward and bowed. I am Rulin. Greeting the lady. Madame Fan frowned and glanced at Chen Rulin, noticing her red clothing. She became furious. You really don't understand the rules. Someone, take off her clothes. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. She clenched her teeth and forced a smile. Please don't mind me, madam. Mr. Fan likes me, so I'm trying my best. My back feels like it's breaking. Madame Fan tightly clenched her fists, feeling provoked, openly showing off. She glared at Chen Rulin and said, there are many women Mr. Fan likes. Don't think too highly of yourself. Just then, Shi Taisho hurried in. Madam, everything is ready. Hurry up, I have other matters to attend to. Yes, starting now. Shi Taisho called out, Come in, everyone. At the command, several servants entered, each carrying trays. Shi Taisho then said to Chen Rulin, 5th aunt, quickly serve tea to the madam. Once you bow, you will truly be a member of the Fan family. Chen Rulin felt reluctant, but she had to submit. She carefully picked up the teacup, knelt before Madame Fan, and respectfully offered it. Please have some tea, madam. Madame Fan did not take it, but slowly said, As the main wife, I need to explain the rules of the Fan family to you. Since you are now a member, remember this. From today on, come early to serve me tea. Prepare my foot bath before bed. Do not speak loudly. Do not cause trouble. Do not hit or insult the servants. Do not leave the Fan house without permission, and do not upset the master. Madame Fan went on, and after a while, Chen Rulin struggled to maintain her position, trembling. Inside, she cursed, thinking how annoying the old woman was, not only ugly but also endlessly nagging. At that moment, she wanted to splash the tea in Madame Fan's face and slap her hard. But Chen Rulin was not foolish. She understood Madame Fan's position in the household. If she angered the main wife, her future would be miserable. So, she gritted her teeth and stayed kneeling.
Madame Fan glanced at Chenrulin with disdain and thought to herself, what a shameless little fox. Today, I'll show you that being a concubine in a wealthy family is not easy. She paused for a moment and smiled. Today is your first day at the Fan family. You must hold the teacup steady. If it breaks, it's bad luck. Also, I forgot to mention that anything damaged must be compensated, so be careful not to lose money. After saying this, she continued her conversation. Chenrulin knelt, her knees numb, holding the teacup and saucer with trembling arms, causing them to clink together. Suddenly, her body swayed, and the teacup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Startled, she quickly explained, I'm sorry, madam. I couldn't hold it. Please don't be angry. Madame Fan shook her head and smiled. How can you be so careless? I just told you that anyone who breaks something must pay for it, so you will have to compensate for that teacup. Hearing this, Chenrulin panicked. Madam, I don't have any money. Don't worry, Madame Fan said, looking at stewardship. Please settle the monthly allowance for fifth aunt. Yes, coming right up. Steward sure took 3 taels of silver from a servant's tray and handed it to Chenrulin. This is your allowance for the month.
Please take it.
Thank you, Steward sure. Chenrulin accepted the silver, feeling overjoyed. She thought her parents were just joking, but the Fan family really gave her money. This was wonderful. With this money, she could buy her favorite cosmetics and look beautiful, making it easier to win over Fan Tong. Just as she was feeling happy, Madame Fan said sharply, Stewardship, why are you still standing there? Hurry up. Yes, at once. Stewardship snatched the 3 taels of silver back from Chenrulin. Chenrulin was taken aback. Stewardship, wasn't that my allowance? Why are you taking it back? I'm sorry, but a deal is a deal. That amount is just enough to cover the cost of a teacup. What? A teacup costs 3 taels of silver? That's right. It's the madam's rule. You are bullying me. Chenrulin could no longer control her emotions, and tears of frustration streamed down her face. Seeing this, Madame Fan gritted her teeth in anger and glared at her. Be quiet. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Seeing Chenrulin in such a sorry state, the concubine smirked and said, Oh, isn't this the new 5th concubine? How did you lose favor so quickly? It seems your charm isn't strong enough. The beautiful woman covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Sister, what are you saying? She's just a concubine who got here by climbing into bed. She never had any favor to lose. Don't think that just because you entered the Fan family, you can soar high. Life here is not as easy as she thinks. As they spoke, they walked past Chenrulin. After a while, Chenrulin felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Get up, the lady wants you in her room, Wana said as she approached and nudged her with her foot. Chenrulin clenched her fists tightly, hiding her resentment, and dragged her heavy legs to follow Wana to Madame Fan's room. Madame Fan was leisurely sipping tea and said slowly, This is just the beginning. There are many days ahead. If you know what's good for you, behave and listen. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time. Chenrulin lowered her head, suppressing her anger. Madam, I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Seeing her goal achieved, Madame Fan chuckled softly. You are just a concubine, which means you are a plaything. If you are lucky enough to win the master's favor and have a son or daughter, that would be your blessing. If you just cry all day, I'll sell you off. The Fan family is not a place for pampered ladies. Do you understand? I understand. I won't dare again. All right, continue with the tea. You still have to go through the formalities. Wana brought the tea set, and Chenrulin forced herself to be strong, taking the teacup with both hands. She bent her knees and knelt in front of Madame Fan, her voice trembling slightly. Madam, please have some tea. Madame Fan glanced at her and slowly took the teacup, took a small sip, and then placed it heavily on the table beside her. Since you are in the Fan family, you must follow the family's rules. Don't think about any tricks. In front of me, hide your little schemes and serve the master honestly. If you dare to stir up trouble, I have ways to deal with you. Don't think that just because you have a bit of charm, you can do whatever you want. Remember, be a proper person and uphold your duties.
The master may be momentarily enchanted by you, but just because he brought you in doesn't mean you can act recklessly. If you dare to disturb the peace of this household, I will make you regret stepping into the Fan family. Chenrulin lowered her head deeply, biting her lip. Yes, madam. You can rest assured. I will remember. Wana handed a cup of tea to Chenrulin, signaling her to offer tea to Aunt Chiao Tong. Chenrulin approached Chiao Tong respectfully and said, Aunt, please have some tea. Chiao Tong took the tea, but deliberately let it slip from her hand, spilling it all over Chenrulin. Chiao Tong scoffed, clumsy. What bad luck. Chenrulin felt humiliated, but could only endure it in silence. Next, she offered tea to Aunt Yanli, who accepted the cup but said sarcastically, Sister, since you are new here, make sure to follow the rules and not cause any trouble. Chenrulin nodded in agreement. Madame Fan instructed Taisho, take fifth aunt downstairs. Remember to serve her well, and do not be negligent.
Madam, don't worry.
I will arrange it right away. Taisho called over several maids to take Chenrulin away. Qingqing woke up early and, during breakfast, took out the house plans she drew yesterday and presented them to Qingjianshan and Lin. Father, mother, take a look. This is our future house. The two received the plans and tilted their heads, staring at the drawings for a long time, but they couldn't understand anything. Qingjian scratched his head. Qing girl, the lines and boxes look nice, but which part is the house? Yes, Qing girl, there are several boxes here, but I can't make sense of it either, Lin said, looking confused. Qingqing laughed at their reactions and pointed while explaining, this is a large house with 3 courtyards. Each courtyard has a main house, side rooms, and a back house. Look here, this is the first courtyard, this box is the main house, and these are the east and west side rooms. This long box is the rain corridor, and over here will be our sugar workshop, with a storage room, cellar, and stone mill, among other things. Lin understood and gestured on the paper. Qing girl, are you saying this whole area is the house? Yes, that's right, it's all the house. Oh my, this house is huge. Yes, Qing girl, how much money will it cost to build such a big house? Qingjianshan, having lived a long life, had never seen such a large house, and was nearly speechless. Qingqing shook her head and smiled. Father, you don't need to worry about the money. I want to ask if there are any skilled craftsmen in our town. I want to give them a heads up, so they can help us build the house. Qingjianshan frowned and thought for a moment. In our Qingshui town, we have many bricklayers, but they only know how to build ordinary mud houses. If you want skilled craftsmen, the only ones are the Lu brothers in town. The elder brother, Lu Neng, and the younger brother, Lu Fong, specialize in building brick houses. I heard they even built mansions for nobles in the capital before. However, these 2 brothers have many craftsmen working under them, and they usually take on big projects, never small jobs. If you want to hire them directly, it might be difficult. Hearing this, Qingqing felt a wave of joy. She thought she would have to do everything herself for the house, but it turned out there were such professional builders in town. Since it would save her trouble, why should she wear herself out? Dad, I want to meet the Lu brothers. If the price is right, we can leave the entire building project to them. That way, we can have peace of mind. It seems we have no other choice. After all, besides the Lu brothers, there are no good craftsmen in Qingshui town. You should go ask them. Okay, I'll go right away. In Qingshui town, the Lu brothers were well known. With a little inquiry, Qingqing found out where they lived. Soon, she arrived at their house, got out of the car, and went straight to the door, knocking lightly. The door slowly opened, and a young man stepped out, looking Qingqing up and down. Miss, who are you looking for? Hello, I'm looking for Lu Neng and Lu Fong to discuss something. My master is very busy. You can tell me what you need, the young man said, frowning, thinking that as a girl, she probably didn't have anything important to discuss. Qingqing smiled and directly stated her purpose. I want to build a house and would like to discuss the project with the 2 masters. All right, please wait a moment. The young man, seeing potential business, hurried back inside. Before long, he returned with a dark-skinned man who hurried out. Master, this is the young lady who wants to discuss building a house. Qingqing quickly introduced herself. Hello, Master Lu. My name is Qingqing. I'm here to ask for your help in building a residence. The man smiled and greeted her. Hello, Miss Chen. I am Lu Nung. Discussing the building project is no problem. Please come in. Once in the hall and seated with tea served, Lu Fong also came out to warmly welcome the guest. After some small talk, Lu Ning smiled and asked Miss Chen, what kind of residence do you want to build? Qingqing did not answer directly, but casually asked, Master Lu, how much silver would it take to build a 2-courtyard house? Lu Ning paused for a moment and replied, that depends on the size of the land. For a standard 1-acre plot, the cost to build a 2-courtyard house is around 180 taels of silver. Qingqing was quite surprised. She had thought that the Lu brothers, being well known, would charge a high price, but it turned out to be very reasonable. For this reason, they seemed trustworthy. Seeing her silent for a while, Lu Ning assumed she thought the price was too high and smiled as he explained, Miss Chen, don't worry. This is a fair price. We are not overcharging. Master Lu misunderstood. I think the price is acceptable, Qingqing said as she took out a drawing from her pocket and handed it to Lu Ning. I made a simple sketch. Please take a look. This is for a little over 4 acres of land. I want to build a 3-courtyard house on the left and a workshop on the right. The east, west, and north sides will have storage rooms. This row of buildings will be divided into 10 rooms, each with a large pot, and surrounded by a wall. Lu Ning nodded repeatedly. Miss Chen, this is equivalent to building 2 residences, and the cost will not be small. How much would it be? Please wait a moment. Let me calculate, Lu Ning said as he took out paper and a pen, quickly working with an abacus. After a while, he spoke. Miss Chen, according to your design, building the 3-courtyard house will require 260 taels of silver. The workshop is simpler, needing just a few rows of buildings, which will be relatively cheaper, but it will still cost around 120 taels of silver. In total, that would be 380 taels of silver. If you find that acceptable, we can sign the construction agreement. Qingqing did not hesitate. All right, let's sign it. Upon hearing this, the Lu brothers were both stunned. They found it hard to believe, as most people who approached them either complained about the price or went away to think it over. They had never encountered someone as straightforward as Qingqing, which made them see her in a new light. Lu Ning handed her the prepared agreement. In our line of work, there is an unwritten rule that once the agreement is signed, you must pay a deposit of 30% in advance. That's fine. It's only fair, Qingqing confirmed again to ensure everything was clear. You will handle all construction matters, and I will only supervise. No extra charges are allowed during the process. Miss Chen, don't worry. We, as your brothers, would never do anything dishonest. Besides, the contract is clear. If you are not satisfied with any part of the construction, we will redo it without hesitation. Good, that's great. Qingqing carefully reviewed the terms in the contract, feeling quite satisfied, and then signed her name. She took out 150 taels of silver and placed it on the table. This is the deposit. Lu Ning was surprised by Qingqing's generosity and quickly asked, Miss Chen, you are truly generous.
When do you plan to have us start?
Knowing the exact time will help us prepare the bricks and materials in advance. You can start preparing the materials now. As soon as the crops are harvested, you can begin the work. All right, we expect to finish the autumn harvest in about half a month, so we can prepare the materials during this time. Lu Ning nodded in agreement. After discussing some details, Qingqing stood up to leave. The next morning, Mom, are you awake? It's time to make breakfast. Sun gently knocked on Chen Laotai's door. Chen Laotai had tossed and turned all night, feeling upset about losing the meat she had hoped for. She felt a heavy weight in her heart, unable to settle down, sighing in discomfort and unable to sleep. She rolled around like a pancake until dawn, when she finally felt sleepy and heard the knocking. Suddenly sitting up, she grumbled, knock, knock, knock. Are you trying to wake me up so early? Sun replied irritably. You didn't prepare the rice for breakfast last night, and I'm waiting to cook.
All the food in the Chen household was locked in a cabinet by Chen Laotai. Usually, she would take out the rice for breakfast the night before, so Sun could cook it in the morning. However, due to the recent loss of silver, Chen Laotai had forgotten to do so. Just as she finally fell asleep, Sun's knocking woke her up, and Chen Laotai was filled with frustration as she got up and put on her shoes. Fumbling around, she took out the key from her waist and opened the cabinet where the food was stored, only to find the rice jar nearly empty. Chen Laotai's expression instantly darkened.
Eat, eat, eat.
All you think about is food. This life is unbearable. Sun entered with a bowl and glanced at the cabinet, frowning as she complained. Mom, you said we wouldn't go hungry, but now everyone is waiting for food.
How can I cook without rice?
Old Lady Chen's face turned pale. She had indeed said those words. It was her fault for secretly selling the family's grain to pay for her third son's education. Otherwise, they could have made it to the autumn harvest. With over 20 days until the harvest, if they had no food, they might starve. She thought that if she made that Qingqing girl lose her reputation, she would have to marry Fan Tong, and the bride price would come to her without anyone knowing. This would not only solve their food problem but also leave enough money to build a house. Now, it seemed like all her efforts were in vain. She touched the 30 coins in her pocket and sighed helplessly. Second daughter-in-law, take this 30 coins to the town and buy some corn. In a few days, we can harvest the crops and get by. Sun looked at the money she handed over and smiled awkwardly. Mother, Zhangliang's leg isn't healed yet. I don't have time to go to town for grain. Let my father go instead. Send Debeo. He carries things for that girl every day and doesn't help with anything at home. What use is he? I don't like what you just said. Debeo earns money working for Qing girl. It's not just carrying things for her. Old Lady Chen rolled her eyes. If he earns money, why haven't I seen a single coin? How would I know? Debeo isn't a child. If he earns money, he has the right to keep it. I can't control everything as his mother. Old Lady Chen was momentarily speechless by Sun's words. Just then, Old Man Chen walked in with his hands behind his back.
All right, stop arguing. I'll go buy rice.
Old Lady Chen handed him the money and urged, take care of the money and hurry back. Don't delay. Don't worry, I won't be long. Old Man Chen said as he left with the money. After a long while, he returned, panting. Old Lady Chen looked at the small bag of rice in disbelief. Old man, how did you only buy this little grain with 30 coins? Old Man Chen took a sip of water and caught his breath before speaking. The price of grain has gone up. It used to be 3 coins for a liter of corn, but now it has risen to 6 coins. With your 30 coins, I could only buy this much. Old Lady Chen found it hard to believe. You weren't tricked, were you? How could the price rise so much? I asked several shops, and they all had the same price. This year has been tough, and all grain prices have increased. Good rice is now 40 coins a pound. Old Man Chen paused for a moment, and then sighed. Wife, life is going to be hard. I just heard in town that the government is going to raise taxes this year. Our grain might not be enough to last. Mrs. Chen felt a tightness in her heart. What should we do? Are we really going to go hungry? Don't worry for now. Let's manage as best as we can. If the third one can pass the exam next spring, we will get through this tough time. Yes, we can only do that for now. Mrs. Chen picked up a small bag of corn and left the house. The second son's family bought rice. Hurry and make some porridge. I'm starving. Mrs. Sun came out from the side of the thatched house and looked at the small bag of corn with concern. Mother, this rice will only last 3 days. What will we eat after that? Don't worry about the future. We need to fill our stomachs first. Go cook.
Got it.
Mrs. Sun felt gloomy. Life seemed to be getting harder. Her husband was overly devoted to his father. Ever since Mr. Chen was brought back from the Wolf Valley, he believed his father cared for him deeply. She had suggested separating their families several times, but he always refused. Never mind. You can't wake someone who pretends to be asleep. Let the separation happen naturally. With this thought, Mrs. Sun reluctantly turned and went to the kitchen. At that moment, Mr. Chen spoke up. Wife, on my way back,
I saw more than 10 bullock carts coming to our village, all loaded with blue bricks. It looks like someone is building a big house. More than 10 carts? That must be a huge house, Mrs. Chen said, filled with envy. Come on, let's go see who it is. As they walked outside, Qingqing knew the bricks were arriving today and had already found a place to put them. When she saw the Liu brothers arrive, she quickly pointed to the empty space by the road and asked, Master Liu, can we unload the bricks here? Yes, let's unload them here. Great, you all keep busy, I won't stay. The Liu brothers nodded. Qingqing had other matters to attend to at the candy shop, so she turned and went to the old Wu family house. When Mr. and Mrs. Chen reached the yard, they saw a long line of bullock carts loaded with blue bricks parked at their door, and they frowned. Old man, you were right. Someone in our village is building a house. Why are they all parked at our door? Could it be that girl really wants to build a house? This reminder made Mrs. Chen realize the situation, and she gritted her teeth. Just when we had one problem, now they're starting to gather materials. It seems that girl is really ambitious. With all this, they must be planning to build a big mansion.
Impossible.
It's not that I underestimate them. Even if they had money, they wouldn't spend it. A simple blue brick house would be good enough. You are right. That girl is sneakier than a fox and more cunning than a monkey. In just a few years, she'll be out of here. She won't even spend a few hundred taels of silver to build a house. Old Lady Chen gritted her teeth and said, You're right. I've seen through that girl for a long time. She pretends to be a good girl, but she's actually heartless and cruel. She even schemes against Rulin. Do you think she's still a decent person? Thinking about the 250 taels of silver made her feel terrible. If her plan had worked, it would have been the Qin family's house being built now. With money, they could wear gold and silver and live a carefree life. She could eat whatever she wanted, have soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast, scrambled eggs with tomatoes for lunch, and no longer have to secretly nibble on large pancakes in bed. But in the end, it was all just a disappointment. She wanted to slap herself for not listening to her husband. She should have gone in and given Qingqing a good beating. Even if it meant hurting her, it would have been better than losing everything. Old Man Chen watched the busy scene outside and felt extremely jealous, wishing he could drive away. With money, they could wear gold and silver and live a carefree life. He looked around and noticed a few people by the cow shed measuring and digging. He was instantly furious. Wife, look. What are those people measuring? Old Lady Chen noticed them too. Seeing them digging near her fence, she hurried over and shouted, What are you doing? I warn you, don't damage my fence. If you break even one post, you'll have to pay for it. Hearing her voice, the group exchanged glances. Lu Ning was the first to react. Remembering Qingqing's instructions, he quickly smiled and explained, Hello, ma'am. We are measuring the land. We won't damage your fence. Who are you calling ma'am? Don't try to butter me up. I'm telling you now, if you damage my fence, you won't be able to work here. Okay, don't worry. Our boss has already said that to avoid any trouble, we will build a wall outside your fence before starting construction. We won't damage your property. Fine, but this is what you said. Don't come back later saying, I'm unreasonable. Old Lady Chen had made up her mind. She would not let Qingqing build the house smoothly. She was determined to squeeze out some benefits. Old Chen couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, I've seen you measuring for a long time. How big of a house are they planning to build? A large 3-courtyard house, Lu Ning replied and went back to work. Hearing this, Old Chen nearly dropped his jaw in shock, swallowing hard. Oh my goodness, that girl is going too far. They're building a big 3-courtyard house, but there are only a few people in their family. They can't even fill it. Old Chen's wife was also stunned by the sudden news. It took her a while to recover, and she couldn't help but feel angry. That shameless girl really thinks she's a wealthy landowner, building a 3-courtyard house. Is she trying to drive me crazy? Calm down, dear. Don't get upset. It's not worth it. Out of sight, out of mind. Let's go back inside, Old Chen suggested. No way. I have to keep an eye on this. I can't swallow my anger, she insisted. There's nothing to see. The more you look, the more upset you'll get.
Let's just go back. Old Chen sighed and shook his head. Old Chen's wife glared with determination. You're right, but I want to make them uncomfortable. If they don't give me something good, they won't be able to build that house. Old Chen was taken aback, frowning. What do you mean by that? Sometimes you just don't get it. There are opportunities right in front of you, and you don't take them. What opportunities? Can you be clearer? All right, with your intelligence, this is as good as it gets. She waved her hand dismissively. Come on, let's go make things difficult for them and get some spare change. Old Chen was confused. Where are you going? Just follow me, she said, crossing her arms and heading to the front door. She shouted to the people unloading, hey, stop. Don't unload the cart yet. The workers didn't stop and continued their tasks. Seeing this, Old Chen's wife got angry and marched over, sitting on the cart. Are your ears stuffed? I told you to stop. Can't you hear me? The workers looked at each other, unsure of what was happening. One of them asked, Ma'am, we haven't done anything to upset you. What do you want? Old Chen felt embarrassed and thought to himself, what is she doing? They're just working, and she's causing trouble. This is just looking for a fight. If someone throws a brick at her, she would deserve it. Remembering what old lady Chen just said about wanting to spend some small change, I suddenly felt a tightness in my chest. She can't really be thinking about causing trouble, can she? Old man Chen hurried over to persuade her. Dear, what are you doing? Get up quickly, and don't delay their work. Mind your own business. Old lady Chen glared at him and then said irritably, What do you mean they didn't ask me? I'm feeling anxious, so hurry up and find someone in charge. The others realized she was causing trouble and quickly brought Luning over. Seeing old lady Chen sitting in the cart and acting stubborn, Luning frowned. Ma'am, I'm in charge here. May I ask why you are stopping them from unloading?
Why?
Why do you think? Old lady Chen glared at him. Tell me, who allowed you to unload here? Did you get my permission? Luning looked around and knew she was just looking for fight. He shook his head and smiled. Ma'am, this place doesn't seem to be causing you any trouble, does it? You're talking nonsense. Open your eyes and look properly. It's almost blocking my front door, and you say it's not a problem. Ma'am, this area is separated by a village road and isn't directly in front of your door. It won't affect your travel at all. How can it be a problem for you? Nonsense. Even if it doesn't block my travel, it blocks my view. I can't see the scenery far away, and it makes me anxious. My heart is racing. What do you suggest I do? Old lady Chen crossed her arms defiantly. Luning remained calm and replied kindly, Ma'am, how about this? Since you say it blocks your view, we can move it over a bit. Would that be okay? No way. No matter where you unload, it blocks my view. I'm feeling very anxious right now, and if you don't give me a proper explanation, I won't get up no matter what. Having traveled far and wide, Luning was used to dealing with stubborn people. He understood that sometimes it's better not to confront them directly. If he wasn't careful, they could cause a scene and make things worse. He quickly instructed someone nearby to find Qingqing. Seeing old lady Chen managing everyone so well, old man Chen felt a deep admiration. She really had a clever way of getting what she wanted. To better cooperate with Grandma Chen and get some extra money, he looked around and noticed a bullock cart had crushed his firewood pile. Suddenly, he got excited and shouted at the cart driver, Hey, hey, hey! How are you driving this cart? Can't you see my firewood pile? Look, it's all crushed. How are we supposed to cook now? The cart driver, annoyed by the old man's complaints, almost lost his temper. Old man, the firewood isn't in pieces. It's still usable. You're just looking for trouble. Oh, young man, what are you saying? You crushed my firewood, and you think you're in the right? If you don't give me an explanation today, this cart isn't going anywhere, he replied. That's right. Don't bully honest people. We old couple are not afraid of anything, just afraid of soft talk. If you keep treating us like this matter isn't over today, Grandma Chen added, giving her husband an approving look. Feeling encouraged, the old man sat on the cart and said, Stop talking nonsense. You damaged my firewood pile, so you need to give me an explanation, or this won't end here. By now,
Many villagers had gathered to watch, and they began discussing the situation. I thought the girl was just joking, but it turns out she really is building a house. Yeah, at first I thought it would be a mud house, but she's actually building a brick house. You're wrong. She's not just building a brick house, but a big one with 3 entrances and exits. What does 3 entrances and exits mean? Does that mean going in and out 3 times? You really don't know? 3 entrances and exits means you enter through the main gate into a courtyard, then there's a second gate leading to another courtyard, and another gate leading to a third courtyard. Do you understand now? That's a lot of gates and courtyards. That house must be huge. Exactly. Wealthy families and officials live in houses like that. Hearing this, the villagers gasped in surprise, their expressions shifting from curiosity to envy. In just a few days, the girl has earned so much money and can build such a big courtyard. That's impressive. What's so surprising? She can produce over 100 pounds of brown sugar a day. At 100 coins per pound, that's 10 taels of silver a day. How could she not get rich? Indeed, that old couple, the Chens, are quite unfortunate. They placed all their hopes on their youngest son, but now that Qing girl is doing so well, they must be regretting it. Regret won't help them now. Mrs. Chen relied on the Shan family being honest and caused a lot of trouble. Now that Qing girl is wealthy, they won't benefit at all. You're right. It seems like the old couple is getting desperate. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trying to cheat others. They're just looking for trouble, trying to swindle money from Qing girl. Truly, the older they get, the less compassion they show. It's really shameful.
Exactly.
If they had any sense, Chen Rulin wouldn't have been mistreated. Mrs. Chen definitely can't swallow her pride and is deliberately causing trouble for Qing girl. It doesn't even affect her family. It's just nonsense.
Who can argue with that?
They're clearly trying to make things difficult for Qing girl. If it were me, I wouldn't hesitate to confront her and see if she dares to provoke me again. Don't boast too much. You know what kind of person Mrs. Chen is. If you touch her, she would make your life miserable. All right, let's stop talking. Qing girl is here. Let's see how this situation is resolved. Qingqing had just returned to the sugar shop and was still settling in when she heard that the Qin couple was causing trouble for no reason, which made her very angry. Having such neighbors would surely lead to more trouble in the future. However, she wasn't afraid. She wanted the Qin couple to see her thrive day by day, reaching heights they could only envy. There's a saying, when you ignored me before, now I will make you look up to me. The best way to get back at bad people is to live better than them, making them feel inferior. Qingqing hurried over with the messenger and saw the Qin couple sitting shamelessly on the ox cart, feeling utterly disdainful. She suppressed her anger and approached them, saying coldly, "What are you two doing? Get off the ox cart right now, or if you get hurt, I won't take responsibility." Mrs. Chen scoffed and put on a defiant act. "Who do you think you are? I won't get down just because you say so. If I get hurt, I'll make you take care of me for life. Yeah, go ahead and try something. We old folks have nothing to lose. If someone breaks my old bones, I'll just come sit at your place," Mr. Chen added, playing along. As soon as those words were spoken, the villagers watching couldn't stand it anymore. An older person shouted, "Chen Zhongho, can't you show some decency and let people work? This place is far from your home, so why are you stopping them? You're just causing trouble, and you have no reason to do this." Exactly, they are building a house. Why are you two getting involved? You're just making things harder for them. Old Lady Chen glared and angrily said, "Stop talking nonsense. How is this not my business? Those bricks are blocking my family's good fortune. If they don't give me an explanation, they can't build here." Lu Neng frowned and spoke up, "Andy, if the bricks here bother you, we can move them aside. Please don't make it hard for our boss. Why didn't you say this earlier? You should have asked when unloading the truck. Now it's too late. If you don't give me 5 taels of silver for medicine, this isn't over. You're trying to extort us." "Yes, I am. What are you going to do about it?" Old Lady Chen gritted her teeth. Lu Neng sighed, "Miss Chen, what should we do about this?" "Master Lu, don't worry. I'll handle this. You stubborn girl, if you want to build a house, you better give me some silver, or you won't be able to work." Old Lady Chen looked pleased with herself. Qingqing felt her anger rising and waved her hand to the crowd behind her. This land is the village's main road. Everyone keep working. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Luning no longer hesitated and waved to his workers, who quickly got back to work. Old Lady Chen panicked. This girl was ignoring her threats. If she left like this, how could she face the village again? She raised her voice. Stop. Everyone stop. If you bump into me, I will make sure you regret it. Qingqing sneered. You really don't understand, do you? If you want to threaten me, go ahead. If you get hurt or worse, it's just money, and I can pay. Old Lady Chen felt a chill. She thought Qingqing would back down, but her attitude was strong. She looked at Lu Neng and the others working, all strong and muscular, easily carrying heavy bricks. If one of those bricks fell and hit someone, it could be serious. If someone got hurt or worse, no amount of money could fix that. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, her voice trembling. Why you wouldn't dare? Qingqing's eyes were filled with sarcasm. Why don't you try me and see? But think carefully. If one of our workers accidentally bumps into you and you happen to be unlucky, you might end up seriously hurt. I would just have to pay a little money, which is no big deal. But if you really end up disabled or paralyzed, she said with a meaningful smile, if that happens, your later years will be tough. You'll have to rely on others for everything, and that won't be pleasant. Old Lady Chen's face grew darker, and she stammered without saying a word. Old Man Chen, worried, tugged at his wife's sleeve. Dear, maybe we should just go home and not make a scene here. Go home? They're already pushing us around. If we don't stand up for ourselves, how will we hold our heads high in the village? Old Lady Chen sounded tough, but she was starting to feel uncertain. Seeing her like this, Qingqing sneered. If you keep stalling, I'll just tell the workers to speed up their work. If something goes wrong, don't say I didn't warn you. You little brat, how dare you play tricks? I don't want your money. I'll just wait it out and see who gets anxious first. Old Lady Chen felt uneasy, cold sweat forming on her back. At that moment, the villagers watching couldn't take it anymore and began to speak up. Old Lady Chen, stop causing a scene and just go home. Exactly. Don't be too unreasonable. This is the village road. Why are you making trouble? You're just looking for issues. That's right. They're being polite to you out of respect. Don't take advantage of that. If you get hurt, what good will money do you? Seriously, they owe you nothing, and you're demanding money like you're desperate. She's just trying to extort money. Using age to bully others, it's really shameful. They're just trying to blackmail. They should be dealt with and reported to the authorities. Yes, let them face the consequences. With a record, let's see how their child does in the future. And who cares about their child? With parents like that, he'll never amount to anything. Old Chen was publicly humiliated and felt ashamed, wishing he could disappear into the ground. He kept his head down and didn't dare to speak. Chen's wife lost her confidence as people pointed and whispered. To save face, she shouted loudly, I'm not afraid of dying or getting hurt. If you have the guts, run your cart over me. With that, she lay down in front of the cart, acting stubborn. Qingqing was disgusted by her behavior and sternly warned, I'll say it again, get up now, or you'll regret it. Look at you being so arrogant. I won't get up. What can you do about it? Seeing that Chen's wife wouldn't budge, Lu Neng threatened, Ma'am, think carefully. If you keep causing trouble, we can report you to the authorities. You and your husband could face charges for disturbing the peace and extortion, and you might end up in jail. Though scared, Chen's wife was betting that Qingqing wouldn't take action. Lying on the ground, she defiantly shouted, If you can, go ahead and report me. I won't let you work today. Fine, if you're so stubborn, stay there. Qingqing turned to Lu Neng and said, Master Lu, ignore her. Let's continue working. I'll take responsibility for any issues. Boss, isn't this a bit much? Lu Neng hesitated. Just do as I say and don't pay attention to her. With that, Lu Neng signaled the workers to keep moving the bricks. Chen's wife lay on the ground, increasingly anxious about the situation. Qingqing thought for a moment and took out a bottle of poison. ready to teach them a lesson for their stubbornness. Just as she was about to use it, Wu Baohan approached, and she quickly hid the powder. "Old lady, get up. Lying on the ground is not appropriate," Wu Baohan said. Qingqing stepped forward and explained, "Uncle, Chen's wife is blocking my construction for no reason and won't listen to reason." "Okay, Qingqing, don't worry. I'll handle this," Wu Baohan replied, glaring at Chen's wife. "Old lady, what are you doing? Get up now." "I won't get up. They are bullying us," she huffed. "Are you being unreasonable? Qingqing's construction is legal and has official approval. Blocking it is against the law." Old lady Chen looked unconcerned and refused to get up. Wu Baohan continued, "If you don't get up, I'll have to get someone to carry you away and take you to the county office for judgment." "Go ahead and threaten me, Wu Baohan. Do you think the office is your family business? You can't just have anyone arrested. Go ahead and report it. I've never been to jail and would like to see what it's like," Old Lady Chen said defiantly. Old Man Chen was terrified and quickly approached Old Lady Chen, whispering, "Dear, what are you doing? Why are you being so stubborn? We can't handle this, girl. Let's just let it go. If this gets out of hand, we won't end up well. Stay out of this. Today, I'm standing my ground. This place isn't hers. Blocking our view is unacceptable." Wu Baohan was amused by Old Lady Chen's stubbornness. "Auntie, your straw houses are far away. How can this block your view? Please stop making nonsense." Old Lady Chen pouted. "How do you know it doesn't block my view? I live here, not you. If I say it blocks, it blocks." Seeing her unreasonable behavior, Wu Baohan had hoped to mediate, but it was clear that dealing with Old Lady Chen was impossible. He frowned at the couple and sternly scolded them. "People like you are ruining the reputation of Nanshan Village. At your age, you should have some shame, yet you act like a rogue to extort money. Your actions seriously violate the laws of the Qing dynasty. If that girl reports you to the authorities, you will face punishment, and with your age, you might not survive it. Getting beaten is one thing. The worst part is paying a fine. If you can't pay, you'll just wait to die in jail." Old Lady Chen pointed at Wu Baohan, shouting defiantly, "You want to report me? Go ahead. I'm not afraid." "That's what you said," Wu Baohan replied coldly. "Dainyu, Erju, go find some rope and tie this old couple up. They started this trouble and are ruining the village's reputation. From today, they are banned from Nanshan Village forever." "Understood. We'll get the rope right away," Dainyu and Erju replied, ready to act. Old Chen felt dizzy upon hearing this, almost fainting. Being expelled from the village was like losing his life. His thoughts drifted back to his youth. There was a young man named Afu in the village who lived alone without parents. One year, during a severe drought, food was scarce, and Afu hadn't eaten for several days. Starving, he secretly climbed into a house to steal some food but was caught by the family and reported to the village head. To uphold village rules, the head decided to expel Afu. After being driven out, Afu wandered aimlessly, finding shelter in a broken temple outside the village. The temple was drafty and cold at night, filled with mice, making it impossible to sleep well. Finding food was even harder. In the village, despite being poor, he could occasionally receive help from neighbors or gather wild fruits and vegetables from the mountains. But after his expulsion, the surrounding forests were considered communal property, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. A few times, when Afu risked going into the woods for food, he was chased away by the forest guards. He had to search along the roads for something to eat, sometimes begging for a bit of dry food, while other times he went hungry. 6 months later, that was the last time Old Chen saw Afu. He would never forget how Afu looked, emaciated and sick from hunger and cold, eventually dying in that broken temple outside the village. Remembering Afu's tragic fate, Old Chen turned pale. Now, hearing Wu Baohan say they would be expelled from Nanshan Village nearly scared him to death. He hurriedly stammered an explanation. "Baohan, what are you doing? We were just joking around with the girl. Why would you want to kick us out of the village?" Wu Baohan had only intended to scare them. Seeing Old Chen's terrified face, he glared at him and said,
Is this how you joke? If a wheel runs over your firewood, you'd make a fuss. Do you think the girl would give you money? If you dare to take her silver, not only will she not let it go, but as the village head, I will report you to the authorities and remove your names from the village register. Old Mrs. Chen understood the seriousness of the situation. If they were truly expelled, not only would their son's future be tarnished, but their own lives might also be in danger. She lost the arrogance she had just shown and quickly climbed up from in front of the ox cart, her eyes darting around as she forced a smile. Come on, what are you doing? We were just joking around. One moment you're talking about the authorities, and the next about being disowned.
You really could scare someone to death.
Seeing their fear, Wu Baoan cleared his throat and said, Don't make excuses. I've heard everything. You've lived a long life, so why not do something right? It's a shame your third son is a scholar. Don't you care about embarrassing him? If he becomes an official one day, and people find out he has parents who extort others, he'll be looked down upon. Wu Baoan knew they cared about Chen Jianzai's reputation, so he intentionally used it to intimidate them. Old man Chen wiped the cold sweat from his hands and protested, You underestimate us. I would never do something so immoral. As the saying goes, it's better to starve than to steal. Even if we are poor, we have our pride and would never commit illegal acts. Wu Baoan frowned and warned sternly, All right, if you say you didn't do it, I'll believe you this time. But if it happens again, don't blame me for being harsh. Also, the paperwork for the girl's house has already been approved. Since you sold her the land, you need to harvest the crops quickly, so she can build her house. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, as soon as it's harvest time, we'll gather the crops. Old man Chen nodded eagerly, smiling broadly. Old lady Chen awkwardly laughed a few times and said to the workers, You all continue. I won't disturb you. After saying this, she pulled Old Man Chen and headed home. Old Man Chen felt utterly embarrassed and complained, Look at what you've done. We didn't get the money, and now we're in trouble. How will I face people now? Stop complaining. Who knew doing this would be illegal? Back in her yard, Old Lady Chen spat on the ground and muttered, That detestable Wu Baoan thinks he's so important as a village official. He can't even treat everyone fairly and always sides with that girl. He even brought up the authorities to scare us. I think he's been blinded by her looks. Just wait until my son becomes an official. I'll make sure you have a hard time. Enough, dear. Just remember this lesson and don't cause any more trouble. Look at you, so useless. You get scared over the smallest things. This is nothing. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Out of 10 tries, 1 will succeed. As long as we get the chance, we can get back at that girl just once to make it worth it.